On the bustling streets of Jiangyan, especially during the morning and evening rush hours, the roads were teeming with an incessant stream of vehicles. Early that morning, Jiang Yan had prepared breakfast for her brother's family, and after they finished eating, she tidied up the dishes, mopped the floor, and lovingly kissed her little niece on her soft, rosy cheek. Amid her sister-in-law's disapproving gaze, she hastily grabbed the keys to her electric scooter and rushed off to her internship at the hospital. Your sister has been freeloading at our home for years. We've covered her college expenses, and we've honored all the conditions you proposed. Now that she's graduated, she should start being independent, shouldn't she? What's with her clinging to our family? Does she expect us to support her for life? You, a grown man, are earning nothing and relying on us. I'll put up with that. If your sister wishes to continue living with us, she must contribute for her food and accommodation at least $5,000 a month. Otherwise, she should pack her bags and leave. These were the angry words Jiang Yan had overheard during an argument between her brother and sister-in-law last night. To shield her brother from further humiliation in front of his wife and her family, it was imperative for Jiang Yan to move out as soon as possible. There was no way she could afford the $5,000 for lodging and meals, especially with her meager internship salary at the hospital, which barely sufficed for basic living expenses. Distractedly riding her electric scooter on the designated path, her sister-in-law's words echoed in her mind, creating a tempest of emotions that momentarily clouded her thoughts. Bang! In a startling moment of realization, as she carelessly navigated the walkway, Jiang Yan collided with a luxury car that was slowly edging from the sidewalk into the street. Lacking the foresight to brake, her scooter barreled into the rear of the opulent vehicle with a jarring impact. The force of the collision propelled Jiang Yan from her seat, causing her to land against the handlebars, her head striking the car's trunk with a heavy thud. Ow! That hurts! As she lifted her head, her eyes widened in disbelief at the emblem adorning the rear of the vehicle. BMW. Astounded, she gaped at the symbol, the shock of the moment momentarily overshadowing the pain on her forehead. Her mind blank, she backed her scooter away from the luxury car. Just then, a tall figure emerged from the vehicle. A young man in a sharply tailored suit strode toward her, his handsome face etched with anger. As he approached, his commanding presence enveloped her, amplifying her unease. I'm sorry, sir. I didn't mean to. Jiang Yan attempted to explain and assure him that she would cover the repair costs, but as his piercing gaze scrutinized her, the trepidation settled over her like a heavy shroud, silencing her. The man appraised her intently, his keen eyes taking in her youthful beauty and the air of naivete that surrounded her. An idea formed in Xiao Zhan's mind. She was just the person he needed. Get in the car. We will discuss this inside, he instructed in a deep, authoritative voice. Stunned, Jiang Yan glanced at the aloof figure before her, inexplicably compelled to obey, and climbed into his car. Sir, are we really going to repair the car? How much will it cost? I can contact my family. Her fumbling words barely echoed her panic. The overwhelming thought struck her brother had sacrificed his own happiness for her, enduring the derision of his sister-in-law and supporting her through her education. Now, she had damaged someone's car. If she confessed to her brother, he would have to beg that formidable sister-in-law for money, only to face further humiliation. As these thoughts churned in her mind, she felt another wave of anxiety gripping her heart, her hands clenched into tight fists, damp with perspiration. Yet, it was indisputable that she was at fault. She had been the one who struck the car while it merely navigated the crosswalk. Xiao Zhan, sensing her palpable tension from the rearview mirror, remarked, based on the damage, I estimate the repairs will amount to around 50 to 60,000. Hearing this staggering figure felt like a thunderclap to Jiang, and she was utterly devastated and could not dare to broach the subject with her brother. But what could she do? Should she seek help from her friends? Yet, such a sum was hardly trivial. Her friends could hardly conjure up that kind of money on short notice. Tears brimmed in her eyes, escalating her helplessness. Observing the impending tears pooling in her eyes, Xiao Zhan's demeanor softened as he took in her distress. If you help me with a small favor, I will waive the repair costs, he offered, his demeanor maintaining a cool composure. What favor? Jiang Yan felt as if she were a lost child stumbling upon a glimmer of hope amid the darkness. Simply be my girlfriend for a while and accompany me to the hospital to visit my grandmother. She is very ill and wishes to see my girlfriend before she passes. Indeed, Xiao Zhan had come to the city for a blind date, but upon receiving urgent news from his uncle about his grandmother's deteriorating condition, he rushed to the hospital. His overwhelming desire to get there quickly had led to this unfortunate incident. Now, faced with this unexpected girl, he grasped at the chance to fulfill his grandmother's final wish. All right, I agree. Chapter 2. The Marriage Certificate? Jiang Yan acquiesced to the man's request, her anxious heart finally finding a moment's reprieve. Acting as his girlfriend temporarily to offset the exorbitant repair bill of 50 to 60,000 seemed to her a fair exchange. You must play the role of a good girlfriend in front of my grandmother. Otherwise, the repair costs will still need to be settled. The man's tone was grave and serious, and as soon as he finished speaking, he started the car. Certainly, I will do my utmost. But what about my electric scooter? After traveling for several dozen meters, she glanced through the rear window, watching her scooter quickly vanish from sight. Lost it. I'll buy you a new one. The man's declaration was resolute. Indeed, at this moment, there is nothing more important than visiting my grandmother in the hospital. Jiang Yan, observing the anxious man before her, chose to dismiss thoughts of her scooter. However, the calmness she had just found was tinged with a slight anxiety, fearing she might falter in her role and he would demand the repair costs from her. After all, she had never been in a romantic relationship and had no experience playing the part of someone's girlfriend. She regretted not having had a boyfriend during her university days to gain some experience, but how could she, as a medical student, find the time? Moreover, her passion for studying traditional Chinese medicine consumed most of her time and energy. In less than an hour, her emotions surged like the tides of the ocean. Realizing she might not be able to intern at the hospital today, she requested a day off from the internship director. The BMW sped along the road to the hospital, and the two fell into a heavy silence. Minutes later, the car came to a halt at Jiangxing People's Hospital. They exited the vehicle, and the man grasped Jiang Yan's hand, sprinting towards the inpatient building. Startled by this unfamiliar contact, she felt momentarily disoriented but quickly matched his pace. Grandmother, grandmother! Xiao Zhan rushed to his grandmother's bedside, calling out anxiously. The ward was already filled with relatives, her sons and daughters-in-law. Second uncle, how is grandmother? Xiao Zhan turned to his second uncle, Xiao Qingyun, their eyes locking for a brief moment. Witnessing Xiao Zhan's panicked demeanor tugged at Xiao Qingyun's heartstrings. After the loss of both parents in a car accident shortly after his birth, Xiao Zhan had been raised by his grandmother. His bond with her was exceptionally deep. Unlike his cousins who had their own parents, they did not feel the same degree of despair at the prospect of her passing. With compassion, Xiao Qingyun replied, "Your grandmother has just been stabilized after resuscitation and is no longer in immediate danger. The imported medication arrived today, and she has already received it, ensuring her safety for the time being. However, we must urgently find a suitable match for the bone marrow transplant." Understood. Xiao Zhan nodded at his second uncle and turned back to look at his grandmother's bed. "Zhaner!" Xiao grandmother slowly opened her eyes, calling out in a faint voice to her most cherished grandchild. "Grandmother, you're awake." Xiao Zhan's spirits lifted instantly as he gazed deeply at her. "Zhaner, I am here." He grasped one of her hands. "Your matchmaker? How did it go?" The elderly lady inquired weakly. Xiao Zhan immediately stepped forward, taking Jiang Yan to his grandmother's bedside, saying, "Grandmother, my matchmaking went smoothly. This is my girlfriend. Hello, grandmother." Jiang Yan beamed brightly at the elderly lady. Seeing Jiang Yan brought a radiant smile to Xiao grandmother's face, her satisfaction evident. "If I can live to see you two obtain your marriage certificate, I hope Yama grants me mercy, and doesn't he let me leave too soon." Upon hearing his grandmother's words, Xiao Zhan felt a pang in the softest corner of his heart, leading him to make a decisive choice. "Grandmother, we will get our marriage certificate this afternoon. You will definitely see it." Standing beside them, Jiang Yan's mind reeled. Her eyes widened in astonishment as she met Xiao Zhan's gaze. "What does that mean, big brother? I'm merely pretending to be your girlfriend. When did I agree to marry you? This is going too far." Xiao Zhan perceived her bewilderment and pulled her out of the ward. "Sir, what is the situation?" Jiang Yan gazed up, her large eyes wide with shock as she regarded the tall, impeccably featured man before her. She had indeed sought to mitigate the repair costs, but suddenly being thrust into a marriage with a stranger was beyond her courage. Marriage was a momentous decision that would shape her entire life. Furthermore, she was currently focused on excelling in her profession to achieve success and support her brother, not living a life dependent on others without dignity. Xiao Zhan spoke calmly, "We will obtain the marriage certificate. It is merely for my grandmother to see 2 marriage certificates. We will not live as a genuine couple. After obtaining the certificate, we will present ourselves as a secret marriage. Once my grandmother recovers, we can file for divorce at any time. If she passes away, we can also divorce without any hassle. This arrangement will not interfere with your future marriage. During this period, I will provide for all your needs: clothing, food, shelter, and transportation." Xiao Zhan, treating her as he would an important client, conveyed his sincere intentions. Jiang Yan listened intently, her beautiful eyes blinking as her mind raced. She had never felt so overwhelmed before. Indeed, everything was happening far too quickly for her to process. Yet, she found the conditions he proposed quite agreeable, considering the hefty repair costs and the argument between her brother and sister-in-law the previous night. She was unwilling to burden her brother any further. "I agree. Let us go get the certificate this afternoon." Chapter 3. Mixed emotions. Her swift acquiescence took Xiao Zhan by surprise. He paused momentarily, then pulled out his phone, saying, "Let us exchange contact details." Jiang Yan also retrieved her phone, and they mutually added each other on WeChat, exchanging names and making notes. However, Xiao Zhan quickly opened a chat window with his trusted aide, Zhou Yang, capturing a candid shot of Jiang Yan absorbed in her phone, all while maintaining an air of nonchalance. "I'll give you a ride back," Xiao Zhan remarked, glancing at Jiang Yan as she prepared to leave. "No need, Mr. Xiao. I can take the bus. Your grandmother needs you more." With that, after noting down his name, Jiang Yan turned to depart. Thoughts of her electric scooter lingered in her mind. Without it, how would she get to work? It was her only means of transportation. Even if this man offered to replace it, she would refuse. She was adamant about not taking advantage of others. As she disappeared down the hallway, Xiao Zhan narrowed his eyes, keen to learn more about this young woman. Meanwhile, Zhou Yang, sitting at his computer handling documents, was astonished to receive a photo of a stranger from his friend. Typically, his friend, the CEO, never engaged in casual chats on WeChat, let alone shared images. He scrutinized the picture of the girl with keen interest. It was common knowledge that the CEO had little interest in women, having remained single all this time. The outside world buzzed with speculation over this. Has Xiao grandmother's hair turned completely white in her concern for him? Just the day before her hospitalization, she was still scouting potential matches for him. "Who is this girl? What is her relationship with you? What is going on?" Zhou Yang quickly inquired over WeChat. "Her name is Jiang Yan. Please look into her background for me," Xiao Zhan replied, avoiding Zhou Yang's inquisitive queries. "Understood, boss." Zhou Yang momentarily suppressed his curiosity and focused on his task. Soon, Xiao Zhan opened the chat window with Jiang Yan. "At 3 o'clock this afternoon, send me your location, and I will pick you up at that moment." Jiang Yan had just located her electric scooter and was preparing to ride back to her brother's house. Upon seeing Xiao Zhan's message, she replied succinctly, "Okay." Jiang Yan felt a mix of emotions. She was neither entirely pleased nor displeased. On the bright side, she wouldn't have to pay for the repair costs. And she wouldn't have to continue living at her brother's house, which had been a source of constant conflict between him and his wife. She believed her departure would allow her brother's family to find some peace. However, she remained apprehensive about the man's character. What kind of person was he? Could he be a lecher? While he didn't appear to be the type, one could never truly know someone's heart. Some men present themselves as gentlemen while hiding darker natures. A shiver ran down her spine at the thought, leaving her feeling uneasy. "Forget it. I won't dwell on it. One step at a time." Jiang Yan murmured to herself. Stopping at a cotton candy vendor, she bought a fluffy treat for her 2.5-year-old niece, whom she had been helping her brother raise. Her niece was the only one she felt close to. Aside from her brother, her sister-in-law often seemed absent, supposedly busy with work, and her brother never dared to pry into her affairs, leaving Jiang Yan with little communication with her sister-in-law. Minutes later, Jiang Yan returned to her brother's home, her electric scooter parked and the cotton candy in hand. The sister-in-law was not at home, and the elder brother, holding a children's storybook, was seated on the sofa in the living room, reading to his little niece. Upon seeing Jiang Yan return, he inquired with concern, "Why are you back? Shouldn't you be at the hospital at this hour?" "I came back to fetch a document. It's needed at the hospital." Jiang Yan did not disclose that she was there to retrieve her household registration book. The brother simply responded with a nonchalant hum, not giving it much thought. She handed a cotton candy to her niece and hurried into her room, where she opened the drawer of her small desk and extracted the household registration book, placing it into her bag. "Brother, I'm leaving." She rushed out of her brother's house, feeling as guilty as a thief. Indeed, she had decided to act first and report later. It was the only course of action available to her, and she felt it was necessary. At noon, she arranged to meet her close friend Mu Xiaorong. Purchasing a few bottles of beer and some peanuts, they drank together in the park. She avoided the bar, feeling it was unsafe with its crowds, fearing she might encounter more trouble after the morning's fright. Moreover, she lacked the funds. She sipped the beer, not uttering a word, her face devoid of displeasure or joy. Her friend noticed something was amiss. "Yan Yan, what's wrong? Do you have something on your mind?" "Nothing." She shook her head and continued to drink in silence. Her friend, concerned by her demeanor, seized the bottle from her hands and insisted, "Speak. What is going on? Jiang Yan forced a bitter smile and lied. It's just my sister-in-law. We often argue. But you're living at your brother's house. And aren't you giving him more than half of your internship salary? Besides, after the internship, you won't be earning so little anymore. You can always give him a bit more then. Your sister-in-law is being rather unkind. She is your only family. How can she treat you this way? It's as if she's south trying to drive you out. Mu Xiaorong felt her friend's sister-in-law was truly heartless. Why don't you take my advice and move in with me? You can stay in any room at my place, and my mother knows how close we are. She would agree, thank you. Rong, Jiang Yan's eyes turned red as she spoke. Having lost both parents at a young age, her only closeness in this city was her brother and this dear friend. What can you do? Mu Xiaorong felt her friend had no options, but didn't press further, merely stating, you're always welcome at my home. Jiang Yan nodded, and they left the park in silence. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Jiang Yan sent her location to Xiao Zhan at the park entrance. She did not want her brother to see, hence the choice of meeting at the park point. 10 minutes later, Xiao Zhan's car stopped before her. He courteously alighted and opened the car door for her. Once inside, they headed directly to the Civil Affairs Bureau of Jiang City. While other couples entered hand in hand, radiating joy, they walked in silence, with Xiao Zhan leading and Jiang Yan following, resembling a leader accompanied by a subordinate. Being merely a transaction, Jiang Yan felt no emotional stirrings, nor did Xiao Zhan. When it was their turn in line, they each produced their identification and handed it to the staff member. The staff member, a woman in her 50s, checked their information and then glanced up at the pair. Their striking good looks were a rarity in her years of processing marriage applications. She had seen many beautiful women, but none compared to the girl before her. Jiang Yan exuded purity and sweetness, graceful yet vibrant, her bright, lively eyes radiating kindness. Such a girl was indeed a rarity. The staff member then turned her gaze to Xiao Zhan, feeling a sense of familiarity, though unsure where she had seen him. The man stood tall at around 1.85 meters, handsome with striking features, emanating an aura that deterred strangers, embodying a regal presence. After a brief survey of the couple, she was captivated by their appearances, but noted the oddity of their mutual indifference, as if they were strangers. Are you two certain you wish to get married and obtain a certificate? The staff member suddenly asked. They exchanged glances and nodded in unison, declaring, absolutely. Seeing their determination, the staff member proceeded with the formalities. After receiving 2 red books from her, Xiao Zhan handed one to Jiang Yan, their communication limited to mere eye contact. The staff member shook her head in bemusement. The two continued to exit the Civil Affairs Bureau, walking one after the other. Chapter 4. I married once outside. Xiao Zhan opened the car door, gesturing for Jiang Yan to enter. Mr. Xiao, I can take the bus back by myself, but noticing her hesitation, he closed the car door and stepped forward, stopping a meter away from her. Feel free to speak your mind. Xiao Zhan had little patience for coyness. Her struggle to articulate her thoughts frustrated him. Mr. Xiao, I urgently need a place to stay. Typically composed and gracious, she found it difficult to ask for accommodation right after receiving the marriage certificate. Oh, is that all? Do you need anything else? Jiang Yan pursed her lips, her expressive eyes flashing as she shook her head, replying, nothing else is needed. In truth, Xiao Zhan intended to take her to the temporary residence he had acquired. Zhou Yang had already briefed Xiao Zhan on Jiang Yan's basic personal information and circumstances. He was aware that, like him, she had lost her parents at a young age, relying solely on her brother. Her brother, having become a son-in-law to Zhao Yunpeng to support her college education, had sacrificed much. Zhao Yunpeng was somewhat of a local tycoon, known for pampering his daughter. Furthermore, he knew she was merely an intern at the Jiang City Central Hospital, earning meager wages, and that her sister-in-law was on the verge of evicting her. He felt a measure of sympathy for her plight, perhaps due to their shared experiences of losing their parents. Here is the key, Jinqiu Xingjing, Building A, 3RD floor, room 301. You can move in right away. He handed the key to Jiang Yan, glancing at his watch. It was 3:50 p.m. Thank you, Mr. Xiao. You should head back now. I'll go home and pack. I have to return to the office to meet a client shortly. But I can have someone help you move your belongings. Xiao Zhan offered sincerely. No thanks, Mr. Xiao. I don't have much. I can manage on my own. Xiao Zhan pulled out 500 yuan and handed it to Jiang Yan. Take it, for a taxi. His voice was deep and commanding. Mr. Xiao, I have my own money. Jiang Yan stepped back, attempting to refuse. Take it, Xiao Zhan insisted, compelling her to accept. He knew she was financially strained. With a stern gaze, she instinctively took the money. Contact me if you need anything. With that, he drove away. Having accomplished such a significant matter, Regardless of how long this transactional marriage would last, she needed to inform her brother and then move out of his home. 20 minutes later, Jiang Yan returned to her brother's house. Her sister-in-law was still absent, and her brother had just returned from the market, carrying a multitude of groceries while changing his shoes at the door. Noticing her return, he frowned and asked, Yin, why are you back again? It's not yet time to finish at the hospital, brother. I took the day off today to handle a few matters. What matters? As he unpacked the vegetables from the bag and arranged them on the kitchen rack, he inquired further. Jiang Yan chose not to respond to her brother's questions. Brother, Hui is asleep. As she spoke, she gently lifted her sleeping niece from the stroller and placed her on the bed, carefully covering her with a light blanket. After leaving the bedroom, Jiang Yan joined her brother in the kitchen to help with the vegetables. Broaching the subject of last night's events, Yin, your sister-in-law has been spoiled by her family since childhood. She only complains but doesn't genuinely wish to drive you away. Her main issue is my lack of income. Her brother redirected the focus of her sister-in-law's grievances onto himself. For 4 years, he had endured silently to ensure she completed her studies, unwilling to disturb her during this critical period of her internship. Jiang Yan remained silent, fully aware that her sister-in-law indeed wished to evict her. The sister-in-law's family owned a publicly listed company, and she worked there as well. 5 years ago, her brother had been a salesperson at her sister-in-law's company while she held the position of sales director. At that time, her brother was tall, handsome, and exceptionally capable in his role, which caught the attention of his sister-in-law, who intended for him to marry into her family. At that time, Jiang Yan had just received her college acceptance letter, and her brother's salary barely covered rent and their living expenses, making it challenging to support her education. Thus, he agreed to marry into his sister-in-law's family for her future. However, when his sister-in-law became pregnant, her family pampered her excessively, and her father forbade her brother from working, insisting he care for her full-time until she gave birth. After tending to her postpartum needs, her brother had intended to return to work, but his mother-in-law firmly asserted, "What did you come here for? You're here to serve my daughter. Our family can afford to run a large company without your help." His brother dared not contradict her, as his university expenses were funded entirely by her family. Reluctantly, he settled into the role of a stay-at-home dad, tending to the household. He no longer had time to care for himself. He often forgot to shave. His figure grew increasingly unkempt, and he spent his days in slippers, overwhelmed with chores. 3 years passed swiftly, and her brother had transformed into a quintessential middle-aged man with a rather greasy appearance. Once endowed with an air of charming sophistication, my brother now finds himself bereft of both that grace and a steady income. He is relegated to a state of subservience under the relentless demands of his wife. Enduring the disdain of her family, for the sake of his daughter and sister, he perseveres in silence. Jiang Yan, being 7 years younger than her brother, was merely 14 when tragedy struck. Both parents departed from this world during her brother's first year of university. From that moment onward, they became each other's sole support. Even before graduation, her brother commenced working, juggling both studies and employment until he finally earned his degree. He economized for her sake, diligently laboring as the most capable salesperson in their company. They had always resided in the most modest accommodation in Jiangxing until his marriage. It was only then that the brother and sister's shared living arrangement came to an end. Her brother cherished her deeply, having previously negotiated with his wife and her family that they would cohabit after marriage, ensuring Jiang Yan's university education would be funded. Yet now, having just graduated, she finds herself unwelcome in their home. "Brother, I am so sorry for being a burden to you." Yin, do not dwell on such thoughts. Focus solely on your internship. With our parents gone, I am your steadfast support. If your sister-in-law truly wishes to cast you out, I will leave with you. You must forge your own path. One day, we will emerge from this darkness. Once Hui starts kindergarten, I will seek employment. No one shall impede me. Jiang Qin's eyes radiated determination. He was a man of principles and strong opinions. He was merely ensnared by the responsibilities of parenthood, with a wife who was seldom present and a child left uncared for. Who else could he entrust Hui to? Jiang Yan felt a swell of emotion, fighting back tears, resolute in her conviction that one day she would become her brother's support. After a brief silence, she retrieved her marriage certificate from her bag and presented it to her brother, saying, "Brother, I have married. I just received the certificate and wanted to share this news with you. I will pack my things and move out shortly." "You are married?" Jiang Qin's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at his sister. Unable to comprehend, he snatched the marriage certificate from her grasp, flipping it over to reveal a photo of her with an unfamiliar man. His mind was momentarily engulfed in confusion. The man depicted on the certificate was strikingly handsome, yet bore an expression that appeared cold and distant, suggesting a lack of intimacy with Jiang Yan. Having contemplated how to deceive her brother, Jiang Yan explained, "Brother, I had a boyfriend during university. I never mentioned it to you. He has been quite busy and hasn't had the chance to meet you. He proposed, and I accepted. You needn't worry. He is a wonderful person, and we will build a happy life together." Jiang Chen found it hard to accept her words, as he had never heard of her having a boyfriend. She had always devoted herself to her studies in medicine. Yin, you must never jest with matters of your life. I am aware of your sister-in-law's attitude towards you, but we cannot afford to be concerned with that at this moment. Your future must take precedence, brother. My marriage truly has nothing to do with your sister-in-law. Our relationship is strong, and I will be happy. I promise to bring him to meet you soon. All right. Jiang Yan clung to her brother's arm, playfully asserting her childhood demeanor. For the second time, Jiang Chen felt tears welling up. The first time had been after their parents' passing. He turned away, wiping his tears, not wishing for his sister to see his vulnerability, lamenting his inability to provide her with the peace of mind to pursue her career. Brother, I will visit you and hui often. Jiang Yan's eyes glistened with emotion, but she fought to suppress her feelings, unwilling to burden her brother further. What was their family's situation now? With her sister's sudden announcement, he could only accept it and inquired about her husband's family background. Jiang Yan knew very little about the man, except that he owned a BMW, a house, and had a sick grandmother in the hospital. From what she could see, his family appeared well off. Xiao Zhan worked at a large company, possessed a car and a home, and had a relatively stable background. Jiang Yan conveyed all the information she had to her brother. Upon learning that the man had both a car and a home, Jiang Chun felt a measure of relief. At least Jiang Yan would not need to rent a place in this city. Other details he would gradually uncover, for he remained unsettled by the suddenness of her marriage. Chapter 5. A good grandson. Inside the conference room of the Xiao Group building, Xiao Zhan successfully reached an agreement with the Gong Group and signed the contract. After bidding farewell to Gong Tingyu, the head of the Gong Group, he hastily delegated the subsequent operations to the department heads before leaving the company. In the hospital ward, Xiao Zhan's second aunt was feeding Grandma Xiao. With a gentle demeanor, Xiao Zhan strode into the room. "Grandma." He stood before her with a smile, retrieving a small red book from his pocket and offering it to her. With one hand connected to an4, Grandma Xiao eagerly accepted the book with her other hand. Upon seeing the words marriage certificate, her face broke into an exuberant smile. "Wonderful, at last. I can take a breath knowing my genre has established a family. I can finally report this to your parents." The old lady trembled with excitement, but as thoughts of her deceased eldest son and daughter-in-law surfaced, tears began to fall despite her joy in the ward. Those responsible for caring for Grandma Xiao today, her second aunt, uncle, and cousin Xiao Jibei, were all astonished at the sight of the marriage certificate in her hand. "I sit with that girl from this morning?" the uncle inquired, astonished. "Indeed." Xiao Zhan responded succinctly, his expression betraying no emotion. Though Uncle Xiao Qingyun was taken aback, he quickly grasped Xiao Zhan's intentions and nodded with a smile, offering his congratulations. Xiao Zhan had always been indifferent to women, particularly those from affluent families, yet marrying an unfamiliar girl so swiftly only reinforced the deep bond he shared with his grandmother. "Mother, if big brother and sister-in-law in heaven see Jean are married, they will surely be overjoyed. You must not be sad. This is a joyous occasion for our family. We should celebrate." His second aunt, Shun Qingxia, consoled Grandma Xiao while internally grappling with her astonishment at the marriage certificate. She had never imagined that the usually reserved Xiao Zhan would marry a stranger for the sake of his grandmother. Xiao Zhan's cousin, Xiao Jibei, was equally flabbergasted, speechless as he pulled Xiao Zhan aside when no one was watching. "Big brother, you truly are a good grandson," he exclaimed, giving Xiao Zhan a thumbs up. "Why not sacrifice a little more to give Grandma a big grandson?" he joked, grinning mischievously while exuding sympathy. Xiao Zhan shot him a glare, silencing him instantly. Unbeknownst to Jiang Yan, she arrived at the entrance of Jingxia Shengjing with her rolling suitcase, only to find the main gate locked, with only a small door ajar. Yes, she contemplated entering through the small gate. A furious shout rang out, "What are you doing? Why are you trying to enter without swiping your card?" The security guard, brimming with authority, emerged from the booth and eyed the girl before him, who was riding an old electric bike with a worn suitcase tied to the back. Her attire was humble, starkly contrasting the luxury cars and elegantly dressed ladies frequenting the community. The guard approached Jiang Yan with disdain. "What is your purpose here?" he sneered. "My friend lives here. He invited me to stay with him," Jiang Yan retorted, glaring at the condescending guard. "Your friend? What friend?" The guard scrutinized the seemingly impoverished girl, doubting the possibility of her being acquainted with anyone in the upscale community. "My boyfriend," she replied flatly. "Boyfriend? You look like you're here to scavenge," he scoffed, for the residents of this community were all millionaires, and even their discarded items held significant value. "Are you implying I am a scavenger?" Jiang Yan could hardly believe her ears, questioning the guard's eyesight. The guard remained dismissive, stating, "If you're not here to collect recyclables, then what are you doing? Have your boyfriend call our property manager. As soon as the manager gives the word, I'll let you in." His tone dripped with arrogance. Jiang Yan picked up her phone and dialed Xiao Zhan, who answered promptly. She explained her predicament of being unable to enter the community. Xiao Zhan immediately contacted Zhou Yang. Upon hearing Xiao Zhan's instructions, Zhou Yang's jaw nearly dropped in disbelief. "What? You two got married? And your wife is a scavenger?" he exclaimed. "Yes, just handle it," Xiao Zhan replied. "And I do not intend for her to know my identity." Zhou Yang was overwhelmed by the shocking revelation, struggling to process the information. "What is your wife's name? Let me think. Jiang something?" Zhou Yang felt as if he needed to consult a calendar to comprehend the bizarre events unfolding in Xiao Zhan's life. He pulled out the marriage certificate, glanced at it, and added, "Jiang Yan." 3 minutes later, the property manager hurriedly approached the entrance, panting as he addressed Jiang Yan. You must be Ms. Jiang Yan." "Indeed. It is I." Witnessing the property manager personally arrive and treat this impoverished young lady with utmost respect was quite the spectacle. The security guard opened his mouth, seemingly about to say something, but was swiftly silenced by a piercing glare from the manager. After collecting this month's salary from the finance department, he was informed that he need not return. The property manager turned to Jiang Yan, his face adorned with a sycophantic smile. "Miss Jiang, allow me to assist you with your suitcase to building A, room 301. "There is no need. This suitcase is not heavy. I can manage it myself." Jiang Yan's emotions fluctuated like a roller coaster due to the stark contrast in attitudes she had just witnessed. "Miss Jiang, please don't hesitate to ask for help whenever you need it. What exactly does Xiao Zhan do, and how much influence does he wield?" Just a single phone call from him seems to have intimidated this manager to such an extent that he even dismissed the security guard. Her curiosity piqued, but she quickly dismissed the thought, recognizing that these matters were of no concern to her. They were merely transactional. She shrugged indifferently and softly replied, "All right." Upon hearing her affirmation, the property manager felt a wave of relief wash over him. He feared that Miss Jiang might speak ill of him in front of Mr. Xiao, which would jeopardize his position. A few minutes later, she retrieved her keys, unlocked the security door, and dragged her suitcase inside. Beginning her exploration of the apartment, the living room was spacious, extravagantly decorated, and the furnishings exuded warmth and coziness. After surveying the living room, she proceeded to the balcony. The balcony was expansive, offering a bright and open view. It was adorned with an array of potted plants, all meticulously tended to. On the western side of the balcony, there was a white double-seated swing chair. The chair appeared exceedingly comfortable, and she found herself instinctively drawn to it. Swinging back and forth with great pleasure, the entire balcony resembled a small garden, and being enveloped by such beauty, one couldn't help but feel a profound sense of relaxation. Upon closer inspection, each flower was vibrant and resplendent, and even the succulents exhibited playful shapes, indicating years of careful cultivation. She had not anticipated that Mr. Xiao possessed such an appreciation for the finer aspects of life. It was truly unexpected. A smile graced Jiang Yan's lips as she murmured to herself. She was quite taken with the idea of sitting in that swing chair, perusing medical texts amidst the blossoms. And the mere thought brought her immense joy. Having admired the balcony, she dashed to the kitchen. The kitchen was vast and immaculate, equipped with all the necessary utensils, each organized with precision. Suddenly, thoughts of Xiao Zhan crossed her mind, conjuring an image of a domineering man, embodying the essence of toxic masculinity. To her surprise, he seemed to manage his domestic life with a skill that rivaled, if not surpassed, that of a woman. Satisfied with this revelation, she nodded approvingly. After a long day, fatigue began to set in, prompting her to retire to the bedroom. The bed was adorned with soft pink linens, leaving Jiang Yan utterly astonished. How could a grown man have such an affinity for such delicate hues? This aesthetic seemed excessively effeminate. A middle-aged man possessing the tastes of a prepubescent girl. She couldn't help but mentally critique Xiao Zhan twice. The bedroom featured a walk-in closet, and upon opening the wardrobe, she was taken aback to find it filled entirely with women's clothing. What was this situation? Did he have a woman? No, that couldn't be right. If he had a woman, why would he seek a sham marriage with her? Or, Could he be some sort of pervert with a penchant for collecting women's attire? Curiously, she opened the drawer of the nightstand, only to be met with an even more shocking sight. Sanitary pads? She furrowed her brow and widened her eyes in disbelief. Jiang Yan found herself startled by her own thoughts. She stood frozen for a few seconds, her expression riddled with confusion, before exiting the bedroom and opening the door to another room. This bedroom lacked the pastel decor, yet the overall style remained distinctly feminine. After lingering for a brief moment, she stepped out. Next, she explored several other bedrooms, all of which exhibited a similar feminine decor. Standing in the living room, surveying the furnishings and decorations, she arrived at two conclusions. First, Mr. Zhao's sexual orientation might be questionable. Second, a woman had undoubtedly resided here previously. Regardless of which hypothesis held true, she had no interest in prying into Mr. Zhao's private life. Now, with a free place to stay, no obligation to compensate for car repairs, and no longer a burden on her brother, this outcome filled her with immense joy. She opened her suitcase, unpacked her clothing and personal items, and arranged them neatly. Taking out her phone, she noted that it was already 5:30 p.m. Feeling more exhausted than after a day at the hospital, she collapsed onto the bed and fell into a deep slumber. Chapter 6. The Power of Black Chicken Soup. An hour later, a BMW was parked at the entrance of the community. Grandma, when we meet her, please be mindful of your address. She is still unaware of my identity. Inside the car, Aunt Wan and Grandma Xiao exchanged knowing glances. Jiang Yan's sweet dreams were abruptly interrupted by the sound of a door unlocking. Although she had been asleep, being in a new environment kept her instincts alert. She rolled off the bed and hurried into the living room, where she found Xiao Zhan pushing a wheelchair through the door. Seated in the wheelchair was an elderly lady. Indeed, it was Mr. Xiao's grandmother, whom she had met in the hospital. Accompanying her was a kind-looking middle-aged woman in her 40s. "Hello, Grandma," she greeted warmly. Xiao Zhan cast her a look of approval, followed by a faint smile. "Well played, keep it up." Jiang Yan returned his glance with an understanding expression. "Mr. Xiao, I assure you I am a person of integrity. You need not worry." As she observed her grandson and granddaughter-in-law exchanging glances, Grandma Xiao felt delight blossoming in her heart. Good, my dear. I see you've recovered from all your ailments. I believe Mr. Xiao mentioned your name is Jiang Yan. Is that correct?" "Yes, Grandma," Jiang Yan replied sweetly. "May I call you Yin Yin?" Jiang Yan's eyes sparkled with surprise and astonishment. Was the elderly lady attempting to get closer to her? Were wealthy individuals truly so approachable? Unlike her sister-in-law's family, who always carried themselves with an air of superiority in front of her and her brother, this was a refreshing change. The disparity in manners among people was indeed striking. Jiang Yan felt a ripple of warmth in her heart. "Of course, if you like it." She beamed at Grandma Xiao. "Yin Yin, this is Aunt Wan. I thought she could lend a hand with cleaning and cooking. Considering you and Jean are often busy. You don't mind, do you?" "Not at all, thank you, Grandma." "Aunt Wan, I appreciate your help." Jiang Yan maintained a broad smile, feeling as though her face might freeze in that position. "It seems that the profession of acting is not as easy as it appears." "Miss Jiang, not at all a bother," said Aunt Wan, placing the packages she was carrying on the floor. "By the way, Yin Yin, you haven't eaten yet, right? I specifically had Aunt Wan buy black chicken to nourish you and Jean." Jiang Yan was taken aback. "Black chicken? Nourish us?" A large question mark hovered above her head. Grandma Xiao gestured, and Aunt Wan proceeded towards the kitchen with the bags in hand. Then, Grandma Xiao grasped Jiang Yan's hand and placed it on her lap. "Yin Yin, come, let us chat. From the moment I laid eyes on you, I took a great liking to you. Don't you think this is our destined connection?" "Yes, Grandma. I too felt an immediate bond with you, as if you were my kin in a past life. My very own grandmother." Upon hearing Jiang Yan's words, Grandma Xiao erupted into joyous laughter. Jiang Yan turned to Xiao Zhan with a triumphant smile. "So, how did I do?" Xiao Zhan wore an expression of bemusement. "You performed admirably, but perhaps claiming my grandmother as your own is a bit excessive." As Jiang Yan animatedly chatted with the elderly lady, the aroma of black chicken soup wafted from the kitchen. Yet, there seemed to be an undertone of medicinal herbs mixed in: goji berries, ginseng, deer antler. Jiang Yan mentally counted, growing increasingly astonished. Was Aunt Wan preparing chicken soup or concocting traditional medicine? Given her background in traditional Chinese medicine, she could identify each ingredient with remarkable acuity. "Grandma, the soup is ready," Aunt Wan exclaimed excitedly as she brought out the black chicken soup, or rather, what could be called a restorative elixir, placing it on the dining table. Grandma Xiao, with a satisfied smile, wheeled herself closer to the table, wafting the steam rising from the soup towards her nose and inhaling deeply. "How does it taste?" Dear, Aunt Wen's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she eagerly awaited Grandma Xiao's response. Excellent, quite good, Grandma Xiao declared. The praise instantly brightened Aunt Wen's face with a beaming smile. Yin Yin, come, try Aunt Wen's cooking. This black chicken recipe is a family secret. Jiang Yan managed to force a smile that looked more painful than joyous. She longed to say, Aunt Wen, consuming your family secret might lead to dire consequences. Don't forget my expertise. The ingredients in this pot of soup could very well make us bleed from our noses. Finally, Jiang Yan seized the opportunity for an escape. Aunt Wen, please fetch Jean and have him eat while it's hot. Grandma, I'll go call him. Miss Jiang, I have already prepared your meal, so please eat while it's hot. I will go call him. Jiang Yan's gaze suddenly became vacant. She reluctantly sat at the dining table, fixated on the dark, plump black chicken. As she stared, she felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. Mr. Xiao, please eat while it's hot, she implored him with her eyes. Mr. Xiao, please save me. Her gaze flickered between the pot of black chicken and his eyes, observing the soup laden with goji berries. Xiao Zhan frowned. Aunt Wen, why did you add so many goji berries? At 30, one must inevitably consume goji berries. Although you look youthful, you are no longer a child, and being newly married, you certainly need nourishment. Furthermore, Aunt Wen paused unexpectedly, then smiled mysteriously. This is a family secret. My child's grandfather relied on this recipe to father 8 sons. Upon hearing Aunt Wen's words, Xiao Zhan was left speechless. Just as he was about to respond, the elderly lady cleared her throat. If I tell you to drink, then drink. Why all the fuss? Besides, Aunt Wen is only looking out for your best interests, worried you might lose face on your wedding night. Xiao Zhan retorted, I am quite capable, thank you very much. He cast a helpless glance at Jiang Yan. Without further ado, he began to eat, devouring 3 bowls in quick succession. Jiang Yan was left dumbfounded. She had never seen such an obedient grandson. Miss Jiang, do eat? Yes, Yin Yin, why do you keep staring at him eat? How will you know how delicious it is if you don't try? The elderly lady and Aunt Wen urged with fervor, as if it were imperative. Fearing that her non-compliance might lead Mr. Xiao to demand a repair fee, she was quite anxious about accruing debt. All right, I will have a taste. She steeled herself, taking small bites. 5 minutes later, Xiao Zhan had consumed more than half of the small pot of black chicken soup, while she had only managed to eat a small bowl. Slowly and hesitantly, fully aware of the soup's potency, the elderly lady, observing that they had nearly finished, loudly inquired, Aunt Wen, what time is it now? It is already 9 in the evening. The two exchanged triumphant glances. Jean, you and Yin Yin should go rest. You both have to work tomorrow. With that, Aunt Wen and the elderly lady began to usher the two towards the same bedroom. Mr. Xiao, isn't this script advancing rather quickly? You didn't mention this plot twist? Jiang Yan exclaimed. Grandma didn't inform me of this addition either. Chapter 7. You have my sympathy. Once they were pushed into the same bedroom, the elderly lady and Aunt Wen pressed their ears against the door, intently listening to every sound emanating from within. The moment Xiao Zhan entered, he felt an unbearable heat enveloping him. Initially, he loosened his tie, unbuttoned 2 buttons of his shirt, and tugged at the fabric, attempting to dispel the heat. Realizing it was futile, he fanned himself, striving to cool his flushed face. Jiang Yan let out a scoff. Knowing the black chicken soup might cause issues, yet you consumed so much. It's just a bit of black chicken soup. I can handle it. Observing Xiao Zhan's flushed face, Jiang Yan smirked. You are like a cooked duck, stubbornly defiant. But before she could revel in her amusement, she too began to feel overheated, her face aflame as if she were feverish. She paced restlessly within the room. The 2 eavesdroppers outside felt a sudden jolt of anxiety upon hearing footsteps from the bedroom. Pressing their ears closer, Jiang Yan, still pacing, felt a tingling sensation on her scalp, as if she were sweating. She decided to remove her hair tie, letting her hair cascade freely, running about the room. The rhythmic sound of her footsteps echoed within. The 2 outside widened their eyes in surprise. They had unequivocally heard correctly. The 2 had indeed become entangled. The elderly lady pounded her thigh excitedly, her face alight with joy as if celebrating a liberation. Xiao Zhan, watching Jiang Yan, who usually appeared serene, now flitted about anxiously like an ant on a hot pan, found her oddly endearing. At that moment, a wave of heat surged through him, striking directly at his forehead. He quickly took deep breaths, battling the sudden tide of desire, instinctively reaching for the air conditioning remote to set the temperature to 16 degrees. Without concern for his image, Xiao Zhan rolled up his pant legs and kicked off his shoes. The air in the room soon cooled, yet his breathing grew increasingly labored, his mouth and nose feeling parched, as if they might crack blood. Jiang Yan exclaimed in shock, pointing at Xiao Zhan, then at her own nose, indicating that his nose was bleeding. Outside, Antwan immediately gave him a thumbs up. Master really knows how to pick. The elderly lady's eyes sparkled with satisfaction as she nodded approvingly. Xiao Zhan instinctively dabbed at the area beneath his nose with his right index finger. Indeed, blood was flowing, streaming more profusely from his nostrils onto the floor. Are you all right? Jiang Yan observed Xiao Zhan's bleeding nose, her eyes filled with sympathy. I told you not to be stubborn. Now look at you. The two outside exchanged glances. How could you doubt my grandson's prowess? The elderly lady scoffed. Such audacity from the young mistress. Xiao Zhan, clutching his nose with a grim expression, shot Jiang Yan a piercing glare. You re the one who isn't all right? The duo outside frowned in unison, affirming his statement. Xiao Zhan rushed into the bathroom, turning on the shower. Jiang Yan, witnessing his embarrassment, couldn't he help but chuckle at the contrast with his usual domineering demeanor. But before she could fully laugh, she felt warmth trickling from her own nose. She too had started to bleed. Without hesitation, she dashed into the bathroom. Hey, how long will you be in there? She shouted at the bathroom door. I want to be out for a while, Xiao Zhan replied, enjoying the refreshing shower. But I can't take it anymore, Jiang Yan exclaimed through the door. Xiao Zhan peeked through the crack, spotting Jiang Yan with her nose bleeding. A triumphant smile spreading across his face. This is what you get for mocking me. The two outside again exchanged knowing looks. No wonder he's my grandson, the elderly lady declared. That young mistress is rather fragile. She'll need some nourishment later, Antwan remarked. Feeling helpless, Jiang Yan moved to the washstand beside the bathroom, turning on the faucet to wash her nose, face, and neck to cool down. She found a towel, soaked it under the tap, lightly wrung it out, and placed it on her forehead as the heat began to recede. She glanced through the glass of the bathroom to see Xiao Zhan, oblivious, lost in the cool water. Though she could only see his back, the contours of his muscular physique were unmistakable. Gazing at Xiao Zhan's tall, athletic frame, it was difficult not to ponder how perfectly proportioned he must be. At this thought, Jiang Yan's cheeks flushed again, prompting her to turn away and exclaim, When are you coming out? I truly can't endure this any longer. Antwan outside stifled a laugh. Letting out a snort, Don't beg for mercy. Shoo! The elderly lady hushed her, signaling her to leave quietly, not to disturb her grandson's good fortune. Inside the bathroom, Xiao Zhan continued to enjoy the cold water. Entirely dismissive of her pleas, Jiang Yan, feeling ignored, lay back on the bed, unbuttoning her shirt to cool herself. Initially, she remained alert, listening for any sign of Xiao Zhan's return, ready to tidy her attire at the slightest hint of his arrival. However, an hour passed, and all she could hear was the sound of running water. As the heat slowly dissipated, drowsiness began to take over, her eyelids growing heavier. After a full 2 hours, Xiao Zhan finally rid himself of the oppressive heat. Ah, finally comfortable, he sighed, wrapping a towel around himself as he exited the bathroom, feeling rejuvenated. Upon entering the bedroom, he found Jiang Yan sprawled across the bed in disarray, occupying a significant portion of it, sleeping soundly. His expression softened as he sat at the edge of the bed, watching her carefree slumber, and he couldn't help but wish she would awaken soon. He could easily envision her embarrassment upon realizing he had witnessed her in such a vulnerable state, providing him with ample opportunity to tease her. Yet, her deep breaths indicated she was in a blissful slumber, and it seemed he would miss that chance. Regardless, he felt a twinge of guilt for how his grandmother had put them through such a trial. He leaned closer, whispering softly, You have my sympathy. She lay there peacefully, breathing steadily, completely unaware that this man had uttered those words to her. Xiao Zhan adjusted the air conditioning to 22 degrees, retrieved 2 blankets from the cupboard, and gently draped one over her. Just as he was about to turn away, however, Jiang Yan, still lost in dreamland, suddenly clutched his arm. Xiao Zhan attempted to withdraw his arm, but Jiang Yan pulled him close as if he were her pillow. A rush of heat flooded his cheeks once more. Seizing the opportunity while Jiang Yan was still asleep, he quickly withdrew his hand and dashed into the bathroom, turning on the faucet. Chapter 8. Covered in mud the following morning. Jiang Yan stirred from her slumber, rubbing her bleary eyes. The moment her consciousness crystallized, she sprang upright with a start. A swift glance around the bed and the room revealed no one in sight. However, a blanket now enveloped her, and on the opposite side of the bed lay a neatly folded blanket with a pillow atop it. Mr. Xiao had covered her with a blanket last night and had even slept beside her. At this realization, a sudden thought struck her, prompting her to check her attire. Indeed, the buttons of her shirt were undone, exposing her bare midriff. Good heavens! She had fallen asleep without properly arranging her clothing. Did Mr. Xiao see far more than he ought to have? Embarrassed, she lightly thumped Xiao Zhan's pillow in frustration. I am not presentable. Oh dear. She buried her face in her hands, pouting in humiliation, feeling utterly ashamed to face him. Now, she recognized that pretending to be Mr. Zhao's wife in their sham marriage was no simple feat. She had previously underestimated the situation and resolved to act with more prudence in the future, avoiding the foggy-headedness that had led her to sleep so carelessly last night. Thankfully, he had not harbored any ill intentions. Otherwise, a shiver of apprehension coursed through her, prompting her to issue a stern internal warning. After a quick freshening up, she exited the bedroom and entered the dining area adjacent to the kitchen, where she spotted Xiao Zhan seated at the dining table, partaking of his meal, dressed impeccably in a suit. He sat with an air of dignified composure, his demeanor radiating nobility, his expression remarkably aloof, a stark contrast to his earlier disheveled state from the previous night. He merely cast a sidelong glance in her direction before returning to his breakfast. Upon being regarded by Xiao Zhan, Jiang Yan felt her cheeks flush crimson. She lowered her head, biting her lip in embarrassment, her discomfort evident to Aunt Wan, who was observing her. Miss Jiang, please, do sit down and have breakfast. I shall prepare some millet porridge for you both, Aunt Wan said, stifling a laugh as she departed from their view. Jiang Yan found Aunt Wan's demeanor somewhat peculiar, though she couldn't quite articulate what felt amiss. As Aunt Wan left, she turned to find herself once again confronted by Xiao Zhan's impassive visage, causing her to feel that her embarrassment was rather unwarranted. Aunt Wan, where is Grandma? She inquired. The old lady was taken back to the hospital by your second uncle at 6 this morning. Aunt Wan replied while bustling about. Oh, is Grandma all right? Jiang Yan asked, taking a seat directly across from Xiao Zhan, her tone casual. She is fine, Xiao Zhan replied curtly, his expression remaining unchanged. Jiang Yan nodded and focused on her meal. Just as she had taken a couple of bites, Aunt Wan emerged with a small bowl. I almost forgot. This is the black-bone chicken soup specially prepared for you. Aunt Wan, I won't have time to drink it. I must leave for work, Jiang Yan declared. Miss Jiang, please drink the soup before you depart. I fear you may be too frail and need nourishment. Before Aunt Wan could finish her sentence, Jiang Yan dashed into her bedroom, closed the door, changed her clothes, and swiftly grabbed her bag and keys. Exiting in a flurry, I asked the young mistress in such a hurry. Must you be at work by 7? Aunt Wan mused, a hint of disappointment in her tone as she reflected on the untouched black-bone chicken soup. Aunt Wan, there's no need to prepare such rich dishes in the future. Simple home-cooked meals will suffice. I understand that the eldest master is quite robust and requires no additional nourishment. However, the young mistress is of a delicate constitution, and I worry she may not withstand your exuberance. Moreover, pregnancy and childbirth impose significant demands on a woman's body. The old lady believes the young mistress should indeed be fortified further. While sipping his porridge, Xiao Zhan nearly choked on his mouthful. She need not supplement. Too much will cause her to have a nosebleed. Then I shall devise some warming remedies for the young mistress. Aunt Wan resolved as she retreated to the kitchen to contemplate suitable ingredients for Jiang Yan's needs. After finishing his breakfast, Xiao Zhan retrieved his phone and dialed Xiao Qingyun. Second uncle, today I plan to take Grandma to the municipal hospital to see old Master Gong for an examination. Are you referring to Gong Tingyu's father? Indeed, second uncle. It would be wise to consult old Master Gong. I hold great respect for his character and medical expertise. Old Master Gong is the most renowned traditional Chinese medicine practitioner in Jiang City and serves as the director of the municipal hospital. The Gong family is also a prominent aristocratic lineage in Jiang City, well-off and affluent. Yet the entire city is aware of a girl from the Gong family who went missing many years ago. Old Master Gong, yearning for his lost granddaughter, returned to the hospital to treat patients without charging fees. He often remarked to those around him, perhaps, one day, the heavens will return my granddaughter to me in gratitude for my healing work. Xiao Qingyun was quite familiar with the Gong family's affairs and was in full support of his nephew's decision to take their matriarch to consult old Master Gong. Having exited the Jingxia Shengjing on her bike, Jiang Yan headed straight for the municipal hospital. Feeling peckish from skipping breakfast, she paused at a nearby breakfast shop at the hospital entrance point. 15 minutes later, having finished her meal, Jiang Yan rode her bike toward the hospital entrance, only to be splattered with mud by a speeding Rolls-Royce. Incensed, She glared at her soiled clothing before casting a glance at the luxury vehicle, which had come to a halt, just as she was about to confront the driver. A familiar voice called out from behind her, "Is driving a luxury car such an accomplishment? Is wealth all that matters? Such a lack of civility." Xiao Bai glared at the Rolls-Royce, chastising it while preparing to confront its driver. "Brother, that woman? She seems to be my sister-in-law." Xiao Jibei and Xiao Qingyan stared in astonishment at Jiang Yan, who stood behind the car. "It's Yin Yin. Jean, you must hurry down and check," urged Zhao's matriarch. Inside the vehicle, Xiao Zhan turned to observe, his gaze settling on Jiang Yan and Xiao Bai. The depths of his dark, elongated eyes took on a shadowy, inscrutable quality. The sight of that indignant young man, so passionately defending her, suggested he might harbor feelings for her or even be pursuing her. After their divorce, having someone to take over would not be unwelcome. However, that must occur post-divorce. "Drive," he commanded decisively. "Are you pretending not to recognize her just because you've recently tied the knot?" Zhao's matriarch exclaimed, both irritated and puzzled. "Grandma, I mentioned that I concealed my identity while pursuing her, and I still wish to keep it a secret." Xiao Jibei interjected, "Elder brother is wise. Not just anyone can become his sister-in-law. She must be scrutinized." Xiao Qingyan remarked, "My nephew is a dutiful grandson, not foolishly devoted, which is commendable." Xiao Zhan simply offered a convenient excuse to placate his family. Intending to divorce Jiang Yan once a suitable donor for his grandmother's bone marrow transplant was found and the operation successfully completed. Make sure to find an appropriate opportunity to explain everything clearly to Yin Yan. "I will, Grandma." As the luxury vehicle suddenly roared to life, Xiao Bai seethed with indignation. "Jiang Yan, look at your clothes. They are a complete mess. We must hold the owner accountable for this." Xiao Bai strode toward the luxury car. A slight smile on his lips, he had harbored feelings for her for quite some time, yet lacked the courage to confess. To ensure his success in winning her over, he felt compelled to make a good impression in her presence. "Forget it. I'll manage. I'll just change into my white coat later. It won't be noticeable, and I'll return to change clothes at noon. How can we let this slide?" Just as Xiao Bai finished speaking, they noticed the earlier Rolls-Royce had attracted a crowd. Given the hospital entrance's elevation above the ground by 3 steps, they could see several directors and deans emerging from the building to greet the occupants of the luxury vehicle. What sort of person disembarked from such a grand car? Jiang Yan and Xiao Bai wondered, their curiosity piqued. Such a grand display. Who on earth could be important enough to warrant such a reception from the directors and deans? Jiang Yan pondered, straining to peek through the throng, though the crowd obstructed her view. Xiao Bai, initially intent on defending Jiang Yan's honor, now felt utterly disheartened. Chapter 9. Gossip of the young master the day prior. Xiao Zhan had called Old Master Gong to discuss his grandmother's condition. Although Old Master Gong did not personally greet them, he had been waiting in his office. "Madam Xiao, please," he said, opening the door and graciously ushering the Xiao family into his office. Once the door closed, the surrounding crowd gradually dispersed. "Is there a leader visiting our hospital? Have you ever seen a leader arrive in a Rolls-Royce? The only individuals who could be treated with such high regard at our municipal hospital, aside from leaders, must be the Xiao family." Several young nurses began to gossip in the hallway. "Yin Yin." Mu Xiaorong suddenly appeared from behind Jiang Yan, enveloping her in an unexpected bear hug. "You startled me," Jiang Yan exclaimed, feigning annoyance, and then gazed at her dear friend with affectionate eyes. "Yin Yin, do you know who that important person was who just came to our hospital?" "No, I have no idea. All I know is that person lacked manners and splattered mud all over me." Jiang Yan pouted, visibly irritated. "Indeed. Look at this. Everywhere is muddy." Mu Xiaorong finally took notice of the mud on her friend's attire. "Yin Yin, would you say this is misfortune? Or perhaps luck?" Mu Xiaorong looked at Jiang Yan with a perplexed expression. "Hey, what do you mean by that?" Jiang Yan frowned, puzzled by her friend's words. "The person who splattered mud all over you belongs to the illustrious Xiao family. A true billionaire, with their enterprises spanning the nation. Look at those little nurses who have come out to join the fray, each one seemingly besotted. Though you know why?" Jiang Yan shook her head expressionlessly. She couldn't care less about their so-called aristocracy, as the Xiao family was indeed lacking in manners. They splashed mud on others without so much as an apology. "Listen, there's an answer." Mu Xiaorong shot Jiang Yan a knowing glance. Just as they reached the nurses' station, they noticed several doctors and nurses engaged in animated discussion. "I didn't even have time for breakfast, all just to catch a glimpse of the legendary young Master Xiao. Yet I still couldn't see him after pushing through the crowd for ages. What a pity. Who says otherwise? I dream of seeing young Master Xiao. I heard he was coming to our hospital." And I even set an alarm last night, but still no luck. Am I destined to never meet young Master Xiao in this lifetime? So frustrating. I saw him, exclaimed Nurse Zicheng excitedly. Quick, tell us. How tall is he? Does he have an 8-pack? Is his face as remarkably handsome as described in the novels? Does he exude the aura of a domineering CEO? Most importantly, is there a girlfriend by his side? A group of 5 or 6 duty nurses crowded around Zicheng. She rolled her eyes at them. You've never been this excited about payday. Hurry up and tell us if you don't. We might just have to tickle you. They giggled, playfully threatening her. Stop, stop, stop. I surrender. Zicheng pulled out her phone and opened her album. I have 3 guys in sunglasses here. I can't tell which one is young Master Xiao. But I'll send you the pictures. The group quickly retrieved their phones and began analyzing the 3 figures in the images to deduce who was young Master Xiao. Jiang Yan watched their ridiculous antics, tugging at Xiaorong to leave. Suddenly, a gasp erupted from behind them. Could young Master Xiao have a urological issue? What do you mean by that? Have you all forgotten? Our esteemed Ding Gong specializes in treating infertility and erectile dysfunction. The nurses, who were busy speculating about young Master Xiao's identity, seemed to have stumbled upon a monumental secret, their brows furrowing in concern. There's a possibility. This young Master Xiao was rumored to have had a scandal with a female celebrity. It is said that she was quite aggressive, stripping down to seduce him, only to be tossed out by his bodyguard. Laughter erupted among the eavesdroppers. Don't you all have work to do? Dr. Liu, usually stern and unsmiling, emerged from his office and bellowed towards the nurses' station. Instantly, all nurses and doctors returned to their respective posts. Let us go as well, Jiang Yan reminded her friend, Yan Yan. I just thought of a plan. Let us wait by the dean's office and catch them as they come out. When they do, you can confront the Xiao family. With our dean around, they wouldn't dare do anything, and besides, they're in the wrong. Who knows, they might even apologize and compensate you for your clothes. Jiang Yan hesitated for a moment and replied, Rong, let us not. They didn't hurt me, and this outfit can be washed and worn again. Why, dear Yan Yan, you're just too kind. However, if it were those infatuated fans of young Master Xiao, they probably wouldn't be angry at all. They might even treasure the mud-stained clothes, given their obsession with young Master Xiao. That's indeed plausible. Jiang Yan chuckled in disbelief and shook her head. She had no desire to covet an aristocratic life. Her brother may have entered the so-called high society, but he lost everything. By the way, you took a day off yesterday. What did you do? I felt so lonely all day. Mu Xiaorong frowned, looking at Jiang Yan earnestly. I got a marriage certificate and moved in with someone, Jiang Yan replied hesitantly. What certificate did you get? Where did you move? Mu Xiaorong was bewildered. A marriage certificate, and I moved into his home. What? A marriage certificate? You don't even have a boyfriend. Who did you marry? Did a man just fall from the sky? Mu Xiaorong was stunned by her friend's revelation, feeling as if she had entered a fantastical world. Something like that, Jiang Yan responded as they ascended the stairs. Something like that? What does that mean? We haven't seen each other for just a day, and you secretly got married and moved in with him. You quite bold. Jiang Yan climbed the stairs in silence, not uttering a word. Quickly tell me, what is going on? The information is too overwhelming. My curiosity is piqued. Shoo, look over there, it's our director. Let us discuss this later, Jiang Yan kindly warned her friend. The two hurried towards their workstations. Chapter 10. Truly commendable courage. At noon, Jiang Yan and her friend sat in the hospital cafeteria for lunch as usual. This time, however, they chose a secluded corner. Yan, hurry and tell me. What on earth happened? Out of nowhere, you secretly got married. Didn't we agree to stay single for 10 years? They were not just classmates but also best friends. Sharing everything and supporting each other, their bond was strong. Jiang Yan trusted her friend completely and recounted everything that transpired the previous day, though she knew too little about Xiao Zhan's personal details to share. After listening, Mu Xiaorong stared at Jiang Yan with wide eyes for a while. Wow, Yan, are you sure you're not making this up to tease me? This sounds more thrilling than a drama. I wish it weren't true, Jiang Yan shrugged helplessly. You sold yourself for 5,000 to 6,000 for car repairs. You could have called me. I would have lent you the money, even if you didn't want to borrow. You could have at least written an IOU. You can't just marry a stranger over a bit of money, right? Do you even know what kind of person he is? What if he turns out to be a wolf in sheep's clothing? You an adult. Shouldn't you think things through? You're driving me crazy. Her friend was genuinely astonished that she dared to barter her marriage with a stranger. It was truly commendable. You have a point, but at that moment, I was so shocked by the repair costs that I didn't think about it. Mu Xiaorong replied with a resigned shake of her head. By the way, Did you sleep at his place last night? Yes. Did he do anything to you? No. Since it's a transaction, you must protect yourself. Never lose your virtue to him, or you'll be the one at a disadvantage. Jiang Yan nodded in agreement with her friend's advice. Where are you living now? I'm living at Jinxiu Shengjing, that's a high-end community in Jiang City. Anyone living there must be worth at least several tens of millions. Did you stumble upon a fortune and meet the legendary domineering CEO? Is his family exceptionally wealthy? His family is decent. I heard they had several houses from a demolition. Yu Xiaorong's face lit up with realization. Yin, it seems your impulsive marriage is to a newly rich person. You must take advantage of this. What do you mean? Jiang Yan asked, puzzled. Since he is marrying you for his grandmother, she must be his weakness. Just leverage her to get your name on the property deed. I'm not familiar with Mr. Xiao, but he seems like a decent person. That's naive. He is a young, wealthy man. Marrying again won't affect him at all. Once he is done using you in divorces, you'll be the one at a disadvantage. Realizing her friend was genuinely worried, Mu Xiaorong sighed inwardly. Yin, what you said makes sense, but I can't do that. Mr. Xiao provides for my food and shelter. I'm content with that and don't want to burden my brother any further. Does your brother know? He knows, but he doesn't know the specifics. He just knows I'm married. I told him I had been secretly dating someone. You must keep this a secret for me. My brother has sacrificed so much for me. I really don't want to burden him anymore. At that moment, Mu Xiaorong realized that her friend's ridiculous decision stemmed entirely from concern for her brother, something she should have guessed. Don't worry. Your friend is capable of making such a shocking decision in silence. My goodness, she thought, her heart racing at the sheer magnitude of her friend's actions. Yin, did you just refer to your husband as Mr. Xiao? Yes. Is there a problem? The richest man in Jiang City is also surnamed Xiao. Could your new husband be related to the Xiao family? As soon as she said this, Jiang Yan knocked her on the head, exclaiming, What are you fantasizing about? I'm just an ordinary person. I'd be fortunate not to encounter any bad apples. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Jiang Yan finished work and left the hospital, riding her electric bike directly to her brother's house. Having just moved out the night before, she already missed her brother and little niece. Now that she had a place to eat and live, she finally had a little pocket money to spare. So she bought some food and clothes for her niece and brother. Most of her brother's clothes were purchased before marriage. After her sister-in-law gave birth, her family wouldn't allow him to go back to work. From that moment on, the elder brother became the household chef, and his physique deteriorated progressively. The sister-in-law began to express her dissatisfaction in various ways. Apart from providing a modest living allowance, she never purchased anything for him. The elder brother, in turn, scrimped and saved, never spending a single extra penny. Wearing the same coat and trousers for 3 years, he often remarked that there was no need for new clothes while staying at home to care for the children. Jiang Yan understood in her heart that her brother was saving money, intending to set it aside as her dowry. Although she had once observed this with both pain and concern, her financial constraints rendered her powerless to act. Today marked her first opportunity to buy clothes for her brother, filling her with immense joy. She vowed to earn more in the future so he could lead a better life. While on her way, her phone rang, prompting Jiang Yan to halt her electric scooter. Upon checking the caller ID, she saw it was Mr. Xiao. Xiaozhan, do you have some time in the next few days? Jiang Yan, is there something you need? Mr. Xiao. Xiaozhan, Grandma has been asking for you at the hospital. Could you find some time to visit her with me? Of course, I won't encroach upon Miss Zhang's working hours. Jiang Yan, I am free after work tomorrow at 6 o'clock. Xiaozhan, then let us plan for 6 o'clock tomorrow after you finish work. I'll have Aunt Wen prepare some soup for Grandma, and we can bring it along to the hospital. Jiang Yan, all right, Mr. Xiao. After ending the call with Xiaozhan, Jiang Yan resumed her ride, heading straight to her brother's home. 20 minutes later, she arrived at her brother's residence. Brother, she called out before even stepping through the gates of the villa, carrying her belongings as she dashed inside, bubbling with excitement. Brother, she exclaimed again, her joy palpable. Yin is here. Jiang Qin emerged from the bedroom, his fatigued face lighting up with delight. Brother, what happened? Did you not sleep well? Jiang Yan's heart ached at the sight of her brother's haggard appearance. Hui has been ill, starting with a fever last night. Before Jiang Chun could finish his sentence, Jiang Yan had already rushed into her niece's room. Brother, how is Hui now? Is her fever down? She anxiously inquired, gazing at her niece's adorable little face. The fever has subsided. She just fell asleep. Brother, where is sister-in-law? Jiang Yan turned her gaze back to Jiang Chun. Your sister-in-law just returned from work. She's quite intoxicated. I turned my back for a moment, and she ended up vomiting on the bed. I just finished cleaning up, and here you are. How can she neglect a sick child? Doesn't she remember her birthday? Jiang Yan felt a surge of indignation. Sometimes she even questioned if Hui Hui was truly her sister-in-law's biological child. She insists on keeping me out of her affairs. Jiang Qin's eyes reflected sorrow and helplessness. Brother, I bought you some clothes. You should try them on and see if they fit. Noticing her brother's expression, Jiang Yan quickly shifted the topic, fearing that further discussion would unleash her tears. Yin, I have clothes. You're earning less now, so don't spend money on me. Besides, you're married. There will be plenty of opportunities for spending in the future. Life requires careful budgeting. Otherwise, one might inadvertently fall into financial straits. You're still young and in your prime. Buy yourself a few beautiful outfits. I don't need new clothes since I'm not working outside. Brother, please stop. I understand everything. She tightly embraced her brother, tears streaming down like a turbulent sea. She knew that ever since their parents passed away, the relatives back home had urged her brother to abandon the responsibility of raising her, even finding potential adoptive families for her. Being adopted, her parents' sudden demise left both her and her brother without support, and everyone considered her a burden to him. Yet, her brother refused to give in, steadfastly taking her along no matter how difficult it became. Living frugally, working hard, and enduring humiliation as someone else's son-in-law, all for her sake. It was for her that he had developed the habit of saving and budgeting meticulously, even in the toughest times. He always thought of her first, giving her everything good. You're all grown up and married now, yet you still cry so easily. Jiang Chen gently ruffled Jiang Yan's hair, smiling as he wiped away her tears. Take some time to invite Xiao Zhan and his family over for a meal to discuss your wedding. Jiang Chen looked at his sister with a gentle expression, speaking seriously. Brother, I don't want to hold a wedding. Just you, sister-in-law, and his family can come over to our new home for a meal. That will suffice. A wedding is a significant event. It should be grand and celebrated properly, not just a simple meal. Brother, I know you are considering my well-being, but I must focus on my career now. Xiao Zhan's career is also on the rise. We truly lack the time and energy to organize a grand wedding. We've agreed to wait until our careers are stable in a couple of years before we arrange a proper one. I asked that all right, brother? Jiang Yan playfully clung to her brother's arm and gazed up at him with hopeful eyes. Very well. Since you both have decided, I shall respect your choice. Does his family agree with your decision? Jiang Chen inquired thoughtfully. Initially, his family did not agree, but after we explained, they eventually accepted. Jiang Yan was aware that the lies from the beginning would necessitate many more to cover them now. She looked forward to completing her internship with a substantial income, waiting for her arrangement with Xiao Zhan to conclude, and then seeking a divorce. At that point, she could reveal the entire truth to her brother. Even if he scolded her, she would find peace in that. Brother, you haven't eaten yet, right? I'll go prepare something. I want to be going back tonight. I'll stay to care for Hui Hui. No need. You two are newlyweds. Don't neglect your brother-in-law. Besides, you have work at the hospital tomorrow. It's fine, brother. I'll call him right now. After making the call to Xiao Zhan, Jiang Yan dove into the kitchen to prepare dinner. After finishing their meal, Jiang Yan ushered her brother into the bedroom he shared with his wife. After a restful night, the next morning, when her niece awoke and saw her aunt, she excitedly sat up. Auntie? Hui Hui exclaimed, eagerly climbing onto her and showering her face with kisses. Did Hui Hui miss her auntie? The little girl nodded vigorously, snuggling tightly into her embrace. Yin, it's time to get up for breakfast. Okay, I'm coming. Jiang Yan quickly dressed, took Hui's temperature, and made her way to the dining table. Oh, didn't you just get married? It's only been a few days, and you're back already? Sister-in-law Zhao Liping cast a disdainful glance at Jiang Yan before launching into a round of mockery. Just because I'm married doesn't mean I can't come back to visit? Jiang Chun sternly rebuked. Jiang Chun, what right do you have to scold me? You're merely the hired help in my house. Zhao Liping shot back with a piercing glare. Don't go too far. Zhao Liping, Jiang Chun's eyes flared with anger. I have gone too far. What will you do about it? Zhao Liping scoffed, picking up her chopsticks to start eating the breakfast Jiang Chun had prepared. Brother, don't be angry. Look, Hui is frightened. Jiang Chun gazed at his daughter, who clung tightly to Jiang Yan's neck, and felt his heart soften, his earlier anger dissipating. What kind of food is this? Is it too salty or too sweet? He grumbled, deliberately pushing the food from his plate onto the table. Jiang Chen's suppressed anger flared back to life. Yin, take Hui to the bedroom for a bit. Zhao Liping, if you don't want to eat, then don't. But how can you make a mess and expect others to eat? Jiang Chen shouted angrily. If I can't eat, then no one can, Zhao Liping declared, flipping the entire dining table over as she grabbed her bag and stormed out. Jiang Chen stared at the scattered food on the floor, his heart sinking in that moment. Jiang Yan emerged from the bedroom, unsure of how to console her visibly distressed brother. Yin, let us take you and Hui out to eat. We can buy some medicine for Hui while we're at it. Chapter 12. The husband and the mistress at the Bolfew Grand Hotel. Zhao Liping sat at the same table as a young man, engaged in conversation. Sister Ping, what's wrong? You look upset. Who annoyed you? The speaker was Yuan Xiaola, Zhao Liping's driver, a young and handsome man brimming with vitality. Standing at 6 feet tall, his skin was fair and smooth, and his features were striking. Having graduated with a degree in sports, he possessed a sturdy physique reminiscent of a poplar tree, exuding strength and resilience. After obtaining his driving license last year, he had applied to be Zhao Liping's driver. Never expecting to be selected from among many experienced candidates, that useless good-for-nothing husband of mine. He lacks the ability to earn money and is now a disheveled mess, looking as if he is 4 or 5 months pregnant. Just seeing him irritates me. The most infuriating part is that he dared to raise his voice at me this morning. His sister is in college at our expense, and now he is relying on my family to support him. Who does he think he is to treat me with such disdain? Zhao Liping vented her frustrations, painting her husband Jiang Chun in a negative light. Sister Ping, it's not worth getting worked up over someone like that. Later, I'll take you shopping. I've seen a watch I like. You're discerning, I can help me choose. All right, but you'll have to feed me later, Zhao Liping pouted, appearing as though she had suffered a great injustice in need of consolation. Yuan Xiaola gazed at her with a look of sympathy. Breakfast for 2 to as the waiter approached. Yuan Xiaola took the dessert offered to her. Come on, Sister Liping, have a bite. After tasting the sweet treat that Yuan Xiaola had fed her, Zhao Liping's mood lightened significantly. Our little Lele truly knows how to care for her sister, unlike that blockhead at home who lacks any sense of romance. This establishment was a newly opened upscale breakfast spot, recommended by a friend, and it was said to serve exquisite dishes. Come on, Xiaola, let me feed you a bite too. After finishing the morsel Zhao Liping had just consumed, Yuan Xiaola proceeded to lick the remnants around her mouth clean. Sister Liping is so considerate. The flavor is delightful. You have such refined taste. As Yuan Xiaola savored her food, she continued to shower Zhao Liping with compliments. Seeing you brings me joy. I have no desire to return home. Then don't go back. Tonight, I will keep you company, Liping. A little over 10 minutes later, the two women, thoroughly satisfied, approached the counter to settle their bill. Hello, your total comes to 1880 yuan. Zhao Liping readily swiped her card. After breakfast, they ventured to the most high-end shopping mall in Jiangcheng. Sister, what do you think of this watch? Not bad. Do you like it? Yuan Xiaola smiled, indicating her approval. The attendant wrapped up the watch and said, I'll take it, as she handed over her bank card. All right. The attendant's heart soared with joy. This 6-figure watch promised a generous commission. Moreover, she had not wasted a single word in successfully making the sale. She truly hoped for more customers like this. Sister, it's too expensive. How can I let you pay for it? Use my card. Yuan Xiaola feigned a dramatic protest, though her heart was as elated as the attendant's. The card had already been processed, and the attendant handed over the exquisitely packaged timepiece worth 900,000 to Zhao Liping. This is a gift for you. Take it. Thank you, Liping. She took the watch from Zhao Liping's hands and whispered a few words in her ear, which made Zhao Liping beam with happiness. The street food market. Jiang Chun sat at a table with his daughter and sister, enjoying a humble breakfast. The entire street was lined with outdoor food stalls, some run by shop owners and others by independent vendors, all offering affordable and delicious fare that was beloved by the locals. Boss, for our table, how much is it? 2 bowls of wontons and 2 baskets of dumplings. Totaling 32. Jiang Chun quickly paid before his sister could intervene. Brother, I'm sorry. It's my fault that you and sister-in-law argued again today, Jiang Yan said apologetically. Yin, what happened this morning has nothing to do with you. You mustn't always think it's your fault. Do I not know what kind of person your brother is? Don't dwell on it. Just hurry to work. Before Jiang Yan could say anything further, Jiang Chun urged her to leave. At the municipal hospital, in a patient room, an experienced traditional Chinese medicine practitioner was conducting acupuncture training for a group of interns. Under the guidance of the instructor, Jiang Yan was performing acupuncture on a patient. Though her mind was preoccupied with thoughts of her brother, Jiang Yan, how could you have misapplied the needles? Several acupoints are completely off. The instructor admonished sternly. Mu Xiaorong patted her friend on the back, signaling her to step back and let her take over. Fortunately, Mu Xiaorong's technique was commendable, sparing Jiang Yan from a scolding. What troubles you, Jiang Yan? Xiaobai asked quietly. I'm fine. Really? Is everything all right? Yes, truly. Despite Jiang Yan's insistence, Xiaobai remained worried as she observed her friend's distracted demeanor, yet Jiang Yan was reluctant to elaborate, so he refrained from pressing further. Once the acupuncture was completed, Mu Xiaorong pulled Jiang Yan aside into the hallway. What is going on? Your technique has always been precise. Why are you off your game today? This morning my brother and sister-in-law had another argument, and just thinking about his situation makes me feel uneasy. Realizing it was her brother's issue, Mu Xiaorong felt relieved that Jiang Yan had not been mistreated by her sister-in-law's wealthy family. Once your niece starts kindergarten, your brother should find a job. A man needs to stand on his own feet to feel confident. Your sister-in-law's disposition is detrimental to their marriage. Xiaorong, you're right. Initially, it was her family that prevented my brother from working, and now she is the one who looks down on him. My brother said that in a few months, Hui can start kindergarten, and he plans to find a job. No one from her family can interfere. Hearing this, Mu Xiaorong felt sympathetic towards Jiang Chen. Although your brother has married into the Zhao family, he has never relied on your sister-in-law's support. Yet she expects him to stay home and care for the child while criticizing him for not being the breadwinner. It's utterly unreasonable. After chatting for a while, they returned to the consultation room. At 6:20 in the evening, Jiang Yan arrived at Jingxia Shengjing. While parking her electric scooter, she spotted the BMW she had collided with earlier, indicating that Mr. Xiao had returned. She recalled the scene from the hospital entrance that morning, where the Rolls-Royce had splashed mud all over her. Clearly, that uncouth family shared the surname Xiao. She thought to herself that the young master Xiao and her hasty marriage to Mr. Xiao were surely unrelated. The BMW's ostentatiousness suited the Xiao family's nouveau riche status. After pondering for a moment, she quickly ascended the stairs and entered the living room, where she found Xiao Zhan engrossed in his phone on the sofa. Mr. Xiao, you're back? Xiao Zhan remained aloof, not lifting his gaze from his device. Miss Jiang has returned. I've prepared soup for the elderly lady. It will be ready shortly. Please wait a moment with Mr. Xiao. Aunt Wen's warm voice called from the kitchen. All right, thank you, Aunt Wen. Jiang Yan responded as she approached Xiao Zhan's side. There's something you want to inquire about. Mr. Xiao? Speak. Xiao Zhan's expression remained indifferent, showing no interest in what Jiang Yan had to say. Have you heard of the richest man in Jiangxing, the young master of the Xiao family? Jiang Yan asked. The mention of this. Xiao Zhan immediately tucked his phone away, his eyes brightening with intensity as he fixed his gaze on Jiang Yan. Chapter 13. Young Master Xiao has issues. The Xiao family lacks class. Yes, I've heard. What about it? The richest man in Jiangxing bears the surname Xiao. Your family shares the surname, but you have no relation to the wealthiest Xiao family. Do you? Jiang Yan asked apprehensively, considering that her Mr. Xiao had the same surname as the young master. If there was a connection, there were certain things she might hold back from saying. I merely share the surname coincidentally. There is no relation whatsoever. Jiang Yan suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to confide. Today, the young master of the richest Xiao family visited our hospital. Several of our hospital's directors personally went to greet him. The scene was like stars surrounding the moon. Many of the nurses and female doctors at our hospital were quite smitten with the young master. However, I overheard one nurse mention that he seemed uninterested in women. Perhaps even had male health issues. It was said that a female celebrity once stripped to seduce him, only to be thrown out by his bodyguards. Initially, Xiao Zhan maintained his composure, but upon hearing the implications about his sexual orientation and potential male health problems, his expression darkened. You say he is uninterested in women and has male health issues? What is your basis for that? Xiao Zhan frowned, frustration bubbling beneath the surface. Think about it. He is a man nearing 40, unmarried. Even with beautiful actresses trying to seduce him, he remains unmoved. Doesn't that indicate a lack of interest in women? Xiao Zhan, I can accept being called uninterested in women, but calling me an old man is a bit much. Is that really your evidence? How many men can resist the advances of such stunning women? Moreover, he visited our director Gong, who specializes in treating infertility and erectile dysfunction. He might genuinely have male health issues. Perhaps he lacks the ability to pursue what he desires. Observing Jiang Yan's unwavering conviction, Xiao Zhan's countenance turned stormy, and he felt an urge to lash out. Yet he suppressed his anger. He began to regret concealing his true identity from Jiang Yan. He could only continue to endure. However, I am not interested in the young master's gossip. I do not follow celebrities and have no interest in him. Just that the Xiao family's manners are quite lacking. This morning, when he drove his luxurious Rolls-Royce into our hospital, he was speeding. There was a puddle at the spot, and his car splashed mud all over me. He paused for a moment. I thought he might apologize, but instead, he fled. Seems he wasn't the only Xiao family member visiting our hospital today. Clearly, it's not just the young master who lacks class. The entire Xiao family does. Jiang Yan finished her complaint. She met Xiao Zhan's icy gaze. The chilling intensity sent a shiver down her spine, prompting her to involuntarily tremble. Mr. Xiao, what's wrong? Nothing. I just find it inappropriate for you all to gossip about others behind their backs. Besides, I share the surname Xiao with the richest family. Perhaps we are distantly related from 500 years ago. Oh? Hearing Xiao Zhan's cold retort, Jiang Yan nodded, hesitant to speak further. Mr. Xiao, the chicken soup is ready. Aunt One, wearing a warm smile, emerged from the kitchen with a thermos filled with soup. Aunt One, please pass me the soup. Jiang Yan hurriedly took the thermos from Aunt Wen's hands. Xiao Zhan shot her a displeased glance before grabbing his jacket and striding toward the door. What's going on with Mr. Xiao? Aunt One was oblivious to the content of the conversation between the two, gazing in bewilderment at the departing Xiao Zhan, her expression one of utter confusion. It's all right, Aunt One. We're leaving now, Jiang Yan said, quickening her pace to follow Xiao Zhan. Little did she realize how she had inadvertently provoked this nouveau riche. Perhaps the mindset of the wealthy was beyond the comprehension of someone like her. A mere commoner. It would be wise to refrain from casual chats with him in the future, Jiang Yan thought, pouting in regret and shaking her head, as the car made its way towards the Municipal People's Hospital. Both remained enveloped in silence, the stillness within the vehicle almost suffocating. Jiang Yan recalled her discussion with her brother regarding their wedding. It was indeed necessary for her to speak with Xiao Zhan about having both families dine together. Or else how would she explain things to her brother? Mr. Xiao, my brother wishes for both families to share a meal together as a blessing for us, she uttered cautiously, fearful that a slip of the tongue might aggravate this patron. That sounds fine, Xiao Zhan replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yan's heart leapt with joy. A few minutes later, they both entered the hospital room of the elderly matriarch. Grandma, I've come to see you. Jiang Yan's sweet and affectionate voice echoed in the ward. Ah, it's Yan. Haha, your visit will surely hasten my recovery. Come, sit and chat with me. Was it cold outside? Said the elderly lady, grasping Jiang Yan's hand. Your hands are so chilly. Let Grandma warm them for you. She added, a blissful smile gracing her face. This scene caught Xiao Zhan's attention as he entered the room. Grandma, Xiao Zhan called out as he approached her bedside. The elderly lady merely glanced at her grandson before her gaze returned to Jiang Yan. Xiao Zhan, who is truly your dear grandson? Yan, this is your second uncle's child, Jibei. This is your elder sister-in-law. Jiang Yan felt an overwhelming sense of admiration for the beautiful elder sister-in-law that her brother had selected for Jibei, who appeared not only youthful but ethereal, almost celestial. The thought of addressing her as sister-in-law was rather disconcerting for Jibei, who found it quite vexing. Hello. Jiang Yan greeted Jibei politely, her grace and composure earning the approval of the elderly lady. Yan, has he been treating you poorly? The elderly lady inquired. Not at all, Grandma, Jiang Yan smiled, casting a sidelong glance at Xiao Zhan. Grandma adores girls, yet she has no granddaughters. Xiao Zhan was such a well-behaved child, never causing me distress. He was so delicate-looking that when dressed in girl's clothes, no one could discern he was a boy. I even raised him as a girl for a while. Haha. Jiang Yan and the elderly lady shared hearty laughter. Does your grandson have no pride at all? Xiao Zhan interjected, a frown marring his handsome features as Jiang Yan envisioned him in women's attire. A vision that was undeniably enchanting, she mused silently, sending him a radiant smile. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Did Mr. Xiao truly have some issues with his sexual orientation? The idea left her momentarily stunned, and she quickly averted her gaze. Mr. Xiao, you wouldn't actually have a problem with your sexual orientation, would you? Jiang Yan asked, her eyes narrowing with curiosity. Xiao Zhan felt uncomfortable under her scrutiny and decided to distance himself from the bedside, taking a seat next to Jibei. Brother, look at how Grandma has unearthed your childhood embarrassments to amuse your sister-in-law. It seems your heart has been completely captured by her, brother. You've lost your favor. Haha. Jibei laughed, relishing in his brother's discomfort. Xiao Zhan felt a sense of gloom wash over him. His marriage of convenience was intended solely to spare his ailing grandmother from worrying about his marital affairs. Yet now, he felt as if he had been duped by her. Chapter 14. The agreement. The night view of Jiang City was exceptionally beautiful, the entire metropolis adorned with myriad colorful lights. The moonlight and neon creating a splendid tableau. After ensuring that the elderly matriarch had fallen asleep, Jiang Yan and Xiao Zhan departed the hospital. Jiang Yan sat in the car, gazing out the window at the city's enchanting nightscape. She felt an inexplicable warmth envelop her. The kind, smiling visage of the elderly lady, along with her affection, lingered in Jiang Yan's thoughts. Despite her role being a fade, the elderly lady's genuine emotions stirred a twinge of guilt within her. Mr. Xiao, what illness does Grandma have? She found herself asking, unable to suppress her concern. Leukemia, Xiao Zhan replied in a flat tone, his gaze darkening. Have you found a compatible donor for the bone marrow transplant yet? She pressed on. Not yet, he sighed, the corners of his eyes reddening slightly. Jiang Yan was taken aback. Beneath Xiao Zhan's typically aloof exterior lay a vulnerable side. Seeing his forlorn expression, Jiang Yan instinctively took his arm. Grandma is such a wonderful person. She'll surely be all right. Xiao Zhan cleared his throat. I'm driving. Realizing her lapse in composure, Jiang Yan quickly withdrew her hand, her cheeks flushing. At 10 o'clock, the residence was tranquil. Most of the lights extinguished. Mr. Xiao, Miss Jiang has returned. Dinner is ready, Antoine called out, hurrying to serve the meal. After dinner, Xiao Zhan retreated to his bedroom, while Jiang Yan, accustomed to chores from her brother's household, began clearing the table. Miss Jiang, why are you taking on my duties? If the elderly lady finds out, I'll be in trouble. Hurry back to the bedroom. We can't keep Mr. Xiao waiting. The elderly lady instructed me to ensure you two newlyweds remain inseparable. Work matters can wait. Continuing the family line is paramount, Antoine urged, playfully nudging Jiang Yan toward Xiao Zhan's room. Jiang Yan stammered, struggling to formulate a suitable excuse. Just then, Xiao Zhan unexpectedly opened the door and pulled Jiang Yan inside without a word. Promptly shutting the door behind them, young master, as expected of you, such assertiveness, Antoine remarked, giving him a thumbs up from outside. Jiang Yan, having been yanked into the bedroom, was momentarily stunned by Xiao Zhan's boldness. Taking a moment to regain her composure, Mr. Xiao, while I've consented to this sham marriage, I did not agree to having children. Please do not push your luck. Shoo. Xiao Zhan gestured for silence, resuming his usual icy demeanor once Antoine's footsteps faded. Haven't you realized? Grandma sent Antoine to supervise us. Jiang Yan nodded in understanding. Oh, what should we do? To prevent Grandma from suspecting anything, we must embellish our act. Embellish? You don't mean to include intimate scenes? Do you? What if Mr. Xiao develops genuine feelings? Jiang Yan's eyes widened at the prospect. Before Antoine leaves, we should share a bed, but rest assured, I'll take the floor and not share the bed with you. Seeing Jiang Yan's expression soften, Xiao Zhan continued, rest assured, I won't let you suffer. If I'm asking you to embellish the act, the corresponding compensation will also increase. Here is a draft of an agreement. Take a look. Jiang Yan took the document from Xiao Zhan and began to read intently. Point 1. The female party, Jiang Yan, shall share a room with the male party, Xiao Zhan, but not share a bed, and shall not harbor any ulterior motives towards him. Point 2. The female party, Jiang Yan, shall not spy on the male party while he bathes. Point 3. The female party, Jiang Yan, shall not fall in love with the male party, Xiao Zhan, nor engage in extramarital affairs. The agreement filled an entire page, all conveying a singular message. There was no affection between them, only a transaction. She was to be treated as a mere object of caution. How absurd! Jiang Yan found herself both amused and exasperated. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in her mind. Could it be that Mr. Xiao truly had issues with his sexual orientation? Her gaze sharpened with newfound insight. Is there something wrong with that? Xiao Zhan asked nonchalantly, his eyes scanning Jiang Yan's face for any sign of intent to sign the agreement. Taking a moment to steady her thoughts, Jiang Yan considered that despite everything, Mr. Xiao had been rather kind to her. Even if he did have orientation issues, she felt it unfair to discriminate against someone who provided her with free accommodation. It was a shame, though, considering the exquisite genes he possessed. Mr. Xiao is undeniably handsome, perfect from every angle. As for the monthly allowance of 5,000, she felt it excessive. I have meals provided here, and I also have some internship income. I don't really need that money. The allowance is for your needs. For instance, when you play the role of a granddaughter-in-law, you'll need to purchase gifts for grandma. Those expenses add up. Additionally, there will be household items to buy or personal purchases. I will transfer the money to you each month. Just accept it. Besides, your acting skills are commendable and grandma adores you. This is your due reward. Oh? Mr. Zhao's thoughtfulness truly impressed her, and she mentally applauded him. Can we sign now? Xiao Zhan slightly lifted his chin, his eyes gliding over the agreement, signaling to Jiang Yan that if there were no issues, they could proceed with the signing. I agree. Jiang Yan inscribed her name below both agreements. Pressing her index finger onto the red seal. 2 copies, one for you and one for me. As she spoke, Xiao Zhan handed one copy to Jiang Yan and tucked away his own. After completing this, Xiao Zhan felt a considerable sense of relief. Today, I'll take you to meet grandmother. Thank you for your hard work. Make sure to rest early. You too. I need to take a shower first. I can't sleep without one. Xiao Zhan was quite fastidious. If he didn't shower before bed, he would suffer from insomnia. Soon, he entered the bathroom, closed the door, and drew the shower curtain. Jiang Yan. Mr. Xiao actually took the opportunity to secretly install a shower curtain while she was away. Mr. Xiao, you are quite thoughtful. Chapter 15. Xiao Zhan's boyfriend. Before dawn, Xiao Zhan was roused from sleep by the hard floor. He wished to rest a little longer, but his aching body made it impossible to fall back asleep, so he rose early. Jiang Yan, who occupied the entire bed, slept soundly, stretching comfortably upon waking and feeling refreshed. Noticing that Xiao Zhan had left the bedroom, she glanced at the time and hurriedly got out of bed. Upon entering the living room, she saw Aunt Wen had already prepared breakfast, which reminded her that she had left her brother's house. Now, she could enjoy a delicious meal as soon as she got up. Good morning, Mr. Xiao. Xiao Zhan responded with a hum and began to eat, a hint of melancholy in his gaze. After finishing breakfast, Xiao Zhan took a phone call and left, while Jiang Yan devoured the remaining food. It must be said that aside from the black-bone chicken soup, Aunt Wen's cooking was quite delightful. Miss Jiang? Take your time. No need to rush. Jiang Yan glanced at the time and hurriedly wiped her mouth with a napkin. Aunt Wen, your breakfast is so delicious that I almost lost track of time. As she spoke, she grabbed her backpack and dashed out the door. As she rode her electric bike out of the community, Jiang Yan spotted a black Lamborghini parked by the roadside. Two cool-looking men stood beside the car, both impeccably dressed in suits, their long legs paired with stylish sunglasses, resembling international supermodels. As she approached and got a better look, her eyes widened in disbelief. One of them was none other than her husband. Mr. Xiao, the other man, while not as charming as her husband, possessed an extraordinary aura and was quite handsome. She watched as the unfamiliar man wiped the corner of Xiao Zhan's mouth, and then they both got into the car. Witnessing such an intimate scene, Jiang Yan instinctively covered her mouth. Is Mr. Xiao being picked up by his boyfriend? Am I being cheated on by a man? After a moment of shock, she remembered she was running late and hastily pedaled faster. Unbeknownst to her, Xiao Zhan had not noticed Jiang Yan behind him, as Zhou Yang drove him straight to the Jiang City Intermediate People's Court. Boss, we have all the evidence in place, coupled with lawyer Gong Manchu's skills. We are certain to win this case. Gong Manchu is regarded as a top-tier talent in the legal field in Jiang City. Any case she undertakes has a high chance of success, and she is known for her unyielding arguments, earning her the title of a superwoman. Yes, ensure that lawyer Gong is well compensated. Hearing his assistant Zhou Yang's confidence, Xiao Zhan finally relaxed a bit. That is a given, boss. You needn't worry. In truth, lawyer Gong was not short on money. She was the daughter of the Gong family, but she had a genuine passion and ambition for her profession. Coming from an affluent family, it was rare to find such an accomplished woman. Xiao Zhan held Gong Manchu in high regard, and Zhou Yang nodded in agreement. Xiao Zhan continued, I assume the Gong family's enterprise will fare well under Miss Gong's stewardship. Boss, it seems your information isn't as good as mine. I heard that Gong Tingyu intends to cultivate his son-in-law, Sun Xiang. This son-in-law is indeed quite capable at work, but he is ruthless and overly shrewd, with questionable integrity. Zhou Yang, who frequently attended various gatherings on Xiao Zhan's behalf, was privy to more gossip than Xiao Zhan. He had heard of Sun Xiang to some extent. It seems Miss Gong's taste in men is rather lacking. The Gong family is rather hasty in choosing heirs. Xiao Zhan's eyes, which had sparkled moments before, suddenly dimmed. Though the business world is akin to a battlefield, being excessively ruthless can lead one to a dead end. Indeed, I can't fathom what Gong Tingyu is thinking, Zhou Yang remarked, shaking his head with a sigh. Both men fell silent thereafter. 18 noon. In the cafeteria of the city hospital, Mu Xiaorong took a leave of absence, and Xiao Bai, having gotten his meal, took the initiative to sit with Jiang Yan. After discovering Xiao Zhan's secret, Jiang Yan found it hard to believe and wished to discuss it with a male counterpart to confirm her suspicions. Xiao Bai, what does it mean if a man dislikes women getting close to him, but instead is very close to men and even collects women's clothing? Does that even need saying? He's gay. Jiang Yan was taken aback for a moment before giving Xiao Bai a confirming look. It seems Mr. Xiao is indeed gay. What's wrong? Who is this man you're speaking of? Xiao Bai asked, looking puzzled at Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan smiled at him and replied, Oh, it's nobody. I was just asking casually. Xiao Bai, you're not suspecting me, are you? With this thought, Xiao Bai immediately raised his hand to swear. On my honor, I, Xiao Bai, swear to the heavens that I only like little fairies like Jiang Yan. My sexual orientation is absolutely without any issues. Ha ha ha. Watching Xiao Bai stand up seriously to make his vow, Jiang Yan burst into laughter, and nearby colleagues joined in as well. Xiao Bai, sit down. People are laughing at you. Jiang Yan, not wanting to draw so much attention, quickly urged Xiao Bai to take a seat. Let them laugh. I'm a pure straight man. Jiang Yan found herself at a loss with Xiao Bai, shaking her head as she continued to eat. Jiang Yan, what kind of man do you like? I am full now. Jiang Yan finished her last bite of rice, her cheeks stuffed as she said something before turning and jogging away. Hey, Jiang Yan, you haven't answered my question yet. Xiaobai picked up his tray and followed her. Calling out at 6:30 in the evening, Jiang Yan returned home to find Xiaozhan already there, having dinner. Come join me for a meal, Jiang Yan thought. Mr. Xiao is actually speaking to her first? Perhaps his boyfriend dropped him off at work, putting him in good spirits and making him more amiable towards her. Indeed, it seems that for the sake of reproduction, the opposite sex may act warmly. While the same sex embodies true love, little did Jiang Yan know, Xiaozhan's good mood stemmed entirely from Gong Manchu's success in helping the Xiao family win the lawsuit. During the morning's court session, Lawyer Gong had been late, which had alarmed the Xiao family. Fortunately, she arrived just in time before the hearing commenced, and with her exceptional eloquence and the favorable evidence she gathered, they successfully won the case, sparing the Xiao group from losing hundreds of billions. Later, Xiaozhan learned that Lawyer Gong had encountered a robber on her way, but fortunately, a good Samaritan intervened, scaring away the thief and recovering the evidence she had collected. Truly, the heavens were on the side of the Xiao family. Chapter 16. Going to the police station to rescue my brother. Just as Jiang Yan sat down to eat, she received a phone call from her brother. Yin, I'm locked up in the police station. Can you come? Hearing her brother mention the police station sent Jiang Yan into a panic. Brother, what happened? Yin, don't panic. I'm fine, just misunderstood. It turned out that her brother had encountered a woman who had been robbed while buying groceries on Ingbin Road that morning. He bravely chased off the robber and retrieved her stolen bag. However, after the woman left, the robber returned with accomplices to cause trouble for her brother. Sensing danger, he called the police, but the thieves accused him of intentional harm. Now, without the contact information of the stranger and with the road surveillance cameras out of order, he had no way to prove his innocence. Brother, why didn't you tell me sooner? Where's sister-in-law? Jiang Chun felt a mix of emotions, sighing deeply, distressed about his daughter at home. Zhao Liping rarely cared for their daughter, and the child was not close to her mother. Hui will surely cry if she doesn't see me. He had already called his wife Zhao Liping earlier, hoping she would come to the police station. But all he received was a scolding. He always felt that while she scolded him, she would never truly abandon him. Yet, as he waited from morning until afternoon, her absence weighed heavily on his heart. Although he was a son-in-law, he and his wife had dated and married out of affection. He had feelings for her. During their courtship, she had clung to him every day. Though a bit domineering, she cared for him deeply and spent generously on him. He had indulged her and pampered her. Yet now, brother, don't worry. I'll head over right now, Mr. Xiao. My brother is in a bit of trouble. I need to go to the police station. What happened to your brother? Jiang Yan recounted her brother's situation to Xiaozhan. This situation sounds eerily familiar. It resembles what Lawyer Gong mentioned. Xiaozhan suddenly realized something. On Ingbin Road, what happened, Mr. Xiao? Xiaozhan's eyes widened in astonishment. He never anticipated that his brother-in-law would inadvertently lend him a helping hand. Jiang Yan, there's no need for you to fret. I am acquainted with the lady who was robbed. She is our company's attorney. I shall call her immediately and request her presence at the police station to testify. Your brother will be just fine. Xiaozhan turned and made his way to the balcony, dialing Gong Manchu's number. Upon hearing that her benefactor had been implicated, Gong Manchu was incensed. Without hesitation, she agreed to head to the police station to provide her testimony. After concluding the call, Xiaozhan, disregarding his unfinished dinner, took Jiang Yan and drove straight to the Jiang City Police Department. I have already contacted Miss Gong. She will soon arrive at the police station to clarify the facts for your brother, and he will be released shortly. With both hands deftly maneuvering the steering wheel, Xiaozhan's long, fair fingers tapped rhythmically. At that moment, he yearned to meet the brother-in-law he had never encountered, astonished that it was he who had assisted Lawyer Gong. Thank you. Jiang Yan expressed her deep gratitude to Xiaozhan for helping her brother find a witness. As she gazed at the driving Xiaozhan, her eyes inadvertently fell upon his handsome visage. His chiseled features were exquisitely defined, and he was breathtakingly attractive from every angle. His narrow eyes concealed intelligence and strategy, exuding an air of nobility that compelled those near him to instinctively desire to submit. Such a remarkable man, and yet he was homosexual. Jiang Yan lamented this fact countless times in her heart, then turned her gaze to his straightened back and long legs, each aspect radiating infinite allure. Since the Creator had bestowed upon him such a fine physique and intellect, why had he not allowed him to continue his lineage? Observing her gaze, Xiaozhan raised an eyebrow. Mr. Xiao, when we meet my brother, I kindly ask you to put on a performance as well, if you would. The emphasis on the word performance was particularly pronounced by Jiang Yan. Understood. Xiao Zhan comprehended her intent in an instant. He would not fall short of the excellent performance she had delivered before their grandmother. An hour later, the BMW came to a halt in front of the police station. Brother. Spotting Jiang Chun standing at the entrance of the police station, Jiang Yan hurriedly approached. Brother, are you all right? Jiang Yan looked around but did not see Gong Manchu's figure. The Miss Gong you assisted has been here. She presented her dashcam footage, confirming the facts of the robbery. She gave me her business card, stating that I could contact her for assistance in the future. And then she left. Following closely behind Jiang Yan, Xiao Zhan approached with measured steps, extending his right hand amicably. Hello, brother. I am Xiao Zhan. After exchanging pleasantries, Xiao Zhan naturally took Jiang Yan's hand. The touch of Xiao Zhan's cool fingertips sent a shiver down Jiang Yan's spine. Causing her cheeks to flush slightly, Jiang Chen observed his sister's husband, tall and handsome, impeccably dressed, and exuding an extraordinary presence, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Such an exemplary man often posed a potential threat. However, seeing the closeness between Xiao Zhan and his sister eased his concerns somewhat. Hello. Miss Gong mentioned that you were the one who contacted her. Thank you, brother-in-law. Brother, we are all family, so no need for formality. Moreover, you have helped our company recover crucial evidence. We should be the ones expressing our gratitude. Jiang Chen's fondness for his brother-in-law increased as he trusted his sister's judgment. Xiao Zhan, I understand that both you and Yin Yan are busy with your careers. The wedding can be postponed, but our families should certainly have a meal together to get acquainted. Jiang Chen gazed at Xiao Zhan, increasingly fond of him, eager to see their marriage receive familial blessings soon. Of course, brother. In the coming days, Yin Yan and I will arrange a time for both you and sister-in-law to visit our new home. And we can all share a meal together. Xiao Zhan agreed promptly, and Jiang Yan beamed at his exceptional performance, offering him a broad smile. Xiao Zhan thought to himself, the brother-in-law had spared the Xiao family from losses amounting to hundreds of billions. This meal was indeed worth it. Chapter 17. Sisterhood. Xiao Zhan's BMW pulled up in front of a villa on Malin Street. This was Jiang Yan's brother's home, a gift from Zhao Yunpeng to his daughter Zhao Liping upon her marriage to Jiang Chun. The property was registered under Zhao Liping's name, considered her premarital asset. Yin Yan, why not stay for dinner before heading back? Jiang Chen disembarked from the vehicle, politely inviting his sister and brother-in-law, though he was inwardly anxious to see his daughter Hui Hui. Brother, you've worked hard all day. You should rest early. We won't impose. Xiao Zhan's tone was gentle, akin to that of a refined gentleman. Jiang Yan watched in astonishment. Mr. Xiao usually presented a tall, cold demeanor, occasionally emanating a chilling aura capable of freezing anyone in their tracks. Now, his performance before her brother was truly astonishing. It must be said. Mr. Zhao's acting skills were leagues ahead of her own, and she resolved to learn from him the art of seamlessly switching personas. Xiao Zhan maintained his composure, recognizing that the brother-in-law was indeed a blessing for the Xiao family and that courtesy was imperative. Jiang Chun felt increasingly pleased that his brother-in-law was not only handsome but also well-mannered. Bringing joy to his sister, after bidding farewell to Jiang Chun, Xiao Zhan gently ushered Jiang Yan into the passenger seat. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Chun couldn't help but feel envious. If only he and his wife could express their affection as openly as his sister and brother-in-law did. In a daze, Jiang Chun suddenly thought he heard the sound of his daughter's cries, prompting him to dash into the villa. What are you crying about? All you do is cry. It's infuriating. Zhao Liping's furious reprimand of her daughter coincidentally fell upon Jiang Chen's ears. Leaving them ringing, the child sat alone on the floor, weeping inconsolably, her cries heart-wrenching, her voice hoarse from prolonged sobbing. Hui Hui! Jiang Chen's heart ached at the sight, and he rushed forward to scoop his daughter up in his arms. Zhao Liping, this is your flesh and blood. How can you treat her this way? In an instant, Jiang Chun lost his composure, fury igniting in his eyes. Zhao Liping was equally furious. She had planned to go dancing with the driver Yuan Xiaola, but was delayed by her troublesome husband and the burden of their child. Just then, the phone rang. About to unleash a torrent of curses at Jiang Chen, Zhao Liping answered her mother's call and hurriedly left the house. Watching Zhao Liping's retreating figure, Jiang Chun could only sigh in resignation. On the other side, when Jiang Yan and Xiao Zhan arrived at Jinqiu Xingjing, it was already past 9 in the evening. Miss Jiang, Mr. Xiao, you have finally returned. Please, hurry and eat. Aunt Wen warmly beckoned them to dine. Having Aunt Wen in the house was a blessing. There was warmth and the aroma of cooked meals as soon as they returned home, making the entire place feel inviting. Upon entering, Jiang Yan immediately complimented Aunt Wen, then turned to wash her hands and rushed to the dining table. Xiao Zhan removed his outer jacket, changed into slippers, washed his hands, and quietly observed Jiang Yan as she ate, a faint smile occasionally gracing his face. Xiao Zhan thought to himself, Jiang Yan's brother was a paragon of righteousness, clearly a good person. As for her, she appeared quite innocent. Finding such an actress pleased him immensely. Watching the cozy scene before him, Aunt Wen smiled warmly, bringing a bowl of old duck soup to Jiang Yan's side. Miss Jiang, this is old duck soup I specially prepared for you. It's nourishing and won't cause heat that I assure you. It will help you withstand Mr. Zhao's advances tonight. Though her voice was soft, both Jiang Yan and Xiao Zhan heard her clearly. Xiao Zhan immediately averted his gaze, clearing his throat before retreating to the bedroom. Jiang Yan, feeling frustrated, covered her forehead with one hand. Aunt Wen, how can you be so oblivious? Mr. Xiao is actually attracted to men. And he has a boyfriend? Jiang Yan longed to confide in Aunt Wen but refrained, for Mr. Xiao had treated her with kindness. Moreover, had it not been for him, her brother might still be incarcerated. More importantly, if their grandmother discovered that Xiao Zhan was not interested in women, it would likely be a devastating blow for her. She had to continue the charade alongside Xiao Zhan. After dinner, as Jiang Yan was about to clear the dishes, Aunt Wen insisted she head to the bedroom. Finding Xiao Zhan still working with his notebook, Jiang Yan promptly entered the bathroom, showered, then lay down on the bed. After addressing several work-related queries from Zhou Yang, Xiao Zhan also took a shower and prepared to sleep on the floor. Watching Xiao Zhan as he set up his sleeping arrangement, Jiang Yan felt a twinge of sympathy. Today, Mr. Xiao had helped her brother, giving her a sense of reliance for the first time. Furthermore, since Mr. Xiao had no interest in women, she need not worry about any indiscretions on his part. Mr. Xiao, let's share the bed. Sleeping on the floor isn't good for your health. We may not be able to be husband and wife, but we can be sisters. Xiao Zhan froze in place at the mention of sisters. Jiang Yan wanted to be his sister? No, she clearly intended to lure him into her bed. With this thought, Xiao Zhan's expression darkened. Miss Jiang, we have a signed agreement. I hope you will honor it. Clearing his throat, he paused before continuing. I hope you do not harbor any improper intentions towards me. I have no such intentions. You may sleep wherever you like. Jiang Yan's face flushed crimson, wishing to expose him but holding back, for Mr. Xiao had concealed his sexual orientation from everyone. She wanted to preserve his dignity, especially since she was currently staying at his home, at the same time. Jiang Yan felt sympathy for Xiao Zhan, as his family would likely struggle to accept his relationship. Otherwise, he wouldn't be compelled to act so diligently, donning a facade that must surely be exhausting. Chapter 18. Gift-giving. The following morning, Jiang Yan awoke to find that Xiao Zhan had already left the bedroom. When she finished her morning routine and arrived in the hall, she still did not catch a glimpse of Xiao Zhan. Aunt Wen, where has Mr. Xiao gone? Why can't I find him? Mr. Xiao had to leave for an urgent matter at the company and didn't have time for breakfast. Jiang Yan replied with a brief acknowledgement and began to eat her breakfast. After finishing her meal, she hurriedly made her way to work. However, as she descended the stairs, she noticed Xiao Zhan's BMW parked unchanged in its space. He had not driven his own car to work. It seemed that Mr. Xiao had once again been picked up by his boyfriend. Jiang Yan sighed. In truth, Mr. Xiao was rather pitiable, having to put on an act in front of Aunt Wen in order to be with his true love. As she pondered this, she rode her electric bike, unconsciously arriving at the hospital. Yin Yin, come quickly. Our director is about to arrive. Jiang Yan hurriedly dashed to her close friend Mu Xiaorong's side. Rong Rong, where were you yesterday? You took a day off. Jiang Yan was delighted to see Mu Xiaorong back from her day off and immediately enveloped her in a hug. Don't mention it. My mom insisted that I take her shopping for clothes. Who would have thought she tricked me into going out just to set me up on a blind date with a stranger? Tricked you into a blind date? How was your date? Jiang Yan inquired curiously. What else could it be? The guy looked decent, highly educated, a PhD, but unfortunately, he was a total bookworm. I stared at him for 10 minutes. And he didn't even dare to lift his head, managing to say only 3 sentences in total. Later, my mom forced me to add him on WeChat, and as soon as I did, I blocked him. Thinking of Jiang Yan's cheap husband, Mu Xiaorong switched the topic. By the way, Yin Yin, has your cheap husband ever had any improper intentions towards you? Rest assured, Rong Rong, he would never have any ulterior motives towards me. In fact, he's worried I might have designs on him. Jiang Yan replied dully. Mu Xiaorong raised an eyebrow, not quite understanding Jiang Yan's words. Just as she was about to speak, Xiao Bai and several male interns swaggered past them, arms draped over each other's shoulders. Jiang Yan suddenly called out to Xiao Bai, I have a question I'd like to ask you. Xiao Bai had originally planned to sneak off to the restroom with his buddies for a smoke before the director arrived. But since the goddess needed him, he had no choice but to prioritize her over his friends. What is it? It's nothing much, just, if you liked a man, but your family disapproved, what would you most want your good buddy to do? Jiang Yan thought of Mr. Xiao, who had to constantly act, feeling sorry for him and wanting to share his burden, yet unsure how to help, hence she sought Xiao Bai's advice. Jiang Yan, I already told you last time. I'm a pure man, not interested in men. Xiao Bai replied with an expression of disbelief. I said, what if? If it were a hypothetical situation, I would wish for my good buddy's understanding and blessing. Xiao Bai scratched his head, still somewhat puzzled. All right, I understand now. You may leave, Xiao Bai. I can leave. What do you understand? Yin Yin, please don't misunderstand. I am truly a pure man, if you don't believe me. I can have my buddies testify for my innocence. Xiao Bai grew anxious, turning to fetch his buddies from the restroom to clear his name. Meanwhile, Mu Xiaorong immediately connected the dots and displayed an expression of shock. Yin Yin, could it be that your cheap husband is gay and likes men? Jiang Yan nodded helplessly. I discovered he has a boyfriend. Heavens! Isn't that a plot twist from a Dame novel? Mu Xiaorong was both astonished and furious. Yin Yin, you need to divorce him immediately. Why? Are you foolish? They are using you as a tool. You are being exploited. But Mr. Xiao treats me very well and has even helped my brother. My grandma also adores him. Watching Jiang Yan being taken advantage of while aiding the perpetrator only fueled Mu Xiaorong's anger. Yin Yan, I suspect that car accident was not an accident but a trap. You have been deceived. He is merely using you as a decoy to fool his family. Not only should you divorce him, but you should also buy him a set of lingerie to humiliate him. Listening to Mu Xiaorong's words, Jiang Yan's eyes widened. Although it was possible that she had indeed been used, Mr. Xiao had always been supportive of her, and he was exceptionally filial to her grandmother. He was a good person. She could not possibly buy lingerie to humiliate Mr. Xiao. Yet, she genuinely wanted to buy him a set of women's clothing to express that she did not harbor any prejudice against him. That's right. I can buy him a set of women's clothing and convey that I do not discriminate against him. I will understand him and wish him well. With this thought in mind, after work that afternoon, Jiang Yan hurried to a clothing store to select an oversized pink dress. Once the sales clerk had wrapped it up, she rushed back to her apartment with the gift in hand. By this time, Aunt Wen had prepared dinner. Miss Jiang, let us eat first. Mr. Xiao mentioned he would be working late and would return home quite late. What working late? He is clearly out on a date with his boyfriend. Jiang Yan sighed inwardly. True love was indeed true love, and as a mere tool, she could never compare. It wasn't until 11 at night that Xiao Zhan finally returned home. As soon as he entered the bedroom, he found Jiang Yan staring intently at him with an odd smile on her face. Why are you still awake? I bought a gift for Mr. Xiao and wanted to present it to you personally. Hoping you would like it, Jiang Yan eagerly handed the gift box to Xiao Zhan as a gift. Xiao Zhan was puzzled as to why this girl suddenly wanted to give him a present. Yet he accepted the box nonetheless. Mr. Xiao, you can open it now. I believe you will look beautiful in it, even more so than all the women. Listening to Jiang Yan's disjointed words, Xiao Zhan was even more confused. Yet he unwrapped the gift box as he gripped the pink dress tightly in his hands. His expression froze. Meanwhile, Jiang Yan began to speak at length. Actually, I've known about your secret for a while. I know Mr. Xiao likes women's clothing and that you have a boyfriend. I don't discriminate against people like you, as I study medicine and understand your situation well. Your sexual orientation is simply a personal preference and does not constitute a disorder in medical terms. You can be entirely yourself in front of me. I can treat you like an older sister. Enough. Xiao Zhan trembled in anger, ripping the dress apart. His face was a mix of frustration and disbelief. Who told you I like women's clothing and have a boyfriend? Seeing Xiao Zhan enraged, Jiang Yan stammered. I saw that there were women's clothes all over the room, and the decor was all pink. So I thought, let me tell you. This house is one I bought temporarily. The former owner was a woman. She was in a hurry to go abroad and didn't have time to pack her things. But I clearly saw you get into a luxury car the other morning. That man wasn't he your boyfriend? Xiao Zhan was on the verge of fainting. That was his assistant, Zhou Yang. He is my colleague. Not my boyfriend. After hearing Xiao Zhan's explanation, Jiang Yan wished she could find a hole to hide in. She picked up a pillow and walked towards the door. Hey, misunderstanding. You sleep in the bed tonight? And I'll take the sofa. Just as Jiang Yan opened the door, Aunt Wen's voice echoed. Miss Jiang, Mr. Xiao, is everything all right? It sounded like you were arguing. Xiao Zhan quickly pulled Jiang Yan back. Aunt Wen, please go back to sleep. We were just chatting. Miss Jiang, I hope you won't always think of such bizarre things in the future. With that, Xiao Zhan settled down on the prepared bedding. Jiang Yan buried her face in the pillow, collapsing onto the bed, too embarrassed to look at Xiao Zhan again. Chapter 19. Aftermath of the misunderstanding. The first rays of morning sunlight poured through the pink curtains onto Jiang Yan's bed. She was awakened by Xiao Zhan's voice, and glancing at the time, she saw it was only 7 o'clock. It was Saturday, and she had hoped to enjoy a leisurely sleep-in. Her gaze fell upon Xiao Zhan, who was on the phone, and she overheard him say, "Uncle Su, please bring the people over. I'll be waiting for you." After hanging up, Xiao Zhan's eyes landed on Jiang Yan. His gaze was deep and cold as he stated, "Miss Jiang, you should get up quickly. Don't hinder others from working." "Who am I hindering?" Jiang Yan blinked her beautiful eyes, momentarily confused by Xiao Zhan's inexplicable words. Since Mr. Xiao had said so, it was best for her to get up promptly. "Good morning, Aunt Wan." After getting out of bed, Jiang Yan greeted Aunt Wan while glancing at Xiao Zhan. She noticed his cold demeanor, exuding an aura that suggested he did not wish to be approached. Given the situation, Jiang Yan felt hesitant to apologize to him with Aunt Wan present. Suddenly, she thought of her phone, took it out, and opened WeChat to send Xiao Zhan a message. "Mr. Xiao, I misunderstood you earlier. I sincerely apologize." Ding. Xiao Zhan's phone chimed. Jiang Yan discreetly observed his reaction with the corner of her eye, only to see him maintain a serious demeanor, leisurely eating breakfast, seemingly indifferent to the message. Not wanting to dwell on him any longer, she focused intently on her meal. Ding dong. The doorbell rang, prompting Aunt Wan to dash out of the kitchen and promptly open the door. "Aunt Wan, Uncle Su has arrived." Aunt Wan exchanged pleasantries with a middle-aged man named Uncle Su before ushering him inside. Following Uncle Su were 6 young men dressed in gray work uniforms. "Mr. Xiao," Uncle Su greeted respectfully as he turned to the sitting Xiao Zhan. "Miss Jiang," Uncle Su also acknowledged Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan observed the scene with a sense of perplexity. After all, Mr. Xiao was merely a nouveau riche. What warranted such deference from the man named Su Shu? Was this the manner in which people regarded the wealthy nowadays? It seemed so. Yet Jiang Yan felt an inexplicable dissonance. "Su Shu, please follow me." With that, Xiao Zhan led Su Shu and 6 young men through the various rooms. Their conversation was audible, yet the specifics eluded her. She leaned closer to Aunt Wan and whispered, "Aunt Wan, what are these people here for?" Aunt Wan shook her head, equally puzzled. "Who knows? Mr. Xiao hasn't mentioned anything to me." Jiang Yan, feeling disinterested, thought it was not her place to concern herself with matters pertaining to Mr. Xiao's household. Suddenly, she recalled her plans to go shopping with her close friend, Mu Xiaorong. After a quick touch-up, she grabbed her bag and departed. At Tianyi Street in Jiang City. "Yan Yan, what made you think of inviting me out for shopping?" Mu Xiaorong quipped, "Usually, when I suggest a shopping trip, you're always buried in your books." She linked her arm with Jiang Yan, continuing her playful banter. "Xiaorong, I misunderstood Mr. Xiao. He is not gay." Jiang Yan, her expression sullen, winked at her friend in a conspiratorial manner. "What? He is not gay?" Then previously, Mu Xiaorong was taken aback by the shock and surprise her friend had just delivered. "Before, I was simply misinformed and misunderstood Mr. Xiao." Jiang Yan recounted the events leading up to her realization. Her friend listened with rapt attention. "Haha, Yan Yan, you are quite something. Mr. Xiao must be furious with you now." Mu Xiaorong laughed heartily, finding her friend's tale far more entertaining than any comedic performance. "Indeed. Although I apologized to him on WeChat, I still feel compelled to buy him a suit." "Well, that's reasonable. Considering he helped your brother, it's a worthy gesture." "Yan Yan, you're making me laugh uncontrollably. I can barely contain it." Jiang Yan remained silent. The two spent the morning shopping, and with Mu Xiaorong's guidance, they finally selected a black suit for Mr. Xiao. After leaving the mall, Mu Xiaorong returned home, while Jiang Yan rode straight to Jinxiu Xingjing. At noon, in the presidential office on the top floor of the Xiao Corporation building, Xiao Zhan reclined in his swivel chair, his left hand resting on its arm while he scrutinized a pink cup in his right hand, his eyes betraying a look of distaste. Knock, knock, the office door was rapped upon. "Enter." The scene of Xiao Zhan examining the cup fell into Zhou Yang's view. "There's something you need, President Xiao?" Zhou Yang, sensing his superior's unusual demeanor, spoke cautiously. "Throw this cup away and replace it with a black one." Xiao Zhan's gaze darkened, his tone frigid. Zhou Yang hurried forward, intending to take the cup from Xiao Zhan's hand, but Xiao Zhan abruptly set it down on the desk. "You take it." Zhou Yang was momentarily stunned, then picked up the cup from the desk. "I will dispose of it immediately and fetch you a black cup." Just as Zhou Yang was about to leave, he heard Xiao Zhan's voice again. "As the assistant to the president of the Xiao Corporation, you must be mindful of your conduct, particularly avoiding any physical contact with me to prevent any unnecessary misunderstandings." Zhou Yang retorted, "But we are both men. What misunderstandings could arise? What has gotten into you?" "Boss?" He bowed slightly, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. "Understood. I take my leave." Sitting in his swivel chair, Xiao Zhan watched Zhou Yang dash away, a smirk creeping onto his face. Meanwhile, Jiang Yan had already returned home. "Aunt One," she called out instinctively. After changing into her slippers and stepping into the living room, she noticed the silence. No response from Aunt One, nor sight of her anywhere. The entire house was eerily quiet. At that moment, Jiang Yan observed the changes in the living room decor. All the pink and red ornaments had been replaced with black and white ones. She pushed open the bedroom door and found that the entire room had transformed from how it appeared when she left that morning. The pink walls, bed linens, pillows, curtains, and lamps were all gone, replaced with shades of black, white, and gray. The same transformation had occurred in the other bedrooms. Even the pink trash can in the kitchen had been swapped for a black one. Realization dawned on her. Su Shu had come earlier to oversee this change. Jiang Yan couldn't help but chuckle, realizing that Mr. Xiao was using action to affirm his sexual orientation while also venting his frustrations. Feeling a wave of guilt wash over her, she placed the men's clothing in the bedroom before heading to the kitchen to prepare herself a bowl of noodles. Just as she was about to dig in, she heard the sound of the front door unlocking. Looking up, she saw Xiao Zhan entering with a briefcase in hand. "Mr. Xiao, what brings you back?" Typically, he didn't return home for lunch, and she had only made herself a bowl of noodles. "Can't I come back?" Xiao Zhan countered, his expression neutral as he scanned Jiang Yan with a glance. "No, Mr. Xiao, I didn't mean." Just as Jiang Yan began to clarify, Xiao Zhan approached her, leaning in closer. His hand rested on the chair she occupied, his upper body leaning towards her, his face almost brushing against hers. "Miss Jiang, what do you think of the current decoration of this house? Will it lead to any further misunderstandings on your part?" He gazed at her with a suggestive look, akin to a hunter eyeing its prey. Jiang Yan found herself at a loss. How could she withstand such proximity to this handsome man? Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, and she yearned to stand and escape, but Xiao Zhan offered her no opportunity to. No. Mr. Zhao's sexual orientation is perfectly normal. With no other recourse, Jiang Yan could only respond to his inquiry. "Oh, that's reassuring." Upon hearing her reply, Xiao Zhan straightened up, a smile gracing his lips as he retreated to the bedroom. Chapter 20. Grandmother says she misses you. Upon entering the bedroom, Xiao Zhan placed the documents he had left behind that morning into his briefcase. Just as he was about to leave, he spotted Jiang Yan entering. "Mr. Xiao, this morning I went out and bought you a suit as an apology for my earlier misunderstanding." In truth, Xiao Zhan had already seen the message Jiang Yan sent him that morning. His gaze fell upon the black suit, and his expression softened considerably. "I appreciate your kind gesture, Miss Jiang, but I already have plenty of clothes. You might as well give it to your brother." Jiang Yan smiled slightly. "This suit was tailored to your measurements. I fear it won't fit my brother." As she spoke, she extended the clothing towards Xiao Zhan, encouraging him to accept it. "Very well. Thank you." Xiao Zhan accepted the garment, placing it in the wardrobe. "Miss Jiang, do you have time this afternoon?" Xiao Zhan had returned at noon to retrieve a document and to delegate the afternoon's tasks to Zhou Yang. As his grandmother had called, wishing for her grandson to bring his granddaughter-in-law to visit her. "I have time. Is there something you need, Mr. Xiao?" Jiang Yan had initially planned to visit her brother and niece that afternoon, but given her marriage arrangement with Mr. Xiao, she felt compelled to postpone her personal plans. "Grandmother said she misses you and would like you to visit her." Xiao Zhan felt that ever since his grandmother had gained Jiang Yan as a granddaughter-in-law, he had been relegated to the background. The elderly lady had repeatedly requested to see Jiang Yan, having called several times. Just yesterday, he had been upset with Jiang Yan and had used an excuse to placate her. "All right, I can go this afternoon." With that, Jiang Yan exited the bedroom and resumed her seat at the dining table to continue her meal. 5 minutes later, having only eaten half her noodles, Jiang Yan noticed Xiao Zhan emerging from the bedroom, dressed in a black suit that exuded an air of maturity and sophistication. The manliness was palpable. Earlier, when they spoke in the bedroom, he had been clad in gray. As Xiao Zhan approached her, Jiang Yan noticed the emblem on the sleeve of his suit. She recognized that he was wearing the very outfit she had purchased that morning. She was astonished at how quickly he had donned the suit she had bought. However, it fit him perfectly. As the saying goes, clothes make the man. Yet Jiang Yan felt it was the suit that had found its rightful owner. The elegance and refinement of the attire were entirely accentuated by Xiao Zhan's impeccable physique and noble demeanor. "Mr. Xiao, I assume you haven't eaten yet?" Jiang Yan's gaze locked onto his face, her eyes meeting his. "No, Aunt Wen took the day off today. She had some matters to attend to." Xiao Zhan's eyes were calm, his demeanor gentle, entirely devoid of the previous aloofness. "Oh, I see. Would you like me to make you a bowl of noodles as well?" After a long morning of shopping, her legs were weary, and she had little desire to prepare a complex meal. Yet, Concerned that her nouveau riche husband might be finicky, she sought his approval. Sure. Just make it simple. Jiang Yan was pleasantly surprised to find Xiao Zhan to be so accommodating, unlike her sister-in-law, who always demanded that her brother prepare her favorite dishes, berating him if the taste was even slightly off. Half an hour later, they stepped out, and as soon as they got into the car, Jiang Yan realized something was amiss. Mr. Xiao, I can't possibly go visit grandmother empty-handed. Can I? When we pass by Qinglong supermarket, could you please stop? I'd like to buy some food for her to no need. I've already prepared everything. As he spoke, Xiao Zhan handed her an elegantly crafted long box. Jiang Yan gently lifted the lid to take a glance, revealing a luxurious silk scarf, resplendent in vibrant colors, perfectly suited to the esteemed temperament of the elderly lady. Mr. Zhao's thoughtfulness and consideration were truly commendable. Indeed, old Madame Xiao was fortunate to have such a dutiful and loving grandson. Before long, they arrived at the Municipal People's Hospital, and the two entered the ward in succession. Grandma, Jiang Yan called out before she even reached the bedside. Yin Yin has arrived. Come closer to Grandma. The elderly lady grasped Jiang Yan's hand, her face beaming with joy. Grandma, how is your health now? Jiang Yan inquired, her eyes filled with genuine concern. She seamlessly embodied the essence of her family's Mr. Xiao, yet she felt no fatigue, for her care for the elderly lady was heartfelt. Seeing you here has made all my ailments vanish. I feel splendid, she exclaimed, stretching her arms and legs as if truly unscathed. Beside her, Xiao Zhan revealed a long-forgotten smile, pleasantly surprised by his grandmother's evident affection for Jiang Yan, something he had not anticipated. That moment, pulling Jiang Yan before his grandmother on the street had indeed been a spontaneous decision. It was rare for someone to capture his grandmother's admiration. Her discerning eye seldom favored anyone so easily. He recalled how his second aunt had introduced a potential match, only for his grandmother to dismiss her, claiming that the girl had a malevolent heart and would not be permitted to linger near her grandson. Later, his second aunt confirmed that the girl was indeed troublesome, leading to a loss of credibility regarding her judgment in the eyes of the family. Grandma, this is a gift for you, Jiang Yan said, presenting the exquisitely packaged scarf to old Madame Xiao. Upon opening the box, a beautifully crafted silk scarf came into view. This scarf is truly lovely. Grandma adores it. Yin Yin has splendid taste. Old Madame Xiao beamed with delight. That moment, the third aunt, Bai Qilan, and cousin Xiao Jidong entered the ward. Xiao Zhan rose to greet his third aunt, and Jiang Yin followed suit, calling out Aunt Qilan. This is Jean Er's wife, Jiang Yin. The elderly lady hurriedly introduced, sister-in-law, Xiao Jidong, unlike his loquacious cousin Xiao Jibei, was more reserved, standing at 1.85 meters, with slightly mottled skin and refined features. He appeared mature and taciturn, his eyes deep like an ancient well. It's Yin Yin. Your grandmother often speaks of you, praising you as a wonderful child, he remarked. Jiang Yin maintained a smile, attentively listening to his third aunt's words. I heard from your grandmother that you and Jean Er have postponed your wedding. It's customary for both families to meet and share a meal, she said, her tone composed and gracious. Jiang Yin held a favorable impression of the Xiao family. They exuded warmth and refinement, in stark contrast to the ill-mannered tycoon Xiao family. What Aunt Qilan said makes perfect sense. I was just about to discuss this with Jean Er. Jean Er, have you and Yin Yin made plans to arrange a meeting with her family? Old Madame Xiao turned her gaze towards Xiao Zhan. Grandma, how does tomorrow sound? Xiao Zhan, who had been chatting with his cousin, stood up and approached old Madame Xiao. After all this time, he felt nearly invisible in his grandmother's presence. Very well, tomorrow it is, Jean Er. That outfit of yours looks brand new. Is that a new purchase? Old Madame Xiao's keen eye immediately noticed that her grandson was dressed differently than usual. Xiao Zhan typically donned bespoke suits crafted by renowned designers. Yin Yin bought it for me, he replied. Mr. Xiao is merely showing off for Grandma, Jiang Yan thought, increasingly convinced that her husband, if only he had pursued an acting career and won a Golden Horse Award, would have made a significant mark in the entertainment industry. Upon hearing her grandson's explanation, old Madame Zhao's eyes sparkled with joy as she took Jiang Yan's hand and said, Yin Yin, this is a gift I've prepared for you. The elderly lady then placed a jade bracelet on Jiang Yan's wrist and handed her a card, saying, take this card and let Xiao Zhan take you to choose a few nice outfits and accessories. Old Madame Xiao was genuinely fond of her eldest granddaughter-in-law. Third aunt Bai Qilan did not mind these gestures, knowing that Xiao Zhan had lost his parents at a young age. Thus, old Madame Xiao was particularly affectionate towards her eldest grandson. And neither she nor the second aunt, Xin Qingxia, felt jealous. The Xiao family lacked for nothing. They could have whatever they desired, and the gifts old Madame Xiao presented to Jiang Yin were of little concern to them. Grandma, why not keep this for yourself? I work in the hospital and rarely wear jewelry, Jiang Yan said, removing the jade bracelet from her wrist and attempting to return it along with the card to the elderly lady. It is a gift from you, so you should keep it, third aunt by Qilan advised. Xiao Zhan nodded in agreement. Old Madame Xiao placed the bracelet back on Jiang Yan's wrist and insisted on giving her the card once more. Jiang Yan ceased her refusals, allowing the elderly lady to gift her once again. Chapter 21. Shopping for clothes. Jean-Air, your third aunt and Jidong are here. Hurry and take Yin Yin out shopping. Make sure she looks splendid for tomorrow, old Madame Xiao urged her grandson. Brother, take sister-in-law out. Mom and I will be here, Xiao Jidong chimed in, with third aunt by Qilan agreeing. All right, then we shall take our leave. With his family's encouragement, Xiao Zhan led Jiang Yan out of the hospital. Driving his BMW, Xiao Zhan turned to Jiang Yan and said, Here, these are for you. As he handed her the jade bracelet and bank card that old Madame Xiao had given her. Keep the card and bracelet. It would be better for you to wear the bracelet when you see Grandma next time, he suggested. After hearing Xiao Zhan's words, Jiang Yan hesitated, withdrawing her hand. Mr. Xiao, just drop me off at my brother's house. Jiang Yan had not taken old Madame Xiao's words seriously, thinking Xiao Zhan would have no intention of taking her shopping. I will take you to select a few decent outfits and then drop you at your brother's house. Jiang Yan, momentarily stunned by Xiao Zhan's response, blinked in confusion before replying, Mr. Xiao, we have already left the hospital. There's no need to continue the charade. Xiao Zhan paused for a moment before slowly saying, Are you planning to meet my family dressed like this? If they see you in these clothes, they might think our relationship is strained, that I mistreat you. Jiang Yan looked down at her attire, feeling there was nothing wrong with it. All my clothes are carefully selected online. I think they are perfectly fine, she replied, gazing at Xiao Zhan with a puzzled expression. Oh, Miss Zhang's clothes are indeed fine. But since you will meet many people tomorrow, it would be wise to dress more appropriately, Xiao Zhan suggested, trying to be tactful that in truth, Jiang Yan's outfit was far less sophisticated than that of Aunt One. As his nominal wife, she deserved to be well presented. Otherwise, it would reflect poorly on him in front of his uncles and aunts. I understand. I can buy new clothes myself, so there's no need to trouble Mr. Xiao. She had intended to visit her brother and niece before shopping for a new outfit. If she had known earlier about meeting the family, she would have purchased something during her outing with her friends that morning. Do you think I want to accompany you shopping? It's simply that Miss Zhang's fashion sense leaves much to be desired, Xiao Zhan remarked. Jiang Yan cast him an annoyed glance, choosing to remain silent. Unfazed by her dissatisfaction, Xiao Zhan felt that any woman in Jiangqing would be thrilled to be invited by him to shop. It was a case of being oblivious to the privilege she held. Reluctantly, Jiang Yan followed Xiao Zhan to the entrance of a high-end clothing store. Upon glancing at the store's name, she tugged at Xiao Zhan's arm. Mr. Xiao, the clothes here are quite expensive. Let's look elsewhere. She had heard from her friends that items here started in the thousands and could reach tens of thousands. She had never ventured into such a place before. This is the place, Xiao Zhan declared and stepped into the store. Jiang Yan, suppressing her apprehension, followed him inside. Never having shopped for women's clothing before, Xiao Zhan simply settled into a corner with a sofa, content to let her browse. Take your time choosing and trying things on. If you find something suitable, buy it without regard for the price, he instructed. His implication was that she could pick whatever she liked, but Jiang Yan had no intention of purchasing anything too extravagant. In her view, she was an ordinary person, and wearing overly expensive clothing was unnecessary. The saleswoman, a middle-aged woman with years of experience, immediately assessed that Jiang Yan's boyfriend was not financially well off. Otherwise, why would he hide in the corner upon entering the store? This girl must be blind to have chosen such a shallow partner, she muttered under her breath, convinced that Xiao Zhan would not spend a dime. Despite his outwardly generous demeanor, she was certain he would find excuses to avoid paying if Jiang Yan chose something she liked. While Jiang Yan was sifting through clothes, a flamboyantly dressed woman entered, accompanied by a stout man with a beer belly. The man, though well-dressed, had a sleazy appearance, with shifty eyes that immediately fell upon Jiang Yan as she browsed. Sweetheart, feel free to pick out whatever you like here. Buy as many pieces as your heart desires, the flamboyant woman exclaimed, approaching Jiang Yan to select clothes alongside her. Jiang Yan glanced left and right, indeed spotting a few items she liked, but upon seeing the prices, she helplessly returned them to their places. The saleswoman, uninterested in Jiang Yan, began eagerly recommending items to the flamboyant woman, who ignored the sales pitch and turned her attention to the garments Jiang Yan had hesitated to purchase. Please wrap this for me, and that one as well, along with this, and everything else I fancy. Every piece of clothing that Jiang Yan set her eyes upon was swiftly purchased by a flamboyantly dressed woman. Oblivious to the unfolding drama, Jiang Yan continued her search for garments. When she finally selected another piece and was about to inquire about its price, the dazzling woman pointed at the item in Jiang Yan's hands and called out to the sales assistant. "I have taken a liking to the dress she is holding. Please wrap it up for me." Before Jiang Yan could comprehend the situation, the sales assistant snatched the dress away and shot her a disdainful glance. "Hand it over." The flamboyant woman received the pilfered garment, her face alight with satisfaction as she reveled in the thrill of the moment. Jiang Yan, rendered speechless, cast a bewildered look at the flamboyant woman and the portly man behind her. Upon seeing Jiang Yan's visage, the portly man noted not only her alluring figure, but also the ethereal beauty of her face. Her demeanor suggested she was an educated university student, yet her attire was rather modest, indicating she hailed from a family of lesser means, too timid to make purchases in such a store. How much better it would be if this woman were to become his lover rather than the unrefined and uncultured companion he currently had. He stroked his chin thoughtfully, his tongue darting out to lick his lips as he devised a strategy to approach Jiang Yan. Meanwhile, seated in a corner, Xiao Zhan was engrossed in arranging work for Zhou Yang via his phone, oblivious to the scene unfolding around him. "Young lady, are you shopping for clothes? This one seems quite appealing. Shall I purchase it for you?" The portly man approached Jiang Yan, his sudden appearance startling her. After a moment's pause, she resumed her selection of clothing. Noting her indifference, the portly man's desire for conquest intensified. "I believe we share a certain connection. Let us be friends. How about adding each other on WeChat?" He trailed closely behind Jiang Yan, his eyes greedily scanning her form, reluctant to divert his gaze. "Sir, please respect yourself. I do not know you. Nor do I wish to." Jiang Yan's irritation reached its zenith as she glared at the portly man. "My wife? Are you referring to her? So, if she consents, you would add me on WeChat, correct?" The portly man yanked the flamboyant woman closer. "Do you mind if I add her on WeChat?" The flamboyant woman cast a disdainful glance at Jiang Yan, her expression sour, yet she obediently nodded. "Get to know me, and I assure you, you will never run out of designer clothes and gourmet delicacies. Just add me on WeChat, and I will cover all the clothes you purchase today." The portly man spoke with confidence, convinced that no woman could resist the allure of wealth. Jiang Yan, incensed, retorted, "Get lost." The portly man, perceiving her lack of appreciation for his advances, snapped back, "Look at your pitiful appearance. I offer you a chance, and you throw it away with that." He raised his hand, aiming to strike Jiang Yan. Just as the moment hung precariously, a large hand seized his wrist with an iron grip. Slap, slap, slap. Xiao Zhan's other hand flew toward the portly man's face. Ah! The portly man staggered back, unable to retaliate before Xiao Zhan delivered a series of swift kicks, sending him tumbling out of the clothing store. Jiang Yan gasped in shock, astonished by Xiao Zhan's fierce defense. Soon after, Xiao Zhan made a phone call, and a contingent of security guards arrived promptly. As the security team approached, the portly man scrambled to his feet, shouting, "Hurry, he's attacking your customer. Customers are kings." The guards wasted no time in dragging him out, along with the flamboyant woman, into the mall's exterior. The portly man, fuming, cried out, "On what grounds are you expelling me? I will sue you for bullying customers." The head of security scoffed, "This is a shopping center owned by the Xiao family. Here, scoundrels and dogs are not permitted." Chapter 22. A touch more confidence would be beneficial. Jiang Yan stood by, utterly stunned. She had not anticipated Xiao Zhan would so boldly defend her. Even if he was merely upholding his masculine pride, she felt immense gratitude. She gazed intently at the tall, handsome man before her, noting his stern countenance marred by anger. "Continue selecting your clothes," he instructed, pulling her hand toward the store. Jiang Yan seemed lost in the recent tumult, allowing him to guide her. After a few steps, Xiao Zhan realized he had overstepped and quickly released her hand, inwardly perplexed. Why had he taken the initiative to grasp her hand? "And what of you? That scoundrel treated you poorly, yet you did not call for my help. You allowed him to bully you." To mask his earlier impulsiveness, he hastily reproached Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan, still flustered from his earlier gesture, felt her heart race and her cheeks flush, yet before she could respond, Xiao Zhan scolded her again. Who would have thought that man would be so shameless? I thought that if I insulted him, he would." Before she could finish, Xiao Zhan shot her a glare. "Did you truly believe he would simply let it go? Childish, naive." His words resonated with authority, and he looked at Jiang Yan with a frown. Jiang Yan pouted, her gaze cast downward, unable to meet his eyes, rendered speechless. "You continue choosing your clothes. I will step outside for a moment and return shortly." After stating this, Xiao Zhan exited the store. Jiang Yan nodded obediently. Although Xiao Zhan had just dealt with the portly man, his pent-up rage remained unaddressed. He pulled out his phone and called Zhou Yang, reporting the name of the clothing store where the incident had occurred, requesting that Zhou Yang check the afternoon surveillance footage to identify the troublemaking portly man. He intended to ensure the man faced dire consequences. Jiang Yan, on the other hand, had lost all desire to continue shopping at that store. The sales assistant's snobbish demeanor irked her. Just seeing her sparked anger within. What a disruptor. Unable to afford anything herself. Yet she chases away my customers, the sales assistant, rehanging the unsold garments, muttered curses against Jiang Yan, her eyes flashing with malice. The flamboyant woman had yet to finalize her purchases when such chaos erupted, resulting in the sales assistant losing a commission she had anticipated, placing the blame squarely on Jiang Yan's shoulders. Though the sales assistant seethed with anger, she did not dare confront Jiang Yan directly, having witnessed Xiao Zhan's formidable display of strength against the portly man. Aware that the man accompanying Jiang Yan was not to be trifled with, she felt anger without the courage to voice it. Jiang Yan suppressed her ire, having refrained from filing a complaint against the sales assistant, yet now found herself being belittled. She contemplated a suitable way to retaliate against the insufferable sales assistant. Xiao Zhan's entrance coincided with her hearing the sales assistant's vitriolic remarks, along with the hateful glare directed at Jiang Yan. Miss, have you found anything to your liking after all this time? The sales assistant sneered. Before Jiang Yan could respond, the assistant continued, but then again, our store's high-end clothing might not suit you. After all, how could someone dressed in such bargain bin attire afford the garments of the elite? If you cannot afford them, do not bother coming here to disrupt our business. The sales assistant glared at Jiang Yan, her frustration boiling over as she recalled the near sale that Jiang Yan had spoiled. Select your clothing, do not leave until you have chosen at least 10 items, and make sure they are the most expensive. Xiao Zhan's voice resonated with authority, commanding like a king issuing orders to his subjects. Miss, feel free to choose whatever garments you desire. I will be at your service. The sales assistant, who had just been glaring at Jiang Yan and mocking her, transformed her demeanor entirely upon hearing Xiao Zhan's decree. Her attitude shifting to one of servility. I do not need you. Bring your store manager to me. Xiao Zhan radiated an air of leadership, standing tall as his gaze swept across the store. The sales assistant's heart raced, overwhelmed by his commanding presence. She dared not resist but could only glare at Jiang Yan in frustration. What seems to be the issue, sir? I am the store manager here. As soon as the words left his mouth, a young woman entered the store. We refuse to have this sales assistant serve us. Please introduce my girlfriend to the various styles available in your store and recommend several outfits. Xiao Zhan's eyes burned with fury as he scrutinized the manager. The manager felt an uncanny familiarity with this man but could not place him. She had received a call from headquarters instructing her to personally attend to an important customer, prompting her hurried arrival. Realizing the situation, she understood that the sales assistant had offended this distinguished customer. The manager shot the sales assistant a scathing glare before demanding, "What on earth happened?" Before the sales assistant could utter a word, Jiang Yan recounted her entire experience, detailing the assistant's attitude throughout. The manager glared at the sales assistant, her voice laced with anger. "Is this how you treat customers? I will deal with you shortly." The sales assistant, visibly chastened, sought refuge in a corner. The manager turned to Jiang Yan, her demeanor warm and inviting. "Miss, please follow me. Choose any styles you like, and I will fetch the appropriate sizes for you." The manager enthusiastically began to showcase the garments in the store. By the way, what is the name of this sales assistant? Xiao Zhan inquired, casting a pointed look at the assistant. Her name is Zhao Nana. The store manager hesitated, wanting to inquire of the man before her why he was asking about Zhao Nana. However, upon catching a glimpse of Xiao Zhan's eyes, which gleamed like the edge of a knife, she felt a chill and refrained from speaking. 2 minutes later, while recommending clothes to Jiang Yan, the manager received a call from the headquarters. Soon, her voice, loud as a trumpet, echoed throughout the store. "Zhao Nana, go to the finance department to collect your salary and leave. We do not require a sales assistant like you." The manager understood that the individual she was serving must be a leader from headquarters. She could not afford to be ambiguous in this matter, lest she jeopardize her own position. Thus, she raised her voice several decibels, ensuring that the esteemed customer, Xiao Zhan, would hear her. Jiang Yan wished to defend herself. Yet she sensed that Xiao Zhan was no ordinary person. Surely, she must have offended someone significant to be dismissed so swiftly. The farce had finally come to an end. Under the manager's patient guidance, Jiang Yan tried on 10 outfits. The 10th ensemble included a long-sleeved white lace dress paired with a purple knitted shawl. The dress, a form-fitting mermaid style, flared at the hem reminiscent of a fish's tail, while the cuffs echoed this aquatic theme, elegantly accentuating Jiang Yan's curvaceous figure. She appeared stunningly alluring yet retained an air of grace and dignity. The manager, skilled in makeup and beauty, applied a light touch of makeup on Jiang Yan, braiding her hair into 2 twists, which she secured with a sunflower hair tie at the back. Jiang Yan looked incredibly pure, akin to a celestial being. Xiao Zhan inadvertently caught sight of Jiang Yan emerging from the fitting room, and his eyes widened in astonishment, momentarily captivated. He could hardly believe that the girl before him was indeed Jiang Yan, so different from the one who donned mundane attire and appeared unadorned each day. The current Jiang Yan exuded an air of sophistication, though she still bore a trace of youthful innocence and a hint of insecurity. "Mr. Xiao, does this outfit suit me?" Jiang Yan asked, her gaze meeting Xiao Zhan's, tinged with shyness and restraint. "It looks splendid. If you could exude a bit more confidence, it would be even better." Xiao Zhan observed Jiang Yan for a couple of seconds, his eyes revealing an undeniable admiration. Jiang Yan pondered to herself. It was not that she lacked confidence, but rather that she felt out of place in an environment that did not align with her identity and status. She lived within her own circle, diligently pursuing her career, and in that realm, she felt entirely self-assured. How could Mr. Xiao, the nouveau riche, possibly comprehend the psychology of a Cinderella like her? The manager continued to suggest more outfits, but Jiang Yan firmly declined. "This one is sufficient," she said decisively, looking confidently at the manager. After changing out of the white lace dress, she donned her own clothing. While the garments were undoubtedly high-end, crafted from exquisite materials, she felt an odd discomfort wearing them. Coming from a humble background, she felt that such luxurious attire did not align with her identity. It was not her own, and she found comfort in her more affordable clothing. Yet, for the sake of accommodating Mr. Xiao, she felt compelled to comply. "Have you selected enough outfits?" Xiao Zhan inquired seriously as he watched Jiang Yan emerge from the fitting room in her old clothes. "Mr. Xiao, there is truly no need to purchase 10 outfits. I do not require so many. Since you believe the white dress is lovely, I shall take that one." She met his gaze with sincerity. "Manager, please pack that white dress along with all the others I tried on." Xiao Zhan's commanding tone left no room for dissent, and Jiang Yan regarded the man before her with an expressionless face. A fleeting wish began to blossom within her, yet she quickly shook her head, eager to dismiss any fanciful notions from her mind. Chapter 23. Mr. Zhao's culinary skills are remarkably impressive as the lights twinkled to life. The manager had neatly packaged the 10 outfits according to Jiang Yan's measurements, placing them on the counter. Xiao Zhan approached to settle the bill. "Good day, sir. Your total comes to 120,000 yuan. Without hesitation, Xiao Zhan produced a black card. "Charge it. 120,000. Jiang Yan swallowed hard, taking a deep breath and placing her hands on her chest to steady herself. She estimated that even if she abstained from eating or drinking for an entire year, she could not amass such an amount. However, as Mr. Xiao insisted, she chose not to object further. Upon exiting the clothing store, Xiao Zhan drove Jiang Yan to a supermarket, where they emerged with an armful of lavish gifts. "Mr. Xiao must be visiting someone of great importance, which is why he is purchasing such extravagant gifts. It appears I will not be visiting my brother's home after all," she thought, unable to suppress her curiosity. "Mr. Xiao, where are we headed?" By now, the sky had darkened completely, and as Jiang Yan gazed up at the starry expanse, a pang of longing for her brother surged within her. "We are going to see your brother. I am formally inviting them to dinner at our home tomorrow." Jiang Yan momentarily felt as if she had misheard. She stared at Xiao Zhan in astonishment. "Get in the car," before she could fully process what was happening. Xiao Zhan had already placed the pile of gifts in the trunk, which was now overflowing. He then opened the car door for Jiang Yan. Still in a daze, Jiang Yan quickly climbed into the vehicle. The earlier expenditure of 120,000 yuan for her clothing, combined with the 50,000 yuan spent at the supermarket, totaled 170,000 yuan. She was still quite taken aback by the amount. His spending on her was merely a performance in front of his relatives, an attempt to salvage his so-called reputation. However, spending such an extravagant sum on her brother left her perplexed. Even if Mr. Xiao was wealthy, he could not be foolish enough to squander money recklessly. The car drove toward her brother's residence. Jiang Yan turned to gaze out the window, lost in thought. Xiao Zhan found nothing amiss, given that this so-called brother-in-law had helped the Xiao group recover from significant losses. Spending this amount on a benefactor seemed trivial, a mere drop in the ocean. 20 minutes later, the car stopped in front of her brother's house. The two of them carried an array of gifts into the villa. "Brother!" Jiang Yan called out upon noticing the living room was empty. Jiang Chan emerged from the kitchen. Responding as he did, he was clad in an apron, rubber gloves on his hands, with water droplets and smudges of grime on his face. Evidently the result of using dirty gloves to wipe his face. "Brother, what are you doing? How did you get dirt on your face?" Jiang Yan set down the gifts and hurriedly inquired. "It's nothing. Just a clogged drain," he replied, glancing at the sight of Xiao Zhan standing in the living room. Xiao Zhan approached and said, "Please, sit down. I will have everything ready shortly." Seeing his sister's husband arrive and realizing his own disheveled appearance, Jiang Chun felt somewhat embarrassed and quickly tidied up the kitchen, intending to change into clean clothes. "Brother, do you need any help?" Xiao Zhan asked, smiling amiably. No, it's already fixed. Please, take a seat on the sofa while I change." Xiao Zhan's demeanor, as if he were one of the family, alleviated Jiang Qin's embarrassment. After all, he had only met his brother-in-law a few times, and revealing his domestic side in front of him felt slightly awkward. Once the drain was unclogged, Jiang Qin busied himself tidying up the surrounding mess. Shortly thereafter, he reappeared in the living room, dressed anew. Upon seeing the pile of gifts in the living room, he was taken aback. "This is far too much. You could have simply visited without bringing so many things. You will need money for your own home in the future. If you continue to bring such extravagant gifts, I shall not welcome you again." With that, he shot Jiang Yan a mock stern look. "Brother, this is nothing. Just a small token of my appreciation," she replied. Xiao Zhan, seated on the living room sofa, took a puff of his cigarette, flicking the ash into the ashtray on the coffee table, and stood up. "I appreciate your kindness, but please refrain from bringing such quantities in the future." As he spoke, he surveyed the living room. Noting the numerous toys scattered about, along with piles of trash that had yet to be cleared away, he felt a wave of embarrassment at the untidiness of his brother-in-law's home. Jiang Chen hurriedly resumed tidying up, chiding Jiang Yan and Xiao Zhan for their extravagant spending, urging them to save money while they were young. "Brother, this is nothing. Just a small token of my appreciation," Jiang Yan reiterated as she assisted her brother with the cleanup. Jiang Chen explained, "During the day, Hui Hui was playing in the living room, and after cleaning up, it was messy again in no time. Just as I was about to tidy up after Hui Hui fell asleep, I discovered the drain was clogged while washing the dishes and ended up spending quite some time fixing it." Jiang Chen rambled on about the minutiae of daily life. "Where's your sister-in-law?" Xiao Zhan inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity about why a grown man was so preoccupied with the domestic sphere, attending to both the child and the kitchen. "She is busy with work and often does not return until very late." Jiang Chen replied he was well aware of his wife's shortcomings but could not voice such thoughts in front of an outsider, as it would reflect poorly on him. After finishing the cleanup, Jiang Chen took out the trash and said, "You two enjoy some television while I dispose of this and then prepare dinner." As he turned to leave, Xiao Zhan suggested, "Let's dine out. It's too much trouble to cook at home." Ultimately, after much insistence from Jiang Chen, they decided to eat at home. Xiao Zhan rose and casually asked Jiang Yan, "Do you know how to cook?" "Of course. I used to cook at my brother's house, and I'm quite good at it." "Then let's get started. You can assist me." Upon hearing that she was to assist Xiao Zhan, Jiang Yan was taken aback. She felt that Xiao Zhan's gestures might be somewhat excessive, showering her with expensive gifts and even cooking for her, which left her quite astonished. As the two entered the kitchen, Xiao Zhan donned an apron and swiftly joined Jiang Yan in the tasks of picking, washing, chopping, and stir-frying vegetables. His proficient handling of the wok resulted in a delightful stir-fry. Jiang Yan watched in awe, utterly astonished by Mr. Zhao's culinary skills. Even Jiang Chen, who had just returned from taking out the trash, was equally surprised by this scene. It was hard to reconcile the act of cooking with the refined and handsome figure of her brother-in-law, who exuded a commanding presence. The image was starkly incongruous with Xiao Zhan's persona. "You two take a break. I'll handle this," Jiang Chen exclaimed as he ushered Xiao Zhan out of the kitchen. "Brother, you needn't treat me like a guest. We are family. Look, we're just a couple of dishes short. This will suffice. You only need to serve the food at the table later," Xiao Zhan replied while continuing to cook. Hearing his brother-in-law's words and watching his dexterous cooking filled Jiang Chen with a surge of joy. He thought to himself how fortunate his sister was to have such a man. "Brother, just prepare the bowls and chopsticks. We're about to eat," Jiang Yan exclaimed, her face alight with excitement as she observed Xiao Zhan's performance. Her smile unwavering. She found herself secretly wishing that this moment were genuine. The fleeting thought made her realize how fanciful her imagination was, prompting her to shake her head vigorously. After a flurry of activity, a sumptuous dinner of 6 dishes and a soup was finally served on the dining table. Jiang Chen urged his brother-in-law to sit down. while Jiang Yan fetched the finest wine to toast him. As Xiao Zhan and Jiang Chun sat at the dining table, they engaged in light-hearted conversation while enjoying their meal. "Brother, in such a grand villa, don't you employ a housekeeper?" Xiao Zhan remarked. Having noticed the absence of any servants since his arrival, pondering why the Zhao family, despite their wealth, did not hire even one maid, which seemed to imply that they used Jiang Chun as a household manager. "No, primarily because I'm not working. I do not want to waste that money," Jiang Chen replied, a flicker of melancholy and restraint crossing his face. Xiao Zhan, however, picked up on Jiang Chen's mood and was entirely convinced that his benefactor was feeling quite constrained in his role as a son-in-law in the Zhao household. He felt a deep sympathy for his so-called brother-in-law and benefactor's plight and wanted to assist him, yet he was uncertain about Jiang Chen's vision for his own life. He feared that any unsolicited suggestions or help might come across as intrusive. Nonetheless, Xiao Zhan resolved that as long as Jiang Chen had his own opinions and aspirations, he would extend his support, if only out of respect for the admirable qualities of this brother-in-law and the gratitude he owed him for his family's kindness towards the Xiao group. Chapter 24. "Let him take the blame. I never expected your culinary skills to be this remarkable," Jiang Chen exclaimed as he tasted a bite of the dish, savoring its delightful flavor, and lavished praise upon his brother-in-law. "Indeed, your cooking is quite impressive," Jiang Yan chimed in, eagerly shoveling rice into her mouth, her eyes gleaming with satisfaction as they fell upon Xiao Zhan. "You see, I'm only doing this for your brother's sake." With hearts brimming with contentment, the three of them finished their dinner in high spirits. After the meal, Xiao Zhan and Jiang Yan departed. Along the way, Xiao Zhan inquired about Jiang Chen's situation, to which Jiang Yan candidly recounted her brother's marital status. In conclusion, she declared, "I will strive diligently to master my profession, earn a substantial income, and help my brother become independent and free from that Zhao family's clutches of deceit." She recounted the misdeeds of her sister-in-law's family, and Xiao Zhan listened intently. After all, he and Jiang Yan were not genuinely married, so he had no fear of her belittling him because of it. Thus, she felt liberated to speak her mind. What surprised her was how seriously Xiao Zhan seemed to take her words, appearing genuinely concerned for her brother's well-being. She suddenly recalled how, upon Jiang Chen's release from the police station, Xiao Zhan had expressed gratitude to him. Perhaps her brother's act of valor had indeed been of significant assistance to Mr. Xiao in his professional endeavors. This realization made Xiao Zhan's kindness towards her brother all the more understandable. Nevertheless, she remained grateful to Xiao Zhan, for his actions demonstrated that he was indeed a man of gratitude and virtue. At that moment, Jiang Chun was facing his own troubles. Shortly after Xiao Zhan and Jiang Yan had left, Zhao Liping and her parents arrived at the small villa where he resided with Zhao Liping. "Jiang Chen, hand over all the money Liping gave you." Zhao Yunping stormed into the villa, his temples throbbing as he shouted at Jiang Chun. "Dad, what money? Liping gives me a mere 5,000 yuan each month for living expenses." Jiang Chun took a deep breath. Though he was not earning, it was not entirely by choice. Wasn't it Zhao Yunpeng who had pressured him into becoming a stay-at-home husband? Now, would he demand the 5,000 yuan living allowance back as well? 200,000. Liping said she secretly misappropriated 200,000 from the company to give to you, for you and Hui Hui. "I just want to know if that 200,000 is with you." Jiang Chen's jaw nearly dropped in shock. Every month, Zhao Liping provided him with 5,000 yuan, which he meticulously managed to make ends meet. Now, she had actually embezzled money from her father's company and intended to pin the blame on him. Jiang Chen was, of course, unwilling to accept this. He was about to speak when Zhao Liping and her mother rushed to his side. Breathless, Zhao Liping grabbed Jiang Chen and bolted upstairs, ignoring Zhao Yunping's calls. Once inside the upstairs bedroom, Zhao Liping quickly locked the door. "Jiang Chen, I beg you, just admit that I gave you 200,000. Otherwise, I will lose my right to withdraw money from my father's company, and our little family won't see a dime from there. You know my father's temper?" Zhao Liping's expression was frantic, her words tumbling out in a rush. "Zhao Liping, listen carefully. I will not cooperate with you by admitting that you gave me 200,000, no matter your reasons for misusing your father's company funds. You will bear the consequences of your own actions. I will not clean up after you. If you refuse to provide living expenses for me and Hui Hui, I, Jiang Chun, can go out and earn a living myself. You cannot interfere any longer." Jiang Chun was unwilling to endure any longer. His marriage with Zhao Liping had become exhausting and deeply unfair. He was a man too. "Jiang Chun, how can you be so heartless? After all, I did give you a daughter. Do you have any idea how painful it was for me to give birth to Hui Hui?" The mention of their daughter only fueled Jiang Chen's fury. He gritted his teeth and bellowed, "Zhao Liping, since Hui Hui was born, have you ever taken care of her even once? Have you ever changed her diapers? Fed her milk? nursed her when she was ill, or celebrated her birthday. How dare you bring up Hui Hui? Are you even worthy of being her mother? Ask Hui Hui if she wants a mother like you. She doesn't even know what a mother is. After releasing his pent-up frustration, Jiang Chun felt a weight lift from his chest, a much-needed relief after countless moments of restraint that had left him feeling suffocated. His heart beat erratic. He had even suspected he might have heart disease. Later, an old Chinese medicine practitioner had diagnosed him with liver qi stagnation due to repressed anger. His sister, being a practitioner of traditional medicine, could have helped, but he refrained from asking her out of concern for her worry. You, Jiang Qin, since you have chosen to treat me this way, do not blame me for being ungracious. Zhao Liping's face flushed crimson with rage as she shot a furious glare at Jiang Qin before storming out of the bedroom. She had already spent most of the 200,000 yuan she misappropriated from her father's company, and with her father now pursuing the matter so closely, she found herself unable to repay the sum. She decided to push the blame onto Jiang Qin, claiming that she had purchased items for him and Hui Hui. Dad, I truly spent that 200,000 on Jiang Qin and the child. I promise to be more cautious in the future and will not spend so extravagantly again. Please calm down. The money was all spent on your son-in-law and granddaughter. Unable to concoct a better excuse, Zhao Liping resorted to this narrative, hoping her mother could lend her 200,000 from her personal savings to cover the GAP'd in front of Zhao Yunpeng. She explained while attempting to pacify her irate father, occasionally resorting to the cute antics she had employed as a child. She distinctly remembered that no matter what mistake she had made as a child, a little charm and a good cry would always win her parents over in the end. She hoped to employ the same strategy this time. 200,000. Liping, you claim you spent it all on the child and Jiang Chun. Do you have any receipts? Although the Zhao family was wealthy, Zhao Yunpeng was far from foolish. It had barely been a week since his daughter had squandered that 200,000 yuan. He was not opposed to her spending but insisted on knowing where the money had gone. After all, he, Zhao Yunpeng, had come from humble beginnings, having been poor as could be, with friends and relatives avoiding him. Though he spoiled his daughter, he understood that money did not grow on trees. Dad, here are the receipts, Zhao Liping said, pulling out a stack of receipts from her bag. Dad, look, this receipt is for a watch I bought for Jiang Qian, and this one is for… Zhao Liping went through each receipt, explaining what each purchase was for, adding, Dad, I saw how hard Jiang Qian worked caring for the child, so I bought him these things. Please don't be angry. Zhao Liping knew that her father, Zhao Yunpeng, was pleased with Jiang Qian as a son-in-law, but was also aware that she and her mother often bullied him, nitpicking at every little thing. She believed her father, seeing how hard Jiang Qian worked to support the family, would not pursue the matter too closely, especially considering Hui's welfare. Zhao Liping, what nonsense are you spouting? When did you spend 200,000 on me? I know nothing about it. How can you lie so brazenly and not fear retribution? Jiang Qin glared at Zhao Liping, his body trembling with rage. Where have I been speaking nonsense? I purchased something for you, and how can you refuse to acknowledge it? Zhao Liping's shamelessness is truly astonishing. Jiang Qin, witnessing Zhao Liping's south intent to place the blame squarely on him, found himself unwilling to compromise as he had in the past. Zhao Liping, let us go. We shall take these receipts and check the surveillance footage to see exactly to whom these items were purchased. He stood up, intending to seize Zhao Liping's hand and verify each receipt one by one. At that moment, Zhao Liping's mother stood up to defend her daughter, stating, My daughter bought this for you. And we have no objections, yet you refuse to acknowledge it. This is entirely your fault. The words of Zhao Liping's mother were delivered with a sense of righteousness, reminiscent of a just parent standing up to speak the truth. Jiang Qin was nearly overwhelmed with anger, shouting, You and your daughter should cease this nonsense before me. If you dare, let us step outside and investigate. With that, he declared, Enough. Silence. Tomorrow I will convene a board meeting. From now on, Zhao Liping, you shall not abscond with even a single cent of the company's funds. After speaking, Zhao Yunpeng departed. From Jiang Qin's expression and reaction, Zhao Yunpeng understood that the 200,000 was certainly not spent by his daughter, Zhao Liping, on her husband or niece. However, he could not state this outright. This daughter had been spoiled and headstrong, and apart from Jiang Chun, he could hardly imagine anyone else who would tolerate her. He was determined to uncover the fate of that 200,000. Chapter 25. A marriage under another's roof. After Zhao Yunpeng's departure, Zhao Liping and her mother commenced a personal attack on Jiang Qian. You are married to my daughter. When trouble arises, should you not support each other? Even if the money was not spent on you, could you not bear this burden for Liping's sake? Do you possess any sense of responsibility as a man? The mother-in-law spoke without a hint of shame. Mom, stop speaking of him. I no longer wish to be with her. Let him leave. Let him leave with nothing. The wife's outright proposal for divorce left Jiang Chun's heart cold. Zhao Liping spoke with resolute indignation. Enough. Cease your heated words. The mother-in-law shot a disapproving glance at Zhao Liping, as she did not support her daughter's decision to divorce. She was well aware of her daughter's nature. Jiang Chun remained silent, retreating to his daughter's room, closing and locking the door behind him. He sank onto the sofa in the bedroom, lighting a cigarette and taking a deep drag, slowly exhaling the smoke. He truly wished to remain in this home for even a moment longer. He had grown weary of living in someone else's domain. He found himself utterly at a loss against the shamelessness of his mother-in-law and wife. Now, thoughts of divorce occupied his mind, but he needed to secure employment swiftly to fight for custody of his daughter. He could not imagine a life without her, nor could she bear the absence of a father. Should custody be taken from him by Zhao Liping, she would undoubtedly remarry. With her temperament, it was difficult to envision anyone enduring her for long. In such a scenario, Zhao Liping would surely attribute the misfortunes of her marriage to their daughter, and it was certain she would mistreat her, just as she had imposed unfounded accusations upon him earlier. It was hard to fathom what else she might do. Yet, he already had an answer regarding the 200,000. He simply did not wish to acknowledge it. Witnessing a family in ruins was something no one desired. And in all fairness, he believed he, Jiang Chun, had shown the utmost patience. However, with someone like Zhao Liping, he saw no glimmer of hope. His forbearance had only invited further encroachment. Observing his daughter lying on the bed, he noticed her extinguish the cigarette she had just taken a puff from. From his pocket, he retrieved a business card belonging to Gong Manchu, scrutinizing it before ultimately placing it back in his pocket. Xiao Zhan drove Jiang Yan through the bustling streets, the urban nightscape captivatingly beautiful. Jiang Yan remained silent, gazing out at the enchanting scenery, as this city's night view was her favorite. Is your brother usually the one taking care of the children at home? Xiao Zhan's words pulled Jiang Yan from her reverie. She turned to face him. Yes, my sister-in-law's family doesn't allow my brother to work. He is solely responsible for looking after the kids. And my brother is now also quite uneasy about leaving Hui with his wife or anyone else. She continued to gaze out the window. What is your brother's educational background? Does he have any plans to seek employment? Jiang Yan quickly responded. Oh, my brother graduated from a bachelor's program at He University. Back in his day, he was the best student in our village's cohort. However, my brother married into my sister-in-law's family and now feels tied down by the children. As she spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. Xiao Zhan admired Jiang Chen's unwavering integrity, defending strangers and dedicating everything to his sister. Perhaps this was the essence of what true parents ought to be. Xiao Zhan retrieved a tissue from the car and handed it to Jiang Yan. Once her emotions had calmed slightly, he continued, Hui will turn 3 next year. Once she starts kindergarten, my brother has said he will seek employment again. And no one will be able to stop him. Previously, my brother worked in business and was quite skilled at this point. Jiang Yan choked on her words, unable to continue. She was not typically one to cry easily. But whenever her brother was mentioned, her tears flowed like an uncontainable flood. Xiao Zhan refrained from asking any further questions, and a heavy silence enveloped them. By the time Jiang Yan and Xiao Zhan arrived at Jinqiu Shengjing, it was already 10:30 in the evening. Along the way, Xiao Zhan had been troubled by thoughts of his brother-in-law's precarious marriage, but hearing from Jiang Yan that her brother was principled and educated brought him some relief. He was not inclined to assist someone lacking resolve, a person who could not be relied upon. Upon reaching home, Aunt Wen was absent, and the two of them took their showers before retiring to their respective rooms for the night. Jiang Yan lay on her bed, feeling utterly fatigued, her heart weighed down by thoughts of her brother. She collapsed onto the bed, feeling a sense of grounding as if she had finally returned home. Moreover, no longer sharing a room with Xiao Zhan meant she could sleep freely in any position, without fear of being seen. Before long, she drifted into a deep slumber. Xiao Zhan, finally free from sleeping on the floor, finished his shower and lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to find respite. Although he had a history of insomnia, he had managed to sleep well during the days he shared a room with Jiang Yan. Even while sleeping on the floor, yet tonight was different. He felt entirely restless, with no hint of drowsiness. Images of Jiang Yan bustling about in her brother's kitchen earlier that day surfaced in his mind. This girl handled household chores with such ease, suggesting she had certainly done her fair share of work in her brother's home. A smile crept onto his lips as he reminisced. His thoughts then drifted back to the tragic car accident that had claimed his parents. He had been so young at the time, with memories only forming later. One day, while in elementary school, He had overheard a conversation between his grandmother and second uncle after school. If only someone had taken your older brother and sister-in-law to the hospital sooner, they would have been saved. The doctor said it was too late for them. Sighing, he remembered his grandmother's sorrowful cries as he stood outside her bedroom door, quietly wiping away tears, afraid to disturb her. Now, knowing that Jiang Yan's brother had been there to help Lawyer Gong during a robbery, it was a rare kindness indeed, especially considering they were strangers. If only his parents had encountered someone as selfless as Jiang Yan's brother, perhaps they would still be alive. Sitting up, Xiao Zhan walked to the garden-like balcony, lit a cigarette, and leaned against the railing, gazing out at the vast nightscape of Jiangsheng. His yearning for his parents intensifying in that moment. In the first half of the night, Xiao Zhan wrestled with insomnia, and only in the latter half did he return to his room, yet sleep continued to elude him. The emptiness of his room felt as though something vital was missing. Suddenly, he longed for someone with whom he could share a conversation. Chapter 26. Preparing for the family banquet the next morning, Jiang Yan awoke naturally, suddenly realizing she had overslept. Grabbing her phone, she checked the time. 7:30. Remembering that her brother was to meet with the Xiao family today. She quickly texted her supervisor to request a day off. After dressing hastily, she rushed to the living room, glancing around only to find no sign of Xiao Zhan. She still needed to discuss with him the details of the meeting between both families, especially how many people from the Xiao side would be attending, so she could prepare the ingredients. Just as she was about to knock on Xiao Zhan's door, she heard the sounds of cooking coming from the kitchen. She hurried over to Mr. Xiao. "You're up quite early," Jiang Yan said, her eyes filled with a hint of shyness as she rolled up her sleeves to help. "No need for your assistance. It's almost ready. Wash your hands and prepare to eat." Having witnessed Xiao Zhan's culinary skills at her brother's home the previous evening, she was particularly eager for his cooking. Jiang Yan hurried to pour the warmed milk and quickly brought the stir-fried noodles that Xiao Zhan had prepared to the dining table. She then sat obediently, like a schoolgirl, washing her hands and dutifully taking her seat at the table, a smile lighting her face as she awaited Xiao Zhan. "Thank you, Mr. Xiao, for your hard work. I'll make sure to wake up earlier to cook in the future." Jiang Yan beamed at Xiao Zhan as he emerged from the kitchen, still a bit bashful. "Let us eat," Xiao Zhan replied indifferently, his tone and expression revealing little of his emotions. "Mr. Xiao, how many people do you expect from your family today?" "I've taken a day off and plan to go out shortly to buy some vegetables and fruits. I'm unsure how much to purchase after we finish eating. We can go together. Grandma, my second uncle and aunt, as well as my third uncle and aunt, and my 4 cousins will all be coming over," Xiao Zhan said, taking a bite of his food. "All right, sounds good," Jiang Yan readily agreed. After all, this was not merely a trip to the market for clothes. Having an unfamiliar man accompany her made her feel somewhat uneasy. The weight of the vegetables and fruits was considerable, making it indeed necessary for a man to assist with such physically demanding tasks. However, a sense of nervousness lingered within her, especially with so many members of the Xiao family expected to arrive. Facing a multitude of unfamiliar faces while assuming the role of Xiao Zhan's wife quickened her heartbeat at the mere thought. She took a deep breath, turning her head to exhale slowly. Xiao Zhan noticed her tension and quickly reassured her. "It's all right. My family is easy to get along with. They are just ordinary people, and you can interact with them normally." Jiang Yan had not anticipated Xiao Zhan's warmth to arrive so timely. As she responded, a look of surprise flitted across her face. Subsequently, she focused on her meal. "I merely wish to treat the sister of my benefactor kindly. Do not overthink it," he intended to express. Yet the words remained unuttered, stuck on the tip of his tongue. After finishing their meal and donning their shoes, they prepared to head out, at which point Jiang Yan noticed that Xiao Zhan was still clad in a perfectly tailored suit, devoid of any elasticity, which would undoubtedly become uncomfortable as he carried numerous items. With genuine concern, she suggested, "Mr. Xiao, would you consider changing into something more casual? You will be handling a lot of vegetables and fruits, and wearing such rigid clothing will be exhausting. I think this is quite sufficient," Xiao Zhan replied briskly, a frosty expression gracing his features. Jiang Yan sensed his disdain for interference. "I apologize, Mr. Xiao, I overstepped." She slipped on her shoes and stepped outside first. Due to the earlier moment of discomfort, both individuals fell into a silence within the car. "What is the name of the nearby vegetable market?" "I will navigate there," Xiao Zhan inquired nonchalantly. He was actually aware of a high-end supermarket nearby, stocked with an extensive array of premium goods at exorbitant prices. Naturally, for him, spending tens of thousands on this meal would be a trifling matter. However, if he were to continue such spending habits, Jiang Yan would undoubtedly question his identity. It was far better for him to maintain the facade of a nouveau riche in her presence. Jiang Yan paused, then realized that it was usually Aunt One who did the grocery shopping. Hence his unfamiliarity. Fu Hui Duo Vegetable Market. Thankfully, she had familiarized herself with the local surroundings beforehand. Otherwise, she would have had to inquire further. She could not take him to a subpar market, after all. He was a nouveau riche, and she was merely an ordinary citizen, several tiers below him. Such individuals often had discerning tastes, and his family appeared to be doing quite well. Thus, the items prepared must be presentable. Therefore, Jiang Yan targeted this mid-range large market. Yet, with a tinge of hesitation, she asked, "This is a mid-range large market. Do you think it would be acceptable to shop here?" Seeking Xiao Zhan's opinion was essential, especially since not only her brother and sister-in-law were coming, but also his family. "Sure, let's take a look." Although Xiao Zhan was not entirely satisfied, he had no choice but to comply to conceal his identity. They soon arrived at the market, and since they had already eaten breakfast and lunch was still some time away, the crowd was relatively sparse. Jiang Yan had meticulously recorded the ingredients she intended to purchase on her phone, detailing which vegetables paired with which condiments, encompassing over 20 types of vegetables and a dozen varieties of fruits. "Mr. Xiao, I will send you the list of ingredients I plan to buy via WeChat. Please let me know if there are any adjustments needed." Xiao Zhan opened his phone and saw a lengthy message from Jiang Yan. After reading it, he felt a sense of surprise. He had not expected her to put in such effort for the meal preparation. A fleeting look of astonishment crossed his face as he glanced at Jiang Yan. "All right, this looks good. Let us proceed according to your list." Receiving Xiao Zhan's approval filled Jiang Yan with joy. Thankfully, she had learned many recipes from her brother, and it seemed those lessons would indeed prove useful. Xiao Zhan surveyed the market. While it could not compare to upscale markets, the environment and cleanliness were adequately maintained. He had never strolled through a vegetable market, let alone purchased ingredients, as these tasks were typically handled by the family's chefs and housekeepers. His culinary skills were honed in his own hotel. Meanwhile, Jiang Yan had already begun shopping according to the list. "Here you go, young lady, some meat. Young lady, your vegetables. Here, young lady, your fruits. 5 liang of star anise, 4 liang of cinnamon. Take care, young lady." After half an hour, Xiao Zhan's arms were filled with an array of items, as he repeatedly transported them to the car. Jiang Yan observed the tall and handsome Xiao Zhan, clad in formal attire, yet laden with a multitude of vegetables and fruits. Making several trips to the vehicle, despite this, he maintained an elegant stride, embodying his leadership demeanor. The vendors noticed this distinguished customer and cast him curious glances. Some smiled, others frowned, and a few expressed their thoughts aloud. In short, they had never seen such a remarkable man, clearly a person of distinction, shopping for groceries. They found it impressive that such an imposing figure would comply with the requests of this young woman. Consequently, the vendors treated Jiang Yan with unexpected politeness. Oblivious to the attention, she continued to shop. She could not help but smile at how Mr. Xiao, despite carrying heavy items, retained his usual refined demeanor and commanding presence. Setting him apart from the rest, she resolved that if there were a next time, she would not bring him along. He seemed somewhat out of place in this environment. Xiao Zhan began to regret not heeding Jiang Yan's advice to change into a more flexible outfit. At this moment, he found his formal attire rather uncomfortable for such laborious tasks. Each exertion felt as though his suit might tear. He continued to load the car, still maintaining an air of aloof elegance. Drawing the attention of passers-by, "Mr. Xiao, we have enough. Let us go." Jiang Yan beamed with satisfaction. Xiao Zhan glanced at his watch. It was already 10 o'clock. With a furrowed brow, he reflected on how unexpectedly time-consuming the shopping had been. Vowing never to host another meal at home again. By the time they returned home, it was 20 minutes past 10. Jiang Yan and Xiao Zhan busily carried the vegetables and fruits upstairs. Although Xiao Zhan usually dedicated time to exercise, spending 2 hours at the market and now needing to unload the car left him feeling quite fatigued. That moment, he genuinely wished he were seated in his office, managing paperwork or attending meetings, rather than acting as a porter for this woman. Yesterday, his grandmother had called, stating she would send 2 helpers for the family gathering to assist with shopping and cooking. But he had firmly declined. He felt such an arrangement would be too conspicuous in front of Jiang Yan, fearing his identity might be exposed. It was imperative to convincingly play the role of a nouveau riche. Thus, while he harbored grievances, he swallowed them down. Just as they completed unloading the last of the goods, Jiang Yan settled onto the sofa in the living room, pondering the daunting task of preparing so many dishes, which would undoubtedly keep both her and Xiao Zhan occupied. Suddenly, her phone buzzed with a message from her brother. "Yan Yan, your sister-in-law will be coming over today as well. You should prepare yourself mentally. We can discuss the details later." Upon receiving her brother's message, a pang of anxiety gripped Jiang Yan. Her sister-in-law was notoriously domineering, and given the current rift in her relationship with Jiang Yan's brother, it was unlikely she would agree to come along. Jiang Yan's heart raced with unease, sensing an ominous premonition regarding her sister-in-law's intentions. Noticing the frown on Xiao Zhan's face, Jiang Yan was taken aback. Typically, his emotions remained well hidden, yet now, she realized that it was likely because Mr. Xiao was playing the role of a porter, a task he had probably seldom undertaken, and he appeared rather reluctant to continue with such labor. Especially with the impending culinary workload. Mr. Xiao, where is Aunt Wen? Is there any chance she could come help us? I fear we might not manage on our own. Aunt Wen's daughter-in-law is in confinement. She cannot come. However, I do have a friend with a housekeeper. I will reach out, Xiao Zhan replied, pulling out his phone and heading towards the balcony. Jiang Yan felt a wave of relief wash over her. Though the thought of her overbearing sister-in-law still gave her pause. Jean, your grandmother believes we should send 2 aunts to assist. Otherwise, it will be just the 2 of you, and you may not manage. Xiao Zhan heard his grandmother suggest on the other end of the line, feeling a sense of relief. All right, Grandma. But won't sending 2 aunts be too conspicuous? He furrowed his brow, gripping his phone as he glanced back warily. Anxious that Jiang Yan might overhear, don't worry, my dear boy. I will ensure these 2 aunts are instructed well. They will cooperate and maintain discretion regarding your identity. However, if you truly develop feelings for her, one day when Yin Yin discovers your true identity, I would love to see how you, my dear boy, will handle that situation. The tone of Xiao Zhan's grandmother was one of playful anticipation as she cheerfully hung up the phone. Xiao Zhan was about to clarify to his grandmother that he would never harbor romantic feelings for Jiang Yan when he was met with the sound of the call disconnecting. Xiao Zhan shrugged helplessly, internally rebutting the notion that he could possibly be fond of such a naive and innocent girl, whose intelligence and emotional quotient were clearly not on the same level as his own. 10 minutes later, the doorbell rang. Jiang Yan was in the kitchen, donning an apron and preparing vegetables, while Xiao Zhan, also in an apron, stood by the sink washing them. The 2 emerged from the kitchen almost simultaneously to answer the door. Today was a significant occasion, as both Xiao Zhan's family and Jiang Yan's siblings were coming over. Thus, Xiao Zhan naturally adopted a more cordial demeanor than usual. He reached the door first, opening it to find Grandma, along with Xiao Jibei and Xiao Jidong, standing at the threshold. Upon seeing Xiao Zhan in slippers and an apron, with wet hands, Xiao Jibei was momentarily struck by a sense of disbelief. Could this really be his elder brother? The one he remembered as ethereal and detached from the mundane world? Rubbing his eyes to confirm, he burst into uncontrollable laughter. Brother, you seem to be living quite well. Quite the domestic scene, he exclaimed. Grandma, just look at how my brother is dressed. One spatula in his left hand, a spoon in his right, and a chubby baby on his back. Doesn't it just exude a sense of homely warmth? Laughter erupted in response to Xiao Jibei's remarks. Xiao Laotai was entirely captivated by her grandson's words, and a vivid image began to form in her mind, prompting her to join in the merriment. Even Xiao Jidong, who typically maintained a stoic demeanor, could not help but display a broad smile, having never before witnessed his elder brother in such a domestic light. The younger cousins and uncles and aunts, although they hadn't seen Xiao Zhan's slippers and apron, found themselves laughing along at Xiao Jibei's teasing. You little rascal, are you looking for a beating? Xiao Zhan said, raising his hand as if to strike Xiao Jibei, who had already darted indoors in a flash. Jiang Yan warmly invited everyone inside, but the elderly matriarch insisted that Jiang Yan help her enter. Understanding her intention, Jiang Yan hurried over to assist her, while the other cousins and uncles and aunts followed suit into the house. Yin Yin, come here, let Grandma introduce you, Xiao Laotai said, pulling Jiang Yan's hand affectionately. These 2 are your second uncle and second aunt. You have met them before. Second uncle, second aunt, hello? Jiang Yan greeted enthusiastically, her smile unwavering, maintaining her composure. What a lovely child. Second aunt Xin Qingxia beamed, her eyes filled with affection as she regarded Jiang Yan. Yes, indeed. Second uncle Xiao Qingyan remarked, scrutinizing Jiang Yan closely and expressing his approval. Previously, he had not paid much attention to Jiang Yan, but now, upon closer observation, he recognized her as a rare gem. She radiated an air of scholarly refinement, clearly educated, with a poised demeanor and angelic eyes that sparkled with purity and kindness, devoid of worldly pretension. Yet, it seemed she lacked something. After several furtive glances, Xiao Qingyun suddenly realized she was somewhat sheltered. Her family background must be ordinary. Through her demeanor and conduct, He began to form a preliminary judgment. It was not that he was overly meddlesome as a second uncle, but rather, given that his elder brother and sister-in-law had passed away early, he felt a responsibility to look out for his nephew. He knew that modern young people often made their own decisions regarding marriage, yet he could not help but wish to keep an eye on his nephew's affairs. With a smile, Xiao Qingyun looked at Xiao Zhan and said, "You lad are indeed fortunate. Your grandmother speaks the truth. Yan Yan is truly remarkable. You must cherish her." Xiao Qingyun's praises for Jiang Yan were sincere, and Xiao Zhan could perceive this honesty. He was rather surprised by his uncle's demeanor, fully aware that his uncle knew that his marriage with Jiang Yan was merely a facade intended to please grandma, which left him feeling somewhat vexed. "Yan Yan, this is your third uncle and third aunt." Xiao Laodai continued to enthusiastically introduce Jiang Yan. "Third uncle, third aunt, hello." Xiao Qingshan and Wang Qilan responded with smiles. Unlike Xiao Chengyun, who scrutinized Jiang Yan, Xiao Qingshan merely glanced at her a few times, finding her quite pleasant to behold. As long as his nephew was happy, he would offer his blessings. Wang Qilan maintained her usual poised demeanor, yet her eyes betrayed her fondness for Jiang Yan. "Yan Yan, these two are the children of your second uncle and third uncle. Hello." Jiang Yan greeted the unfamiliar faces with a smile, determined to extend her cordiality to everyone. She was not particularly adept at socializing, but she resolved to persevere, putting her best foot forward. Xiao Jiguang had been staring at Jiang Yan since entering the house, and the more he observed, the more he felt that this sister-in-law bore a striking resemblance to someone he knew, though he couldn't quite recall who. Just as Jiang Yan greeted everyone, Xiao Jiguang suddenly thought of Gongman Shu. Yes, it was her. The resemblance was uncanny. "Jiguang, what are you saying?" Xiao Laotai admonished, noticing her grandson's intense gaze fixed on Jiang Yan and his incomprehensible musing. "You can't just stare like that at your sister-in-law." "How rude!" The misunderstanding caused Xiao Jiguang a great deal of distress. He was an adult who valued his dignity. "Grandma, I didn't mean it. I just think my sister looks like a friend of mine," he explained, feeling wronged. "She looks like this friend's sister-in-law." Jiang Yan found this notion astonishing, a ripple of confusion washing over her as her thoughts became tangled. "What? She resembles a friend of yours? Who is this friend? Is she more attractive than your sister-in-law?" Xiao Laodai teased. Xiao Zhan, having grasped the implication of Xiao Jiguang's words, realized whom Jiguang was referring to. Upon first seeing Jiang Yan, he too had felt a fleeting sense of similarity to Gongman Shu, but dismissed it as an illusion, knowing that many people could resemble one another, and that there was no conceivable connection between the two women. Thus he had not pondered it further, nor mentioned it to Jiang Yan. Just then, before Xiao Jiguang could finish his thought, the doorbell rang incessantly. The group exchanged glances, collectively surmising that Jiang Yan's family must have arrived, prompting everyone to rise in preparation for the welcome. Xiao Zhan reacted swiftly and went to open the door. As attention shifted, Xiao Jiguang abandoned his earlier line of inquiry and joined the others in greeting Jiang Yan's family. The door swung open to reveal Jiang Yan at the forefront, welcoming her brother's family. "Brother, sister-in-law, Hui, come here for your aunt to hold." Although Jiang Yan had seen her brother's message and was aware that her sister-in-law was coming, she was still taken aback to see her in person. "Sister-in-law, please come in." Jiang Yan maintained a minimum level of courtesy, reminding herself to stay composed. Zhao Liping cast a disdainful glance at Jiang Yan before striding in alongside Jiang Chen with an air of entitlement. On the journey to the Jingxia Shengjing residence, Xiao Laodai had informed her two sons, daughters-in-law, and grandchildren about Jiang Yan's family background. Consequently, the Xiao family was aware that Jiang Yan's brother had become a Doran son-in-law to support her education, and they were also knowledgeable about Zhao Liping's character, which led them to sympathize with Jiang Chen. The Xiao family held a certain respect for Jiang Yan's responsible elder brother. "Dear in-laws, please take a seat. Your daughter is truly beautiful." Xiao Laotai warmly greeted Jiang Yan's brother, while the other uncles and aunts also extended their salutations. Xiao Zhan, brimming with enthusiasm, called him brother repeatedly while attempting to embrace Jiang Yan's little niece. To everyone's surprise, Hui was quite willing to be held by Xiao Zhan, leaving the Xiao family astonished in their eyes. Xiao Zhan was typically a cold and taciturn figure, yet they had never witnessed this amiable side of him before. "Brother, you are quite down-to-earth today. A rare sight indeed. I almost don't recognize you," Xiao Jiyuan remarked with a sly grin, gazing at Xiao Zhan as if he had encountered a once-in-a-millennium phenomenon. Xiao Zhan paid no mind, happily selecting various snacks for Hui. "Indeed, brother, you are quite different today," Xiao Jibei chimed in, teasingly. The laughter from grandma, uncles, and aunts rang out, their eyes converging on Jiang Yan. all believing that she had captivated Xiao Zhan and transformed him. Showering her with admiring glances, Jiang Yan, feeling unexpectedly overwhelmed by the attention, hurriedly offered a plate of fruit, saying, "Please, make yourselves comfortable. I'll go wash some fruit for you." With a forced smile, she hastily retreated to the kitchen. Xiao Jibei and Xiao Jiguang were now fully convinced that they had to latch onto this sister-in-law as a lifeline, believing that in the future, they could rely on her to rescue them from their elder brother's clutches. The two exchanged knowing glances and began to devise their plan. Upon entering the kitchen, Jiang Yan was surprised to find two unfamiliar middle-aged women busily preparing dishes. "You must be the aunts from Mr. Zhao's friend's family, right?" Jiang Yan genuinely had no idea when these two women had arrived, having been too preoccupied with greeting her brother's family. "Yes, Miss Jiang," one of the older women replied. "We are indeed from Mr. Zhao's friend's family. Since the head of the household is away today, we were asked to come and assist here." "Oh, I see. What can I do to help?" Jiang Yan said, rolling up her sleeves and ready to pitch in. "It is said that today marks a joyous occasion for Mr. Xiao and Miss Jiang, as their families are meeting for the first time. Miss Jiang need not labor today. The two of us can complete the tasks swiftly, and soon, the meal will be ready." Jiang Yan observed the two women working with remarkable efficiency, noting their nimble hands and quick reflexes, and thus refrained from insisting on joining in. The two aunts exchanged knowing glances, smiling as they thought, "The young master has quite discerning taste." Just as Jiang Yan was about to turn away, she unexpectedly locked eyes with Xiao Zhan, who was approaching. "You, go change your clothes. That white dress is quite lovely." Only then did Jiang Yan realize, and she hurriedly dashed into the bedroom to change. Chapter 29. When jealousy becomes hatred. Once Jiang Yan had changed into the dress, she recalled that she had yet to wash the fruit. As she was about to head to the kitchen, she spotted Xiao Zhan carrying 2 plates of fruit toward the living room. He inadvertently glanced at her standing by the bedroom door, appraising her with a quick look before hastily averting his gaze. This was the first time Jiang Yan had donned such an elegant and mature outfit, and she felt out of place. The thought of facing so many unfamiliar faces made her feel even more awkward. She fidgeted, clasping her hands together, her eyes fixated on her dress, wondering if it was too tight or if it accentuated her curves too prominently. Typically, her attire was casual and loose-fitting, allowing her to blend into the crowd without drawing attention, presenting her true self. Now, clad in a garment worth several thousand, she felt like an ugly duckling adorned in the feathers of a swan. Utterly mismatched, the discomfort, both physical and psychological, halted her steps. She truly did not wish to present herself in front of these strangers, especially as Xiao Zhan was not her genuine husband. However, since Mr. Xiao desired her to dress this way, she must comply and play the part. Just as she was mustering her courage to step into the living room, she again met Xiao Zhan's profound gaze. He regarded her as if she were a sweet, Na'vi princess, enchanting in her innocence. Xiao Zhan blinked rapidly, reminding himself to remain composed. How could he possibly be attracted to such a Na'vi girl? Shouldn't he prefer someone formidable in the business realm, with emotional and intellectual prowess to match his own, a mature and shrewd woman who could aid him in his career? It certainly could not be someone like her, utterly impossible. Xiao Zhan forced himself to break free from the reverie of Jiang Yan's angelic beauty and instead adopted a serious demeanor. "You look splendid. Be more confident. You are that swan," he concluded with an encouraging glance. Jiang Yan was momentarily taken aback by Xiao Zhan's words. Could he truly hear her inner thoughts? To her, she felt like an ugly duckling. And his words prompted her to look at him with a puzzled expression, before she quickly replied, "Yes, yes, let us go." Gratitude shone in Jiang Yan's eyes. She had not anticipated Mr. Xiao to be so perceptive and timely in offering support and affirmation. In that instant, she felt as if she were transparent before him, as if he could read her every thought. Ahem. Xiao Zhan cleared his throat, raising his left arm slightly, his gaze meeting Jiang Yan's beautiful eyes. As if conveying a message, Jiang Yan promptly realized that Mr. Xiao wanted her to link her arm with his. Though somewhat reluctant, she complied, wrapping her arm around his. Together, they advanced into the living room like a loving couple. Xiao Zhan, dressed in a tailored suit, and Jiang Yan in her white lace dress, which accentuated her figure, moved closely together into the living room. "Wow, brother, your handsome and dignified demeanor is incredibly charming. Sister-in-law, you are truly a celestial beauty." A perfect match. Xiao Jibei, usually quite talkative, was utterly captivated by the stunning couple. He felt he had never witnessed such a beautiful pair. Xiao Laotai knew her grandson well. He could not have accepted someone and married them in such a short time. She understood that everything her grandson did was for her sake. Nonetheless, she was delighted to see him settle down, and she had thoroughly investigated this granddaughter-in-law and was quite satisfied. She did not merely evaluate a person based on family background, but placed great importance on character. As long as Jiang Yan was kind-hearted and virtuous, she was confident her grandson would eventually fall for her. While her grandson was indeed a difficult match for marriage, she knew he had no interest in extravagant and pretentious young ladies. Moreover, he would never be compatible with those strong women in the workplace, as two overly capable individuals could not make a harmonious marriage. Xiao Laotai believed that a gentle, kind-hearted girl like Jiang Yan, who knew how to give her man face and could be soft yet strong when necessary, was far more suited to her grandson. Thus, she participated in the charade, wholeheartedly attempting to bring Jiang Yan and her grandson together. As Xiao Laotai watched the beautiful pair approach, her joy was ineffable, and she beamed at her grandson and granddaughter-in-law, feeling a sense of peace, as if she could depart this world contentedly. Other uncles, aunts, and cousins showered compliments and smiles upon them. Jiang Chen looked at his sister and brother-in-law with great joy. Resembling a father sending his daughter off to marry, the thought that his sister now had her own home filled him with mixed emotions. Xiaozhan, I entrust Jiang Yan to you. Treat her well. The road ahead is long, and you both must learn to be tolerant and accepting of one another, nurturing your little family. Jiang Chen imparted his earnest advice to Xiaozhan, his tone serious and sincere. Brother, rest assured. I promise that whether at home or outside, Jiang Yan will not suffer any grievances. Xiaozhan spoke with conviction, his words genuinely heartfelt, for even if he and Jiang Yan were to divorce in the future, she would still be the sister of his benefactor, and he could never turn a blind eye to her troubles. Dear in-law, you need not worry. Although Zhan has no parents, I, as his grandmother, will not allow him to let Jiang Yan suffer even the slightest indignity. From the very first moment I laid eyes on Jiang Yan, I took a particular liking to her. Xiao Laodai chuckled as she spoke, and nearby, Xiao Qingyun, Xiao Qingshan, and Xiao Zhan's two aunts chimed in, expressing their commitment to treat Jiang Yan well. Xiao Jibei and Xiao Jiguang immediately stepped in front of Jiang Yan, assuring her, don't worry, sister-in-law, before you came into our brother's life. He was surrounded by countless admirers, all of whom he dismissed. His feelings for you are genuine. Of course, if you ever have a disagreement or quarrel, the three of us brothers will undoubtedly stand united with you. As Xiao Jibei spoke, he exchanged a knowing glance with Xiao Jidong. The typically reticent Xiao Jidong nodded at Xiao Zhan, signaling his agreement. Xiao Jiyuan and Xiao Jiguang echoed in unison. We will resolutely support our sister-in-law. In that moment, Jiang Yan's heart was a tumult of emotions. Only she and Xiao Zhan were aware of the transactional nature of their relationship, yet everything felt so genuine. She genuinely feared that she might gradually become ensnared in this situation, and she suddenly wished that the Xiao family would not be so kind to her. Having been sold as a child and losing her adoptive parents at a young age, she was often bullied by village children, who cruelly called her a wild child. Only her brother shielded her, frequently fighting with those who tormented her, returning home with bruises. Wasn't this warmth from a large family exactly what she had always longed for? Such a harmonious and friendly family was the dream of countless girls. Yet, this unexpected stroke of fortune had befallen her, and she feared that if this continued, she might become lost in it. But what could she do? Xin Xingxia and Wang Qilan had already beckoned everyone to the dining room for the meal. Jiang Yan sat dazed at the dining table, while the two aunts had prepared all the dishes and were bringing them to the table. Zhao Liping observed the Xiao family's attitudes and affection towards Jiang Yan. Her fists clenched tightly, her teeth gritted. She had never imagined that such a village girl as Jiang Yan could find such an elegant, handsome, and charming husband, with each of his cousins equally captivating in their own right. One would suspect that the jealousy hidden within Zhao Liping had transformed into hatred, brewing a scheme to cause harm. Chapter 30. Malicious Flirtation. Hui Hui, is your name Hui Hui? Come to uncle, I have delicious treats. Xiao Jibei called out to Hui Hui. Hui Hui, don't go to him. Come to me, uncle here has toys. Xiao Jiguang continuously beckoned Hui Hui, one holding a toy, the other a snack, as they tried to amuse her from a distance of 1 meter. The two brothers ultimately decided to secure their positions by appealing to Hui Hui to hug their sister-in-law's leg. Xiao Jiguang was the head of the most influential intelligence network in Jiangxing, possessing connections and methods that others could not surpass. He was well aware of all the details regarding Jiang Chen's wife. Even on the way to his brother's home, he had already had someone investigate the backgrounds of Jiang Chen and Zhao Liping. Such a detestable woman, he would have nothing to do with. He hoped to inform his sister-in-law of Zhao Liping's misdeeds at a later date. For now, Hui was the most cherished and important child to both his sister-in-law and her brother, making it a wise decision to start ingratiating themselves through her. Zhao Liping, upon entering the room, did not once embrace her child, Hui, despite being her mother. During mealtime, she was solely preoccupied with her own dining, entirely neglecting her daughter, a fact that did not escape the notice of every member of the Zhao family. They were all aware that Zhao Yunping's daughter had been spoiled since childhood, but who could have imagined the extent of her neglect? This woman was so selfish that she disregarded her own child completely. Consequently, the family's attitude towards Zhao Liping was one of indifference. Not oblivious to this coldness, Zhao Liping suppressed her desire to cause a scene, recognizing that Jiang Yan's husband did not seem easily trifled with, nor did his three cousins, who bore a certain familiarity that she could not quite place. Restlessly glancing at the time, Zhao Liping quietly informed Jiang Qian of her intention to leave. Jiang Qian, feeling that they had just finished their meal and had yet to engage in conversation with his sister and brother-in-law, expressed his desire to linger a bit longer, saying, "If you have matters to attend to, you may leave first. I will stay a while longer." His eyes were filled with a cold indifference. Zhao Liping, her face a mask of disdain, understood that she must attend to important matters before departing, lest her subsequent plans be thwarted. Feigning a cheerful demeanor, she approached Xiao Zhan, mustering the audacity to say, "Brother-in-law, I have some matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave, since we are relatives now. May I add you on WeChat and have your phone number?" With a sycophantic smile, she gazed at Xiao Zhan with expectation. Given her directness, he found it difficult to refuse in front of his elder brother. Yet Zhao Liping's abrupt request for contact details was suspicious, leaving him uncertain of her intentions. He coolly replied, "This is my number." Xiao Zhan provided her with a seldom-used phone number and a rarely checked WeChat account. He exchanged a knowing glance with Xiao Jiguang, who, while amusing Hui, understood immediately and hurried over to escort Zhao Liping out. Hui exhibited no reaction to her mother's departure, continuing to play joyfully with Xiao Jiyuan. Observing this, Grandma Xiao shook her head, resolving in her heart that once her grandson Zhan and this granddaughter-in-law developed genuine feelings for one another, should the in-laws divorce, she would introduce a kind-hearted and virtuous girl to her son. The old lady chuckled at her own peculiar notion, pondering that perhaps she would not live to see that day. With a sigh, she contemplated the marvel of destiny. From the moment she first laid eyes on Jiang Yan, she felt an inexplicable fondness. Her brother Jiang Qin also struck her as quite agreeable. Perhaps this was fate. She was touched by the bond between the siblings, their willingness to support one another, a quality she deeply admired. Perceptive as she was, Grandma Xiao noticed that Jiang Yan seemed to have something to discuss with her brother. After a brief respite, she bid farewell to her son, daughter-in-law, and grandchildren. Before departing, she subtly urged Xiao Zhan and Jiang Yan to hasten and produce a great-grandson for her. Xiao Zhan felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Did this old lady truly intend to push her luck? She was fully aware of the complexities surrounding his marriage to Jiang Yan, yet she still made such a request. Grandchildren. This was something he simply could not fulfill. He imagined that Jiang Yan would certainly be opposed to the idea as well. Shrugging helplessly at the thought, Jiang Yan, equally perturbed, found her mind in disarray. Jiang Qian entrusted Hui to Xiao Zhan and called Jiang Yan to the balcony, lighting a cigarette and exhaling a cloud of smoke as he sighed. Yan, I plan to send Hui to kindergarten, find a job, and then file for divorce." His tone was calm, devoid of impulsiveness. Jiang Yan felt a mix of happiness and concern upon hearing this. She was pleased that her brother was finally taking charge of his life, yet anxious about the complications that a divorce would entail, especially considering the Zhao family's wealth and extensive connections. The custody battle for Hui would undoubtedly be fierce, and she feared that they were no match for the Zhao family. "Brother, I support your decision, but we must keep this under wraps for now. Hui will need time to adjust to kindergarten, and you will require time to secure stable employment. We should gather favorable conditions for our custody battle, and all of this requires time. Let us stabilize things gradually before taking action." As Hui sought her father, Xiao Zhan brought her to find Jiang Qian, inadvertently overhearing the siblings' conversation. It seemed he had underestimated Jiang Yan. She was not the naive girl he had presumed her to be. She was both courageous and astute, always planning ahead. A slight smile graced his lips as he found a toy to distract Hui while he continued to listen intently. "Indeed. You speak wisely, Yan. You have grown." Jiang Qin's earlier frown transformed as his sister's words brought him comfort. He was no longer facing the impending divorce alone. With his sister by his side, he felt bolstered. "Brother, it is my duty to be your support moving forward." Jiang Qian smiled gently at his sister, a tear glistening in his eye, which he discreetly brushed away. Chapter 31. After all, they are lawful spouses, Daddy, Hui Hui called out from near the balcony, causing Jiang Yan, lost in thought, to suddenly remember his daughter. As he and Jiang Yan had not yet exited the balcony, Xiao Zhan entered, cradling Hui Hui. Initially intending to eavesdrop a bit longer, he found himself in an awkward position as Hui's unexpected call disrupted his stealth. Upon seeing Xiao Zhan, Jiang Chen exchanged a glance with Jiang Yan, silently questioning whether Xiao Zhan had overheard their conversation. He was not ready for him to know about the divorce, particularly since his sister had just married and was still uncertain about her feelings for her husband. As her brother and protector, he felt a responsibility to shield her from potential complications. With his own marriage in disarray, how could he be a reliable support for her? The hint of melancholy and worry in Jiang Chen's eyes did not go unnoticed by Jiang Yan, who offered him a reassuring smile. Jiang Chen took Hui Hui from Xiao Zhan's arms. The little girl, appearing sleepy, yawned and nestled comfortably against her father as she drifted off. Having no prior experience with children, Xiao Zhan was astonished by how quickly Hui Hui fell asleep. "Do children really fall asleep this fast?" he asked, his expression a mix of surprise and warmth. Jiang Chen chuckled lightly. "That's how children generally are. Once you have your own child with Yin Yin, you will understand. While it may be tiring, the happiness and joy a child brings is irreplaceable." Xiao Zhan instinctively nodded, his gaze meeting Jiang Yan's beautiful, piercing eyes which glimmered with intensity, akin to a finely sharpened blade. Xiao Zhan comprehended her unspoken message, but chose to feign ignorance, responding nonchalantly, "Children are indeed innocent and adorable. No wonder Grandma always urges us to have them. We should consider having one later this year." His words struck Jiang Yan like a thunderclap, sending a jolt of panic through her. Was he truly taking this too far? Why did he have to broach such a topic? She shot him an angry glare and stormed out onto the balcony. Jiang Chen noted his sister's evident displeasure and quickly understood. She likely felt too young and unaccomplished in her career to consider having children. "Xiao Zhan, you are both still young and focused on your careers. It would be wise to wait a few more years before having children," he suggested. Xiao Zhan merely smiled softly. "Brother, when it comes to having children, we should let nature take its course. If Yin Yin does become pregnant, she need not worry about anything. I can provide for both her and the child." Jiang Chen was left uncertain whether to feel happy or saddened by this statement. His sister's aspirations had yet to be fulfilled, and he hoped she would prioritize her career while still young. However, Xiao Zhan's sense of responsibility was commendable. He chuckled awkwardly, deciding to remain silent on the matter of when they should have children. That was a decision for the couple alone. He trusted his sister to navigate the delicate balance between career and family, for she was no longer the innocent girl she once was. Departing from the balcony, Jiang Yan and Xiao Zhan insisted that Jiang Chen lay Hui Hui down in the bedroom since she was asleep, suggesting they could have dinner once she awoke. Jiang Chen, not in a hurry to leave, agreed, wishing to converse further with his sister as he gazed at his peacefully sleeping daughter. A sense of loss washed over him. He feared that one day, the precious daughter he cherished so dearly might leave him. Xiao Zhan informed Jiang Chen that he needed to return to the office due to work commitments, urging him to stay for dinner. Jiang Chen accepted the invitation. Jiang Yan, citing errands, followed Xiao Zhan out. Once outside the elevator, Jiang Yan cornered Xiao Zhan in an unoccupied space, her voice low and serious as she asked, "Xiao Zhan, who said anything about having children? Are you taking this act too far?" Xiao Zhan seized the opportunity, wrapping his arms around Jiang Yan, their faces nearly touching, the warmth of each other's breath enveloping them in an ambiguous and awkward atmosphere. "Miss Jiang, what kind of performance do you deem excessive? If one day I genuinely desire for you to bear my child, would that not be reasonable? After all, we are lawful spouses." As Xiao Zhan spoke these words, a tempest of emotions surged within him. He found himself utterly perplexed as to why he would utter such shameless retorts in response to Jiang Yan's inquiries. Yet, he felt an irresistible urge to articulate them nonetheless. Jiang Yan's exquisite eyes remained fixed on Xiao Zhan's slightly narrowed gaze. And as she absorbed his rogue-like responses, she felt an overwhelming desire to deliver a resounding slap across his face. Seething with indignation, Jiang Yan gritted her teeth, and in a split second, her wrist was firmly grasped by Xiao Zhan. It was truly unexpected that the usually gentle and poised Miss Jiang would exhibit such a fierce side. After finishing his sentence, Xiao Zhan flashed a mischievous smile, playfully cupping Jiang Yan's cheek before swiftly turning to depart. "Xiao Zhan, you are nothing but an untrustworthy scoundrel. Rogue." Jiang Yan stood rooted in place, vehemently cursing him. Not far away, Xiao Zhan's two bodyguards, who were there to escort the young master to the company, had inadvertently overheard the entire exchange between him and his wife, leaving them utterly bewildered. Fearing that their young master might discover their presence, they kept their distance. The two bodyguards assisted Xiao Zhan into the BMW. Jiang Yan, in a fit of rage, dashed back upstairs. Before entering, she composed herself, feigning nonchalance as she approached her brother seated in the living room and took a seat opposite him. "Young master, where should we park this BMW?" Meanwhile, Xiao Zhan, nestled in the opulence of the Rolls-Royce, responded, "Just leave it in front of the bar across the street." Once the car was parked, the driver, Li Xiang, turned aboard the Rolls-Royce, which then vanished amidst the bustling thoroughfare. The bar manager, standing by the window on the second floor, caught sight of a BMW parked at their entrance. Incensed, he descended the stairs while muttering, "Doesn't this person have any sense?" Parking right at the entrance. Approaching the BMW, he was taken aback upon glimpsing the license plate. What a splendid spot for parking! The space in front of the entrance was ample, with a distance of 6 to 7 meters. Not obstructing customer access, the bar manager, grinning ear to ear as if having struck gold, happily entered the establishment. The company. Xiao Zhan convened an urgent meeting that concluded within 20 minutes without delay. After delegating tasks, he hastily exited the office. "Young master, are we heading to Haoding Villa or Jinqiu Shengjing?" Typically, Xiao Zhan adhered to a strict schedule, routinely departing for Haoding Villa for an hour's respite before returning to Jinqiu Shengjing. Yet, the current young master was anything but punctual, and his visits to Haoding Villa had grown increasingly rare. Within Jinqiu Shengjing, it felt as if an enchanting spirit lured him back daily, compelling him to return. Today, they were astonished to witness that captivating spirit, his wife, possessing an ethereal beauty that left them entranced. Little did they realize, this young mistress seemed less than impressed with their young master, even branding him a dishonest rogue. Unbeknownst to her, in the realm of Jiangsheng, he was a man desired by countless women. This young mistress was indeed oblivious to the gravity of her words. "Jinqiu Shengjing," came Xiao Zhan's low voice from the car. Chapter 32. The intoxicated Xiao Zhan unlocked the door and stepped inside, only to find the house eerily quiet. He searched every room, yet Jiang Yan and his brother-in-law were nowhere to be found. Just then, his phone rang. It was Xiao Jibei calling. "Brother, would you like to know the details about your sister-in-law's sister-in-law?" The tone of Xiao Jibei was one of smug anticipation, eager to pique Xiao Zhan's interest. "Speak." Xiao Zhan was well accustomed to his cousin's theatrics, especially when he had vital information to share. As he walked towards the balcony, engrossed in the conversation, he failed to notice Jiang Yan sitting on the swing chair, absorbed in her book. Startled by Xiao Zhan's sudden appearance, she lowered her head, continuing to read, still upset with him and unwilling to acknowledge his presence. On the other end, Xiao Jibei recounted the details of Zhao Liping and the current situation in a clear and concise manner. Just as Xiao Zhan was about to hang up, Xiao Jibei feigned innocence. "Brother, you can't be so heartless. I just offered you valuable intelligence for free, and you want to hang up on me?" With rising impatience, Xiao Zhan replied, "Is there any more nonsense to discuss?" Xiao Zhan had already anticipated the questions that would follow. "How can you call it nonsense? I'm merely concerned about you and your sister-in-law." "Brother, have you developed feelings for her? I think she is quite wonderful. You should take action and heed Grandma's advice to hurry up and give her a grandchild, so I can become an uncle. Don't concern yourself with my affairs. You should worry about how to become a father." With that, he decisively ended the call. Seated on the swing, Jiang Yan had heard everything clearly. She shot a glance at Xiao Zhan and silently thought, "As if I would ever develop feelings for a rogue like you." After hanging up, with one hand clutching his phone and the other in his pocket, Xiao Zhan prepared to leave the balcony when he caught sight of Jiang Yan on the swing. A flicker of surprise crossed his face, and he paused, watching her read intently, as if he were merely a ghost in her presence. An inexplicable sense of discomfort washed over him. In Jiangsheng, which woman did not yearn for him? But here was Jiang Yan, completely engrossed in her book, exuding an air of elegance and purity, akin to a lotus blossoming untainted from the mud. He stepped closer, inching towards her until he halted in front of her. Sensing his approach, Jiang Yan remained quietly engrossed in her reading, seemingly oblivious to his presence. Xiao Zhan recognized that she was still angry with him, choosing to ignore his arrival. He couldn't help but admire her composure. Most girls would have eagerly approached him, a handsome and affluent man, yet she remained unmoved, but a wave of inexplicable frustration surged within him. "Where are your brother and Hui Hui?" he inquired. Only then did Jiang Yan slowly lift her gaze. Calmly looking up at Xiao Zhan, "Oh, my brother and Hui Hui have left." After speaking, she resumed her reading, dismissing him. For the first time, The exalted CEO Xiao Zhan found himself so brazenly ignored by a woman, and an uncontainable fury began to simmer within him. Nevertheless, he feigned indifference as he left the Tiwuyo bar. Xiao Zhan and Zhou Yang continued to drink, Xiao Zhan's inner turmoil unspoken, while Zhou Yang subtly probed, eager to uncover who had provoked the esteemed CEO. Suddenly, Zhou Yang recalled Jiang Yan, Xiao Zhan's legal wife. "Have you fallen for that wife of yours, the one you picked up from the street?" he asked, leaning closer to Xiao Zhan. Inebriated, Xiao Zhan's cheeks flushed as he smirked. "Fallen for her? I'd rather admire the stars above." But he quickly sensed something amiss, setting his glass down and turning to Zhou Yang. "How do you know about that?" "Don't be alarmed, I was simply pulled over by the traffic police for speeding and happened to catch a glimpse of a minor traffic incident on the surveillance footage from the day of your blind date." Zhou Yang replied nonchalantly, assuring Xiao Zhan of his discretion. Xiao Zhan was astonished at the coincidence, half drunk and half awake, inadvertently revealing Jiang Yan's displeasure towards him. "Heh. Zhou Yang chuckled triumphantly. "Who said Jiang Yan was just a naive sweetheart who wouldn't appreciate someone as captivating as you?" Xiao Zhan, discerning the implication in Zhou Yang's words, raised his hand in oath. "I, Xiao Zhan, swear I shall never fall for that naive sweetheart. We are not even on the same wavelength." Zhou Yang smirked. "I await the day you eat your words." The more Xiao Zhan explained, the more it seemed to amplify his suspicions, so he decided to remain silent, drinking glass after glass. Eventually, after Zhou Yang's persistent urging, he ceased drinking. 3 tall and robust bodyguards escorted Xiao Zhan back to Jinxiu Shengjing, in a drunken stupor. Xiao Zhan mumbled incoherently, and after 3 knocks on the door, Jiang Yan finally awoke from her slumber. She hurried to the door, anxiously asking, "Who is it?" Knowing Xiao Zhan had a key and did not need to knock, she felt a surge of wariness on the driver. "Your husband is drunk, and I'm bringing him back." Peering through the peephole, Jiang Yan spotted the inebriated Xiao Zhan and felt a wave of relief wash over her as she opened the door. "Madam, your husband hasn't paid the fare. It's 200 yuan in total." Jiang Yan quickly opened her phone and transferred the payment. The bodyguards, observing the inebriated young master and the seemingly fragile Jiang Yan, inquired, "Do you need assistance getting him inside?" Jiang Yan promptly replied, "No need. I can manage. You may leave." She hastily dismissed the driver of the ride-hailing service. In the dead of night, how could she possibly allow 2 strangers into her home? After exerting tremendous effort, she finally managed to drag Xiao Zhan inside, shutting the door firmly and locking it. The 2 bodyguards exchanged knowing smiles, descended the stairs, and reported to Zhou Yang before departing from the splendid residence. Due to Xiao Zhan's severe inebriation, he could scarcely stand. Jiang Yan continued to pull him along, laboriously maneuvering him into his bedroom and gradually hauling him onto the bed. Once she successfully positioned Xiao Zhan in the center of the bed and covered him with a blanket. Her forehead was already beaded with sweat, her entire body glistening with perspiration. "You scoundrel! Why drink so excessively? You're exhausting me." Jiang Yan glared at the mumbling Xiao Zhan, unable to restrain herself from delivering a sharp slap to his backside. "What was that for?" The drunken Xiao Zhan surprisingly registered the impact. Feeling guilty, Jiang Yan hastened to leave, but unexpectedly, Xiao Zhan suddenly sat up, seizing her by the arm, causing her to tumble onto him. "What are you doing? Let go of me," Jiang Yan shouted. "Why do you ignore me? Why?" Xiao Zhan glowered at her with bloodshot eyes. Chapter 33. Provocation in a daze. Xiao Zhan repeatedly uttered this question, clutching Jiang Yan's clothing tightly. "Xiao Zhan, let go of me, you jerk. Let go. Why do you ignore me? Do you know who I am? How dare you disregard me?" He continued to voice this sentiment until his words became indistinct. His consciousness blurred, and sleepiness gradually overtook him, his hands losing strength as he succumbed to a deep slumber. Jiang Yan, panting heavily, pressed her left hand against her chest, gazing at the now sleeping Xiao Zhan. Finally, she felt a sense of calm wash over her as she dragged her weary body out of Xiao Zhan's bedroom. At the moment she closed the door, she crouched on the floor for a long time, lost in thought, before slowly making her way into her own room. The unfolding events had spiraled far beyond her control. Previously, she had hastily signed that agreement under the assumption that Xiao Zhan was gay. Now, her sense of security was dwindling. Xiao Zhan's constant ambiguous gestures were unsettling. What if one day she lost her innocence, rendering her unworthy of marriage? Although many girls today might be indifferent to such matters, Jiang Yan's upbringing instilled in her a profound respect for a girl's purity, in her worldview. The relationship between men and women must be rooted in fidelity to one's heart and body. She looked down upon those who were wantonly promiscuous. With a 2-hour window for lunch and rest the following day, she resolved to meet with Xiao Zhan to discuss amending their agreement. Jiang Yan, lost in thought, eventually drifted off to sleep. The next morning, Xiao Zhan's biological clock stirred him awake promptly. He felt unusually well-rested, as though he had slumbered for an eternity. Sitting up, he noticed the blanket draped over him and the clothes he had yet to change out of. Struggling to recall the events of the previous night. Typically, he would change into pajamas before sleeping, yet here he was, still clad in a suit, reeking of alcohol and sweat. Without further contemplation, he dashed into the bathroom for a hot shower. Half an hour later, Xiao Zhan emerged from the bathroom, donned in a bathrobe, feeling revitalized. He could only remember drinking with Zhou Yang at the Wuyo bar and expressing his frustrations. Everything else was a blur. Opening his computer, he accessed the surveillance footage from his bedroom, which he had secretly installed when he and Jiang Yan shared the same room. Concerned that his charm might provoke uncontrolled feelings in her. He now realized he had overestimated the situation. The Jiang Yan he knew appeared to have no interest in him and even misjudged him as gay, now completely disregarding his presence. The footage displayed Jiang Yan dragging him onto the bed. Accompanied by their bickering, Xiao Zhan watched in horror as his expression morphed from shock to pallor to utter despair, leaving him too intimidated to confront Jiang Yan. How could he have acted so disgracefully after drinking? Every word he had spoken last night had conveyed his feelings for Jiang Yan. How could he possibly salvage his reputation? Furrowing his brow, he paced anxiously in his bedroom. Finally, he picked up his phone and called Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang, why didn't you stop me yesterday? Why did you let me drink so much? His tone was filled with frustration and reproach. Zhou Yang responded defensively, Boss, I tried my best to prevent you from drinking excessively. You wouldn't listen and even threatened me. Only when you were half drunk did I dare to take the drinks away and send you home. Listening to Zhou Yang's words, Xiao Zhan felt utterly incredulous. How could he have been so foolish as to care so much about Jiang Yan's attitude? Was it worth drinking so heavily for that? He vigorously shook his head, unwilling to accept this reality. Now, he found himself in a precarious position. However, a smirk crept onto his lips as he thought. She doesn't know there's a camera in this bedroom, so he might as well pretend he remembers nothing. With that thought, he retrieved a fresh set of clothes, dressed, and stepped out of his bedroom. As he entered the living room and scanned the area, he found no trace of Jiang Yan. He turned toward the kitchen and spotted breakfast laid out on the table. His stomach grumbling in response, prompting him to sit down and prepare to eat. Suddenly, a notification chimed on his phone. It was a WeChat message. He quickly opened the app to find a message from Jiang Yan. Xiao? Do you have time at noon? While reading the message over breakfast, he couldn't help but chuckle at the formality of Xiao. She was clearly upset over last night's affairs, and perhaps even the previous incident. Xiao Zhan felt a surge of delight at the thought of seeing her annoyed expression, the urge to tease Jiang Yan intensifying. The stir-fried noodles were delicious, and he set his phone on the table. Indulging in his meal a few minutes later, feeling thoroughly satisfied, he wiped his mouth with a napkin and cheerfully opened the chat with Jiang Yan to reply. In light of the tasty breakfast you prepared for me, let us meet at the Yuran Coffee House at noon. He attached a smiling emoji to his message. Meanwhile, Jiang Yan, noticing her superior was absent, stole glances at her phone, her expression quickly morphing back into one of anger. What kind of person is he? To say that because I made him breakfast, he can dictate the terms. Is this how one speaks? Clearly, he was the one who behaved inappropriately, yet now he is acting all high and mighty. How could someone be so shameless? Especially with that smiling emoji, it only fueled her irritation further. Hiding in a corner, Jiang Yan fired off a message to Xiao Zhan. Xiao Zhan, don't think you can act like a king just because you're the oldest in your family. Your audacity truly knows no bounds. See you at noon. She appended a childlike angry emoji. Upon receiving Jiang Yan's message, Xiao Zhan couldn't help but beam with delight. He increasingly found it amusing to provoke his legal wife. A knowing smile lingered on his face. Knock, knock. The door to Xiao Zhan's office was rapped upon, and he quickly wiped the smile from his face, adopting the serious demeanor of a domineering CEO. Come in. It was none other than his assistant and friend, Zhou Yang. Boss, the second miss of the Gong family, Gong Lingyun, wishes to see you. She is downstairs at our company. Zhou Yang's eyes narrowed slightly, a glint of mischief evident as he looked at Xiao Zhan. Let her in, Xiao Zhan commanded, but as the words left his mouth, he felt something was amiss. Furrowing his brow, he quickly asked, Did you say the second miss of the Gong family? Yes, it's the second miss of the Gong family. I heard they found their long-lost daughter, and they held a reunion banquet yesterday. Why does she want to see me? Xiao Zhan emphasized the word she. Making his feelings clear, he didn't recognize the newly acknowledged daughter of the Gong family. What could she possibly want from him? I suspect that Gong Lingyun is interested in you. She has probably had her eye on you for quite some time. And now that she has recognized her roots, she is bold enough to pursue you openly, Zhou Yang remarked, his expression eager for the drama to unfold. You, get out of here. Find a reason to send her away. If that fails, have security escort her out. Xiao Zhan initially hesitated to use the word send away, opting instead for escort, considering the reputations of Mr. Gong and Gong Tiyu, as well as Gong Manchu. He didn't want to embarrass the so-called second miss of the Gong family too much. With that, Zhou Yang swiftly exited like the wind. Xiao Zhan once again picked up his phone, repeatedly reviewing his chat history with Jiang Yan, a smile still gracing his face, savoring the lingering amusement. Chapter 34. The second miss of the Gong family has been found. Jiang Yan was internally berating Xiao Zhan. Her face visibly displeased, yet her striking features still held an undeniable allure. What was she thinking? Noticing Jiang Yan's morose expression, Xiao Bai approached, intent on not only checking on her but also on discussing the latest gossip surrounding the Gong family to draw closer to her. Is everything all right? Jiang Yan's displeasure dissipated almost instantly as she smiled at Xiao Bai. You might not know yet, but the granddaughter of our hospital's esteemed director Gong has been found. I heard they held a reunion banquet yesterday. As Xiao Bai's gaze met Jiang Yan's angelic smile, her heart raced uncontrollably, and a faint blush crept onto her cheeks. Is that so? Then I must extend my congratulations to the esteemed director Gong. Jiang Yan managed to force a smile, but her current focus was solely on caring for several patients. The remaining moments were consumed with thoughts of how to address any potential issues that might arise after her meeting with Xiao Zhan. She was reluctant to return to the splendid scenery tonight, genuinely fearing that Xiao Zhan might once again indulge in excessive drinking, leading to inappropriate advances. The recollection of last night's events still haunted her. Fortunately, after pulling her close, Xiao Zhan had fallen asleep, averting any dire consequences. Well, this matter has become quite the topic of gossip within our hospital, hasn't it? Yet, one would think this would be a moment of joy for Director Gong. However, when I encountered him this morning, he appeared deeply troubled, devoid of any hint of happiness. It's quite peculiar, Xiao Bai remarked earnestly, engaging in the scandal surrounding the Gong family's search for their child. How could this be? It simply doesn't add up. After hearing Xiao Bai's account, Jiang Yan recalled noticing clusters of people chattering animatedly upon entering the hospital this morning. It turned out they were discussing this very issue. Director Gong's demeanor was indeed perplexing, yet Jiang Yan had little time to ponder the affairs of others, as dealing with Xiao Zhan was already a considerable headache. The Xiao Corporation. Zhou Yang had spent considerable effort to send Gong Lingyun away, only to be summoned back to Xiao Zhan's office shortly thereafter. How did the Gong family find this daughter? What was her profession? Do I know her? Why the sudden desire to seek me out? Xiao Zhan pondered, finding the news of the Gong family's daughter both unexpected and puzzling. He had heard nothing of this prior, and even his cousin, who specialized in intelligence, had failed to inform him, indicating that the matter was not common knowledge. His barrage of questions left Zhou Yang bewildered. Boss, the situation with the Gong family has unfolded rather abruptly. Gong Lingyun's visit was too sudden. I haven't had the chance to investigate. For the first time, Zhou Yang found himself at a loss, having previously prided himself on being well informed. This time, I won't dock your pay, but you must expedite your inquiries. Xiao Zhan's voice was low and commanding. Zhou Yang smiled lightly. Rest assured, I will get to the bottom of this within 20 minutes. With that, Zhou Yang departed from Xiao Zhan's office, eager for the chance to indulge in gossip, especially when it came with the endorsement of his superior. At noon, in the serene CAF, Xiao Zhan arrived 10 minutes early, attired in a tailored suit, seated by the glass window, sipping coffee while observing the ebb and flow of pedestrians outside, anticipating the appearance of a familiar figure among the throng. Moments later, he spotted her, an innocent, slightly naive girl, carrying a small cloth bag, approaching the CAF with a lightness in her step. Xiao Zhan's gaze followed Jiang Yan until she entered the CAF, whereupon she immediately spotted him. Donning sunglasses in a corner, she approached and sat down before him, stating coolly, Mr. Xiao, could you please remove your sunglasses? I am not accustomed to conversing with someone who wears them. Jiang Yan's directness was unyielding, even somewhat commanding, catching Xiao Zhan off guard. The typically gentle Jiang Yan revealed an unexpected assertiveness. It took him a moment to remove his glasses, scrutinizing the girl before him, a smile gradually spreading across his face. The notion of teasing his wife had always been amusing, but now, Jiang Yan's demeanor piqued his curiosity further. What happened? Who upset my wife? He mused, maintaining a nonchalant smile, casting doubt on whether it had been he who had acted inappropriately the previous night. Yet, Jiang Yan's irritation was palpable. "Xiaozhan, please mind your words. I am not your wife," she retorted, her frustration evident. "And how can you prove that you are not my wife?" Xiaozhan leaned closer, locking eyes with her. His tone laden with playful provocation. "I have a contract. I wish to amend it. The need for protection now falls upon me. I misjudged you initially, leading to my signing such an agreement." Jiang Yan had resolved to adopt a firm stance on the way to the CAF. Fully aware that she needed to stand her ground against Xiaozhan's relentless antics, however, she underestimated his penchant for stubbornness. "Amend the agreement? What seems to be the issue?" Xiaozhan feigned innocence, inciting Jiang Yan's ire to the point of tears. "Indeed, I feel my personal safety is now compromised due to you, and I demand an amendment to this unfair agreement," she declared bluntly, her emotions pouring forth. "Oh, Miss Jiang, where do you feel you have been wronged? The interpretative rights of this agreement reside with me, Xiaozhan. Thus, your request to amend it is invalid," he retorted, leaving Jiang Yan on the verge of tears from frustration. "Xiaozhan, I will draft an IOU. And I will divorce you. What kind of accomplishment is it to bully a girl?" she exclaimed, turning to leave. Watching her retreating figure, Xiaozhan felt a wave of inexplicable discomfort wash over him. Why could he not communicate with her in a civil manner? What compelled him to tease her? Confused, he finished the bitter coffee and exited the CAF. Chapter 35. Will you return tonight? Xiaozhan spent the entire day absorbed in thoughts of Jiang Yan's tearful and angry departure. After briefly instructing Zhou Yang about some matters at the company, he hurried back to the splendid scenery, sitting on the living room sofa, awaiting Jiang Yan's return. As the end of her workday approached, he listened intently for the sound of the door, but half an hour past closing time, there was still no sign of her. Growing impatient, he picked up his phone and called Jiang Yan. "Jiang Yan, where are you? Why haven't you come home yet?" he asked, urgency lacing his voice. Detecting the anxiety in his tone, Jiang Yan remained unfazed and responded firmly, "I want to be returning tonight. I plan to stay at my brother's for a few days. Consider the amendment to our agreement. Once you've thought it over, I'll come back." Her words were resolute, and she attempted to hang up, only to be met with Xiaozhan's furious voice. "Jiang Yan, I command you to return immediately. Right now. Do you hear me?" He was unsure why he felt compelled to issue such an order. But an undeniable force within him resisted suppression, growing ever stronger. "On what grounds do you command me? Choose one. Amend the agreement or we divorce," she declared before ending the call. Jiang Yan was resolute in her desire to protect herself, refusing to engage in anything inappropriate with someone she did not love. Was this truly the usually gentle and amiable Jiang Yan? Xiaozhan, left holding a silent phone, pinched the bridge of his nose in frustration. For the first time, he felt he had encountered a daunting problem, one he could not confide in anyone about. He sank into the sofa, idly switching on the television, where familiar faces appeared. Gong Tingyu and his wife, Qiao Hailan, accompanied by an unfamiliar woman positioned between them, followed by Gong Manchu and her husband Sun Ziong, as reporters clamored around them. Xiaozhan did not need to glance further to know that this was a press conference convened by the Gong family following the reunion with their daughter. Between Gong Tingyu and his wife stood their recently acknowledged second daughter, Gong Lingyun. He switched off the television and made his way to the study, entering work mode. Only in this manner could he momentarily suppress thoughts of Jiang Yan. The clock in the study ticked steadily towards 9 o'clock. The night in Jiangxing had long since been illuminated by the glow of countless lights. Xiaozhan paused his work, feeling a pang of hunger. He entered the kitchen, retrieved the ingredients for dinner, and prepared 3 dishes, pouring himself a bottle of wine to enjoy as he gazed across the table. Memories of Jiang Yan sitting opposite him during meals flooded his mind. When she had just arrived at this home, Jiang Yan had been quite reserved, eating with decorum, uncertain if she would be satisfied. Gradually, she became more relaxed, laughing during meals and helping to clear the table. Eventually, she no longer viewed herself as an outsider. In her haste to get to work, she would devour her food, exhibiting none of the grace expected of a young lady. And now, it seemed she was no longer herself, daring to defy him with a firmness that surpassed his own. Reflecting on this, a tipsy Xiaozhan picked up his phone and sent a voice message. "Will you be coming back tonight?" At that moment, Jiang Yan had already tucked herself in with her little niece, preparing to sleep. Upon hearing the WeChat notification, she opened it to listen to Xiaozhan's voice message. His tone was soft and affectionate, causing her heart to flutter as if it had been gently tapped by a cotton candy cloud, leaving her with an indescribable feeling that even she could not comprehend. You should go to bed early. I need to sleep too, Jiang Yan replied to Xiao Zhan's message before embracing her niece and quickly drifting into slumber. She's going to bed. Xiao Zhan repeated this thought as he entered his bedroom. The following morning, he hastily completed his morning routine, unusually spending half an hour preparing himself. Just before leaving, he returned to the living room mirror for one last check. Stepping outside, he walked while initiating a video call with Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan was riding her electric bike, having just left her brother's villa, when she received Xiao Zhan's WeChat videoed. The video connected. She greeted him with an expression of calmness. What is it? Mr. Xiao, have you come to a decision and are willing to amend the agreement? Yes, it can be modified. Let us meet now. Jiang Yan clearly did not anticipate Xiao Zhan's swift agreement. Okay, wait for my message. I'll take a leave. Her excitement resembled that of a child. After requesting leave, she sent Xiao Zhan a message, suggesting the meeting be held at Ziqing Park. Xiao Zhan found himself somewhat speechless at her choice of location, as he had never before met anyone in a park to discuss matters. Since the park was relatively close to her brother's home, she arrived at the entrance first. 10 minutes later, Xiao Zhan pulled up in his BMW. The moment he stepped out of the car, he spotted Jiang Yan waiting at the park entrance, her head bowed as she typed on her phone, smiling to herself. That smile was enchanting, beautiful, and subtle. Xiao Zhan suddenly yearned for the day when Jiang Yan would face him with such genuine warmth. Everything between them now felt fabricated, a fade. He approached Jiang Yan directly, but she was so engrossed in her conversation on WeChat that she failed to notice his arrival. Who are you chatting with? You seem quite happy, he remarked, his expression devoid of any warmth, his tone icy. Oh, you're here. Just chatting with a colleague. Jiang Yan glanced at him with a hint of indifference, as if she were seeing a stranger. What colleague? You seem rather close. Jiang Yan hesitated for a moment, sensing that Xiao Zhan's inquiry was too probing, and deliberately changed the subject. Shall we take a stroll in the park? We can discuss the agreement while we walk and finalize it tonight for printing. Jiang Yan appeared to be in good spirits. However, Xiao Zhan found it difficult to share her joy. He merely acquiesced verbally while his mind was already occupied with his own plans. Chapter 36. The new agreement. Go ahead. How do you intend to modify the agreement? Xiao Zhan's tone was unusually calm, his deep black eyes revealing a hint of sorrow. You cannot come home drunk. After saying this, she looked at him, curious about his reaction. All right, Xiao Zhan replied readily, and Jiang Yan was taken aback by his unexpected compliance, feeling puzzled. You cannot come near me, nor harbor any inappropriate thoughts. Understood, Xiao Zhan replied, hands in his pockets, his head bowed as he followed Jiang Yan's pace. Jiang Yan was momentarily stunned by his response. This was not typical of Mr. Xiao. Even if he were to agree, the old Xiao Zhan would have made some remark to assert his disinterest, expressing disdain towards her. But now, Jiang Yan lifted her gaze to meet Xiao Zhan's, their eyes locking momentarily. He quickly averted his gaze, looking elsewhere and adopting a nonchalant demeanor. This jade bracelet is from my grandmother, along with a bank card. I haven't touched the money in it. I'll give it all to you now. I am afraid of losing it, so I'd rather keep it with you. As she spoke, Jiang Yan extended the items towards Xiao Zhan. You should wear the bracelet. My grandmother will be happy to see you wearing it. Xiao Zhan offered what seemed to be a reasonable justification. No need. It's inconvenient to wear this while I'm often giving injections at the hospital. If my grandmother asks, I'll tell her I've put the bracelet away. It appears quite valuable, and if I were to lose it or it were to break, I wouldn't be able to afford the cost of replacement. As she spoke, Jiang Yan lowered her head, recalling the moment she agreed to be Xiao Zhan's girlfriend simply because she couldn't afford the repair costs for her vehicle. A wave of melancholy washed over her. He observed her discreetly, noting the hint of sadness in her beautiful eyes, as if something within him had been stirred. He realized he had never considered her feelings before, only focusing on himself. Now he understood her. Without hesitation, Xiao Zhan accepted the bracelet and bank card from Jiang Yan. I've said all I needed to say. Now it's your turn. Jiang Yan glanced at Xiao Zhan from the corner of her eye. Feeling that today he seemed somewhat off, I have no particular demands. You just need to play your role well in front of my grandmother and keep her happy, that's all. Really? That's all it takes? Jiang Yan tilted her head, frowning in astonishment as she gazed at Xiao Zhan, her expression one of disbelief for several seconds. Yes, indeed. Xiao Zhan affirmed with a nod. Oh, by the way, Mr. Xiao, you need not provide a monthly allowance anymore. As for gifts for my grandmother, we can go shopping together, and you can pay for them. I haven't spent any of the money you previously gave me. I'll transfer it to you via WeChat shortly. After saying this, she picked up her phone and sent Xiao Zhan the money. Xiao Zhan remained silent, his mind a whirlwind of mixed feelings, his gaze fixed on Jiang Yan. his eyes filled with unspoken words. Only when Jiang Yan looked at him would he momentarily look away. Was she so eager to distance herself from him? Did he truly seem so unworthy? Xiao Zhan's inner thoughts screamed, but everything fell into a heavy silence. Who was he? Head of the Xiao family, the helm of the conglomerate, the Xiao Group was the leading enterprise in Jiangxing, with prominent figures bowing to him, eager to forge connections. Even politicians would show him deference. Yet this girl before him was so hastily severing ties with him. He wondered if it was his pride being wounded, or if he genuinely cared. He only knew this was the first time in his life someone had so blatantly disregarded him. Wasn't this what he wanted? The previous agreement had been filled with precautions against Jiang Yan's presumed ulterior motives. Shouldn't he that have granted him peace of mind? Why did it hurt so much? He longed for a drink, hoping to drown his sorrows. Perhaps then he wouldn't feel this way. Is there anything else you wish to say? Xiao Zhan's cold and grim tone echoed in Jiang Yan's ears. Nothing more, Mr. Xiao. I need to get back to work, so I'll be leaving. Jiang Yan waved at Xiao Zhan and jogged away from the park. Xiao Zhan halted, watching her retreating figure, a pang of regret hitting him as he opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but ultimately remained silent. He quickly exited the park and headed straight for the company. The Xiao Group's headquarters. In the president's office, he called out, Zhou Yang. Informed the department heads to convene a meeting. Upon returning to the company, Xiao Zhan launched into a frenzied work mode. The meeting lasted 2 hours, with a heavy workload assigned that, even with overtime, the employees were unlikely to complete. Boss, are you trying to kill us? You don't care about your own life, but I still want to live. I don't even have a girlfriend yet, and here you are, already married. Can't you spare a thought for us single folks? Zhou Yang complained, while the subordinates grumbled amongst themselves but dared not voice their dissent openly. If you can handle it, do it. If not, then leave. I'm working late tonight, and you are coming with me. Xiao Zhan stated while reviewing documents. All right, I'll accompany you to death, I guess. What is going on with you? Did you and your wife have a fight? Just tell me, and I can offer some advice. Zhou Yang attempted to extract useful information from Xiao Zhan. Is there anything else? If not, get back to work. Xiao Zhan seemed to ignore Zhou Yang's earlier comments, returning to his tasks. Zhou Yang, feeling dejected, left the president's office with a heavy heart. The municipal hospital. Yan, did you know? Our exam results are out, and the report card is with Dean Hu. I just inquired about the results. I initially wanted to ask for you, but Dean Hu said he couldn't help anyone and that you must ask in person. What nonsensical regulation is this, if you want me to speak? It should be written on a large sheet of paper and posted in the hospital's notice board. Now, all this secrecy, what does it signify? Murmured my close friend, Mu Xiaorong, as she expressed her grievances regarding Dean Hu's behavior. Oh, I see. Xiaorong, could you keep an eye on the patient in bed 6 while I seek out Dean Hu to inquire about my results? With that, Jiang Yan swiftly made her way towards Hu Yiba's office. Half an hour later, Jiang Yan was seen leaving the hospital in Hu Yiba's car, a scene witnessed by Mu Xiaorong through the window. Mu Xiaorong was immediately puzzled. Why was Yan leaving with the dean? She grabbed her phone to send Jiang Yan a WeChat message, but received no reply. Anxiously, Mu Xiaorong was about to make a call when a patient's call for assistance interrupted her. She had no choice but to stow her phone and rush to the ward. At the Zhao family's villa, Jiang Chun was busy mopping the floor when he heard his phone ring. Glancing at the screen, he saw it was Yan calling and quickly answered. Yan. He called repeatedly, but there was no response from her end. Just as he was about to hang up and dial again, a voice came through. You beast, let go of me. Let go of me. Do you think you can escape? If you submit to me, you can stay in the hospital. Hearing his sister's conversation with a stranger sent Jiang Chun into a panic, and he hurriedly called Xiao Zhan. Xiao Zhan, who was occupied with an important project at the company, answered the call from his brother-in-law without hesitation. Xiao Zhan, something's happened to Yan. Where are you? Hurry and save her, brother. Don't panic. Where is Yan now? I don't know. Yan called me, and I heard her arguing with a strange man about staying in the hospital. She was cursing him. Jiang Chen's voice trembled as his mind raced with worry over his sister's fate. He slumped to the ground, overwhelmed. Brother, I'm calling the police right now. Let's head to Yan's hospital and find out where she went and who she left with. Jiang Chun knew this was not the time to break down. He had to remain rational and find a way to rescue his sister. All right, we'll meet at the traditional Chinese medicine hospital. After hanging up with Xiao Zhan, Jiang Chun hopped on his motorcycle and sped towards the city hospital. Ji Bei, inform Ji Dong and the others that your sister is in trouble. Bring a team to the city hospital. Be careful not to use luxury cars, just find some ordinary vehicles, Xiao Zhan instructed before hanging up and accelerating his vehicle, which roared down the street, leaving pedestrians startled. What on earth is happening? They wondered, exchanging anxious glances as they watched the speeding car. Upon learning of Jiang Yan's predicament, Xiao Zhan realized the depth of his feelings for her. He cared deeply for her. His chest burned with urgency as he focused on the road ahead, wishing he could reach Jiang Yan instantly and exact revenge on the beast who dared to harm her. Following closely behind Xiao Zhan were Xiao Jibei, Xiao Jidong, Xiao Jiguang, and Xiao Jiyuan, all in a convoy of Dongfeng business cars along with a host of others. The procession of vehicles surrounded the city hospital, creating an imposing presence. Upon disembarking, the group, clad in black suits and sunglasses, stood ready in the hospital yard, exuding an air of authority. Hospital staff and nurses peered out from the windows, stunned by the spectacle, speculating about its implications. Do you think our hospital has attracted the attention of the underworld? This scene is too intimidating. I wanted to go outside for a delivery, but now I don't dare to go downstairs. One nurse whispered to another. Yes, it's quite frightening. Jiang Chen entered the hospital building and found Mu Xiaorong, who informed him that his sister had left the hospital in the car of Dean Hu Yiba. Meanwhile, Xiao Zhan was reviewing the surveillance footage in the hospital's monitoring room. When Jiang Chen relayed Mu Xiaorong's words to him, they were just about to leave when the police arrived at the hospital. All the hospital directors emerged, unaware of the unfolding situation. It was only when they reviewed the surveillance footage that they grasped the gravity of the matter. Upon recognizing Xiao Zhan, they were about to address him when he interrupted, "Don't misidentify me." The directors were so startled that they dared not speak further. Fearing exposure, Xiao Zhan exited swiftly, donning sunglasses in the car while directing Xiao Jibei. Jibei, have the police locate Dean Hu Yiba's car immediately after they finish reviewing the footage. Understood, Big Brother. Minutes later, with the assistance of the police, Hu Yiba's vehicle was swiftly tracked via satellite. Following the coordinates, the police and Zhao's entourage set off with great momentum. The directors of the hospital, now drenched in sweat, were bewildered as to why this incident had attracted the Xiao family's attention. Following the satellite coordinates, they arrived at a suburban area in the northwest corner of Jiang City, where the roads were rough and uneven. They decided to disembark and split up to conduct a thorough search. This region, characterized by dense woods and rampant vegetation, posed a challenge for navigation, heightening the difficulty of their search. Nevertheless, the satellite pinpointed the location within these woods, and everyone meticulously examined their surroundings. Upon reaching a central area of the forest, they discovered two men lying on the ground. Xiao Zhan rushed forward to inspect them closely. The men were covered in acupuncture needles, unconscious, indicating that Jiang Yan had used acupuncture on them. Blood stains were scattered irregularly across the ground. "Jiang Yan!" Xiao Zhan yelled into the air, surveying the area for any sign of her, suppressing tears that threatened to spill. "Continue the search," Police Officer Sun Xiaolei shouted, recognizing Xiao Zhan. Though he had witnessed Xiao Zhan reprimanding the directors in the monitoring room and was confused about the situation, he cooperated eagerly. The two men lying on the ground were soon lifted into a police vehicle for interrogation. The remaining searchers again split up to find Jiang Yan. Yin. Jiang Chen's face was ashen as he wandered, calling out, his heart aching with every step. After their parents' passing, they had appeared in his dreams, urging him to be strong, to care for his sister, to ensure she received an education, and to help her escape their small village. Yet, he had ultimately failed to protect her. Tears streamed down Jiang Chen's face as he wiped them away, continuing to run and call out, Yin. Where are you? Brother is coming for you. His hoarse voice echoed through the expanse. Xiao Zhan glanced back at Jiang Chen, feeling a pang in his heart as he too fought back tears. The group had scoured most of the area without finding any trace of Jiang Yan. They pressed onward until they spotted a few dilapidated houses in the distance and hastened towards them. Upon entering one of the rundown buildings, they found a disheveled woman, bloodied and slumped against the wall. Having lost consciousness from excessive blood loss, Xiao Zhan brushed the hair from her face and gently wiped the blood from her features, finally recognizing her. "Jiang Yan," he shouted, swiftly lifting her into his arms. "Brother, we found her." Jiang Chen rushed over, and upon seeing his unconscious sister, he burst into tears, overwhelmed with emotion. Xiao Zhan cradled Jiang Yan and bolted away, racing against time to bring her to the car and hastily return to the hospital. Meanwhile, Zhao Liping was incessantly calling Hu Yiba, eager to learn about the situation with him and Chen Yimo. She anticipated seeing Jiang Yan in a pitiful state and hoped Chen Yimo would send her some photos to share with Xiao Zhan, of course. Without revealing her identity, however, after waiting several hours with no news, Zhao Liping grew increasingly anxious. Jiang Yan was swiftly transported to the People's Hospital. Xiao Jidong had already contacted a friend in the emergency room. And as Xiao Zhan burst through the hospital doors carrying Jiang Yan, a team awaited with a stretcher. The corridor was bustling with people as they rushed towards the emergency room. Chapter 38. True feelings revealed in adversity. Jiang Yan was wheeled into the emergency room, where doctors worked frantically to save her. Family. Who is the patient's family? I am. Xiao Zhan and Jiang Qin responded in unison. Listen up, we urgently need to transfuse blood. What is the patient's blood type? Type O, Jiang Qin replied. And who are you to her? Are you certain? The doctor inquired, skeptical. Absolutely. I'm her brother. Due to the critical nature of the situation, we need to start the transfusion immediately, but it will take time to verify the blood type. Every second counts for the patient's life. Director Wang, our hospital's stock of type O blood is running low. This patient has lost too much blood. We might not have enough, a young and attractive doctor explained. How much do we have? We need to transfuse immediately. Given the urgency, please mobilize your friends and relatives to come donate type O blood. Jiang Qian and Xiao Zhan exchanged glances and began making calls and posting on social media. Xiao Jibei promptly sent a group message to his loyal brothers below. Within a minute, over a dozen individuals declared themselves as type O blood donors, expressing their willingness to donate blood for Jiang Yan. Upon learning this, Jiang Chen held onto Xiao Jibei's hand, conveying his gratitude, while Jibei reassuringly patted Jiang Chen on the shoulder, saying, "We are all family, so there is no need for formalities. I have 30 friends with type O blood who are eager to help." Xiao Zhan mobilized all his connections and every employee in his company, driven by a singular thought: to save Jiang Yan at any cost. Director Wang was left dumbfounded. Although there were many with type O blood, to find over 40 individuals in such a short span of time was simply astonishing. All right, Dr. Gao, you are in charge of receiving these donors. Ensure their blood is delivered to the intensive care unit without delay. Understood, Director. As it happens, I am also type O blood, and I will be the first to donate. Gao Zheqi volunteered eagerly. Gao Zheqi. Before Jiang Chun could express his thanks, he was preempted by Zhou Yang, who had just arrived. Gao Zheqi looked momentarily taken aback, glanced at Zhou Yang, and silently left the room. "Do you know this doctor?" Xiao Zhan inquired. "Yes, we were college classmates," Zhou Yang replied, lowering his head, a troubled expression clouding his face. Although Xiao Zhan chose not to probe further, he could surmise the nature of their relationship. Jiang Qin hurried after Gao Zheqi, dropping to his knees before her, hands clasped together as he repeatedly exclaimed, "Thank you, thank you." Gao Zheqi quickly helped him to his feet. Xiao Zhan, Zhou Yang, and several other cousins from the Xiao family watched this scene from a distance, lowering their heads in silence. 10 minutes later, the corridor of the hospital was filled with those there to donate blood. Each time a donor was found, Jiang Chen would kneel in gratitude. Watching from the side, Xiao Zhan felt a tumult of emotions, akin to savoring a dish with a blend of sweet, sour, bitter, and salty flavors, all fermenting within him. That moment, he witnessed the most beautiful aspect of humanity. He felt genuine happiness for Jiang Yan. She had the best brother. Xiao Zhan's eyes glistened with unshed tears, and for once, he allowed them to flow freely. Jiang Yan, having lost blood, remained in a state of unconsciousness, being monitored in the intensive care unit. "Xiao Zhan, you stay here with Yin Yan. I will go pick up Hui Hui from kindergarten." "Go ahead, big brother. I will be here, so don't worry," Jiang Chen reassured, peering through the glass of the ICU at his sister lying on the hospital bed. Reluctantly stepping away for the time being, "Big brother, the police department has news. The two culprits have regained consciousness," Zhou Yang reported. "These two scoundrels confessed. They attempted to harm our sister-in-law but ultimately failed. For she possesses a secret weapon. The silver needles embedded in those two rascals' heads were the handiwork of our sister-in-law. They passed out, and she managed to escape, but the injury on their heads bled profusely." Xiao Jibei leaned in close to Xiao Zhan, discreetly relaying the situation. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhan's expression darkened significantly. He took a deep drag from his cigarette, flung it to the ground, and stamped it out with force. A fierce glint flashing in his eyes. "Is there anyone orchestrating this?" Xiao Zhan's voice was low and menacing as it reached Xiao Jibei's ears. "We are still investigating." Xiao Jibei was taken aback by his brother's question. Who had their sister-in-law offended that there was a mastermind behind this? "Investigate. We must uncover the truth and bring everyone involved to light." Xiao Zhan's voice was as chilling as a demon emerging from the depths of hell, frightening a passing nurse who hurried away, casting anxious glances over her shoulder. "Understood, big brother. I will look into it immediately." At that moment, Xiao Jibei comprehended fully that his elder brother was deeply entrenched in this matter, and that this sister-in-law had truly made a profound impact on his brother's heart. It was indeed remarkable. The once indifferent elder brother, who had always dismissed women vying for his attention, now found himself captivated. Yet he knew his brother was loyal and devoted. Once he loved, it would be for a lifetime. It seemed that their sister-in-law had not yet fallen for his brother, as such a young and angelic figure would likely have many suitors. Let her hope for the best. If there were future admirers, his brother's jealousy would surely be overwhelming. A smirk crept onto his face as he found himself eager to witness the captivating drama of his brother ensnared in love's throes. Just as Xiao Jibei stepped out of the hospital, he looked up to see Jiang Yan anxiously carrying his daughter. Rushing back into the building, "Brother, this hospital has all sorts of patients. Why did you bring Hui here?" Xiao Jibei queried, his brow furrowed. "There's no one at home. I can't reach Xiao Liping, and I can't leave Yan Yan alone. Has she regained consciousness?" Jiang Chun inquired anxiously about his sister. "Not yet. Brother, if you trust me, let me take care of Hui for a few days. I will drop her off at kindergarten." Xiao Jibei looked at Jiang Chun as if seeing a long-lost friend. Feeling a deep sense of kinship, he was aware of Jiang Chun's loyalty in helping Gong Manchu, and he held nothing but admiration for him with regards to his sister. Yet this man's fate seemed unfortunate. Having entangled himself with that unscrupulous Zhao Liping, it was a pity for such a devoted and righteous man. "All right, of course, I trust you. Thank you for helping." Jiang Chun was genuinely concerned about his daughter being in the hospital, where various ailments abounded. "Don't worry." Xiao Jibei opened his arms to receive the sleeping Hui. As he approached his car, he glanced back to see Jiang Chun still standing there, watching him from a distance. It is often said that children are a mother's weakness, yet they are also a father's vulnerability. Xiao Jibei shook his head and decisively ordered the driver to depart. Chapter 39. Nightmares. The patient's vital signs have stabilized. She can now be transferred to a regular ward, the chief physician informed Xiao Zhan as he exited the ICU. "Thank you." Xiao Zhan nodded in appreciation. "No need for thanks, it is only right. You see, these people are all brought by you, correct? Our hospital is primarily staffed by young female doctors and nurses. I fear they may be frightened," the director said with a sheepish smile. Following the physician's gesture, Xiao Zhan observed a line of 2 to 3 dozen individuals neatly aligned in the hospital corridor. Instantly, he grasped the director's intention. "Everything is fine here. Jidong, please escort them out." Xiao Jidong promptly led the group away from the hospital. The young nurses near the nurses' station, having overheard Xiao Zhan's authoritative tone, were now certain he was the leader of a gang. Each girl regarded Xiao Zhan with a mixture of fear and admiration. The following day, in the regular ward, Xiao Zhan had spent the night on the sofa. He had sent Jiang Chen home the night before, choosing to stay behind to care for Jiang Yan. He filled a basin with warm water and gently wiped Jiang Yan's face and hands, being careful not to apply too much pressure, as the marks on her hands had already been treated by the doctor. Yet, one could easily imagine the struggle she had endured. 2 burly men had failed to overpower his delicate wife. Xiao Zhan felt both heartache and curiosity, even with acupuncture as a secret weapon. One still needed to possess the skill to deliver a swift, steady, and precise blow. His fascination with his wife continued to grow. Gurgle. Jiang Yan's stomach growled loudly. "Brother, Yan Yan has escaped the danger and has been moved to room 308. Bring over 5 or 6 meals, for she is starving." Xiao Zhan called Jiang Chen, concerned that the food would be insufficient, knowing Jiang Yan's hearty appetite. She had missed 2 meals already and would undoubtedly be famished. He pondered silently. Just as Jiang Chen reached the 3rd floor, he turned back to buy food. "Let me go! Let me go! You pack of animals!" Suddenly, Jiang Yan sat up in bed, her hands flailing wildly as she screamed in terror. Seeing this, Xiao Zhan rushed forward, wrapping her in his embrace. "Yan Yan, it's all in the past. It's all over. Wake up!" Jiang Yan sobbed, completely oblivious to Xiao Zhan's attempts to calm her, mistaking him for her tormentor. Biting down on his fist and refusing to let go, her teeth sinking painfully into his flesh. Xiao Zhan gritted his teeth, furrowing his brow, enduring the pain in silence as she continued to bite him. Jiang Yan's hands clutched at Xiao Zhan's hair, striking him fiercely, and he tightened his grip around her arms until she finally slipped back into a semi-conscious state. Upon returning with the food, Jiang Chen entered the ward to find the back of Xiao Zhan's hand marked with bloodied bite marks. Astonished, he asked, "What happened to you? You're bleeding. Your hair is a mess, and your face. You need to call a doctor for a bandage." Jiang Chen observed the disheveled state of his brother-in-law compared to the suave and dignified man he had known, struggling to suppress a laugh. Yan Yan was just talking in her sleep. Xiao Zhan refrained from sharing the details of what had transpired during Jiang Yan's nightmare. However, Jiang Yan was no fool. He understood that his sister was likely still trapped in her traumatic memories. Mistaking Xiao Zhan for the villain, quickly find a doctor for a bandage. I'll stay here, Jiang Chen urged again, feeling a pang of sympathy for his brother-in-law, who was suffering at the hands of his sister. Xiao Zhan, with his tousled hair, made his way to the doctor's office and approached the chief physician. Could you please tend to my injury? He requested, extending his hand to reveal his wounded knuckles. What on earth happened to you? The chief physician asked, bewildered by Xiao Zhan's sudden disheveled appearance. Seeing that Xiao Zhan remained silent, the physician chose not to press further. Moments ago, he had exuded the charm of a wealthy young master. Yet in the blink of an eye, his hair appeared as though it had been wildly tousled, disheveled beyond repair. His face bore several scratches, and the back of his hand seemed to have been bitten, with blood slowly oozing forth. All the doctors in the office turned their gazes toward Xiao Zhan. One doctor, mid-sip, failed to swallow his water, causing it to erupt from his mouth in a spray, followed by a fit of uncontrollable laughter that left him doubled over. The others, too, stifled their laughter, covering their mouths as they chuckled incessantly. It was not until the director cleared his throat that the merriment abruptly ceased. Despite the havoc Jiang Yan had wreaked upon his outward appearance, Xiao Zhan maintained an air of composure, his expression blank as he observed the director tending to his wounds. The facial injuries are inconsequential. They will heal quickly, but the hand will require several days, the doctor advised. Upon exiting the doctor's office, he encountered a few nurses in the corridor. The female nurses, upon witnessing Xiao Zhan's drastically altered appearance, occasionally erupted into laughter reminiscent of pigs grunting. Xiao Zhan paid little heed to their reactions, making his way into the patient room to locate the restroom. He tidied his hair and examined the scratches on his face. Feeling no stir of emotion within, compared to the suffering endured by his wife, his injuries were trivial. Approaching Jiang Yan's side, just as Jiang Chen was about to inquire about his wounds, Xiao Zhan's phone rang. Brother, we have found the culprit. The mastermind behind it is Zhao Liping. Xiao Zhan stared incredulously at Jiang Chen, the revelation shocking him. Where is she now? Has she been apprehended? Xiao Zhan questioned urgently, fearing Zhao Liping might escape. Yes, she was caught at the international airport. Fortunately, the two accomplices confessed just in time. Had we been a moment later, she would have fled the country, came the reply. Good. Keep a close watch. Xiao Zhan concluded the call with Ji Bei, his gaze shifting to Jiang Chen. Brother, there is something I need to tell you. Brace yourself. Xiao Zhan's unusually grave demeanor caused Jiang Chen's heart to race. Rising slowly from his seat beside Jiang Yan's bed, Jiang Chen stared blankly at Xiao Zhan, a dreadful premonition creeping into his mind. Speak. Jiang Chen met Xiao Zhan's gaze with unwavering resolve. It was Zhao Liping who instigated those two. The news struck Jiang Chen like a bolt of lightning, obliterating the last vestiges of hope he had harbored for Zhao Liping. Suddenly, Jiang Chen sank onto Jiang Yan's bedside, his eyes fixated on his sister, who lay battered and bruised due to the actions of his own wife. Reflecting on the years of oppression endured at the Zhao family's hands, ignoring any semblance of pride, tears streamed down his face, an uncontrollable deluge. Woo-woo, Jiang Chen cried out, collapsing weakly to the ground. Xiao Zhan helped him to his feet, offering a tissue. That moment, Jiang Yan, who had been lying in her hospital bed, seemed to stir, roused by the sound of her brother's cries. Cough, cough. She emitted a dry, raspy cough. Yin. Both Xiao Zhan and Jiang Chen rushed to her side, their eyes filled with concern as they gazed at the awakening Jiang Yan. Chapter 40. Awakening Jiang Yan opened her fearful eyes, taking in the sight of her brother and Xiao Zhan before scanning the room, confirming her safety, which allowed her anxious heart to settle slightly. Brother, I'm thirsty, she croaked, her parched lips pale, before Jiang Chen could rise to fetch water. Xiao Zhan swiftly extended a water bottle he had prepared earlier, even opting for one with a straw for her convenience. He had anticipated her thirst and hunger upon awakening, ensuring water and food were at the ready. As she drank, memories of her desperate struggles and attempts to fight back flooded her mind. A single tear welled in her eye, then overflowed, cascading down her cheek and onto the pristine pillow. Jiang Chen watched, heartbroken. How about some food? Xiao Zhan asked, his gaze filled with tenderness. Jiang Yan pulled the blanket over her head, concealing herself as silent tears flowed. Xiao Zhan exchanged a worried glance with Jiang Chen. Just then, Xiao Zhan's phone rang. It was Ji Bei calling. He hurriedly stepped into the hospital corridor to answer. Brother, we are nearing closure on the case. Currently, Zhao Liping is stubbornly denying any involvement, and all evidence proving her culpability has been destroyed. I am working on it, Bei, what about the phones of those two, brother? It's precisely because we lack the phones that we have no evidence. That woman is adamantly refusing to acknowledge anything. Baffled, Xiao Zhan recalled that they had arrived at the scene with the police. How could they have overlooked the phones? He ended the call, his thoughts turning to Jiang Yan, and hurried back to her room. Approaching her bedside, he inquired, "Has she eaten?" "No. I've been talking for ages, and there's been no response," Jiang Chen replied. Xiao Zhan shot him a look, urging him to try again. "Jiang Yan, listen. The person behind this has been identified. But we need evidence to hold her accountable. Think back to when you left that grove. Did you notice if the two had their phones on them? This is crucial." From beneath the covers, Jiang Yan jolted upright at the sound of Xiao Zhan's voice, looking down at her hospital gown. "What happened to my torn clothes?" she asked. "The doctors disposed of them," Jiang Chen replied. "Their phones were in the pocket of my torn shirt." Both Jiang Chen and Xiao Zhan were taken aback, and Xiao Zhan was the first to dash out, searching through the trash where the doctor had discarded her clothes. Soon, he unearthed two muddy phones from her shirt pocket. "Thank goodness, the trash hasn't been taken out yet," he exclaimed, relieved. As he approached the door to the patient room, he spotted Gong Manchu walking toward him from across the corridor, a beautifully arranged fruit basket in hand. "Mr. Xiao, is that you?" She scrutinized him, noticing his disheveled hair, scratched face, and bandaged hand, evidence of his injuries, while he clutched the two dirty phones. Seeing him in this state felt surreal. "Sure, don't call me Mr. Xiao. Here, I'm just Xiao Zhan," he replied with a mysterious gesture. Gong Manchu instantly brightened. "Tell me, who is in trouble and needs O-type blood?" "Your benefactor's sister, my wife," Xiao Zhan stated clearly. "What, your wife? When did you get married?" While she could grasp the concept of a benefactor's sister, the latter revelation left her utterly astonished. "That's not important. When you go in, don't call me Mr. Xiao. Remember that," he reiterated, leaving her puzzled yet compliant. Upon entering the patient room, her gaze fell upon Jiang Chen sitting beside Jiang Yan's bed. This was their third meeting, and despite the varied settings and circumstances, he consistently projected a sense of reliability and trustworthiness. "Hello, Brother Jiang." Gong Manchu placed the fruit basket on the bedside table for Jiang Yan and greeted Jiang Chen. "Lawyer Gong, what brings you here?" Jiang Chen asked, clearly taken aback by her presence. "I saw your post on social media about needing blood. So I rushed over. But upon arrival, I realized that your call for help was quite effective. I didn't even get a chance to donate as there was already enough blood. I was curious who was unwell. So I came to see." Gong Manchu's gaze shifted to Jiang Yan. "It's my sister," Jiang Chen replied, feeling inexplicably flustered at the sight of Gong Manchu. "Oh, hello. I'm Gong Manchu. How are you feeling?" "Any better?" Despite Jiang Yan's forehead being wrapped in white bandages, Gong Manchu felt an immediate warmth upon seeing her, especially in Jiang Yan's familiar eyes. "Hello. I'm Jiang Yan," came Jiang Yan's sweet voice, resonating in the room. Hearing Jiang Yan's voice only deepened Gong Manchu's sense of familiarity. Her mother had possessed a similar tone, which had captivated her father. "Jiang Yan. What a lovely name. What do you do?" Gong Manchu felt an overwhelming urge to connect with her, though she hesitated, fearing it might seem too forward. "I'm studying traditional Chinese medicine and interning at the municipal hospital." To her surprise, Jiang Yan promptly answered, "Oh, really? What a coincidence. My grandfather is the director there. I'll take you home one day to meet him. Perhaps he can offer you some guidance at the hospital." Gong Manchu enthused. Her warmth evident, Jiang Yan, taken aback by the enthusiasm, managed a faint smile. "Lawyer Gong, could you step outside for a moment?" Xiao Zhan, noticing Jiang Yan's fatigue, called her aside and recounted the recent events regarding Jiang Yan's condition. "How could this happen? My grandfather's hospital has such scoundrels," she exclaimed, anger bubbling as she dialed her grandfather's number. Just then, Xiao Bei appeared in the hospital corridor, having come to collect evidence. Chapter 41. The Xiao family's visit had Xiao Zhan not personally handed the phones to Bei. Bei would scarcely have believed that the man before him was his eldest brother. Brother, did you take advantage of your wife being unconscious and succumb to your desires, only to be left in this sorry state?" Bei teased, amplifying the absurdity of the scenario in his mind. "Have you been itching for a reprimand after being neglected for a few days?" Xiao Zhan pursued Xiao Bei through the corridor, and Xiao Bei, realizing that his jest had gone a bit too far, promptly halted and apologized, saying, "I am truly sorry, big brother. I acknowledge my mistake. I genuinely regret it." Observing his sincere admission of fault, Xiao Zhan refrained from further remarks and handed over his mud-stained mobile phone to Xiao Bei. Grasping the incriminating evidence, Xiao Bei inquired about Jiang Yan's condition before hastily departing. Meanwhile, Gong Manchu, having concluded her phone call with her grandfather, remained visibly enraged. How could such a despicable creature be worthy of practicing medicine? Xiao Zhan, I have informed my grandfather, and he has already announced the termination of his employment at the hospital and has applied for the revocation of his medical license in the future. The Chinese medicine hospital shall not employ any of his descendants either, Miss Gong. I truly appreciate your presence today and for standing up for my wife, Xiao Zhan remarked, offering a smile. He found it somewhat amusing to witness Gong Manchu's anger. The typically mature and composed lawyer resembled a petulant child when incensed, a trait that echoed that of his wife, whom he had fortuitously found on the street. However, I do find a certain affinity with your wife. May I add her on WeChat? Gong Manchu unabashedly expressed her admiration for Jiang Yan in front of Xiao Zhan, knowing that as a woman, he would not misconstrue her intentions. Sure, Xiao Zhan replied as he sent the WeChat QR code of Jiang Yan to Gong Manchu. He harbored no objections to the lawyer's fondness for his wife. With a court case to attend to later that afternoon, Gong Manchu swiftly exited the hospital. After bidding farewell to Jibei and Gong Manchu, Xiao Zhan entered the ward. He observed Jiang Yan, who was eating, while Jiang Chen attentively watched over her, resembling a mother overseeing her child, anxious that she might eat too much or too little, or choke. Concerned for his daughter, burdened by the care of his sister, and grappling with a wife who was on the verge of divorce, Xiao Zhan looked at his brother-in-law Jiang Chen and felt a surge of compassion. It was time for him to lend a hand. Brother, how is your job search progressing? Don't mention it. Most of the resumes I sent out have gone unanswered. I interviewed for a few positions, but they all deemed my extended time at home and the fact that I have a child as drawbacks, so those prospects fizzled out. Jiang Chen's face clouded with melancholy at the thought of his employment situation. He still needed to file for divorce. His sister required time to recuperate, and seeing her finally willing to eat was a small consolation for him. As long as she was well, everything else could be addressed. Brother, what do you think of the Gong Group? Xiao Zhan cautiously inquired. Although the Gong Group did not rival the Xiao Group, it was still quite formidable in Jiang City. I heard that only those with master's degrees can secure employment there. With my qualifications, I wouldn't even meet the entry requirement. What's wrong? Do you have a friend working there? Or are you contemplating a switch to the Gong Group? Xiao Zhan cautioned. You must be careful. The Gong Group cannot compare to the Xiao Group. I have heard that the Xiao Group offers significantly better benefits and more humane management practices. You should think it over carefully. Xiao Zhan found his brother-in-law's line of reasoning, or perhaps imagination, to be quite similar to his own Jibei. Did he say anything? Why is he imagining all these possibilities? His thought process is rather advanced. While he appreciated his brother-in-law's admiration for the Xiao Group, he could not place him in his own company. Doing so would inevitably expose his true identity prematurely. He needed to evaluate Jiang Yan for a while longer, for once he committed to someone, it was meant to last a lifetime. Knock, knock. The door to the ward was rapped upon. Come in, Xiao Zhan replied. His second aunt entered, pushing his grandmother, who was seated in a wheelchair, followed by his second uncle, third aunt, Jidong, and Ji Yuan, who all filed into the room. Jiang Chen hurriedly greeted the entire Xiao family. Yan Yan, are you feeling any better? His second aunt wheeled the elderly matriarch to Jiang Yan's bedside, where she grasped Jiang Yan's hand with fervor, her eyes filled with concern. Grandmother, Jiang Yan was deeply touched by the elder's genuine care. She mustered her strength to converse with the matriarch, who then urged her to lie down and rest. Grandmother, how did you and aunt find out? Apart from his three cousins, Xiao Zhan had not informed anyone else in the family, and his cousins had promised to keep the matter from their grandmother and uncle and aunt. Did you think that by not telling us, we would remain oblivious? Remember, grandmother resides in this hospital, and your three aunts and second aunt have witnessed your comings and goings from this ward. The matriarch regarded Xiao Zhan with a mixture of reproach and affection, while the two uncles also chastised him for remaining silent during a crisis. It was nothing serious. Those two were incapacitated by Jiang Yan's acupuncture. They didn't gain anything from it. Your granddaughter-in-law is quite formidable. Xiao Zhan revealed this in front of everyone, wishing to spare Jiang Yan from any humiliation in the eyes of the family in the future. Haha, I told you my granddaughter-in-law is remarkable. She is indeed unlike other girls. As long as you all are fine, grandmother can rest easy. Yan Yan needs a tranquil environment to recuperate, so during this period, please do not let her undertake any internships at the Chinese medicine hospital. Later, I will have your second aunt bring her some premium tonics. With that, the matriarch took her leave with her sons, daughters-in-law, and grandchildren. Xiao Zhan escorted his family to the corridor, where he was intercepted by Xiao Qingyun and Xiao Qingshan. This incident has stirred quite a commotion, and the city has begun an investigation. Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to ask. His second uncle Xiao Qingyun offered earnestly, while his third uncle Xiao Qingshan echoed the sentiment, expressing their readiness to assist him at any time. Thank you, uncles, for your concern. I can manage the current situation on my own, but I will certainly reach out if needed. Xiao Zhan held great respect for his two uncles, who had always taken special care of him due to his lack of parents growing up, consistently offering their help during significant events. After bidding farewell to his family, Xiao Zhan returned to the ward to find Jiang Yan peacefully asleep. I brought Jiang Yan some Zhu Shan Shan Wan to help her sleep, and it seems she is resting soundly now, free from nightmares. Jiang Qin couldn't help but glance at Xiao Zhan's disheveled hair, the scratches on his face, and the bandages wrapped around his hands. The elderly matriarch and the uncles had all noticed his injuries, undoubtedly feeling concern for him, yet they pretended not to see, focusing instead on comforting their sister. It was evident that this family was not one to indulge in trivialities. They were understanding and considerate, each one of them possessing an admirable sense of propriety. Jiang Chun felt immense comfort knowing that his sister had found such a good family, and he believed that his parents would rest easy in the afterlife. Yes, let her sleep well. When she awakens, she will feel better. Jiang Qin interpreted Xiao Zhan's words at face value, unaware of their deeper implications, until the following day, when the Public Security Bureau delivered good news. Chapter 42. The Little Puppy Brother. Everything has been clarified. It was Zhao Liping who instigated Hu Yiba and Chen Yimo. The evidence is irrefutable, and Zhao Liping has no means to refute it. The case has now been handed over to the Jiang City First People's Court, and the judgment should be forthcoming soon. Xiao Jibei called Xiao Zhan early in the morning to deliver this promising news. All right, I understand. Keep a close watch until they are sentenced. Xiao Zhan felt a slight easing of the fire within him, but true to his nature, this matter was far from over. He hung up with Jibei and turned to share the news with Jiang Yan. Upon hearing Xiao Zhan's update, coupled with a night of restful sleep, Jiang Yan's spirits were considerably uplifted compared to the previous day. She gazed blankly at Xiao Zhan, noticing his tousled hair, the marks on his face, and the bandaged hands. She softly inquired, "What happened to you? Are you referring to this here, and here, and here?" Xiao Zhan replied, gesturing to his face, hands, and hair. "Yes," Jiang Yan nodded. "Oh, these? They were inflicted by a mischievous little puppy that scratched and nipped at me. This little puppy is quite unruly during sleep, causing all sorts of trouble." Jiang Yan looked around, searching for the elusive puppy, her captivating eyes filled with curiosity as she questioned, "Where is there a dog? Are you raising a dog at home?" Xiao Zhan, stifling a laugh at Jiang Yan's bewilderment, responded, "Yes, we have a little puppy at home. She is adorably charming and quite beloved, even by my grandmother." Jiang Yan, blinking her bright eyes, pondered, "I haven't been home for just a few days, and you've already acquired a little puppy. You seem so pleased despite being bitten and scratched by it. I must be inferior to a dog. I want to be discharged. I want to see that little puppy. If my grandmother likes her so much, I'm certain I will too." Jiang Yan insisted on leaving the hospital to meet the puppy. Xiao Zhan could no longer contain his amusement and burst into laughter. "What are you laughing at?" Jiang Yan was utterly perplexed, about to inquire further when she noticed a lovely young girl standing at the entrance of the ward. "Auntie?" Hui Hui spread her arms wide, resembling a little bird with wings, and rushed towards Jiang Yan's bedside. "Hui Hui!" In that moment, Jiang Yan cast aside all her pain and seemed to rediscover the optimistic and joyful version of herself she once was. Xiao Zhan, observing Jiang Yan's transformation, felt a pang of pain in his heart. Had it not been for this incident, she would still be that joyous girl. However, he comprehended that this would leave a profound mark within her heart. He wished that she did not possess such understanding, that she would not deliberately conceal the pain within, but rather unleash it completely. Her attempts at disguise only deepened his own sorrow. "Yin Yan, did you eat well this morning? Did you sleep soundly last night?" Jiang Chen entered the room following Hui Hui, his words brimming with concern for his sister, resembling a nagging mother. "Rest assured, brother, she has eaten her fill and slept well." Xiao Zhan smiled at Jiang Yan, who lay on the hospital bed. "Brother, I want to be discharged. Look, I'm perfectly fine." As she spoke, she swung her legs off the bed and took a few steps around the ward. "Let's observe for another day," Jiang Chen said, filled with worry. "Brother, I truly am fine. Please let me go home. Xiao Zhan has a little puppy, and I want to see it. I can recuperate just the same at home." "There's a puppy? Auntie, is it true that there's a little dog?" "Auntie." Hui Hui gazed at Jiang Yan with wide, innocent eyes, excitedly pressing for answers. "Yes, you will get to see it at Auntie's house." Jiang Yan exclaimed, embracing her little niece. both of them swirling in delight over a non-existent puppy. Observing this scene, Xiao Zhan placed a hand on his forehead, speechless as he looked at Jiang Chen. What little puppy? Xiao Zhan, you've gotten a dog at home. Jiang Chen also assumed that his brother-in-law had brought home a puppy. Just as Xiao Zhan was about to explain, Jiang Yan chimed in, yes. Brother, he told me that the little puppy tangled up his hair, scratched his face, and bit his hand. He must have been too fierce for the puppy to like him. I think Grandma has nothing to worry about. The puppy must adore her. With that, Jiang Yan giggled, reminding Xiao Zhan to remember to get rabies shots. After hearing his sister's words, Jiang Chen burst into laughter, unable to contain himself. He never expected his brother-in-law to be such a humorous person. It seemed that his sister's future married life would undoubtedly be filled with joy. All right, we'll heed your aunt's advice today and discharge you. Jiang Chen laughed until he was breathless, wrapping his arms around his daughter while gazing at Xiao Zhan, who sat on the sofa looking troubled. Xiao Zhan had not anticipated that his brother-in-law would not expose the truth. Now he found himself in a predicament, as there was no puppy at home. He had no choice but to call his cousin, instructing him to bring a puppy to the residence within the hour. Xiao Jiguang was perplexed. Why would his elder brother need a puppy? Puppies are too small and difficult to care for, and besides, didn't his brother dislike any animals? He remembered how their grandmother had once rescued a stray dog, which his brother had loathed, prompting him to take advantage of their grandmother's nap to sneak the dog out and abandon it. Afterwards, his brother pretended to help their grandmother search for the dog for several days. Whatever. No need to dwell on it. If his brother wanted one, he'd send it over. Xiao Jiguang casually picked a tiny dog at the dog market and rushed to the residence. An hour later, Xiao Zhan arrived at the entrance of the residence with Jiang Yan, Jiang Chen, and her little niece. Before they even opened the door, they could hear a little dog barking inside. Wonderful, Daddy. There's a puppy at Auntie's house. Hui Hui clapped her hands, her face lighting up with excitement as she exclaimed to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, holding Hui Hui, turned to Xiao Zhan with a look of astonishment. Xiao Zhan's eyes were filled with helplessness. Jiang Chen instantly grasped his brother-in-law's intention. He had likely bought a puppy to prevent disappointment for his sister and Hui Hui. Jiang Chen's fondness for his brother-in-law surged to a perfect score. Xiao Zhan sighed. I'm in such a predicament. The door swung open, and Hui Hui dashed inside, following the sound of barking to discover a little puppy confined in a cage. Auntie, look, there really is a little puppy. Giggling uncontrollably, Hui Hui was clearly enamored with the small creature, as all children are with animals. Jiang Yan, too, joyfully surrounded the puppy, fetching food and water for it. Only Xiao Zhan stared at the puppy before him, utterly exasperated. Jiang Chen, however, was enjoying himself greatly, but the mere thought of Zhao Liping wiped the joy from his face. After a while, Hui Hui insisted on staying at Auntie's house and not leaving, wanting to spend all her time with the puppy. Jiang Chen, however, was adamant about taking her home. Hui Hui cried loudly for the puppy. Considering the current situation between Jiang Chen and the Zhao family, Xiao Zhan advised, Brother, you and Hui Hui should not return. The Zhao family will surely anticipate your divorce. They might be devising ways to keep Hui Hui with them, and you truly cannot go back now. Jiang Chen found his brother-in-law's reasoning sound and decided to stay, stating he would rent a place and not impose on his sister long-term. Hui Hui is still young. It's better for us to look after her here in a few days. Auntie Wen will be back and can help care for her. To assuage Jiang Chen's discomfort, he recalled how Jiang Chen had once bravely helped him, assuring him that he could stay without worry. Upon hearing Xiao Zhan's sincere offer to assist his brother, Jiang Yan's affection for him grew immensely. Chapter 43. The little puppy consumed the Zhu Sha and Shan Wan. Xiao Zhan, let us temporarily leave Hui Hui with you. I'll return home to gather some of our and Hui's clothing. Prompted by Xiao Zhan, Jiang Chen became wary of the Zhao family and recognized that he could no longer reside in that villa. Brother, go ahead, but do take care. If you encounter Zhao Yunpeng and his wife, it's best to avoid them. Now is not the time for such meetings. Jiang Chen understood his brother-in-law's intent, nodded, and hurried off. Jiang Yan's fondness for Xiao Zhan continued to grow. After a morning spent preparing for her discharge, they arrived home around 9, chatted with her brother for a while, and played with the puppy. It was already 10 o'clock. When brother arrives, you should arrange a room for him and Hui Hui. If you need anything, just go by it. I have a meeting this morning and won't be back until 6 in the evening, Xiao Zhan said as he put on his coat and shoes, preparing to leave. All right, be careful on the road, Jiang Yan casually reminded Xiao Zhan. However, Xiao Zhan paused for a moment, gazing at Jiang Yan in a daze, before responding with a soft, and exiting. Jiang Yan retrieved her phone, opened WeChat, and noticed that the money she had sent to Xiao Zhan remained unclaimed. prompting her to return it to her WeChat wallet. She truly did not wish to take too much advantage of him. The more she took, the more awkward it would become during the divorce. She resolved to clarify this matter when he returned from work and refund him the money at noon. Jiang Yan arrived at his sister's house, laden with numerous bags. "Brother, what happened to you? Why are your clothes in such tatters?" Jiang Yan exclaimed, shocked at the state of her brother's attire. Xiao Zhan was indeed right. The Zhao family had changed the locks on the villa's entrance. With no other option, I had to climb over the fence to get in, and my clothes got caught. Fortunately, the lock on the inside door hadn't been changed, so I managed to retrieve our daily essentials. Jiang Yan said, looking dejectedly at the pile of bags before him. His marriage had ended in such a manner, leaving him with only a daughter and nothing else. "Brother, just stay here without worry. Don't overthink it. Xiao Zhan is a good person." Jiang Yan reassured her brother. "Indeed, my brother-in-law is good. I'll just have to trouble you both for a while. Once I find work, I'll definitely rent a place and not be a burden for too long." Jiang Chun continued to think of his sister. Jiang Yan could only respond with resignation. "All right, I'll do whatever you say, brother. What would you like to eat for lunch? I'll cook." Knowing that her brother must have been anxious, frightened, and exhausted over the past few days, she asserted, "You still haven't fully recovered. I'll handle it." Jiang Chen quickly entered the kitchen to prepare lunch, pushing Jiang Yan out into the living room. Jiang Yan could only sit on the sofa with her little niece, watching cartoons together at 6 in the evening. Xiao Zhan arrived home on time. "Uncle, hug me, hui hui," knowing that the puppy was a gift from her uncle. Immediately took a liking to Xiao Zhan and asked for a hug. Xiao Zhan changed into his slippers and scooped Hui Hui into his arms, walking toward the living room. "Xiao Zhan is back. Come to the dining room for dinner. The dishes are all ready, just waiting for you." Jiang Chun had prepared his signature dishes today. The dining table was abundant with mouth-watering offerings. The atmosphere at the table was warm and cheerful, with no signs of discord between Jiang Yan and Xiao Zhan. Even Jiang Yan felt as if she were genuinely Xiao Zhan's wife, while her brother was merely staying at her brother-in-law's home temporarily. The reality of it all left Jiang Yan in a state of silence. She could no longer discern when she was pretending and when she was genuinely feeling something. The lines between her facade and her true self blurred, making it difficult for her to see herself clearly. Halfway through the meal, Jiang Yan glanced at Xiao Zhan, her gaze vacant as she wondered if he could sense her current turmoil. Xiao Zhan evidently understood the internal conflict within Jiang Yan. He had experienced similar turmoil himself, yet he had come to terms with his own feelings. Still, he was not yet ready to confess his heart. He chose to continue treating her well, hoping that one day he could truly enter Jiang Yan's heart and win her love. After dinner, Jiang Qian took Hui Hui to the bedroom to rest, placing her on the bed and tucking her in. He then grabbed his bag, opened it, and prepared to unpack some daily necessities when he discovered a box of Zhu Shan and Shanwan inside. He had purchased this medicine after his sister fell into a deep coma and later began to suffer from nightmares. He perceived that his younger sister had yet to fully recover, and he harbored concerns that she might experience nightmares again that night. Thus, he took the medicine and ventured into the living room, where he beheld his sister seated on the sofa, engrossed in her book, alongside his brother-in-law who was engaged in a phone conversation. "Yan, you should take another Zhu Shan and Shanwan tonight. It will help you sleep more soundly," he suggested. After placing the medicine down, Jiang Chun prepared to leave, unwilling to be a third wheel to his sister and brother-in-law, fearing that his presence might disrupt their moment. "All right, brother, make sure to rest early," Jiang Yan replied. Jiang Chun simply acknowledged with a grunt and turned to exit. This Zhu Sha and Shanwan is indeed quite effective. The little puppy consumed it and, as expected, stopped biting and clawing. Jiang Yan, who had been reading, lifted her gaze to stare at Xiao Zhan. Her mind racing. The little puppy took Zhu Sha and Shanwan. Her brother was clearly implying that she should take that medicine. Could it be that she was the little puppy Xiao Zhan referred to? At that moment, she realized she had been the subject of Xiao Zhan's playful antics. Sitting cross-legged on the sofa, she quickly donned her slippers, book in hand, ready to strike at Xiao Zhan, who had anticipated her reaction and dashed towards the bedroom. "Oh you, Xiao Zhan! How dare you play tricks on me?" Jiang Yan shouted as she pursued him. Xiao Zhan entered the bedroom, and she continued her chase. "Nowhere to run!" Jiang Yan exclaimed, reaching Xiao Zhan's bed, brandishing her book to hit him, only to be pulled into his embrace. Their eyes locked, lying on the bed, Jiang Yan's face flushed a deep crimson, as beautiful as the evening glow. "Heh, who was it that failed to react at the time? And then blamed me? I was quite vexed." Xiao Zhan chuckled as he spoke. The awkwardness of the earlier moment instantly evaporated. Jiang Yan rose from the bed, gazing at Xiao Zhan with a serious expression. So, your hair, your face, and your hands were all my doing, correct? I misunderstood, and you were left with no choice but to buy a little puppy to keep at home. Am I right? Xiao Zhan also got up from the bed. His eyes avoiding Jiang Yan's gaze, merely responding with a soft why did you do that? Jiang Yan continued to probe, her eyes brimming with tears, unable to contain her emotions. They were merely in a sham marriage. Two strangers devoid of feelings. Once the arrangement concluded, everything would end. Why go through all this? I bought it because I saw you liked it. It's just a little dog. It's hardly worth mentioning, Xiao Zhan replied nonchalantly. Jiang Yan, however, was unwilling to accept any favors from him that exceeded their agreement. She did not wish to owe him anything. Her brother's troubles were already burdensome enough, and she felt at a loss for how to repay him. If this continued, her debts of gratitude would only multiply. How could she ever repay him? Chapter 44. Becoming polite, Mr. Xiao, I accept only the commitments made within our agreement. Anything beyond that, I will repay you. Please do not go out of your way for me anymore, as I fear I will not be able to repay you, Jiang Yan declared, turning to retreat to the other bedroom she had previously occupied. Xiao Zhan grasped her arm and whispered in her ear, your brother is here. Do you think it's appropriate for us to sleep apart? Jiang Yan withdrew her arm from his grasp. Resignedly sitting on the bed. After taking a deep breath, she calmly stated, you sleep over there, and I'll sleep here. Using this line as a boundary, she pointed to a line in the middle of the bedspread. Emphasizing her point, if you're worried, I can sleep on the floor. Xiao Zhan observed Jiang Yan's wary expression. He certainly did not wish to be regarded as a lecherous figure by her. Wasn't he the kind of man who could have any woman he desired? If he were truly that sort, he would have acted long ago. Why wait until now? His expression darkened. Jiang Yan too realized that perhaps she shouldn't be so guarded against him. He had never crossed any boundaries with her in all the days they had spent together. The floor is too hard. It's fine for a night or two, but it's detrimental to your health over time. Hearing Jiang Yan's words, Xiao Zhan felt a surge of delight, though he maintained an indifferent facade. Let us sleep, and from now on, don't call me Mr. Xiao, just call me Xiao Zhan. The two lay back to back. And after several nights in the hospital, Xiao Zhan soon drifted into slumber upon returning to his own bed. Why? What's wrong with calling you Mr. Xiao? Jiang Yan muttered softly. Yet, she could hear no further response from Xiao Zhan. Only the sound of his heavy breathing emanating from behind her. She turned to glance back, surprised to see that he had indeed fallen asleep. The following morning, Xiao Zhan was jolted awake by the blaring of his phone. Blinking his drowsy eyes, he rubbed them and upon seeing it was a call from Gong Tingyu, he answered. Sure. Thank you. Mr. Gong, I'll treat you to a meal another day. Jiang Yan, awakened by the noise, heard him engaging in polite conversation and made her way to the kitchen. Brother, today, prepare yourself to report to the marketing department of Gong Corporation by 8 o'clock sharp. The base salary is 6,000. And after a 3-month probation period, it will increase to 8,000. They'll discuss commissions with you in detail. Jiang Chen, busy in the kitchen, was taken aback by this unexpected good news, dropping the spatula in his excitement. Xiao Zhan, you're not just joking, are you? Or have you come down with a fever? He reached out to check Xiao Zhan's forehead, bewildered. I'm not feverish, Jiang Chen exclaimed, his disbelief evident. Brother, it's real. I am college classmates with a small leader at Gong Corporation. We were quite close back in school, and now he is the head of their HR department. I sent him your electronic resume yesterday, and he arranged everything for you today. Xiao Zhan recounted the events nonchalantly. Thank you so much, Xiao Zhan. Jiang Chen's eyes glistened with tears as he bowed deeply in gratitude. Brother, no need for that. This was merely a stroke of luck. They were hiring, and I just facilitated the connection. I didn't do anything extraordinary. Xiao Zhan felt somewhat awkward under his brother-in-law's exaggerated display of gratitude. Thank you, Xiao Zhan. You've really gone out of your way for my brother's job. Jiang Yan looked at Xiao Zhan, her heart heavy with the realization that she owed him another significant favor. Seeing the siblings so emotionally grateful made Xiao Zhan uncomfortable. To him, it was merely a trivial matter, insignificant compared to the heroic acts of her brother-in-law. We're all family, brother. No need for such formalities. Xiao Zhan replied lightly. Xiao Zhan, once I start earning a salary, I'll set aside 5,000 each month for my and Hui's living expenses, and I'll transfer it to you via WeChat. Jiang Chen was not the type to take advantage of others. He felt deeply uncomfortable benefiting from someone else's kindness and preferred to repay with even more, finding solace in that. There's no need for that, brother. Just keep it for Hui's schooling. Don't worry about a little living expense. Xiao Zhan recognized Jiang Chen as a sincere person, genuinely wishing to help him. Jiang Chen smiled, refraining from further comments as he quickly consumed his breakfast. Xiao Zhan hastily finished his meal and informed Jiang Yan that Aunt Wen would be returning to work as normal that afternoon, urging her to rest. After a few reminders, he departed for the company. Jiang Yan dared not meet Xiao Zhan's gaze, keeping her head lowered throughout breakfast, silently eating without revealing any expression. Even when she spoke to him, their interactions were overly polite, making them seem like mere acquaintances. Only she and Jiang Yan understood the subtle shift in their relationship. Jiang Chen was entirely oblivious to this, and after Hui Hui finished her breakfast, he took her back to the bedroom to change into a pretty outfit. He also changed into a decent set of clothes, standing before the mirror, filled with excitement at the prospect of returning to the workforce after 4 years. In his Rolls-Royce, Xiao Zhan contemplated Jiang Yan's unusual demeanor that morning. After much thought, he failed to decipher her feelings. He had never understood the thoughts of women, having always regarded romantic matters with disdain. Yet now, he found himself inexplicably concerned about her every move, even her expressions. Closing his eyes, he pinched the corners in frustration. How did I become like this? Is this still the old me? A voice echoed in his mind. Scolding himself, how could a prominent figure in the Shao Corporation become ensnared in the entanglements of love? Another voice countered, I am but a mortal. I too possess desires and the need for love. Why should that be a problem? The tumultuous thoughts left Xiao Zhan feeling unsettled. Mr. Xiao, the second daughter of the Gong family, Gong Lingyun, is waiting at the entrance of our corporation. What do you wish to do? As the Rolls-Royce approached the company entrance, the bodyguard spotted Gong Lingyun and immediately reported to Xiao Zhan. When we arrive, make sure to escort her away first. I'll exit the car afterward. Xiao Zhan's voice was low and cold within the vehicle. Understood, Mr. Xiao. The bodyguards all readied themselves to act. Go. You need to leave quickly. Our Mr. Xiao does not wish to entertain you. Several bodyguards forcefully urged Gong Lingyun back. Lawyer Gong, I am already married. Your sister is loitering at the entrance of my company. Will your family send someone to take her away? Gong Manchu, unfamiliar with her sister's pursuit of Xiao Zhan, was both surprised and infuriated. I apologize, Mr. Xiao, for the trouble. I'll call my father immediately. Gong Manchu hung up the phone with Xiao Zhan and promptly dialed her father, Gong Tingyu. Xiao Zhan can directly call Gong Tingyu, but he refrains from doing so to spare Gong Tingyu any embarrassment, opting instead to contact Gong Manchu. What kind of situation is this? She lacks shame, but the Gong family still values their dignity. I shall dispatch bodyguards to bring her back immediately. Gong Tingyu erupted in fury. He harbored no affection for this daughter he had only recently acknowledged, and now she was causing a scene, tarnishing his reputation. He regretted recognizing her in the first place. Chapter 45, Dad, I simply like him. Let me go. Gong Tingyu is my father. How dare you treat me like this? Gong Lingyun was under the control of bodyguards sent by Gong Tingyu, and her rebellious nature could hardly withstand such treatment. She was shouting and threatening the guards all the way to the Gong family villa. What are you screaming about? I ordered them to bring you back. You have truly brought disgrace upon our family. Gong Tingyu stood in the villa's hall, hands clasped behind his back, admonishing Gong Lingyun sternly, Dad, I genuinely like him. I have liked him for a long time. I want to pursue him. Is that wrong? You are being overly presumptuous. Xiao Zhan clearly stated today over the phone that he is already married. I advise you to abandon this infatuation and refrain from further embarrassing yourself, lest you provoke my ire. Gong Tingyu chastised Gong Lingyun harshly. He cannot be married. I have heard nothing of it. If he were, who in Jiang City would not know? Gong Lingyun clearly refused to believe the truth of Xiao Zhan's marriage. Uncle Lu, bring forth the evidence. Gong Tingyu suppressed his impulse to strike Gong Lingyun and commanded butler Lu Binghua to present the evidence obtained from the Civil Affairs Bureau. Gong Lingyun glanced at the note indicating Xiao Zhan's marital status and was instantly taken aback. She had not anticipated that Gong Tingyu's words were indeed true. Dad, I will no longer seek him out. She certainly would not pursue Xiao Zhan again, but she was resolute in finding a way to approach his wife. If she could not have Xiao Zhan, then no one else would. Her mother, Yi Wenxian, possessed the same ruthless mentality. If she could not possess someone or something, she would rather destroy it than let anyone else have it. This malicious mindset mirrored that of her mother. Tingyu, what has happened with Ling Yun? Xiao Hailan awoke to the commotion downstairs and dressed before descending. Woo-woo. Upon seeing Xiao Hailan approach, Gong Lingyun immediately burst into tears, feeling wronged. She understood that although she had been acknowledged as Gong Tingyu's daughter after a paternity test, both Gong Tingyu and Gong Manchu despised her. Only Xiao Hailan would still consider their mother-daughter bond. Offering her a measure of support, albeit not excessively so, but defending her in crucial moments. What is going on? Why can't we discuss things civilly? Xiao Hailan advanced to comfort Gong Lingyun, so good at pretending. Why not become an actress? Gong Tingyu, in a fit of anger, hurled this remark before storming out of the villa. At 6 in the evening, Xiao Zhan arrived home punctually. While he was not often timely for work, he was consistently precise when it came to leaving. Bodyguard A Shang grinned knowingly, hinting at something deeper. Everyone was aware of A Shang's insinuations and was quite curious about Xiao Zhan's romantic affairs. During idle moments, they often discussed is Xiao Zhan someone we can gossip about? Mind your own business, lest you risk losing your job. A Shang dared not continue, lowering his head in silence. In the exquisite restaurant. Room 301 of Building A, Uncle, hug. Hui Hui was the first to notice Xiao Zhan's return, rushing over for a hug. Mr. Xiao is back, Aunt Wen said, gazing warmly at Xiao Zhan. Where is Yin Yin? Ah, you mean Miss Jiang? She's on the balcony studying. She mentioned she has some medical qualification exam soon and is also considering opportunities for studying abroad. Xiao Zhan felt an unsettling pang of disappointment. An aunt knew more about Jiang Yan's situation than he did, and she had never mentioned such matters to him. Xiao Zhan felt disheartened, realizing he had been so overlooked that he was less informed than an aunt. Understood. You may prepare dinner, he replied with visible impatience. Leaving Aunt Wen bewildered, unable to fathom what she had said to upset the young master. Here, Auntie is here, Hui Hui clamored, urging Xiao Zhan to let her down, then took his hand, leading him towards the balcony. Auntie, Auntie. She knew Xiao Zhan was looking for her aunt and guided him to the balcony, pointing with her chubby little finger at Jiang Yan, who was sitting on a swing engrossed in her book. Xiao Zhan followed Hui's gesture and spotted Jiang Yan, turning back to the little one with a smile. He found this tiny tot far more endearing than Aunt Wen, thus scooping Hui up and heading over. Studying so hard, are you preparing to go abroad? Jiang Yan looked at Xiao Zhan, taken aback by his sudden inquiry. Yes. What do you think? In truth, she merely aimed to pass the medical qualification exam this year without deferring to the next. As opportunities for studying abroad had long been snatched up by those with connections, she had no business there. Our agreement stipulates you cannot go abroad before it concludes. Jiang Yan remained silent. Auntie is not leaving. Hui seemed to grasp part of the conversation, perhaps understanding the implications of going abroad, feeling that Jiang Yan might depart from her, and thus clung to Jiang Yan, pleading incessantly. All right, Auntie is not leaving. Hui, be good. Xiao Zhan interpreted Jiang Yan's response to Hui as her answer to him. He stood with hands in pockets, observing Hui with a smile, convinced that this little girl was his secret weapon. Ding ding ding, Xiao Zhan's phone rang. The caller ID indicated it was Gong Manchu. Mr. Xiao, I sincerely apologize for today. Do you have time for dinner this evening? I would like to treat you. Xiao Zhan understood Gong Manchu's intentions and had matters regarding his brother's divorce to discuss with her. So he agreed. Let us dine together. Your husband won't think ill of it. Knowing that Sun Xiang was inherently suspicious, Xiao Zhan had always let Zhou Yang represent him in matters concerning the Gong family. As Zhou Yang was a distant relative of theirs, don't mind him. How about you bring your sister-in-law along? I didn't get enough time to talk with her last time. Upon hearing Jiang Yan's name, Gong Manchu felt an inexplicable fondness, though she couldn't comprehend why I'm still not fully recovered. Let us postpone. Xiao Zhan swiftly declined Gong Manchu's invitation. Of course, how could I forget that your sister-in-law is still recuperating? Let her rest well at home. Once she has recovered, I'll treat her separately. Gong Manchu was refreshingly straightforward, devoid of the convoluted schemes characteristic of other socialites. She was a discerning and rational woman, someone he genuinely enjoyed interacting with. That evening, I will have dinner with Lawyer Gong to discuss my brother's divorce. Jiang Yan, upon hearing it concerned her brother, immediately approached Xiao Zhan. May I go? It's not that you cannot. It's just that your health has not yet fully recovered. Xiao Zhan prioritized Jiang Yan's well-being, having specifically invited Aunt Wen back to help her recuperate. I'm really fine now. Look here and here, the scabs are healing. Jiang Yan pointed to her forehead and hand. Auntie, I want to go. Jiang Qian had not yet returned from work, and Jiang Yan had inquired about her brother. Learning he would be working late for another hour, stating that new employees had to endure this for their first 3 months. Let us take Hui along. Seeing Jiang Qian wouldn't be back, Xiao Zhan decided to bring Hui with him, informing Aunt Wen that they would dine out, leaving the meal at home for Jiang Qian and Aunt Wen alone. Aunt Wen surveyed the vast array of dishes with concern, lamenting that 2 people could hardly finish such a feast. Chapter 46. Just like her mother in youth, the unique restaurant is a high-end establishment in Jiang City. While smaller than a hotel, It offers dishes that truly live up to its name, with understated yet luxurious decor infused with vintage elements, exuding an air of antiquity. Gong Manchu adored the ambience and arranged to meet Xiao Zhan here. Arriving a good 10 minutes early to await his arrival. 20 minutes passed. Xiao Zhan entered the reserved private room carrying Hui Hui, with Jiang Yan following closely behind. Sister-in-law, you've come too? Who is this? Gong Manchu was quite surprised to see Jiang Yan. Now, Xiao Zhan was holding a little girl, resembling a delicate porcelain doll, utterly adorable. She wondered whose child this could be, as even if Xiao Zhan were married, he wouldn't have a child this age. This is my brother's daughter, Hui Hui, greet Auntie Gong. Upon seeing Hui Hui, Gong Manchu's eyes widened, filled with delight, not only for Jiang Yan but also for her brother's daughter, whom she found instantly charming. Oh, what a beautiful little girl. Gong Manchu smiled warmly, playfully engaging with Hui Hui while her gaze occasionally drifted towards Jiang Yan. On her second glance at Jiang Yan, her expression froze, and she fell silent, her body completely still, akin to a statue gazing at Jiang Yan, as if a geographer had stumbled upon a new continent, her eyes filled with shock and confusion. Both Jiang Yan and Xiao Zhan were left perplexed by Gong Manchu's reaction. Lawyer Gong, are you all right? Why do you keep staring at Jiang Yan? Xiao Zhan has also sensed something amiss. Jiang Yan felt quite uncomfortable under Gong Manchu's unwavering gaze, so when Xiao Zhan inquired about her, she echoed the question to its just that. Your sister-in-law resembles a close relative of mine so closely. I momentarily experienced a misunderstanding. During her previous visit to the hospital, Gong Manchu hadn't fully discerned Jiang Yan's features due to her injuries. Now, upon seeing her face in its entirety, aside from the scar on her forehead, she appeared utterly unscathed, a striking resemblance to her mother in her youth. How could this not astonish her, even if it were mere coincidence? She found it remarkably hard to believe. After all, this recently recognized sister had undergone a paternity test with their mother, and Gong Lingyun had personally conducted a meticulous investigation. She trusted her husband's judgment. Faced with Jiang Yan, she was beset with questions, yet she could not inquire directly, as the matter of finding her sister had become common knowledge in Jiang City. She resolved to subtly probe into Jiang Yan's circumstances. Your sister-in-law exudes such grace. She is perfectly matched with Xiao Zhan. When he carried Hui Hui in just now, it truly resembled a family of three. Xiao Zhan smiled slightly, evidently relishing Gong Manchu's remarks. Jiang Yan, feeling somewhat awkward, offered a few compliments about Gong Manchu to align with Xiao Zhan. It was her first time accompanying Xiao Zhan to meet someone unfamiliar, and she had pondered what to say throughout their journey, rehearsing her words repeatedly. Yet now, sitting across from Gong Manchu, she felt surprisingly at ease, conversing with her seamlessly, to the point where Xiao Zhan felt like a mere bystander. The Zhao family contacted me yesterday. They are aware that Jiang Dage intends to file for divorce. They are eager to obtain custody of the child. I informed them of Zhao Liping's current situation. Regardless of whom they approach as their defense attorney, they will not secure custody. Subsequently, they may have consulted other lawyers, as they called me again, expressing their desire to prevent Jiang Dage from suing for divorce. They voluntarily relinquish custody and will cover the child support for Hui Hui, insisting on the right to visit her at any time. Jiang Dage must leave empty-handed. Zhao Yunpeng communicated these details to me, asking me to act as an intermediary. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhan found it quite agreeable. Yet he remained silent, as the final decision lay with Jiang Chun. Jiang Yan was taken aback by the Zhao family's sudden willingness to forego custody of Hui Hui. This outcome was precisely what she and her brother desired. Her brother as a son-in-law? Leaving with nothing, an arrangement they accepted. Lawyer Gong, this resolution aligns with what my brother and I wish for, but I cannot make the decision on his behalf. I will inform him and have him return your call. Jiang Yan appeared visibly relieved, sincerely thanking Gong Manchu. At that moment, she noticed Xiao Zhan was nowhere to be found. She stepped out to look, discovering him in the corridor, holding Hui Hui as he intently examined the paintings and inscriptions on the restaurant walls, explaining the characters and images to her. Jiang Yan stood transfixed, witnessing a scene akin to that of a father and daughter, the harmony of the moment rendering her reluctant to interrupt. It must be said, Xiao Zhan was truly an admirable man, yet she knew that everything between them would eventually come to an end. She took a few steps forward, paused, and with a smile, gently called out, Hui Hui, it's time to eat. Her voice, though not loud, reached Xiao Zhan's ears from several meters away, resonating through the corridor like a celestial melody. He found himself increasingly captivated by this woman, realizing it was not merely her character that stirred his heart. Xiao Zhan approached Jiang Yan, catching sight of Gong Manchu, who stood dazed behind her. He found her demeanor today rather peculiar. Perhaps it was that Jiang Yan bore an uncanny resemblance to a relative of hers. And the only conclusion he could draw was that, "Lawyer Gong," Xiao Zhan called out to the entranced Gong Manchu at the door of the private room. He perceived not only shock and confusion in her eyes, but also an almost palpable impulse. Upon hearing her name, Gong Manchu snapped out of her stupor. "The dishes have all been served. Let us eat." She and Jiang Yan understood Xiao Zhan's earlier departure was to ensure that Hui Hui, though still young, was shielded from certain adult conversations. The three of them settled down, with Jiang Yan and Xiao Zhan attending to Hui Hui, and only then did the meal commence. During dinner, Gong Manchu seemed to open the floodgates of conversation, chattering incessantly about her family while casually inquiring about Jiang Yan's background. "You're so much younger than Xiao Zhan, even younger than I am. I suppose I shall refrain from calling you sister-in-law? Like Xiao Zhan, I shall simply call you Yin Yan, and you needn't address me as Lawyer Gong. Just call me sister." Gong Manchu looked at the 6 years younger Jiang Yan, finding it hard to continue referring to her as sister-in-law. "All right then, you can call me Yin Yan, and I shall call you sister." In that instant, both felt a significant reduction in the distance between them. Xiao Zhan felt as though he had become invisible, merely there to coax Hui Hui into eating. "Yin Yan, you and your brother must take after your father and mother, respectively. You look nothing alike. Am I right?" Gong Manchu observed Jiang Yan, eager to gauge her reaction. "Oh, perhaps." Jiang Yan's previously joyful expression transformed into one of despondence in an instant. Such a stark change in demeanor could not escape Gong Manchu's keen gaze. With her years of experience in discerning people and situations, she deduced that Jiang Yan's family must harbor some untold story. It was natural for Jiang Yan, still unfamiliar with her, not to divulge details. She resolved to keep today's events under wraps, intending to inform her grandfather for further analysis. Her grandfather held a rather unfavorable view of this newly recognized sister, having been left with a poor impression after their first meeting when Gong Lingyun smoked in his presence, leading to his profound disappointment. Now, she began to question whether this sister was indeed her biological sibling, as Jiang Yan's appearance and voice bore an uncanny resemblance to their mother, Qiao Hailan. This was information she needed to discreetly relay to her grandfather, mother, and father, ensuring that Gong Lingyun remained oblivious. Should she prove to be an impostor, the safety of the true sister could be jeopardized. As a lawyer, she possessed a fundamental capacity for logical reasoning. Grandfather is extremely irate about what transpired, and he also feels a great deal of guilt towards you. He has attempted several times to visit you in the hospital but was rebuffed. However, upon hearing that I know you, he wishes for me to arrange a meeting so he can apologize in person. Although Jiang Yan interned at her grandfather's hospital, where he could see her once she began work, Gong Manchu could hardly wait. She was eager for her grandfather and parents to meet Jiang Yan at once, to investigate her background thoroughly. There's no need for an apology. Dean Gong was unaware of the circumstances. They gained nothing from me. Though Jiang Yan wished to avoid discussing the matter further, the memory of narrowly escaping their clutches still haunted her. Yet, she felt capable of overcoming that hurdle. Lawyer Gong, let us refrain from bringing this up again. The mention of this, Xiao Zhan's displeasure became apparent to I. In truth, Gong Manchu merely wished for Jiang Yan to meet her family in secrecy. Realizing Jiang Yan had not agreed to meet her grandfather, she had a sudden inspiration. "Tomorrow, I plan to go shopping for clothes. I don't have any close friends. Would you accompany me, Yin Yan?" She smiled sweetly at Jiang Yan, almost playfully. Meanwhile, Xiao Zhan stood by, astonished. The esteemed lawyer exhibited such a vulnerable side. He couldn't help but face palm. Jiang Yan felt that no matter how one looked at it, Gong Manchu was assisting her brother. Faced with such persistent coaxing, she felt it would be unreasonable to refuse. "All right, sister. Let me know the time tomorrow via WeChat. I'll bring Hui Hui along." Tomorrow, her brother and Xiao Zhan would be working, and since she was not employed, it would be inappropriate to leave Hui Hui with Aunt One. Thus she planned to take Hui Hui with her. "No problem. I'll install a child seat in the car tomorrow." Gong Manchu beamed with delight. Xiao Zhan was reluctant for Jiang Yan to go, hoping she would rest at home for a few more days. However, having already acquiesced, he could only remain silent. The inexplicable shift in Gong Manchu's attitude towards Jiang Yan baffled him. One moment she seemed dazed, the next she was irresistibly warm and inviting. Unbeknownst to him, at 8 o'clock in the evening, Gong Manchu bid farewell to Jiang Yan and Xiao Zhan but did not leave the private room. Instead, she called her grandfather, father, and mother, requesting them to come meet her urgently. She felt this matter was of great significance, one that required immediate communication. Had it not been for her desire to help Xiao Zhan conceal his identity, she would have summoned her grandfather, father, and mother earlier. However, if they arrived, Xiao Zhan's true identity would inevitably be exposed, and the young master would surely not spare her. Yet, if Jiang Yan were, then the situation would be entirely different. 15 minutes later, Gong Laoshi, Gong Tingyu, and Xiao Hailan arrived at the private room arranged by Gong Manchu. Manchu, what is the matter that you called us over in such a hurry? The old gentleman inquired. Gong Tingyu and his wife exchanged puzzled glances, awaiting their daughter's explanation. Grandfather, Dad, Mom, today I met someone who looks exactly like Mom did when she was young. Even her voice is identical. She is an intern doctor at grandfather's hospital named Jiang Yan, who was almost harmed by that scoundrel, who Iba, a few days ago. Mom and Dad, look at this photo. I just took it secretly. Gong Manchu spoke of secretly taking high-definition photos of Jiang Yan with her mobile phone, revealing them to her family. Several clear frontal images of Jiang Yan were vividly presented before the three individuals. It looks just like me. What on earth is going on? Is it you? Gong Tingyu and Xiao Hailan's missing second daughter. Gong Manyu, Xiao Hailan appeared utterly bewildered, stumbling and collapsing onto the floor. Both Gong Laguan and Gong Tingyu were left in a state of confusion, unable to comprehend the situation. Supporting Xiao Hailan to her feet and seating her on a chair, Gong Tingyu turned to his father, saying, "Have you really not seen this girl during her time in your hospital?" Gong Tingyu found it incomprehensible that his father remained unaware. I attend to patients daily. My working hours are shorter than theirs, and I rarely step out of my office. I have entrusted all matters concerning interns to Huiba, making it nearly impossible for me to encounter these students. I genuinely had no idea. After hearing the explanation from Gong Laoyuan, Gong Tingyu, Gong Manchu, and Xiao Hailan were left speechless, yet they could understand. All right, father, you are justified. What shall we do now? Gong Tingyu was momentarily perplexed. What to do? You, the head of the Gong group, cannot discern this much. Are you truly at a loss? I have wasted years funding your education. Gong Laoyuan scolded Gong Tingyu. Father, please do not criticize Tingyu. The situation is sudden, and he is just as stunned. Xiao Hailan quickly comforted the elder. Father, we must handle this matter discreetly. We cannot afford to alert the enemy. Gong Manchu stated calmly. Look at you. You're even less capable than my granddaughter. Gong Laoyuan retorted indignantly. I will discreetly investigate Gong Lingyun and Hailan. You are responsible for obtaining a strand of her hair. We shall conduct another paternity test in secret. Manchu, please check into Jiang Yan's situation as well. It would be best to acquire her hair for a paternity test too. Remember, we must not alert anyone. Gong Tingyu emphasized the necessity of secrecy once more. I have arranged to meet Jiang Yan tomorrow. You all can disguise yourselves and meet her in secret. Gong Manchu promptly informed her family of this news, knowing they would be eager to meet Jiang Yan. Wonderful, wonderful. Xiao Hailan clasped Gong Manchu's hands tightly, tears of excitement shimmering in her eyes. Manchu, send a few photos of her to grandfather. I want to study them closely. I always believe that since I treat patients for free, heaven would surely bring my granddaughter to me. Look, indeed, heaven has been generous. The elder Gong, filled with enthusiasm, seemed to have endless words to express. Enough, father. We still do not fully understand what is happening. Let us not jump to conclusions just yet. Gong Tingyu cautioned his father, recalling the many times they had been misled in their search for their daughter. Each time news arrived, the family would celebrate as if it were a festival, only to discover it was either a case of impersonation or a police error. He did not want his father to be prematurely elated, fearing disappointment. Are you blind? There is no mistake this time. Look how much she resembles Hailan. Gong Laoyuan shot Gong Tingyu a glare. Manchu, send me a few photos as well, Gong Tingyu urged his daughter. Chapter 48. We are lawfully married unbeknownst to Jiang Yan, who had departed from the solitary abode. All that transpired within the Gong family remained a mystery. Upon returning to Jinxiu Xingjing with Xiao Zhan, they found Jiang Chun already asleep. Why is my brother asleep so early? As Xiao Zhan cradled the slumbering Hui Hui, he and Jiang Yan entered Jiang Chen's room, intending to hand Hui Hui over, but Jiang Chun was deeply asleep. Miss Jiang, it seems that Mr. Jiang had a drink when he returned. He didn't eat and went straight to bed. Jiang Yan looked at Xiao Zhan, feeling troubled. Where will Hui Hui sleep? Let her sleep with us, Xiao Zhan declared, carrying the sleeping child towards their bedroom. Mr. Xiao, let this little girl stay with me. A large bed can accommodate several small ones, and besides, I could use the company. Antoine warmly suggested Hui Hui join her, concerned that the child might disrupt Jiang Yan and Xiao Zhan's peace. As she aimed to help old Madame, Xiao supervised the couple in starting a family. No need. Let her stay with us. Hui Hui isn't familiar with you and might cry when she wakes. Aunt Wen paused for a moment, recalling that before her last departure, the relationship between Mr. Xiao and Miss Jiang had seemed superficial. Now, upon her return, she noticed the noticeable change in Mr. Zhao's address towards Jiang Yan and his attentive care for her. If her deductions were correct, the esteemed CEO Xiao Zhan had indeed fallen for Miss Jiang. She resolved to discreetly share this delightful news with old Madame Xiao once she returned to her own room. Back in their bedroom, Xiao Zhan gently placed Hui Hui in the center of the bed. "I'll freshen up. You and Hui Hui can sleep for now." He stood up after setting Hui Hui down, uttering a brief statement before heading to the bathroom. "Mr. Xiao, thank you." At this moment, a faint blush crept onto Jiang Yan's face as she shyly averted her gaze from Xiao Zhan, feeling a surge of nervousness that made her breath hitch. "No need to thank me. Just sleep," Xiao Zhan replied calmly, oblivious to Jiang Yan's change in demeanor. As a novice at holding a child, he found it quite taxing and yearned for rest. Due to her wound, Jiang Yan could not bathe. So she turned off the lights and lay beside Hui Hui, leaving only a bedside lamp glowing softly in an orange hue. Tossing and turning, Jiang Yan found it impossible to sleep, reassessing her relationship with Xiao Zhan and continuously questioning her feelings, ultimately recognizing her genuine attraction towards him. Yet, how could a man as remarkable as Mr. Xiao fail to garner affection from any girl? Perhaps it was akin to the dynamic between a star and a fan. She could merely consider herself an admirer or a fan, daring not to indulge in grand expectations. Her adoptive parents often remarked, in life, one cannot seek more than what is written in their fate. Marriage requires compatible backgrounds. The children of the impoverished often suffer in the households of the wealthy, enduring neglect and disdain. The disparity between her family situation and that of Mr. Xiao was indeed vast. Now, with her brother residing here, would old Madame Xiao harbor disdain for him? Even if Mr. Xiao held feelings for her, and she reciprocated, she sensed barriers in their communication, as if they existed on different wavelengths. Yet, her reliance on him grew with each passing day, and she found herself torn between the fear of becoming too entrenched and the enjoyment of his kindness. Helpless to sever these ties, she remained ensnared in her emotions. Upon returning from his shower, Xiao Zhan glanced at Jiang Yan, who lay motionless on the bed, assuming she was asleep. He turned off the bedside lamp and lay down on the opposite side of Hui Hui. In the darkness, the scene resembled a family of three, 2 adults and a child. Jiang Yan pondered this notion, and Xiao Zhan became aware of it as well. While Xiao Zhan drifted into peaceful slumber, Jiang Yan wrestled with insomnia. In the middle of the night, Hui Hui awoke, prompting Jiang Yan to carry her to the bathroom. Hui Hui cried out for her father, her eyes tightly shut as she remained half asleep. Xiao Zhan, roused by her cries, approached and gently took the child from Jiang Yan, cradling her in his arms and soothing her. Hui Hui, reassured, drifted back to sleep, yet she clung to Xiao Zhan's arm, refusing to let go even as he placed her back on the bed. "Xiao Zhan, this is too exhausting. Once she settles down, you can withdraw your arm. Maintaining one position while sleeping is indeed tiring." "What, are you feeling sorry for me?" The warm orange light cast a cozy ambience over the bedroom, and Xiao Zhan, wishing to seize this moment of intimacy with her, leaned in closer. His deep, magnetic voice resonated in the quiet night, filling the room with a romantic and ambiguous atmosphere that enveloped Jiang Yan. "I simply do not wish to owe Mr. Xiao too much. I fear I may not be able to repay." Jiang Yan stuttered nervously, her heart racing as her face flushed, resembling the fiery clouds at dusk. How could she remain calm when they were so close, sharing a bed? "We are lawfully married. We are family." "What do you mean by owing?" Xiao Zhan spoke with an air of nonchalance, as if they truly were a married couple. Making everything seem reasonable and irrefutable, he did not utter the words "I love you," yet his intentions were unmistakably conveyed. "Sleep now." Jiang Yan quickly turned over, presenting Xiao Zhan with a delicate back. She did not wish to hear any further. She feared becoming ensnared in her emotions, apprehensive of potential heartbreak. They inhabited different worlds. The prospect of genuinely marrying, having children, and assuming the role of a wife and mother felt overwhelmingly burdensome. She could barely support herself, let alone face such responsibilities. Regardless of how perfect a marriage may appear, risks abound. No one can guarantee unwavering fidelity throughout a lifetime. She had entrusted her youth to him. Yet, if he were to change his heart one day, leaving her behind, she would find herself devoid of even the most basic life skills. As time passed, searching for that lost youth would prove futile. While he remained the successful man he had always been, suffering no losses. Upon reflecting on this, she quelled her racing heart. Her adoptive parents had sacrificed their own comforts to provide for her and her brother's education. Laboring tirelessly in the most arduous of jobs, never once belittling her for being neither their biological child nor a male. In fact, she was the most cherished member of the family, and her parents aspired for her to attend university. After the loss of her parents, her brother endeavored with all his might to ensure she could continue her studies, hoping she would thrive, forge her own path, and lead a life independent of others. Embodying the essence of a modern, self-sufficient woman, she could not, in these splendid years of her youth, betray the hopes of her parents and brother, nor could she forsake her own aspirations. The beautiful night grew eerily silent. Mirroring the tranquility of Jiang Yan's heart at that moment, Chapter 49. She is not their biological child mourning. The Gong family villa, Tingyu, it's time to rise. Zhao Hailan roused the still slumbering Gong Tingyu, for they were to embark on a long journey today, necessitating an early departure. Typically, Gong Tingyu would erupt in anger if disturbed from his slumber. However, today was different. The couple had a significant matter to attend to, prompting Gong Tingyu to swiftly dress and depart from the villa at 5:30, heading straight for Jiang Yan's hometown. After a restless night, Gong Tingyu and Xiao Hailan visited the ancestral home to consult with his father, Gong Weigua. Upon arrival, they discovered that his father had also been unable to sleep. The three engaged in a clandestine conversation for an extended period, realizing that the situation was not as straightforward as they had initially presumed. If Gong Lingyun was indeed an impostor, what role did son-in-law Sun Xiang play in this affair? The paternity test conducted between Gong Lingyun and Xiao Hailan had been orchestrated entirely by Sun Xiang, whom Gong Tingyu trusted. Yet, Gong Weigua harbored a strong aversion towards this grandson-in-law. Having served as a doctor in the military for a decade, he later established a clinic upon retiring, which he ran for another 12 years before. With his father's assistance, founding the largest traditional Chinese medicine hospital in Jiang City. As an experienced traditional Chinese physician, he possessed profound knowledge of the 5 elements, the 8 trigrams, and was well-versed in the teachings of Zhang Guofan's ice mirror, enabling him to discern character with remarkable acuity. Upon first meeting Sun Xiang, he had already concluded that the man was treacherous and cunning, certainly not a suitable partner for his granddaughter. He had opposed the union between his granddaughter, Gong Manchu, and the Sun family from the outset. However, his granddaughter, in her youth and naivete, had been enchanted by Sun Xiang's sweet words and caring facade, insisting on the marriage. The elder was left feeling utterly powerless. The couple, Gong Tingyu and Xiao Hailan, conversed with Gong Weigua until midnight, fully agreeing with his perspective. That very night, Gong Tingyu instructed his subordinates to investigate the detailed addresses of Jiang Yan's hometown and Gong Lingyun's family. After 4 hours of driving, they arrived at the ancestral home of Jiang Yan and Jiang Chen in Yue Village, Guangling County. Upon disembarking, they inquired about the local village secretary and, with the help of the villagers, located Secretary Liu Baoquan. Secretary, I wish to inquire about 2 individuals, Gong Tingyu said, producing a fine cigarette to offer to the village secretary, who initially declined but eventually accepted a single pack after much insistence. Ah, I see you are city folk. What brings you to our humble corner? The secretary spoke in a thick local dialect. Sir, I seek information about 2 people from your village, Gong Tingyu replied, taking a drag of his cigarette before continuing. Well, you've come to the right person. Feel free to ask. As the secretary here, there's nothing I don't know about this village. The secretary beamed. Do you know Jiang Chen and Jiang Yan? Are you aware of their circumstances? Gong Tingyu inquired, observing the dilapidated mud brick houses and uneven dirt roads around him. Realizing the challenging living conditions of the area, it was indeed remarkable that these 2 siblings had managed to excel academically and escape this village through sheer determination. Ah, those 2. They are the children of Jiang Qingyu. Many years ago, Qingyu and his wife tragically perished in a coal truck accident, leaving behind these 2 unfortunate children. At that time, their son Jiang Chen was still in university, while Jiang Yan was in middle school. Both were exceptionally bright students, renowned across the neighboring villages. The driver responsible for the accident was never apprehended, leaving the children without a means of livelihood. Jiang Chen's uncles and aunts urged him to give Jiang Yan up for adoption. But this boy is deeply loyal. He would rather endure hardship than part with his sister. He juggled work and studies, sacrificing much to ensure Jiang Yan completed high school. I even heard he became a son-in-law through marriage just to support her through university. The old secretary sighed, puffing on his cigarette. Although these children have lost their parents, they are not so young anymore. They can manage on their own. Why did their uncles and aunts suggest Jiang Chun give Jiang Yan away? Gong Tingyu questioned, perplexed. Isn't it because she isn't biologically theirs? Qingyu's daughter was adopted. Gong Tingyu and Xiao Hailan exchanged glances, their suspicions confirmed. When they adopted Jiang Yan, How old was she? Xiao Hailan asked eagerly, her gaze fixed on the secretary. She was just a couple of months old. They paid 8,000 yuan at that time. The old secretary could sense the couple's growing concern for Jiang Yan, leading him to speculate. Could they be the family searching for the child? Was Jiang Yan truly abandoned by her biological parents? Once again, Gong Tingyu and Xiao Hailan's hearts surged with tumultuous emotions, memories pulling them back over 20 years. It was a drizzly day when Xiao Hailan had taken her 2-month-old daughter to visit her father-in-law. Gong Weigua, as little Manyu was suffering from a fever that time. Gong Tingyu's grandfather had just handed over the family business to him, and the young entrepreneur was eager to take charge of everything. That day, he was away on a business trip, leaving Xiao Hailan to hail a taxi to the clinic on her own. Just as she opened the taxi door, a motorcycle sped past, snatching her precious child away. She watched helplessly as the motorcycle disappeared into the distance, revealing only 2 figures, one driving and the other cradling her baby. By the time she urged the taxi driver to pursue, the motorcycle had vanished without a trace. The Gong family reported the abduction, yet 20 years later, the case remained unsolved. Despite their frantic searches, it was as if Manyu had evaporated from existence, leaving no trace behind. Over the years, the police had cracked several child trafficking cases, but each time, the paternity test had returned with disappointment. This time, although the test with Gong Lingyun confirmed a biological relationship, they felt an insurmountable distance, unable to forge a connection, as though they were not truly family. Even though Manyu had been very young when taken, they believed that as she grew, she would bear some resemblance to them, sharing a bond of blood. Yet, they found no semblance of this in Gong Lingyun. Do you know Jiang Qin and Jiang Yan? The secretary asked, puzzled by the couple's interest in these 2 children. Indeed. We are their friends, Gong Tingyu replied casually. If you see them, please inform them that their parents' house has been taken over by their uncles. Soon, their second uncle plans to build a house, and their elder uncle is farming the land, seemingly unwilling to return it. We lack property certificates here, and the land is divided by household. Jiang Chen and Jiang Yan have both migrated, no longer residing at their old home. Alas, those 2 children have helped me tremendously. I remember that the old secretary's sentiments were clear. He disapproved of the actions of Jiang Chen's relatives and wished to assist the siblings. But he was powerless given their absence. Thank you. I will certainly relay your message to them, Gong Tingyu assured. If anyone else inquires about Jiang Chen and Jiang Yan, please do not disclose our visit. Thank you. With that, he tossed the remainder of his cigarette out the car window and drove away. The couple, having received satisfactory answers, felt a surge of excitement. If Jiang Yan were not their biological child, she might just be their daughter. Their next destination was Fazhou County, Chuntang Village, the place where Gong Lingyun had grown up. Chapter 50. The former steward of the Xiao family. After 3 hours of driving, Gong Tingyu's vehicle reached Fazhou County, Chuntang Village. Eager to uncover the truth, the couple hastily consumed a meal in the car. Over the years, Xiao Hailan had shed countless tears, leading to persistent eye issues. Initially plagued by recurrent keratitis, she later suffered from glaucoma, which frequently flared up. The absence of any news regarding Manyu had led her to spiral into despair, imagining her daughter in dire straits, causing her sleep quality to plummet and her hair to fall out in clumps, often haunted by nightmares. Once the most illustrious debutante in Jiang City, Xiao Hailan had lost her former radiance. Her thinning hair rendered her reluctant to be seen, and she had taken to wearing wigs. Year after year, she grew increasingly despondent, her frail figure appearing delicate and weak, her chronic eye ailment draining her vitality. Fortunately, her husband Gong Tingyu remained by her side, devotedly caring for her. Upon arriving in the village, the couple, mirroring their previous inquiries about Jiang Chen and Jiang Yan, sought out the local village secretary to gather information. As customary, Gong Tingyu produced a cigarette for the secretary, who accepted it without reservation. You are inquiring about Zhou Lingyun. She is the daughter of our village's Zhou Cheng. In fact, there's only one family with the surname Zhou here. Years ago, Zhou Cheng worked as a steward for a wealthy family in Jiang City. It was a commendable job, yet for reasons unknown, he returned after 2 years, accompanied by a beautiful woman from the city. Though they were not wed, they welcomed a child into the world, but tragically, the woman died from severe hemorrhaging during childbirth. This left Zhou Lingyun unable to secure a household registration, prompting Zhou Cheng to plead with me repeatedly until I found someone to assist her. However, as the girl grew, she became quite unruly, associating with a group of delinquent children, stealing and vandalizing crops, a young lady indulging in smoking and drinking. She even underwent several abortions, dreaming incessantly of marrying a big shot from Jiang City. Her father is an odd fellow, isolating himself from the villagers, appearing simple yet harboring a wicked nature, causing the townsfolk to steer clear of him. Zhou Lingyun spent some years at home, but subsequently, her whereabouts became a mystery. A month ago, by some stroke of luck, she claimed to have found her biological parents in Jiang City and even transferred her household registration. Why hasn't fate dealt with her yet? Allowing her to ascend further? The village secretary, while smoking, expressed his deep disdain for Zhou Cheng and Zhou Lingyun, spitting on the ground as if their very names sullied his mouth. Gong Tingyu and Xiao Hailan exchanged astonished glances, their eyes flashing with shock, concealing their emotions as their expressions grew increasingly grave. The secretary's words had been meticulously recorded, and he turned off the device. Gong Tingyu felt a strange familiarity with the name Zhou Cheng. Yet it seemed to belong to a distant past, eluding his memory of where he had heard it. "Excuse me, could you kindly guide us to Zhou Cheng's residence?" Gong Tingyu suddenly expressed a desire to meet Zhou Lingyun's father. "Zhou Cheng, very well. I shall lead you there," the secretary replied cheerfully, glancing at the fine cigarette in his hand. The vehicle came to a halt on a vacant lot at the eastern edge of the village, and the couple disembarked. "Douc? There are no houses ahead. Only his family has built a few structures in the fields, standing alone. That is his home, and please, do not mention that I brought you here. He owns a wolf dog that has bitten several villagers, so remember to carry a stick to fend it off. I shall take my leave." The secretary issued a heartfelt warning, tucking the cigarette under his arm before disappearing in a flash. "Hailan, give me your wig and your coat," Gong Tingyu instructed, preparing himself, with a length of rope tucked in his pocket, advising his wife to remain in the vehicle and wait for him. Xiao Hailan instantly grasped her husband's intentions, but upon seeing him in disguise, she couldn't help but cover her face, laughing heartily. Witnessing her rare joy, Gong Tingyu felt a surge of happiness. He was determined to reclaim their daughter swiftly, believing his wife would flourish as a result. As the wolf dog howled ferociously, Gong Tingyu, brandishing a stout stick over a meter long, entered Zhou Cheng's yard, exuding an androgynous air. The wolf dog barked incessantly but hesitated to approach, wary of the weapon in his hand. "Who are you looking for?" Zhou Cheng emerged swiftly from the house, his gaze drawn to the figure before him. Long, flowing curls, sunglasses, a purple coat, a hefty stick slung over his shoulder, and a cigarette dangling from his lips. Exuding an air of arrogance, Zhou Cheng stared at this incongruous individual, bewildered, struggling to suppress a laugh at the unexpected appearance. "Who are you? What do you want?" He stepped forward cautiously. Gong Tingyu finally recognized him. Wasn't he the former steward of the Xiao family? A myriad of memories swirled in his mind, yet he turned and exited, securing Zhou Cheng's front gate with a rope. He wished to conceal his vehicle and license plate from view, prioritizing Jiang Yan's safety above all. "Who are you? Open the door. Why did you lock our gate? You despicable scoundrel!" Zhou Cheng shouted angrily from inside. Gong Tingyu hurried back to the car, swiftly starting the engine and departing from Chunang village. The couple returned home by evening. "Mom, Dad, where have you been all day?" Gong Lingyun exclaimed upon seeing her impeccably dressed parents, exuding elegance and an enticing fragrance, a flicker of confusion crossing her eyes. Earlier that afternoon, her biological father, Zhou Cheng, had called to inform her of a peculiar individual with an ambiguous appearance who lingered in their yard for a minute before departing, even tying up their gate with a rope. The absurdity of her father's description left Gong Lingyun amused, yet she relayed this odd occurrence to Sun Xiang, who cautioned her to be observant and to keep a close watch on her parents' movements. "We attended a banquet. Have you eaten?" Xiao Hailan asked Gong Lingyun, suppressing a wave of nausea, aware they could not reveal their true identities just yet. Upon arriving in Jiang City, they had purchased new attire and taken a refreshing bath at the hotel, resting for 2 hours before returning home. Observing her parents behaving as usual, Gong Lingyun temporarily set aside her suspicions. In the opulent mansion of Tianyi City, Gong Manchu had spent the day with Jiang Yan, successfully styling his hair and collecting samples. Considering that her parents intended to take Gong Lingyun's hair for another paternity test, she felt it unnecessary, confirming Jiang Yan's identity as her sister would suffice. With this thought, she sent a brief message to her mother, promptly deleting it afterward. "Dear darling, what have you been up to today? You look rather fatigued." Sun Xiang approached the bed, caressing Gong Manchu's cheek while keeping a keen eye on her phone. Sensing his potential for mischief, she replied, "My period started, and I'm feeling a bit unwell." Moments later, she drifted off to sleep. Meanwhile, Sun Xiang unlocked Gong Manchu's phone. Chapter 51. The grand reunion of the Gong family commences. Sun Xiang picked up Gong Manchu's right hand, unlocking her phone and perusing her messages, texts, and call logs, finding nothing amiss. Unwilling to concede defeat, He took her car keys and descended the stairs to review her recent driving records. After a lengthy examination, he discovered only her routine commutes to and from work, with no other anomalies. Despite a nagging sense of unease, he found no substantial evidence to support his suspicions, gradually questioning whether he was overthinking the situation. However, the individual who visited Zhou Lingyun's hometown remained highly suspect, and the movements of Gong Tingyu and his wife were unaccounted for. He had inquired extensively within elite circles and found no recent gatherings. Anxiety gripped Sun Ziong. His initial intent in placing Gong Lingyun with the Gong family was to orchestrate the family's downfall, positioning himself as the savior of the Gong Corporation, thus ensuring his inheritance. With only half of his plan executed, he could not afford any missteps. Little did he know, Gong Manchu had taken extensive precautions against him. She had evolved into a formidable and sought-after attorney, her intellect and cunning mirroring those of her grandfather, Gong Weigua. The following morning, Gong Manchu, Sun Ziong, Gong Tingyu, and Xiao Hailan received a secret message from the elder Gong. Today, we close the net. Meet at the old Gong residence. The four understood Gong Weigua's intentions and rose early to arrive at the ancestral home. They found the chef and servants bustling about, preparing a feast. Xiao Hailan appeared exceptionally radiant that day, her spirits remarkably high, while Gong Tingyu and Gong Manchu discussed the banquet's details with Gong Weigua. Xiao Zhan, Jiang Qin, Jiang Yan, and all relatives and friends of the Gong family received invitations to this significant gathering. Early that morning, Xiao Zhan had received the invitation delivered by a family bodyguard. He scrutinized the names listed, perplexed by the inclusion of Jiang Qin and Jiang Yan at a reunion banquet. The bodyguard informed him that this event was crucial, with mandatory attendance for those named on the invitation, as a significant announcement was forthcoming. Xiao Zhan relayed this information to his siblings, who exchanged bewildered glances yet prepared to attend the Gong family's gathering. Sun Ziong was equally astonished upon receiving the invitation. Given the elder Gong's apparent disdain for Gong Lingyun, he found it peculiar that a reunion banquet was being organized. Staring at the note left by his wife on the bedside table, he felt utterly perplexed. Gong Manchu had instructed him to arrive at the old residence promptly at 8-30. An ominous premonition loomed over him, yet with the banquet imminent, he felt compelled to attend. Convinced that the Gong family could not unravel the truth in such a short time. Driven by curiosity and a glimmer of hope, he decided to participate in the event. Oblivious to the intricacies at play, Gong Lingyun believed the Gong family was preparing an extravagant reunion in her honor. She eagerly donned a beautiful outfit, meticulously applying her makeup, reveling in her transformed appearance. Delighted at the prospect of officially becoming the Gong family's eldest daughter, she envisioned a life of endless wealth and privilege, convinced that today marked her moment of metamorphosis from a mere Cinderella to a princess. Feeling her current dress inadequate for her newfound status, she rummaged through her wardrobe, selecting an opulent white gown and elegant crystal shoes, satisfied at last as she prepared to leave. She sought out Xiao Hailan, but upon entering the room, found it empty. Assuming her friend had left early for the banquet, she thought little of it, grabbing her most expensive handbag and heading straight for the Gong family mansion. 9 o'clock. Gong Tingyu leaned close to his father's ear and whispered softly, "The reporters and invited guests have all arrived. We can make the announcement now. The police will arrive in about 10 minutes. The grand entrance of the Gong family villa was firmly shut, with 6 bodyguards stationed at the door. The atmosphere in the living room instantly grew dim, as guests turned their gazes toward the closed door, perplexed as to why such a barrier was erected in broad daylight. In that moment, the chandelier in the living room illuminated brilliantly, leaving the guests feeling bewildered, unaware of the events that were about to unfold. At the banquet, Jiang Yan and Jiang Chen were seated beside the elder Gong. The siblings exchanged looks of utter confusion, unable to comprehend the situation. Meanwhile, Xiao Zhan indicated that he would make a quick trip to the company before joining the banquet, yet his presence was conspicuously absent as the festivities commenced. Unbeknownst to the siblings, Xiao Zhan had already sent someone to infiltrate the gathering to provide him with a live broadcast. He dared not attend the banquet alongside Jiang Yan, for such an action would surely expose his true identity. Gong Lingyun had settled into a corner, having sensed the cold demeanor of the Gong family members toward her as soon as she entered, which alerted her to the unusual circumstances. However, there was no escaping. The doors were locked, and bodyguards guarded both inside and out. Dear friends, esteemed journalists, it brings me great joy that you could take time from your busy schedules to grace us with your presence at our family reunion banquet. 20 years ago, our family tragically lost a child, my granddaughter Gong Manyu, plunging us into a profound agony as we searched for her daughter-in-law. Xiao Hailan nearly wept herself blind, her health deteriorating over the years. I have spent decades seeking treatment for her without charging a single patient. My son has thrived in business for many years, offering low prices and benefiting the common people. My eldest granddaughter, Gong Manchu, has dedicated decades as a lawyer, providing pro bono legal assistance to the impoverished. We, the Gong family, earnestly hope that heaven will show mercy and allow my granddaughter Gong Manyu to live safely and healthily in this world, so that we may see her in our lifetimes. As the elder Gong spoke, his voice trembled with intermittent sobs, moving many of the attendees to tears. Friends, good deeds do not go unnoticed by heaven. After over 2 decades, we have finally found my granddaughter, who is the very image of an angel, resembling my daughter-in-law Xiao Hailan in her youth. Jiang Yan. No sooner had he uttered these words than the large multimedia screen in the living room displayed a paternity test report linking Xiao Hailan and Jiang Yan, followed by images of Jiang Yan in the present juxtaposed with photographs of a youthful Xiao Hailan. Gasps of astonishment filled the room as guests marveled at their uncanny resemblance. Amidst the excitement, memories of a previous press conference held by the Gong family resurfaced, where they had acknowledged another granddaughter, igniting a fervent discussion among the crowd. I regret to inform you that the girl we previously recognized was deceived by my grandson-in-law Sun Xiang, who conspired with others to mislead our family, using my eldest granddaughter Gong Manchu's hair for the paternity test. We are embarrassed. As soon as the elder Gong finished speaking, Xiao Hailan rushed towards Sun Xiang, exclaiming, "Sun, my husband Gong Tingyu and I have treated you well over the years. How could you betray us like this?" With that, she slapped Sun Xiang fiercely across the face, while Gong Manchu delivered a powerful kick to his abdomen, sending him sprawling to the ground. "And you, shameless wretch!" Xiao Hailan then struck Zhou Lingyun, who stood beside Sun Xiang, causing blood to trickle from her mouth. This outcome was entirely unexpected for Sun Xiang and Zhou Lingyun. The Gong family had swiftly uncovered the truth behind the deception. Relatives and friends applauded the retaliation, sparking vigorous discussions. At that moment, the police entered. "Who are Sun Xiang and Zhou Lingyun?" they inquired. "They are the ones." Gong Manchu pointed them out. "We have received reports that you are impersonating someone else's daughter. Take them away." The arrival of the police curtailed the frenzied actions of Xiao Hailan and Gong Manchu. Sun Xiang, having meticulously planned his scheme, was disheartened to see the Gong family unravel the truth so rapidly. He cast a resentful glance at Gong Lingyun, who had identified him, and at Gong Manchu, who had struck him. The Gong family's tactics were ruthless, not only delivering personal vengeance but also assembling numerous influential figures and media to ensure Sun Xiang's disgrace in Jiangcheng. He gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with malice, vowing to forever oppose the Gong family. Zhou Lingyun, adorned in her ostentatious attire, found the irony of her situation unbearable. Her dreams of marrying into the Jiangcheng elite alongside Xiao Zhan were shattered. She glared at the unfamiliar Jiang Yan, her eyes reflecting envy and bitterness. As the police escorted the offenders away, Gong Tingyu instructed the bodyguards to open the villa's main doors, reducing their number at the entrance. With tears welling in her eyes, Xiao Hailan turned to search for Jiang Yan, scanning the living room until her gaze settled on the multimedia screen. From the moment Gong Weigua announced that she was the lost child of the Gong family, Jiang Yan stood frozen in shock, overwhelmed by the sudden revelation of her identity. The unexpected recognition rendered her oblivious to the surrounding commotion. The quarrels between Xiao Hailan and Gong Manchu, the arrival and departure of the police. It felt as though she existed in a world apart. Dazed, she approached the multimedia screen, fixated on her own photograph, Xiao Hailan's image, and the paternity test that lay before her. So alike. "This is my mother." "Mom?" Jiang Yan murmured softly, repeating the words as tears brimmed in her eyes, her body trembling with emotion. "And why, dear child? How I have longed for you!" Xiao Hailan cried out, rushing forward to embrace Jiang Yan tightly. Weeping uncontrollably, Jiang Yan, enveloped in Xiao Hailan's arms, felt her face drenched with tears, as Jiang Chen and Gong Manchu assisted in guiding them to their seats. Gong Weigua and Gong Tingyu, having seen off the police, approached Jiang Yan. "Child, this is your father, your grandfather, and your sister." As Xiao Hailan wiped her tears, she introduced Jiang Yan to her family, her grip on Jiang Yan's hand tightening as if fearing she would vanish if she let go. Jiang Yan wiped her tears and gazed at Gong Tingyu, yet found herself unable to utter the word father. Upon seeing the elder Gong, she recognized him as the director of their hospital, someone she had never met but had seen in promotional materials. She looked at the elder, his hair white and his expression warm, and upon noticing his tears, she instinctively called out, "Grandfather." Yes, good child. I'm so sorry for finding you so late." the elder Gong wept. His gaze fixed upon Jiang Yan. Sister, you truly are my sister now. Upon hearing Jiang Yan's words, the family erupted into laughter. Gong Manchu and Xiao Hailan each held one of Jiang Yan's hands, as if afraid she might flee, while the elder Gong watched over his granddaughter, alternating between tears and laughter. Only Gong Tingyu lingered behind, observing as his daughter addressed her grandfather and sister, embraced her mother, yet remained indifferent toward him. Gong Tingyu understood Jiang Yan's feelings at that moment. After over 20 years of separation, how could a child not feel estranged from them? His heart ached, a single tear cascading down his cheek. He vowed to compensate his daughter doubly, dedicating his life to ensure the well-being of both children, and resolved to learn from his father about discerning character, so that he could identify scoundrels like Sun Xiang at a glance in the future. All right, today is a joyous occasion. Let us not cling to Yin Yin any longer. Come, let us greet our relatives and friends. Gong Tingyu affectionately adopted the nickname Yin Yin, finding it quite pleasing. Realizing they had neglected Jiang Chen, Xiao Hailan, Gong Manchu, and Gong Weigua turned to him and expressed their gratitude. Today, not only have I found my daughter, but I have also gained a son. Jiang Chen, from now on, you shall also call me Dad, and refer to your Aunt Hailan as such. This is your grandfather. Gong Tingyu spoke earnestly. Having learned of Jiang Chen's sacrifices for Yin Yin from the village chief, he was deeply moved and wished to treat the boy as his own son. Dad, Mom, Grandfather, Jiang Chen called out without hesitation, genuinely happy for his sister's reunion with her biological parents, readily embracing the familial bond. Laughter erupted among the family, their joy infectious. Under the guidance and introductions of their parents and grandfather, Jiang Yan and Jiang Chen raised their glasses. Jiang Yan's glass contained water, to toast the Gong family's friends and relatives, marking their first introductions. The guests warmly congratulated them. Amidst the crowd stood a slightly overweight man clad in gray athletic wear, his face marked with fleshiness and obscured by sunglasses, who fixed his gaze upon Jiang Yan and the Gong family. The Gong family had opened the doors, and the police had escorted Sun Xiang and Gong Lingyun away, leaving the bodyguards somewhat lax in their vigilance. Xiao Zhan's associates were conducting a live broadcast of the event, and the viewership soared, with over 3 million people entering the live stream. The audience reacted with a flood of emotional responses, alternating between tears of sympathy and expressions of outrage, inundating the screen with emojis. Only a few dissenters criticized the Gong family, their voices muted by the overwhelming support from viewers. Among the dissenters was none other than Sun Xiang's sister, Sun Li, who, upon witnessing her brother's humiliation and arrest, hurriedly informed their parents. Those connected to the Sun family, both allies and adversaries, began to call, offering condolences or mockery in equal measure. At this very moment, Xiao Zhan was in the office of his company, engrossed in the captivating live broadcast from the Gong family. He witnessed all that transpired on site, and his attention was drawn to a peculiar man donning sunglasses. However, as soon as the camera shifted away, he vanished from view. He dialed Lin Yiming, the young man he had dispatched to cover the live event for the Gong family, who was also the general manager of the sales department of the Shao Corporation. As he awaited Lin Yiming's response, trying to capture the elusive figure of the mysterious man once more, that individual had already disappeared. Unable to locate the man, Xiao Zhan continued to watch the live stream. Throughout the broadcast, he experienced a blend of astonishment and regret. He was astonished to learn that Jiang Yan was not the biological sister of Jiang Chen, but had become the daughter of Gong Tingyu. No wonder he had perceived a certain resemblance between Jiang Yan and Gong Manchu upon their first meeting. He had no recollection of what Xiao Hailan looked like in her youth, as he was still quite young at that time and had remained unfamiliar with her, perhaps due to her intense focus on her children and infrequent participation in social gatherings. The fact that Jiang Yan was not her biological daughter had eluded Zhou Yang during his investigation. Indeed, his investigative skills were no match for those of his cousin Ji Bei. The regret weighed heavily on him, for he was unable to be by Jiang Yan's side during this significant moment in her life. Xiao Zhan understood that the Gong family had officially recognized Jiang Yan as their daughter, and it would not be long before her true identity was revealed. At that moment, he received a phone call from his grandmother. "Zhaner, did you watch the Gong family's reunion live stream?" Lady Xiao inquired directly. "I did. Did you watch it too, Grandma?" Xiao Zhan replied, surprised that his grandmother enjoyed watching live broadcasts. "You little rascal, I can't wait to see how you will conceal your identity now." "Humph." Lady Xiao's tone was filled with mischievous delight, as though she were anticipating a spectacle. With that, she hung up the phone. Xiao Zhan muttered to himself, "Is this really my dear grandmother?" Chapter 53. Should I go or not? At 11 o'clock, the guests began to disperse. Jiang Yan and her brother were forcibly kept by Xiao Hailan, and and it was only when Jiang Chun had to leave for work that Xiao Hailan finally allowed him to go. "Dad, just look at Mom. She seems determined to keep my sister and Jiang Chun tied to her side at all times," Gong Manchu said with a smile, glancing at her mother with amusement. "Our family has been waiting for over 20 years. Tonight, your mother is surely going to send me away so that she can share a room with Yan Yan. I hardly wish to go to the office anymore." The entire family burst into laughter at Gong Tingyu's remark, tears of joy streaming down their faces. "I won't be going to the hospital today either. Tonight, I shall personally cook dumplings for Yan Yan," he declared. "Manchu, please call Zhang Degu and ask him to bring his daughter over for dinner tonight. Yirong, assist me with dinner preparations." Yirong is the housekeeper at the Gong family's old residence who cooks and cleans for the elderly master. The elderly master of the Gong family, having retired from the military, was quite skilled in the kitchen, but no one had tasted his cooking in years. It was always the housekeeper who prepared meals. "I'm taking the day off too." "Grandpa, you are being so biased. I have never tasted dumplings made by your own hands," Gong Manchu said playfully, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "You haven't, and neither has your mother. After all these years since I married in, where have I ever had the chance to taste the dumplings made by your grandfather? Today, we can consider ourselves fortunate to share in Yin Yan's good fortune." Xiao Hailan beamed, her once pale and gaunt face now flushed with color, her eyes sparkling with life, as if she had returned to the elegance of her youth as the most prominent socialite in Jiang City. "Indeed, you have truly benefited from Yin Yan's presence." The elderly master of the Gong family laughed heartily, his face filled with joy, his wrinkles deep enough to hold a pin. Laughter erupted once more in the living room. Jiang Yan felt the warmth and care of her family envelop her, filling her heart with comfort. "Yin Yan, I heard from your sister that you were married. Let us invite him over for dinner tonight," Xiao Hailan asked, her face radiating affection. "Yes, but I'm not sure if he is free tonight," Jiang Yan replied, hesitant to share too much about her marriage, as her relationship with Mr. Xiao was quite complicated, and she had no idea when they might part ways. "What does he do? Where is he from? What is his educational background? We should invite him over so Grandpa, Dad, and Mom can meet him," Xiao Hailan continued, her questions coming one after another, leaving Jiang Yan momentarily speechless. "Mom, you're asking so many questions at once. I don't even know how to respond," Gong Manchu, aware of her sister's situation and the fact that Xiao Zhan was concealing his true identity from Jiang Yan, quickly interjected to shift the topic. "Yin Yin, Grandpa has 2 months' worth of your photos here, as well as pictures of Mom, Dad, and me over the years. Let me fetch them for you." Gong Manchu successfully diverted their mother's attention and rushed to get the photo album. "I almost forgot about the album," Xiao Hailan exclaimed, bustling about, slicing fruit for Jiang Yan, brewing tea, and presenting her with jewelry, all while planning to take her shopping. "These are all birthday gifts I prepared for you over the years, secretly without your mother's knowledge. Look, there is something from every year." Gong Tingyu displayed the collection of birthday gifts he had amassed for Jiang Yan, nearly filling the sofa. "Yin Yin, look at this piggy bank that Grandpa just found. It's filled with the lucky money I saved for you every year. Each time I added more, I would sincerely pray for your health and happiness in this world," the elderly master of the Gong family said. Tears welling up once more, Jiang Yan hurriedly wiped his tears away, comforting him, as she couldn't bear to see him in such distress. Despite her unfamiliarity with this family, she felt a profound sense of warmth from their genuine affection, which moved her deeply. She longed to embrace this familial bond, as she and her brother had felt so isolated in the city. "Yin Yin, look at this photo from 2 months ago. This one was taken by Mom and Dad while they were searching for you. The scenery is lovely, but they look quite haggard. And this one is Grandpa. And this is me." The Gong family gathered around the photo album, each taking turns to share the stories behind the pictures, alternating between laughter and furrowed brows. The scene of familial warmth dispelled all past sorrows, and in that moment, the home radiated with vitality. In his office, Xiao Zhan clutched his phone, glancing at the WeChat chat interface from time to time, feeling a twinge of frustration as Jiang Yan had yet to reply to his messages. He wished to congratulate her on finding her biological parents, but he dared not inquire too deeply. Fearing the reactions of Gong Tingyu and Xiao Hailan, he was apprehensive about revealing his identity, uncertain of how Jiang Yan would react upon learning her true heritage. Would she be angry and ignore him? He sensed that Jiang Yan had developed feelings for him over these past few days, but it seemed she was still reluctant to fully accept him. Revealing his true identity at this juncture seemed ill-timed. He had never felt so aimless and anxious, unable to concentrate on his work. Was this what love felt like? He had never imagined that the once indifferent man toward matters of romance would now find himself ensnared in the web of worldly affection. Unable to extricate himself, "Tonight, my parents have invited you to the Gong family's old residence for dumplings. Do you have time?" Xiao Zhan was startled when his phone lit up, quickly opening the notification to check if Jiang Yan had replied. Indeed, it was her message, but its content left him in a quandary, as the saying goes. "What you fear will come to pass," he lamented, half reclining in his swivel chair, troubled. Thus, he summoned Zhou Yang for advice. "Just go. What if she finds out? You two haven't established your feelings yet. She has no reason to be upset with you, and if anything, if you have feelings for each other and you continue to hide your identity, that would be far worse. Since she isn't after your wealth, she'd be more likely to be delighted than angry. However, given her current situation and the fact that she hasn't accepted your affections yet, the only reason could be that she isn't ready for marriage or children. Look at how many young women nowadays are uninterested in marriage and children, avoiding the pressures of starting a family and yearning for freedom. Completely indifferent to the idea of marriage, Xiao Zhan regarded Zhou Yang as his love consultant, and as he listened to Zhou Yang's analysis, he found it quite reasonable. But what if she truly is against marriage? Xiao Zhan asked, uncertain. "Boss, you truly are a romantic novice," Zhou Yang teased. "Those who proclaim themselves as advocates of a life without marriage often find themselves unable to secure a fulfilling relationship. Many of them are older unmarried women, who, despite their lackluster attributes, tend to be exceedingly choosy. With someone of your stature, it is hard to fathom that you would struggle to win over any woman. Your sister-in-law, having endured a challenging upbringing, has finally managed to attend university and pursue a career in medicine. Her future is just beginning. Who would willingly choose to marry and reduce themselves to merely a vessel for childbearing? Based on my understanding of her, she is a woman of ideals and aspirations, and for the next few years, she is unlikely to entertain thoughts of motherhood. The fact that she can accept your affections is already quite commendable. It is worth noting that she bears a remarkable resemblance in spirit to her sister, Gong Manchu. Girls who possess such thoughtfulness and independence, devoid of an obsession with wealth and fame, are indeed rare gems. You are fortunate, my friend. Any random woman on the street would be the cherished dream of countless men, and I too long for a partner of such caliber." Zhou Yang, with his eloquence, rambled on, casting envious glances as he spoke. "Indeed. Yet, many matters appear to be destined by fate. By the way, have you made any progress with that esteemed Dr. Gao from the hospital?" Xiao Zhan inquired with curiosity. "Don't mention it. She pays me no mind at all. It's a complicated situation, and I don't wish to dwell on it now." Observing Zhou Yang's downcast expression, Xiao Zhan refrained from probing further. "Should you require any assistance? Do not hesitate to let me know. When Yin Yin needed blood last time, Dr. Gao was the first to volunteer, and their relationship has since flourished as they share the common language of medicine. During these days of rest at home, he frequently chats with Dr. Gao." Xiao Zhan raised an eyebrow, suggesting that Zhou Yang should nurture his relationship with Yin Yan. "What is your sister-in-law's WeChat? I shall add her, have her agree to it, and make sure to speak favorably of me in her presence." Zhou Yang immediately grasped his superior's intention. "Zhou Yang, could you and Jibei help me investigate a certain individual? I have an inkling that this person is closely linked to the incident when Yin Yan was taken away years ago. It's a matter of great significance, and tonight, I plan to discuss it with the Gong family." Xiao Zhan's brow furrowed as he replayed the live stream of the Gong family's recognition ceremony on his phone, fast-forwarding to the segment featuring the mysterious man. "When it comes to investigating people and affairs, I cannot compare to Jibei. I can only be his assistant. However, when it comes to understanding the dynamics of relationships and the intricacies of male-female interactions, no one in Jiang City can match my expertise. You are truly fortunate to have encountered me." Zhou Yang boasted about his strengths, indulging in self-praise once again. "All right, enough of your boasting. If you have the ability, go win over Dr. Gao." Xiao Zhan shot Zhou Yang a disdainful glance, fully aware that Zhou Yang possessed greater insight into matters of the heart than he did. Yet, he could not fathom why Zhou Yang struggled with his own romantic entanglements, nor did he wish to pry into his friend's troubles. "Remember to find a stylist to spruce yourself up, bring along a lavish gift, and go meet your future in-laws." Just a friendly reminder. Upon hearing Xiao Zhan mention Dr. Gao Jiaqing again, Zhou Yang's spirits plummeted, but he nonetheless offered a final piece of advice before departing Xiao Zhan's office, his head bowed like a wilted plant. Watching his assistant add friends, Xiao Zhan felt a pang of regret for bringing up a sensitive topic. He opened his phone and messaged Jiang Yan. "Please inform my parents that I will be over around 6 this evening." Jiang Yan received Xiao Zhan's message and replied with a simple, "Mm." She increasingly felt that Xiao Zhan was not merely acting. As the time drew closer to the agreement, he had done much for her. From his response on WeChat, it seemed he wished to solidify their relationship. However, she was resolute in her decision to avoid romance, marriage, and childbirth for the next 2 years. This had become her principle and bottom line. Everything must yield to her career aspirations. She had made a monumental decision to divorce. She and her brother would relocate to their parents' home. Unable to fulfill the urgent wish of Grandma Xiao to cradle her great-grandchild, she could not occupy the position of a daughter-in-law in the Xiao family, hindering Xiao Zhan's future. She intended to use the New Year's money her grandfather had saved for her to cover Xiao Zhan's car repair expenses, which would suffice. As for the debt of gratitude owed to him, that would depend on circumstances. If he ceased to bring it up, she would agree to a swift divorce. After all, she had not fallen too deeply. If he confessed his feelings, she would require him to wait 3 years. And after that, if he still thought of her, she would be willing to date him. She felt an overwhelming sense of relief, free to dedicate herself wholeheartedly to her career while her grandfather imparted invaluable life lessons to her. The thought thrilled her, though she still harbored a tinge of guilt towards Xiao Zhan. Nevertheless, she was willing to regard him as a friend, and if he ever needed her assistance, she would certainly help as long as it was within her means. At 5 in the afternoon, Xiao Zhan left the company early, this time allowing the driver to openly drive the Rolls-Royce, weaving through the bustling commercial streets of Jiang City. He was unaware of Jiang Yan's current thoughts as he prepared to embark on an intense pursuit of her. He had engaged an international stylist to craft the most striking hairstyle for him and donned a high-end suit he had custom-made for Paris Fashion Week, which he now deemed more important for meeting his future in-laws. At the largest upscale supermarket, he swept away 2/3 of the inventory, catching the attention of the CEO, who personally assisted him and offered discounts, which he graciously declined. The owner, moved by his presence, gifted Xiao Zhan an entire set of kitchenware, which he reluctantly accepted. 3 pickup trucks filled to the brim with food, drink, and daily necessities. Pots, bowls, bedding, everything one could imagine. The patrons in the supermarket buzzed with speculation, believing this tycoon had purchased a new home and was in dire need of supplies. They felt fortunate to have him shop at their establishment, wishing for more customers like him to ensure their prosperity. At 7 in the evening, Xiao Zhan, seated in the luxurious Rolls-Royce, was followed by 3 pickup trucks laden with gifts as he grandly approached the Gong family's ancestral home. Chapter 55. Yin Yan, you are quite the understated one. I am almost there. Xiao Zhan sent a WeChat message to Jiang Yan before even stepping through the villa's entrance. In a show of respect for this son-in-law, the entire Gong family assembled to greet him, opening the grand gates of the villa in anticipation. 1 minute later, the Rolls-Royce and the 3 pickup trucks entered the Gong family estate in succession. 2 bodyguards stepped down and opened the door of the Rolls-Royce for Xiao Zhan, shielding the doorway to prevent any mishaps for their esteemed Mr. Xiao. Xiao Zhan confidently descended the vehicle, his tall and athletic frame straightened as he strode purposefully towards the gathered members of the Gong family. Yin Yin, Grandpa, Dad, Mom, Sister, Brother, greetings to you all. Xiao Zhan greeted each one in turn, his politeness evident. Xiao Zhan, what brings you here? Gong Weiguo, Gong Tingyu, and Xiao Hailan were taken aback, instinctively stepping back. The elder Gong adjusted his glasses, scrutinizing the person before him in disbelief. Gong Tingyu was particularly astonished. The youngest mogul in Jiang City, President Xiao, had just addressed him as Dad. He unconsciously pinched his thigh, feeling the pain before stammering. Xiao, President, Dad. Here, there is no President Xiao, only your son-in-law. Xiao Zhan's lips curled into a smile as he regarded the slightly flustered Gong Tingyu. Yin Yin, why didn't you inform your father in advance? Gong Tingyu smiled at his daughter, his eyes betraying a hint of playful reproach. Dad, it was you who extended the invitation, wasn't it? You know that, Gong Tingyu. Yin Yin, you are quite the understated one. Xiao Hailan, now understanding, realized her husband addressed him as President Xiao. And given the few high-profile individuals in Jiang City, she scrutinized Xiao Zhan's features, noting his striking resemblance to her friend Anai Meihua, revealing the same domineering aura inherited from Xiao Chenghua. Since her friend and husband had perished in a car accident, she had not visited the Xiao family again, as her own daughter was also lost, leaving her in a daze and rarely venturing out. Xiao Zhan, you are Xiao Zhan, you are Yin Yan's husband? Even faced with this undeniable truth, Xiao Hailan was still incredulous, unable to suppress her astonishment. Indeed. Mom. Xiao Zhan nodded slightly, affectionately addressing her as Mom. The wealthiest and most influential heir of the Xiao family in Jiang City, the head of the Xiao enterprise, had now become her son-in-law. Xiao Hailan beamed, her smile radiant, promptly responding to Xiao Zhan, yes, welcome to our home. Yin Yin, you have kept this under wraps far too well. I was completely unprepared. Xiao Hailan looked at Jiang Yan with a mixture of adoration and a hint of reproach. Mom, you know this? Jiang Yan gazed innocently at her parents and grandfather. President Xiao, you certainly have some audacity, finally daring to drive your Rolls-Royce to my home. What a bold revelation, Gong Manchu observed with amusement, a gleam in her eyes as she watched Xiao Zhan pace before her. Jiang Yan, President Xiao? Is he the young master of the Xiao family who splashed mud all over me at the hospital entrance? Jiang Yan glanced at the luxurious Rolls-Royce, certain it was the same car. For she had a keen memory and noted the license plate. Jiang RC 9966. Are you the young master of the Xiao family, the one whom the young nurses and junior doctors have been gossiping about? The one who splashed mud on me without offering an apology? Jiang Yan knew this was indeed the case, yet she felt frustrated for having been kept in the dark by Xiao Zhan for so long. Wishing he would confess to her directly, yes, that is indeed me. Xiao Zhan gazed intently at Jiang Yan, contemplating the possible reactions he might have towards the girl he cherished. Would he feel anger? If so, would he ignore her completely? If that were the case, he would certainly seek retribution from Zhou Yang, the one who had given him such advice. Zhou Yang, in a tone of desperation, exclaimed, Boss, spare me. I am innocent. Woe is me. As the elder brother entered, he formally introduced Xiao Zhan. This gentleman is your brother-in-law, the head of the Xiao Corporation, and a prominent young master of Jiang City. Xiao Zhan. As Jiang Chun stepped into the ancestral home of the Gong family, he was evidently taken aback by Gong Manchu's introduction of Xiao Zhan. Steeling himself, he took a deep breath and approached Xiao Zhan, asking, Are you truly President Xiao? Here, there is no President Xiao, only my brother-in-law, Xiao Zhan. The Gong family members, now at ease, prepared to welcome Xiao Zhan into their abode. These 3 vehicles of gifts are but a small token of my appreciation. Please accept them, grandfather and parents, hurry and unload them. With a commanding voice, Xiao Zhan instructed the bodyguards and drivers to begin unloading the gifts. Xiao Zhan, is this the extent of your gifts for my family? Gong Manchu asked, torn between laughter and tears, while others looked on in astonishment at the 3 trucks of presents being carried into the villa. The assortment included pots, bowls, bedding, clocks, cosmetics, potted plants, decorations, vegetables, and fruits, leaving the Gong family utterly dumbfounded. Xiao Zhan, are you certain this is not a housewarming? Gong Manchu burst into laughter, clutching her stomach, as others joined in. Laughing uncontrollably, it was their first encounter with a son-in-law presenting gifts in such a grand manner. Those unaware would surely think the Gong family was in financial ruin, with the son-in-law coming to their rescue. The laughter echoed throughout the villa's courtyard. As for the remaining items, do not bring them inside. My grandfather's place cannot accommodate any more. If we unload all of this, my old man might not even find his way out tomorrow. The jovial atmosphere continued as Gong Tingyu urged everyone to enter the villa. Throughout this lively exchange, Xiao Zhan's eyes never strayed from Jiang Yan. He observed her every expression, attempting to discern her innermost thoughts. While everyone else was laughing, Jiang Yan managed to smile, albeit a strained one. As if burdened by unspoken worries. This sentiment did not escape the notice of those present, though only Gong Manchu was privy to the truth. The others believed Jiang Yan was merely trying to surprise them or was too modest to speak up. Dumplings are here. These were handmade by my father. Come, Xiao Zhan, give them a try. We are fortunate to enjoy my father's culinary skills thanks to Yin Yan. Gong Tingyu warmly invited Xiao Zhan to sample the family delicacies. Jiang Yan kept her head down while eating, acutely aware of Xiao Zhan's intense gaze upon her, which she deliberately avoided, pretending not to notice. Come, you adore these dishes. Have some. Xiao Zhan, ever the gentleman, served Jiang Yan with food, exuding a caring demeanor, as if fearing she might not have enough to eat. Every member of the Gong family, along with Jiang Chun, could sense Xiao Zhan's affectionate attention towards Jiang Yan, filling their hearts with warmth. However, Jiang Yan's spirits remained low throughout the meal. After dining, Jiang Yan turned to Xiao Hailan and said, Mom, tonight, I wish to return with Xiao Zhan. She feared her mother would hesitate to let her go. Go ahead. You are a married couple. Why always stay at your family home? Just remember to visit us when you can. Though Xiao Hailan felt a pang of reluctance, she could not force her married daughter to stay. Reassured by Xiao Zhan's kindness towards her. Yet, no one was aware that Jiang Yan harbored thoughts of divorce. Chapter 56. Why hide Jiang Yan's true identity? In the living room of the Gong family's ancestral home. Following the meal, Gong Tingyu, Xiao Zhan, Jiang Chun, and the patriarch Gong Weiguo sat together on the sofa. The dynamics between these 4 men had undergone a profound transformation within a single day. Gong Tingyu reveled in being addressed as dad by Xiao Zhan, a title he had never imagined would come to pass. The Gong and Xiao families had enjoyed a long-standing friendship, with numerous business collaborations. Although Gong Tingyu was older than Xiao Zhan, the Xiao family, the passing of his parents, and the disappearance of Jiang Yan have left him utterly bewildered. As he contemplates who could have orchestrated such deeds and subsequently erased all traces. What a formidable hand this must be. Gong Weigua and Gong Tingyu furrow their brows, incessantly inhaling smoke. Only they truly understand the torment of losing their child over the years, and they are at a loss as to where to begin their search. When they inquired about Jiang Chun, he was but a child at the time, unaware of who his parents had procured his sister from, as they had never divulged such information to him. Now that their parents have also passed away, silence enveloped them all. Suddenly, Gong Tingyu recalled something and urgently asked Xiao Zhan, "Why did you conceal your true identity from Yin Yan?" At this moment, Jiang Chun also turned his gaze toward this brother-in-law, puzzled as to why he would hide his true self from his sister. Gong Weigua's eyes were fixed on Xiao Zhan, eager to uncover the reason behind it all. His granddaughter must not suffer any indignity. Chapter 57. Confession brings leniency. At this juncture, Xiao Zhan no longer wished to fabricate elaborate excuses to placate the Gong family and Jiang Chun. After extinguishing his cigarette in the ashtray, he paused briefly, gathering his thoughts. "Speak." "Confession brings leniency," the elder Gong declared solemnly. A faint smile graced Xiao Zhan's lips as he began. "I met Jiang Yan on the street while I was on a blind date. The other party had yet to arrive when I received a call from my uncle, informing me that my grandmother was gravely ill. In my haste to reach the hospital, as I crossed the pedestrian lane, Yin Yan collided with my BMW. She inquired about the repair costs, to which I replied 5,000 or 6,000. Observing that she seemed unable to afford it, I devised a plan to have her pose as my girlfriend to waive the repair fees, and she agreed. When I introduced her to my grandmother, who was in critical condition, she expressed a desire to see me married while still alive. I broached the subject of a contractual marriage with Jiang Yan, offering to cover her living expenses and provide her with an allowance, assuring her that we would not engage in a genuine marital relationship. Externally, I would maintain the faade of a hidden marriage. Once my grandmother found a suitable bone marrow donor or passed away, I would divorce her, granting her freedom. Oh, my surprise! Yin Yan consented. Later, I learned that Jiang Chun was a live-in son-in-law at the Zhao family, and Zhao Liping was pressuring Jiang Yan to leave the household. My grandmother and the rest of the family grew very fond of Yin Yan, and gradually, I found myself falling for her as well. Yet, it appeared she prioritized her career over her marital prospects. I am doing all I can for her, believing that my sincerity will eventually touch her heart. Grandfather, dad, brother, my feelings for Yin Yan are genuine. You must trust and support me. Gong Tingyu, Gong Weigua, and Jiang Chun listened in stunned silence, realizing how Yin Yan and Xiao Zhan had come to know one another, all for the sake of settling a repair bill, leading to an impulsive marriage with a stranger. The potential consequences of encountering a nefarious individual were unfathomable. Tears streamed down Gong Weigua's face as she mourned for her granddaughter, who, due to financial constraints and pressure, was compelled to barter her marriage. But a torrent of sorrow flowed uncontrollably down her weathered cheeks as she removed her glasses, continuously wiping her tears. Gong Tingyu reclined against the sofa, his eyes shut, as silent tears trickled from the corners, an ache silently gnawing at his heart. Jiang Qian turned away, avoiding the gaze of others, unable to hold back the tears that fell. The three of them were Jiang Yan's closest relatives. Xiao Zhan understood their emotions at that moment, determined to ensure he would care for Yin Yan for all time. He looked up to see three women descending from the second floor. "Yin Yan, is everything you said true?" Xiao Hailan, holding Hui Hui, asked Jiang Yan. "Yes, Mom," Jiang Yan replied. Xiao Hailan's tears flowed freely. Her daughter, willing to enter a sham marriage over a mere few thousand yuan in repair costs. What would happen if she encountered someone with ulterior motives? She wished to admonish her daughter for being so naive, but with Xiao Zhan present, she refrained. Still, she felt compelled to defend her daughter. "Xiao Zhan, I know you have feelings for my Yin Yan, but your current relationship is not even that of boyfriend and girlfriend. We will pay the repair fees. From today onwards, Yin Yan will live with us. Whether you two will end up together depends on your fate. As parents, we won't interfere. As long as Yin Yan is willing, we will consent, and my friendship with your mother ensures that we understand each other, and your father is also at ease. It all rests on Yin Yan's decision. Once she agrees, you may hold a wedding, and then she can return with you." Xiao Zhan had anticipated the Gong family's response. Although he understood, a sense of discomfort lingered within him. He cared for her, and he could not imagine a life without Yin Yan. He felt an overwhelming urge to cry. Gritting his teeth, he suppressed his tears and replied, "Mom, You are absolutely right. I believe that one day, Yin Yin and I will be together. Yin Yin, could you step outside for a moment? I have something to discuss. Xiao Zhan turned and walked towards the villa's exit, with Jiang Yan following closely behind. The rest of the Gong family wiped away their tears, voicing their approval of Qiao Heilan's actions. Their child would not be beholden to anyone. Gong Tingyu sincerely took Jiang Qin's hand and said, "From tonight onwards, you should stay with us. Your mother has already prepared a room for you and Hui Hui." "All right, Dad." Jiang Qin realized that given his sister's relationship with her brother-in-law, it would be awkward for him to remain there. It would be more appropriate for him to stay at his sister's home, and he would consider renting a place once he had the means. "From now on, you are the brother of Manchu and Yin Yan. And this is your home. We do not have a son. You will be our son." Qiao Heilan expressed her heartfelt sentiments, grateful that her Yin Yin had such a wonderful brother. Otherwise, the current situation could have been far worse. "From now on, this is your home. You are my beloved grandson." The elder Gong cast a glance at Jiang Qin before retreating to his bedroom. Gong Tingyu and his wife understood that the elder was not one to easily accept someone, nor would he readily show kindness. His emphasis on Jiang Qin today reflected his recognition of the boy's character. Outside the Gong family's villa, beneath the dim glow of street lamps, a pair of silhouettes sat in a small pavilion within the garden. In the late autumn chill of Jiangsheng, the night air was brisk, and a gust of wind rustled the trees, casting shadows that danced beneath the yellow streetlights. Jiang Yan shivered from the sudden chill. Xiao Zhan removed his coat and draped it over her shoulders. "Yin Yin, today, I confessed everything to my parents without informing you beforehand. You won't hold it against me, will you?" Xiao Zhan gazed at Jiang Yan with deep affection. Fearful that she might be upset, "My parents will eventually find out. It would have eased my burden had you told me sooner." "How could I blame you?" Jiang Yan replied, though her thoughts trailed off. "You must be upset about my concealment of my identity, right?" Xiao Zhan could sense why Jiang Yan was discontent. Who wouldn't feel a twinge of hurt in her situation? Even though they were not lovers or a married couple, they were familiar friends, and yet he had been hiding the truth. How could that be? "We are not truly married. I have no reason to blame you. You are overthinking it." Although Jiang Yan was indeed perturbed by his concealment, she reminded herself that she had no right to be angry. "Yin Yin, I love you. Let's take it step by step. Will you be my girlfriend?" Xiao Zhan confessed, feeling an overwhelming surge of nervousness. Breathless with anxiety. Chapter 58. A 3-year pact. Jiang Yan was evidently not surprised by Xiao Zhan's declaration. During her university years, she had received several confessions, and although she had experienced youthful pangs of affection, her family's circumstances did not permit her to indulge in romance or squander time. The campus was filled with couples, but instead of envying them, she admired the diligent students who excelled academically and earned scholarships. In her school days, she lived modestly, often subsisting on a single sausage and a steamed bun for a meal. A pair of jeans served her for 3 years until they wore thin at the thighs, prompting her to purchase a new pair. There was a night market near her school where she would often shop for necessities at relatively low prices. She constantly remembered and appreciated everything her brother had sacrificed for her, never forgetting how challenging it had been to leave their village and pursue her studies in the bustling city. Her aspiration to become a doctor and heal others had never wavered. "Thank you, young Master Xiao, for your generous affection. You are the man many women yearn for, and I am truly flattered to receive your attention. However, I am not prepared to consider lifelong commitments at this moment. I cannot marry and bear children when I have yet to establish myself. I can sense your grandmother's eagerness for you to settle down, but I cannot fulfill that request, Mr. Xiao. Our life goals are currently misaligned. I wish to pursue my career, while you seek someone who can marry and bear children with you. We are not suited for one another. Please seek someone else. I cannot hinder your family's legacy." Now, as a daughter of the Gong family, Jiang Yan carried an additional aura of prestige, but she had not grown up in the opulence of the Gong household. Instead, she had endured the hardships of a rural upbringing. The likes of young Master Xiao, a member of a top-tier family, were beyond her reach. They inhabited entirely different worlds, both in thought and lifestyle, creating an insurmountable chasm between them. She was even less inclined to integrate into a circle that did not belong to her. To do so forcibly would be to torment herself. With that in mind, she could not foster any illusions for Xiao Zhan, even though she harbored some fondness for him. She must put an end to it decisively and swiftly. At this moment, with fervent enthusiasm and a heart full of joy, Xiao Zhan's confession was met with a rather formal verdict from Jiang Yan. It was the first time he had genuinely liked someone. The first time he had mustered immense courage to confess, only to be doused with a bucket of icy cold water. As someone who had long commanded the business world, He considered himself immensely strong internally. Yet he was experiencing the sensation of defeat for the first time. However, his innate composure allowed him to maintain the demeanor of a domineering CEO. He could comprehend Jiang Yan's words and was surprised that Zhou Yang, that love consultant, had indeed guessed correctly. I will wait for you, no matter how long it takes, until you are willing to be with me, to marry and have children. But what about his grandmother? Xiao Zhan understood and supported all of Jiang Yan's thoughts, yet she was unwilling to return to him now. How could he explain this to his grandmother? Just tell grandmother that I have just reconciled with my parents and wish to spend some time with them. Whenever you want to see grandmother, or if she misses me, I can accompany you. Jiang Yan looked at Xiao Zhan with unwavering certainty. Although she and he would not be together, she had a genuine fondness for the matriarch of the Xiao family and was willing to assist Xiao Zhan with this favor. Thank you. Xiao Zhan was surprised that she was still willing to help him keep this from his grandmother, sparing him from undue difficulty, and no need for thanks. When I was in trouble before, I heard my brother say you helped me a lot. Consider it a mutual exchange. You need not dwell on it. Xiao Zhan. He cared so much for her. He had frantically searched for her after her incident. Yet all he received in return was her remark about mutual exchange, leaving his heart feeling half frozen. Truly, in the world of relationships, one must inevitably repay their debts. How many women who had long admired him were directly dismissed or even thrown aside for their persistent pursuits? Such events occurred frequently each year. Now, he found himself in the position of pursuing another, only to face a heartless rejection. Was this a consequence of his own unkindness towards those who pursued him? He quickly shook his head. Most of the women who approached him were primarily drawn by his wealth and status, while his feelings for Yan Yan were undoubtedly genuine and sincere. I will return right away. Let's go. I'll inform my parents. Xiao Zhan and Jiang Yan stood up, leaving the pavilion and walking towards the villa. In the future, shall I still call your parents, or should I address them as uncle and aunt? Jiang Yan said lightly, her gaze avoiding Xiao Zhan. Legally, we are still husband and wife. Addressing them as parents is also legitimate. Xiao Zhan looked at Jiang Yan with dissatisfaction. Let us find a time to handle the divorce procedures. Jiang Yan kept her head down, not daring to look at Xiao Zhan, knowing that he would not easily abandon his pursuit of her. 3 years. And if after 3 years you have not fallen in love with me, we shall divorce. During these 3 years, we remain legally married. As long as you do not truly accept me in your heart, I shall not take a single step closer. I guarantee it with my integrity. They halted, facing each other, as Xiao Zhan gazed intently at Jiang Yan, awaiting her response. Jiang Yan did not oppose Xiao Zhan's proposal. She trusted his character, sharing the same bedroom and bed, though he would occasionally exhibit ambiguous behavior or tease her. He had never truly crossed any lines for the 3-year agreement. Since Xiao Zhan proposed such a condition, it at least indicated that he genuinely liked her. How would she confront this relationship in 3 years? She wished to grant this relationship some time and space, allowing herself sufficient time to assess whether her current thoughts and perspectives were correct, and whether the gap between them would narrow in the future. She could not be certain that Mr. Xiao, this is your unilateral wish. I cannot promise that we will be together in 3 years. If, after 3 years, either of us is unwilling, let there be no hatred between us. Jiang Yan did not wish to be bound by this 3-year agreement. She hoped everything would unfold naturally, following her heart and choosing her future partner. This is my own decision and choice. Regardless of the outcome in 3 years, I will accept it gladly. Xiao Zhan liked Jiang Yan, but he would not force her. He aimed to enter her heart, to earn her genuine love willingly. Very well, we shall not divorce. We will decide in 3 years. Jiang Yan's heart finally relaxed. She could now devote herself to her career without the worry of the matriarch of the Xiao family pressuring her for children. Previously, she had been constantly anxious that Xiao Zhan would push for more, urging her to bear heirs for the Xiao family. Her brother and parents were already aware of the true nature of her relationship with Xiao Zhan, and she no longer needed to put on an act. Jiang Yan felt as though the weight that had pressed upon her heart had finally been lifted, elated like a carefree child as she skipped into the villa. Xiao Zhan observed the still childlike Jiang Yan, a smile gracing his lips as he quickened his pace. Chapter 59. Living together, compensating for over 20 years of absence. Xiao Zhan was completely confident in this 3-year agreement. Since Yan Yan did not insist on an immediate divorce and had agreed to visit his grandmother as before, it had given him a chance. Both wore expressions of uncontainable joy as they entered the villa. Mom, Dad, brother, it's getting late. I'm heading back. Observing that both Yan Yan and Xiao Zhan were in good spirits, the Gong family and Jiang Chun finally felt relieved. Except for the old man Gong. Everyone else came out to see Xiao Zhan off. Uncle, goodbye. As the bodyguard opened the heavy door for Xiao Zhan and he had yet to enter the vehicle, He heard Hui calling out to him and bidding farewell. Hui, goodbye. Uncle will come to see you often. The little girl had certainly not been neglected, and he happily got into the car. Hearing Hui call him uncle, Jiang Yan realized that the 3-year agreement seemed to guarantee that she would not bear children for the Xiao family during this time and would not live under the same roof as Xiao Zhan. Everything else appeared unchanged. Even his little niece acknowledged his status, and her parents did not object to Xiao Zhan calling them mom and dad, saying they would frequently come to see Hui. To Jiang Yan, Xiao Zhan's intention seemed to extend beyond this. She did not care about what he might do. She was determined to focus all her energy on her career. Come here, Hui, Auntie wants a hug. After sending Xiao Zhan off, Jiang Yan took her little niece from her brother and turned to walk into the villa. The family followed closely behind, entering the villa. Yin, what were you and Xiao Zhan discussing? Gong Manchu inquired while playfully teasing Hui, and the others turned their gazes upon Jiang Yan, prepared to listen intently. Seeing her family so concerned about her affairs, Jiang Yan shared the details of the 3-year agreement. Good. I think it's quite favorable. This 3-year agreement not only guarantees our Yin Yan's freedom but also leaves ample room for choices in the future. Xiao Hailan's lips curled up in satisfaction. After all, matters of the heart must unfold naturally. Without emotional connection, a marriage will never be truly happy. Granting each other sufficient time and space to slowly cultivate feelings is the best course of action. Come now. Hui, Grandma wants a hug. How about sleeping with Grandma tonight? Xiao Hailan, seeing Hui, felt a fondness akin to that for her own daughter in her youth. Grandma, I want to sleep with Annie. Good night, Grandma. With that, Hui leaned on Jiang Yan's shoulder and fell asleep. That was fast. Gong Manchu gazed in astonishment at Hui, stifling a yawn herself. Jiang Chen, tomorrow is Saturday. Hui doesn't have school. You can leave her with your mother. From now on, let your mother take care of her on weekends. Gong Tingyu, while eating an apple, spoke about his daughter's lifelong matters, and the others agreed that it was a commendable approach. It's all right. Hui is so adorable and endearing. Having her around makes life more interesting. Besides, we have Annie to help. What are you worried about? If you don't let me take care of the child, you retreating me like an outsider. With Xiao Hailan putting it this way, Jiang Chun could no longer refuse and had to comply. That night, everyone stayed at the Gong family's old residence. The next morning, Auntie, please prepare breakfast and set it on the table. After the family finished breakfast, Jiang Chen handed Hui over to Xiao Hailan. Hui, today and tomorrow you don't have to go to kindergarten. You'll stay at home and play with Grandma. You must listen to Grandma, and Daddy will be home from work tonight. Hui could generally understand her father's words, although she was reluctant to part with Jiang Chen. Her little mouth pouted as if she were about to cry. Old man Gong waved a model airplane in front of Hui, offering it to her. This plane really flies. Soon, we'll take it to the yard and let it soar. All right. Hui clapped her small hands with glee, eager to venture outside. Hui, wait a moment, grandfather said. I have an important announcement to make. Jiang Chun, please take a seat. There's no need to rush off to work just yet. Grandfather Gong resumed his place at the dining table, gravely stating, from this day forth, all members of our family shall reside in the old estate. Yin has been away from this home for far too long, and we have missed out on over 20 years of her growth. In the future, as Yin prepares for marriage, our time together will diminish even further. Let us seize this opportunity to make up for the 2 decades of her absence, to spend more time with the children and allow them to cherish our company as well. Upon finishing his speech, tears welled up in Grandfather Gong's eyes. Gong Manchu, sensing the somber atmosphere, quickly interjected cheerfully, Grandfather is absolutely right. I wholeheartedly agree. Our family should cherish this precious reunion and be together every day. Her beaming smile instantly lifted Grandfather Gong's spirits, and Jiang Yan and Jiang Chun, the couple, also expressed their strong support for Grandfather Gong's proposal. Dad, please assign me 2 bodyguards. I need to return to Tianyi City after work today to retrieve some of my belongings. From now on, I will reside here with Grandfather. The villa in Tianyi City had been purchased by the Sun family before her marriage, with her contributing nothing financially. When she wed Sun Xiang, Grandfather Gong had disapproved, resulting in the Gong family providing almost no dowry. In hindsight, Grandfather's decision had proven to be incredibly wise. Gong Manchu despised her past naivety and wished to sever all ties with the Sun family. She was eager to expedite her divorce from Sun Xiang. All right, just let me know when you need them, and I will send the bodyguards to you, Gong Tingyu said as he and Jiang Chun left the Gong family villa for work. Grandfather Gong, feeling joyful, decided to rest at home for 3 days, temporarily forbidding Jiang Yan from going to work, suggesting instead that she spend a few days reading at home. Gong Manchu, reluctant to leave, wished to stay and keep her mother, sister, and and the adorable Hui Hui company. With the sudden addition of 2 adults and a child, the household was filled with laughter, no longer the somber atmosphere it once was. She had truly fallen in love with her home. The year her sister went missing, she was only 7, and her mother spent every day in tears, while her father bore a perpetual frown. Grandfather constantly sighed, and no one in the family had the patience to accompany her. Year after year, she grew up in this sorrowful environment. She envied families filled with laughter and warmth, feeling that her own upbringing had made her somewhat reclusive. It wasn't until she studied law in university and became a lawyer that her personality underwent a dramatic transformation. She and Sun Xiang had been classmates in college. He pursued her and brought her into the Sun family. Initially, she perceived the Sun family as harmonious and jovial, leading her to believe she had made the right choice and marry him without hesitation. She genuinely craved a sunny and joyful home. However, she now realized that their familial facade had been a mere act. Her youthful ignorance had led her to be deceived by their superficial charm. They were a family filled with ulterior motives, willing to resort to any means for their own gain. Suddenly, the sounds of Grandfather Gong, Jiang Yan, and Xiao Hailan, along with Hui Hui's cheerful laughter, broke into her recollections. Observing her family joyfully playing together, she felt as if she had stepped into a fairy tale. Just then, her phone rang. It was Sun Xiang calling. Chapter 60. Betrayed and framed. Hello. What do you want? Gong Manchu snapped irritably at Sun Xiang. Why are you shouting? Let's talk in person. Even if we're getting divorced, we should at least have a farewell meal together. Sun Xiang's tone was calm, devoid of any hint of abnormality. Gong Manchu grew wary of his composure. After the debacle at their family recognition banquet, he would not let things go so easily. There's no need for a farewell meal. What belongs to me, I will not relinquish a single bit. What does not belong to me, I will not accept at all. We will settle this in court. After their marriage, any shared property would be considered jointly owned, and as Sun Xiang was at fault for their divorce, he would be obligated to give her half of his post-marriage income. As a lawyer, she was determined not to be at a disadvantage. Just as she was about to hang up, Sun Xiang ominously warned, "Open your bag and see if anything important is missing." Gong Manchu, already carrying her briefcase as she prepared to leave, had lingered at home a few extra minutes due to her sister's arrival, feeling increasingly attached to her family. Heeding Sun Xiang's words, she quickly opened her briefcase only to discover that the evidence needed for tomorrow's court hearing was missing: a small USB drive. The last time she met with Sun Xiang, she had deleted all chat records concerning her sister, as well as sensitive locations they had visited, never anticipating that he would steal crucial evidence from her clients. How could she explain this to her clients? Sun Xiang, you bastard! Gong Manchu shouted furiously into the phone, her heart filled with a desire for revenge. Indulge yourself in a private room, room 304 at Dejuyage. I will be waiting for you. Sun Xiang smirked, his voice dripping with malice. 15 minutes later, Gong Manchu arrived at the entrance of room 304 with her 4 bodyguards. Sun Xiang, come out! She refused to enter the room, knowing that his invitation was not merely to return her USB drive. He surely had ulterior motives. Insisting on discussing matters in the lobby, she instructed the waiter, "Please cancel this private room and bring the food from room 304 to table 6 in the lobby." As Sun Xiang handed over the room key, he led Gong Manchu to table 6, pulling out a chair for her and urging, "Why are you so angry? Everything will be easier if you sit down. Give me back my USB drive." Gong Manchu glared at him fiercely. "Sure, I'll give it to you if you sit down for a farewell meal with me. This thing is of no use to me anyway." Sun Xiang casually sipped the tea just served by the waiter, his demeanor strangely amiable. Gong Manchu thought to herself that his condition of sharing a meal was utterly unbelievable. "Manchu, is that really you?" Hearing someone call her name, she looked up to see Lu Qianqian approaching. Lu Qianqian, along with Sun Xiang, had been classmates in college. Though their interactions had been minimal over the years, they were still familiar enough to exchange pleasantries. "Qianqian, it's been ages, come and sit." Gong Manchu invited Lu Qianqian to join. "What brings you two together?" Lu Qianqian asked innocently, feigning ignorance as she glanced between Sun Xiang and Gong Manchu. "Qianqian, Manchu wants to divorce me. Please help persuade her. The matter regarding the fake sister was my mistake, but I thought it would bring joy to your family and help Zhou Lingyun find a warm home. Isn't that a win-win situation? That's why I did it." Sun Xiang adopted an innocent and pitiful expression. "Sun Xiang, you are talking nonsense. How can you say such things without fear of retribution?" Gong Manchu stood up, pointing at him in outrage. That moment, the waiter began serving dishes at their table. "Manchu, don't be upset. Not every day we get to see old classmates. Just consider having a meal with me. I'll treat you." Lu Qianqian offered, handing chopsticks to Gong Manchu, indicating that she should join her for breakfast. I've already eaten. You go ahead. Gong Manchu understood her purpose in being there. She needed to retrieve the USB drive. Is it just a USB drive? I've already told you. It's of no use to me. Let's have a drink together instead. As Sun Xiang discreetly slipped the white powder into the tea he served Gong Manchu. No one noticed the swift movement amidst Lu Qianqian's attempts to persuade her to eat. Manchu, your 4 bodyguards look quite intimidating. I'm afraid to eat with them around. Could you ask them to step away for a moment? Lu Qianqian said with a bright smile, feigning innocence, while Sun Xiang maintained a troubled expression, as if he were genuinely concerned for Gong Manchu. Without much thought, she agreed to let the bodyguards wait outside, assuring them she would call if needed. As the bodyguards left, they observed through the large glass windows of the restaurant, keeping a close eye on Gong Manchu, fearing for her safety. Just then, 5 beggars approached the bodyguards, asking for some money for food. The bodyguards, lacking cash, drove the beggars away. However, moments later, the same beggars returned, hurling stones at the bodyguards, who, infuriated, chased after them. Come on, Qianqian, it's been a while. Let us raise a glass. Sun Xiang exclaimed, noticing that the bodyguards had left, and lifted his glass. Gong Manchu felt compelled to join in, not wanting to appear rude to her former classmate. Cheers, Manchu. Here's your USB drive. After this, we'll consider ourselves even. See you in court. He tossed the USB drive to Gong Manchu, set down his wine glass, donned his coat, and hastily departed. Manchu, I must head to work now, so I'll take my leave. Lu Qianqian followed closely behind him. At that moment, Gong Manchu felt dizzy and disoriented, her body ablaze with heat, and she collapsed onto the table. Suddenly, a stranger dragged her into room 308. Jiang Yan had arranged to meet a client at Dujuyage today to discuss product pricing. Since the client favored Dujuyage, he had booked room 309, arriving early to await their arrival. Let go of me! Let go of me! Gong Manchu cried out, clinging to the last remnants of her consciousness. Struggling in vain. Chapter 61. Painting for Xiao Zhan. Inside the private room, Jiang Yan heard a woman's desperate cries emanating from the adjacent room 308. The muffled sounds, though somewhat indistinct, were undeniably filled with the woman's frantic pleas. Jiang Yan became increasingly restless, recognizing the voice as somewhat familiar. Reluctant to interfere and wary of provoking trouble, he nonetheless could not bear to ignore the cries any longer at a moment of urgency. He flung open the door and rushed toward the restaurant's front desk. Hello, miss. I'm a patron from room 308. I just heard someone screaming from room 309. It seems there's a fire. Not caring about the consequences, he thought that even if he were discovered, it would merely be a misunderstanding. He just wanted to see the woman who was calling out to see if he knew her. As her voice sounded eerily familiar, upon hearing Jiang Yan mention a fire, the staff at the front desk grabbed the key to room 309 and rushed over. As the door swung open, Jiang Yan followed the attendant inside, where they were met with a shocking scene. A middle-aged man was in the process of tearing off a woman's clothing. Her pants and top had already been removed. Startled by their sudden entrance, the man stared blankly at the attendant and Jiang Yan. Before he could react, Jiang Yan advanced into the room, spotting the woman on the floor, her face flushed as if burning with fever. Her hands weakly struggling, clearly at the end of her strength. Gong Manchu, lawyer Gong. Jiang Yan gasped in shock, his anger igniting as he swiftly brought the middle-aged man down to the ground. Caught off guard by Jiang Yan's sudden attack, the man initially resorted to cursing, blaming Jiang Yan and the attendant for ruining his plans, never anticipating he would be struck. Jiang Yan pinned him down fiercely, delivering a thorough beating, before hastily dressing Gong Manchu and calling the police. Miss, a crowd had gathered outside. The bodyguards, having failed to catch the 5 beggars, returned to find the young lady missing and were preparing to search for her when they noticed the commotion at the room's entrance. They rushed over, only to find Jiang Yan cradling the disheveled young lady, her face flushed and hair in disarray. This man attempted to assault the young lady. Keep an eye on him. Do not let him escape. I have already contacted the police. I will take her home. Upon seeing the family's bodyguards arrive, Jiang Yan refrained from calling Gong Tingshu. The bodyguards, realizing they had fallen for a ploy, were furious with themselves for failing to protect the young lady and uncertain how to report to Gong. Witnessing the middle-aged man, bloodied and missing teeth from Jiang Yan's assault, they swarmed in, restraining him and delivering him another beating while awaiting the police's arrival. Meanwhile, Jiang Yan had placed Gong Manchu in the car. She lay there, feverishly tugging at her clothing. When he glanced back, he caught sight of her bare upper body. As he drove, he could neither stop her nor dare to look again. his face flushed, his throat dry as he swallowed repeatedly, feeling the undeniable stirrings of a man's desire. Suppressing these instincts, he focused intently on driving, determined not to glance at Gong Manchu's restless movements in the back seat. He understood that she must have been drugged to be in such a state, and as he drove, he cursed himself for not inflicting more damage on that middle-aged man, the Gong family estate. In the courtyard outside the villa, several cages were placed on the green grass, each containing a small puppy. No, I don't want these dogs. I want the puppy that my uncle bought. I want the puppy from my aunt, Hui Hui cried. Insisting that Xiao Zhan purchase her the little dog, Jiang Yan was reluctant to disturb Xiao Zhan over such a trivial matter, so Qiao Hailan arranged for the maid to buy several dogs for Hui Hui to choose from. However, none of them satisfied her. She only wanted the little puppy Xiao Zhan had promised. With no other option, Qiao Hailan urged Jiang Yan to contact Xiao Zhan, asking him to bring the puppy over, offering to cover any costs. Reluctantly, Jiang Yan sent a WeChat message to Xiao Zhan. Is that little puppy still available? Hui Hui insists on having it. Since Jiang Yan moved away, Xiao Zhan had not returned to Jinqiu Shengjing. He now returned to the Haoding Villa daily, bringing the little puppy along to alleviate his longing for Jiang Yan. As he worked tirelessly in his office, he heard the familiar notification sound from his phone and instinctively checked, hoping it was a message from Jiang Yan. Throughout the day, he had been anticipating such a moment, yearning for that sweet, naive girl to need his assistance once more. When he finally saw Jiang Yan's message, he felt like a child filled with joy, spinning in his chair several times before settling down to contemplate how to respond. He longed to see her in person, even if just for a fleeting glance, deriving satisfaction merely from her presence. Thus, he replied, I am taking good care of the puppy. It isn't at Jinqiu Shengjing right now. Wait for me, I will bring it to Hui Hui. After sending the message, Xiao Zhan tucked his phone away, donned his coat, and departed the office like a gust of wind, driving straight to the Haoding Villa. Approximately 20 minutes later, Xiao Zhan arrived at the Gong family estate, carrying a freshly bathed little puppy in a cage, walking gracefully into the villa's courtyard. Auntie, Uncle, the puppy, Hui Hui exclaimed, pointing at the approaching Xiao Zhan, excitedly breaking free from Qiao Hailan's embrace and rushing toward him, her little figure waddling like an adorable penguin. Hui Hui! Xiao Zhan crouched down, lifting her into his arms while also carrying the puppy cage, walking toward Jiang Yan and Qiao Hailan on the grass. The sight of a powerful CEO cradling a lovely girl in one arm while holding a puppy cage in the other was striking. Jiang Yan found herself wanting to capture that moment on canvas. She had always loved painting since high school, able to lock beautiful scenes in her mind in an instant and create art spontaneously. Each of her artworks had been taken by her teachers and displayed in the school's bulletin board. Xiao Zhan, why did you come personally? With your busy schedule, it would have sufficed to send someone else. Qiao Hailan felt it was rather awkward for the esteemed CEO of the Xiao family to make a personal trip for just a puppy. It's just a brief visit, no trouble at all. Xiao Zhan's gaze fell upon Jiang Yan, his eyes shimmering with uncontainable eagerness. Qiao Hailan understood immediately. Let us go inside. No need to linger outside. Hui Hui, come here for a hug. As she spoke, she carried Hui Hui into the villa, leaving Xiao Zhan and Jiang Yan behind. Jiang Yan looked at Xiao Zhan and said softly, Thank you for coming personally. She quickly averted her gaze, fearing to meet his intense stare. As a token of my gratitude, I'd like to gift you a painting. Please wait here for a moment. It will only take half an hour. Do you have time to wait? Having brought the puppy himself, she did not wish for him to leave empty-handed. There's plenty of time. Take your time painting, no rush. Xiao Zhan's lips curled into a smile. He was genuinely curious about what kind of painting this girl would create for him. Chapter 62. One person, one child, one dog. Mom, do we have any painting supplies at home? I want to create a painting as a gift for Mr. Xiao. Yes, your sister bought several sets when she was little, including watercolor paints, watercolor paper, special brushes, and a painting board. Wait a moment. I'll go find them for you. Jiang Yan was startled by the array of supplies her mother mentioned. She had never used such professional materials. Back in her school days, she merely sketched with pencils and colored with some crayons. Every time she asked her parents for money to buy crayons, her mother would be reluctant, insisting that drawing was useless and that she should focus on her studies to get into a good university. Poverty had made even the thought of painting feel extravagant to her. At 9, she learned that she was not biologically related to her parents, but as a child, where could she go to search for her real parents? Later, she entered university and thought about searching. But her studies became her top priority, leaving her no time or money to pursue such endeavors. She shelved the idea, promising herself that once she had the means, she would try to find them. Little did she know that fate would lead her to be reunited with her parents. Here you go. Yan Yan, do you think this is enough? If you enjoy painting, I can buy you more supplies. Xiao Halan's eyes sparkled as she spoke, genuinely wishing to provide her daughter with as much as possible to make up for the years of regret. Mom, this is too much. I want to use it all. Jiang Yan exclaimed, startled by the large bag of supplies Xiao Hailan had brought, although she selected what she needed from it. Though she had never seen these materials before, she knew how to use them. Xiao Hailan helped her set up the painting board and began pouring paints into small dishes for her daughter. Xiao Zhan and Hui Hui stood by, observing the puppy in the cage, its eyes occasionally glancing in Jiang Yan's direction. The image of Jiang Yan from earlier replayed in his mind, and he began to paint, completely engrossed in his creation. Within 20 minutes, a watercolor masterpiece emerged on the canvas. Wow, Yan Yan, this is absolutely stunning. Have you ever studied with a professional art teacher? Xiao Hailan inquired curiously, recalling how Gong Manchu had sought out 2 professional instructors in her childhood, yet her artistry had seen little advancement, leading to her eventual disinterest. No, I have loved painting since childhood. Initially, I merely copied simple objects, but as I progressed to high school, I developed a passion for painting figures and intricate landscapes, emulating what I saw. Jiang Yan replied. Xiao Hailan felt a pang of regret for her child. Had Yan Yan been raised in the Gong household, she might have blossomed into an exceptional artist. If you love to paint, then paint freely. If you need anything, feel free to purchase it. Here's a card for you. It's your allowance, and the password is your birthday. Mom, I still have plenty of New Year's money from Grandpa. I don't need it. You should keep this card for me. All right. I'll save it for your dowry. At that moment, Xiao Zhan approached, holding Hui Hui, and stood before the painting, examining it closely. The composition, color balance, and saturation were all executed perfectly. He hadn't anticipated that Jiang Yan had captured the very scene of him holding Hui Hui with a puppy in a cage. In the painting, his portrayal was striking and carefree, radiating youth and vitality, while Hui Hui's playful charm was rendered vividly. Even the puppy appeared lifelike under her brush. Although Xiao Zhan lacked expertise in art, he recognized Jiang Yan's innate talent. Truly, she was a painter whose potential had been stymied by her medical studies. And a smile crept across his lips. This doll is so beautiful, and uncle, the puppy, Hui Hui exclaimed, her chubby little finger pointing at the canvas, eager to reach out and touch it. Hui Hui, no, this is a gift from your aunt. Xiao Zhan quickly removed the painting from the board, holding it delicately. Xiao Hailan couldn't help but laugh at how Xiao Zhan treated the painting as a treasured possession. Mom, can you find me a bigger bag? I want to wrap it up. Sure. I'll get one right away. She soon returned with a larger transparent plastic bag and handed it to Xiao Zhan. As he carefully placed the painting inside, he prepared to take his leave when he spotted Jiang Chun rushing into the villa's living room, cradling the disheveled Gong Manchu. Jiang Chun, what's wrong with Manchu? Xiao Hailan asked, her face filled with shock and concern. Brother, what happened to my sister? Jiang Yan was equally anxious. How could her sister have changed so drastically since this morning? Jiang Chun was too preoccupied to respond to their questions. Before getting out of the car, he had struggled to arrange Manchu-esque clothing, and now, with her in his arms, he feared his grip would falter and drop her. He hurried to her bedroom, laying her gently on the bed, panting heavily as he wiped the sweat forming on his brow. Initially, he had intended to summon Xiao Hailan to help dress Manchu, but he reconsidered. What mother could bear to see her daughter in such a state? He couldn't bring himself to do it. He would play the role of a gentleman. After all, he had helped her dress once before in the private dining room, so doing it again didn't trouble him. Time was of the essence, and he trusted that Manchu wouldn't blame him for it. Jiang Qian, what's wrong with Manchu? Xiao Hailan sat beside her daughter, gently stroking her feverishly warm cheeks and checking her front and back. Both burning hot, her lips parched and shriveled. Tears brimmed in her eyes from worry. We should take Manchu to the hospital, she suggested, just as Grandpa Gong arrived, observing the dazed and half-conscious state of his granddaughter. Manchu has been drugged. There's no need for the hospital. Hailan, fetch my silver needles from the drawer of my bedside table. Any stir within the Gong family would create a tempest in Jiang City. And this incident directly impacted his granddaughter's reputation. He feared the consequences of public gossip. If he could treat her, he wouldn't trouble anyone else. Jiang Chun had contemplated taking Manchu to the hospital after rescuing her from the dining room, but he ultimately decided against it. After all, this wasn't a serious illness or injury. Any discerning person could tell she had been drugged. The Gong family was a prestigious clan in Jiang City, and they valued their reputation. If word got out, Manchu's standing would be jeopardized, and who knew what tales could be spun from it? Grandpa Gong and his sister Jiang Yan were both doctors, and he believed they would find a solution, so he brought Manchu back home. Jiang Yan helped her sister remove her outerwear, leaving her in her thermal underwear, and tied her hair back, using a warm towel to wipe her face and hands. Just then, Xiao Zhan happened to be present during the turmoil. Caught between his gratitude towards his brother-in-law Jiang Chun and his affection for Jiang Yan, he felt compelled to help. Dad. After placing Manchu down, Hui clung to Jiang Chun, demanding to be held. Jiang Chun weakly warded her off as they exited Manchu's bedroom. Jiang Chun, what happened to Manchu? Xiao Zhan, lingering at the bedroom door, approached Jiang Chun for an explanation. Jiang Chun guided his daughter to the small dog in the living room before detailing how he discovered and rescued Manchu, omitting the fact that she had been lying on the ground without clothes. That was something he couldn't disclose, not even under duress. Chapter 63. Caught in the act. From the bedroom came the sound of Manchu retching. Grandpa Gong used acupuncture to expel the contents from her stomach. Aware that the aphrodisiac had been absorbed into her system, he could only force out the remaining unabsorbed portions. You both hold her arms and legs, Grandpa Gong instructed, preparing to administer another needle to his granddaughter. Noting her poor condition as her body thrashed uncontrollably. After half an hour of acupuncture, Manchu's consciousness began to gradually return, her face flushed as if scorched, though the redness slowly receded. Xiao Hailan continuously dabbed water onto her lips with a cotton swab, while Jiang Yan gently wiped her sister's body with warm water to alleviate her discomfort. After about 20 minutes, Gong Tingyu arrived home from the office, and upon seeing his daughter in bed, a surge of anger tore through him. Finally, Manchu opened her eyes, gazing at her family surrounding her, and burst into tears, embracing Xiao Hailan, sobbing uncontrollably. Though her awareness had been clouded by the drug, she remembered that Jiang Qin had saved her, assisting her with her clothing during her moments of distress. She felt utterly humiliated before Jiang Qin and was unable to face him. Yet, she wouldn't confide this embarrassment to anyone. She believed Jiang Qin had acted rightly, for if her mother had seen her in that state, it would have pained her even more. Mom, it was that scoundrel Sun Xiang who drugged me. Gong Tingyu, witnessing his daughter awake, knew the time for action had come. He exited the bedroom to find Xiao Zhan and Jiang Chun in the living room. Grandpa Gong, relieved to see his granddaughter had returned to consciousness, joined them. Dad, I've already had Jibei investigate Sun Xiang's whereabouts. We should have results soon, thank you. I, Gong Tingyu, have never made enemies since taking over the Gong family, but my two daughters, Jiang Qin. Tell me what happened. Jiang Qin recounted everything he knew. Based on Manchu's call logs, the earliest call was from Sun Xiang this morning, leading Xiao Zhan and him to deduce that it was Sun Xiang who had acted. It was him. Just now, when Manchu regained consciousness, she said it was that beast Sun Xiang. Gong Tingyu see that it was he who wronged our Gong family first, and now he dares to harm my granddaughter. I will see to it that he pays dearly. Grandpa Gong's beard trembled with rage. His eyes ablaze. Jibei, what is the status of the investigation? We have a lead. Sun Xiang left Dujui-gu early this morning and took a woman to the Yuhu Bay Hotel, where they checked into a room together and has yet to come out. Then let us catch him in the act. I will ensure he faces the consequences. It was Manchu who spoke. Though she had just wept bitterly, her desire for revenge burned fiercely. She was certain that failing to avenge herself would drive her to madness. Xiao Hailan and Jiang Yan followed Manchu into the living room. All right, we must not act impulsively. Let us devise a plan before we proceed. Xiao Zhan calmly analyzed the situation, emphasizing that each person had their role to play. Very well, Xiao Zhan, we will follow your plan. But where will we obtain this drug? Gong Tingyu, appreciating Xiao Zhan's strategy, also pondered the procurement of the aphrodisiac. That's not a problem. Just wait. I can prepare it for you in 5 minutes. Grandpa Gong was well versed in both traditional and Western medicine. Crafting such a nefarious substance was but a trivial task for him. He would not create such a thing unless it was for avenging his granddaughter. Life is not easy. When encountering good people, we should be kind, but when faced with malice, we must be prepared to retaliate. As the conversation unfolded, the esteemed elder Gong had already made his way to his pharmacy, where an array of items was readily available in his study, a space also dedicated to his experiments. Jiang Yan stood there, momentarily dazed, gazing at Xiao Zhan, realizing that the president was indeed exceptional, his thoughts intricate, his actions decisive, leaving no room for retreat, and his methods of discipline were unparalleled. Her admiration for him grew deeper. However, the sight of such a refined and sophisticated president participating in an act of infidelity seemed somewhat inappropriate. Xiao Zhan relished Jiang Yan's admiration, striking a pose of utmost coolness and depth, declaring, "Do not idolize me. I am but a legend." 5 minutes later, Elder Gong emerged from his small pharmacy, holding 2 small packets of aphrodisiac, which he handed to Gong Manchu. "Excellent. Let us commence, grandfather. You and my mother stay home to watch the child and await our good news." Gong Manchu found a stick in the courtyard, while Jiang Yan, equipped with a professional camera, accompanied by a few misguided bodyguards carrying water, set off towards the Yuhuan Grand Hotel. Meanwhile, Gong Tingyu and Xiao Zhan commenced phone calls in the living room. "Mr. Wang, please ensure that the internet at your hotel is blocked for 8 hours. And do not sell anything to Sun Ziang." Upon receiving Xiao Zhan's call, Mr. Wang, the owner of the Yuhuan Grand Hotel, felt his legs weaken in fear, recognizing it as a golden opportunity to impress Xiao Zhan. He immediately acquiesced, assuring that everything would be handled meticulously. "Xiao Li, inform all the media personalities you know to gather at the entrance of the Yuhuan Grand Hotel for a live broadcast, ensuring they capture the most astonishing footage." Upon hearing of the impending major news and the chance to record something sensational, Xiao Li, a broadcaster for the Gong Corporation, became exhilarated and swiftly reached out to all familiar hosts and media contacts. In room 404 of the Yuhuan Grand Hotel, the staff opened the door for Gong Manchu and her companions, who all rushed in. Sun Ziang and Lu Qianqian were caught in a compromising position. Startled by the unexpected intrusion, causing Sun Ziang to tumble off the bed, he scrambled to retrieve his clothes from the floor. Gong Manchu's stick struck forcefully against his back, while the bodyguards swiftly collected all their clothing and shoes, ensuring not a single item was left behind, before tossing them far into a nearby dumpster. "From the day I married you, I have wholeheartedly followed you, adhering to the path of a devoted wife, believing your promise to treat me well for a lifetime. Yet, now you betray me with this shameless wretch, trampling upon my sincerity. Today, I shall properly deal with you and this despicable harlot." Gong Manchu chastised while mercilessly striking him with the stick. Jiang Yan contemplated intervening to aid her sister, but recognizing that it was a matter between the couple, she refrained, knowing that any involvement would draw the ire of the Sun family upon her. Her sister, however, was a different story. No amount of scolding or beating could be deemed excessive. Jiang Yan focused on capturing photographic evidence of Sun Ziang's infidelity with her camera. 2 bodyguards stood watch at the door, ensuring the couple could not escape, as they had important matters to attend to. "Oh, not move." The bodyguards forced a bottle of mineral water laced with 2 packets of aphrodisiac into Sun Ziang's mouth, while another seized Lu Qianqian, pinching her mouth to administer the same. "Lu Qianqian, how could it be you?" Gong Manchu exclaimed, unleashing a flurry of slaps upon Lu Qianqian, causing her face to swell grotesquely. After venting her frustrations, Gong Manchu exited room 404 with her bodyguards and sister. That moment, a throng of online influencers had already gathered at the hotel entrance. Chapter 64. No credit allowed. "Mr. Lu, summon all our hotel staff for a meeting." The hotel owner, Wang Chongning, was determined to fulfill the request bestowed upon him by Xiao Zhan in the city of Jiang. How many would ever receive such an opportunity? To have the esteemed Xiao Zhan personally call upon him for assistance was a divine favor, granting him the chance to align with this prominent figure. "Listen carefully. Starting now, the internet at our hotel will be blocked for 8 hours. Until the occupants of room 404 vacate. NO1 is permitted to provide clothing to the individuals in room 404. Anyone who dares to play the benevolent fool will be dismissed immediately. Notify every guest currently residing in the hotel that the internet is down today, and we sincerely apologize for the inconvenience. Their charges will be waived for today. Except, of course, for the guests in room 404, who still have 2 hours left on their stay. Once that time is up, Mr. Lu, you are to expel them promptly." After concluding the meeting, the hotel staff buzzed with discussion, perplexed by the owner's focus on a single customer rather than performance metrics, indulging in endless gossip regarding the peculiar situation. Inside room 404, Sun Ziang and Lu Qianqian sat in a disheveled heap, desperately attempting to call for help, yet their phones bore no signal. Lu Qianqian wept in frustration. Having anticipated a future where Sun Ziang would divorce his wife and marry her openly, little did she expect that Gong Manchu would regain her composure so swiftly, launching a surprise counterattack. With her cheeks swollen like overripe fruits and her body marred by bruises, she glared at Sun Ziang in fury. "What kind of creature have you married? Even a she-devil would be better. You let her accompany you for 5 or 6 years, yet she treats you worse than she treats me, showing no loyalty to the past. You must be blind to have chosen her." Lu Qianqian had pursued Sun Ziang during their university days, but he had only eyes for Gong Manchu, disregarding her entirely. Once I get out, I will find a way. Rest assured, I will not let her off. His teeth ground together in rage, wishing to pulverize Gong Manchu into dust. Sun Xiang tore the bedsheets into strips, binding them around himself, repeatedly opening the suite door to call for assistance, but no one within the hotel responded. He sought to enlist someone to procure clothing for him and Lu Qianqian, enabling them to exit with dignity, yet it became increasingly evident that the hotel had seemingly been compromised by the Gong family. With no other options, he tore the duvet cover into pieces, using the remnants to cover Lu Qianqian as they stealthily prepared to make their escape. Halt! Guests are not permitted to take any items from the hotel, and any damage will require double compensation. Mr. Lu suddenly emerged from room 502, across the hall, issuing a stern command. Do you know who I am? Sun Fengyuan is my father. What of it if I tore your sheets? I will pay for them. Sun Xiang glared menacingly at Lu Jun. I am not interested in who your father is. We are simply executing our duty on behalf of others. Who instructed you to offend the powerful figures of Jiang City? Return what belongs to our hotel or pay for it now. No credit will be extended. They were working for Xiao Zhan, and with the Xiao family backing them, they had little regard for the Sun family. Upon hearing Lu Jun mention offending a significant figure in Jiang City, Sun Xiang's mind raced. Could it be the Xiao family? He had never interacted with them before. What had he done to deserve this? Yet, Lu Jun's demeanor suggested he was not lying. Suddenly realizing that discretion was the better part of valor, he knew he could not leave in such a state, for the sake of his father's reputation. Please, have mercy. I will return tenfold what I owe this hotel. Sun Xiang feigned a pitiable expression. Currently, there is no money. Remove the items now. Did you not hear that there is no credit? Lu Jun retorted sharply. As 4 security guards appeared behind him, swiftly tearing the sheets from Sun Xiang and Lu Qianqian and forcing them out. Outside, the media had gathered, encouraged by Jiang Chun, patiently awaiting the unfolding drama. Look, they are coming out. They are coming out. The influencers surged forward, cameras and smartphones at the ready, bombarding the 2 exposed individuals with a barrage of photographs. A multitude of bewildered media personalities speculated about the scene. Some claiming it was a case of a man caught in the act with his mistress, while others suggested possible psychological issues. Having consumed the aphrodisiac prepared by Elder Gong, the couple initially felt little, as the effects of the herbal concoction were slow to manifest. However, as they exited the hotel, they became increasingly aware of an overwhelming heat coursing through their bodies, their minds clouded. Clutching their heads, they attempted to flee the crowd, yet their strength waned. They managed to stagger 300 meters from the hotel before collapsing to the ground, the influencers having captured their desired footage before departing. Only a few kind-hearted souls remained, locating Sun Xiang's phone and contacting the Sun family, primarily out of curiosity regarding the couple's identities, eager to share sensational details during their broadcasts, in less than 10 minutes. The Sun family dispatched individuals to retrieve Sun Xiang, leaving Lu Qianqian sprawled on the ground, covered in mud. After another 10 minutes, Lu Qianqian's parents arrived in a vehicle to take her home. The influencers posted videos of the couple's departure online, titling it, "A man and a woman seemingly suffering from mental issues, found naked and taken away by family." At the Sun family villa. You disgraceful wretch. You cavorted with that woman for your own pleasure. Have you forgotten you have yet to divorce her? Now, look what you've done. Gong family has seized upon your folly. Do you think they will let you off the hook? What sort of people are the Gongs? Elder Gong is known for his decisiveness and efficiency. They are infamous for their cunning strategies. With your inability to remain calm, how will you ever succeed? Just look at you. You have not learned a thing. That daughter of the Gong family is now more formidable than you can imagine, not to mention the rest of the Gong clan. Xuanziang's father, Sun Fengyuan, was so enraged that his vision blurred with stars. This time, the reputation of the Sun family in Jiangxing had been utterly tarnished by his son's actions. How could he possibly face the world again? Dad, the manager of that hotel said I offended a big shot in Jiangxing. They were merely acting on behalf of someone else. Upon hearing his son's words, Sun Fengyuan narrowed his eyes, contemplating carefully. It seemed that the Gong and Xiao families had not uncovered much from the events of that year. Chapter 65. Running while holding Yu Manchu. How are you? Did they harm you? Did you deal with them? Xiao Hailan inquired, her gaze sweeping over her daughter anxiously, fearing she had been hurt or wronged. Rest assured, Mom. My sister is fine. That despicable man and that woman were beaten black and blue by her and left in a miserable state. With the help of the hotel staff, they had no choice but to leave in utter humiliation. Look, the video has already been released. My grandfather's medicine worked wonders. Xiao Hailan quickly glanced at her phone, then diverted her gaze, her expression turning soured. I won't look at it anymore. It offends my eyes. Just save the evidence of his infidelity. Gong Manchu remained silent, retreating into her bedroom and locking the door behind her. Ignoring everyone, she harbored a deep resentment for Xuanzi Ong and had resolved to divorce him. Yet upon witnessing him in bed with another woman, she realized the depth of her emotional turmoil. The remnants of her feelings for him evaporated in that moment. It was all her choice, and she had to confront the consequences. Sobbing beneath her covers, Gong Manchu believed herself to be strong. But when faced with such adversity, she felt no different than an ordinary woman. She needed to cry, to learn to forget, to muster the courage to face reality, and to rise anew, appearing as an indomitable goddess. Invincible despite her internal collapse. After weeping for a considerable time, she finally emerged from her cocoon, resolved to file for divorce. Today, she had secured crucial evidence of Xuanzi Eng's infidelity, ensuring that the forthcoming legal battle would be significantly smoother. Now she recognized how wise her decision had been to forego having children over the years. Had she borne a child, the potential loss of custody would have devastated her. Most women could not bear to part with their offspring. Based on her professional experience, mothers who relinquished custody typically did so out of sheer inability, rather than choice. Under normal circumstances, mothers would fight tooth and nail for their children's custody. Mom, if my sister chooses not to open the door, then let her be. We'll knock again later. Given all that has transpired recently, she deserves some peace. Xiao Hailan found merit in Jiang Yan's words and followed him into the living room, where they discovered Hui Hui playing with toys on the floor. Hui Hui, where's your father? Why are you here all alone? Daddy, gone. Hui Hui pointed towards the villa's exterior. Why didn't your brother say anything before leaving? Xiao Hailan queried, puzzled as she gazed at Jiang Yan. Perhaps he had urgent matters to attend to? Without further thought, Xiao Hailan lifted Hui Hui, intending to prepare something for her to eat, fearing the child might grow hungry before mealtime. Mom, after we left, did Mr. Xiao and my father depart as well? Jiang Yan felt an inexplicable urge to inquire about when Xiao Zhan had taken his leave. Yes, once your father finished his call with him, they both returned to the company. Xiao Zhan took the painting you did. He seemed quite fond of it. As Xiao Hailan spoke, she gazed at her daughter. Seemingly searching for an unusual expression on Jiang Yan's face, he brought Hui Hui a puppy. I shall create a painting for him in return. Jiang Yan spoke nonchalantly, his expression betraying no hints of anything unusual. Do not enter. If you wish to see Hui Hui, I can bring her out to you. On what grounds are you preventing our entry? Who did you hand my niece over to? At that moment, outside the main gate of the Gong family's old residence, Zhang Chen and Zhao Liping's parents were embroiled in a heated argument. Zhang Chen ultimately succumbed to his fiery mother-in-law, Du Xiujing, who forced her way into the Gong family's old residence. Originally, there had been bodyguards present, but they had been reassigned by Gong Tingyu after completing their tasks. Plans to recruit new guards for the old residence were thwarted when the Zhao family seized this opportunity. Hui Hui, Grandma! Grandpa has come to see you, Du Xiujing exclaimed as she entered the villa's hall, calling out Hui's name loudly, as if fearing others might not hear her. Xiao Hailan, who was in the kitchen preparing food with the aunt, heard a stranger calling Hui's name and rushed out. Jiang Yan recognized the voice and felt a jolt. How had that brazen woman found her way here? Mom, this is Hui's grandma and grandpa. They want to see Hui Hui, but I intended to let them see her outside. I had no idea they would force their way in. Jiang Chen followed closely behind, hastily explaining to Xiao Hailan that he and his daughter living there had already caused enough trouble for Gong Tingyu and his wife. He was all too aware of his ex-mother-in-law's temperament and feared that Du Xiujing's insistence on seeing Hui Hui would lead to complications, causing further distress to the Gong family, which would only amplify his feelings of guilt. What mother? You call her mother? You rustic fool. No wonder you treat us with such disdain. It turns out you've latched onto a powerful family. Remember how you used to grovel at my doorstep like a beggar? Now you've learned to use your connections to bully others? Du Xiujing, Jiang Chen's ex-mother-in-law, was known for her venomous tongue, and now that she saw Jiang Chen and Jiang Yan climbing the ranks of the Gong family, her fury intensified and her words pierced Jiang Chen's heart. Who do you think you are, you rabid dog? How dare you barge into someone else's home and bite indiscriminately? Jiang Chen is my daughter's brother. He is my son. To insult him is to insult me. You shall not see the child. Jiang Chen, Yin Yin, and Aunt Yi, get them out of here. These two mad dogs. Xiao Hailan was no pushover. When she exuded elegance, she was the epitome of a refined lady, but when provoked, she was the fiercest warrior among women. Get out, all of you. Gong Manchu emerged, wielding the stick she had used against Xuanziang, and announced her presence with authority, stick in hand. She had never anticipated that possessing a stick would prove far more practical than a phone. This was the second time she had brandished it that day, and she resolved to keep such implements at home for emergencies in the future. Seeing Gong Manchu approach with a stick, Du Xiujing and Zhao Yunpeng instinctively shielded their heads and fled. Gong Manchu pursued them for 500 or 600 meters until she felt dizzy and collapsed to the ground. She had eaten too little that morning, and Xuanziang's earlier actions had left her feeling unwell. After the ordeal of catching him in the act, now chasing after them had thoroughly drained her. Jiang Chen followed closely behind, scooping up the fainted Manchu and rushing back. "Mom, Manchu has fainted. She must be starving. Quickly prepare food and drink." Jiang Chen carried Gong Manchu into her bedroom, feeling as though he had spent the entire day rescuing her. He too was nearing exhaustion and realized he needed to start exercising and losing weight. Otherwise, the next time something like this happened, he might collapse and be unable to go to work. Chapter 66. A loving family dad. Please open the door. Xiao Hailan knocked fervently on the door to the old medicine room of the Gong patriarch. What on earth is happening? The old man had installed the best soundproofing during renovations, so he was oblivious to the chaos outside. "Manchu has fainted. You must hurry and check on her." As soon as the words left her mouth, the Gong patriarch hurriedly made his way to Manchu's bedroom. Moments later, she regained consciousness, and upon seeing her granddaughter's tear-streaked face, his heart ached for her. Manchu, throughout life, one inevitably encounters various disappointments. It is said that in life, rarely do things go as we wish if we can see through certain people and matters while we are still young and manage to cut our losses in time. It is indeed a blessing. Everything can start anew. However, some individuals are not so fortunate. They may remain oblivious their entire lives, or by the time they come to understand, they are already gray-haired. Many families, like ours, have lost children and have yet to find them. Some never get to meet them even until death. Thus, we are fortunate. Our family has always engaged in benevolent acts, and this is the favor of heaven. My dear, trust in your grandfather. I will ensure you find someone worthy of lifelong commitment. The Gong patriarch sincerely hoped his granddaughter could face the failure of her marriage with courage and embrace a beautiful future. "Grandpa, I want to hug you just like when I was a child." As Gong Manchu spoke, she enveloped the Gong patriarch in an embrace, transforming all her grievances and emotions into tears that flowed freely. At noon, Gong Tingyu returned home, and after listening to Xiao Hailan recount the incident involving Zhao Yunpeng and his wife, he too commended Gong Manchu for her actions. "Aunt Yi, quickly bring out the food. The children are famished." As Xiao Hailan spoke, she dashed into the kitchen to assist the aunt in serving the dishes. Once the food was on the table, the only sounds that could be heard were the enthusiastic chewing of everyone present, drowning out all other conversations. Even little Hui Hui, refusing assistance from anyone, buried her head in her bowl, her cheeks bulging with food as she munched away. When she glanced up, everyone noticed her face smeared with rice. Yet she continued to eat with delight, a sight that elicited peals of laughter from all. "Mom, has Manchu's meal been delivered? Is she feeling better?" Jiang Chen inquired while eating, concerned about Gong Manchu's condition. "Rest assured, your grandfather has administered acupuncture to her, and she is currently eating, so there is no cause for concern. It was simply a combination of her being overly anxious and having an empty stomach that led to her fainting." "Indeed." Jiang Chen felt a deep sympathy for Gong Manchu's plight. It was unfortunate that such an exceptional lawyer had found herself entangled with a scoundrel. How unfortunate indeed. While he lamented the misfortune of others, he couldn't help but reflect on his own circumstances. Was he any better off? Had he not also experienced his share of ill fate? In this light, he recognized the striking similarities between his experiences and those of Gong Manchu. As he recalled the events of the day, a sudden thought struck him. Jiang Chen quickly reached into his pocket and, to his relief, found that the gold necklace was still there. He resolved to find an appropriate moment to return it to Gong Manchu. This necklace had fallen to the ground after she had been drugged at the unique establishment, and he had picked it up for her when he arrived. As for what transpired afterward, he could only wonder how Gong Manchu felt about him dressing her while she was exposed before him. Would she harbor resentment? Would she wish to avoid him? What should he do? Ultimately, he concluded that he might as well move away with his daughter. "Brother, you really ought to shed a few pounds," Jiang Yan remarked with a sense of urgency. "Today, when I saw you holding my sister, it looked like your arms were about to give way. I thought she was going to crash to the floor." She had indeed been quite frightened by the sight. Jiang Chen recognized that he truly needed to lose weight. After carrying Gong Manchu on 2 occasions, He could clearly feel how much more cumbersome his body had become. He recalled a time when he was leaner and felt much stronger and more agile. He resolved to rise an hour earlier each morning and engage in a jog to shed the excess weight, aspiring to regain the physique he had just after graduating from university. Back then, he was strikingly handsome, one of the 4 most attractive men in his department, albeit the poorest among them. He had never had the confidence to accept the advances of girls, feeling inadequate compared to his peers. Reflecting on these memories filled him with a sense of nostalgia, and he vowed to work diligently to provide a better life for his daughter. Upon hearing this, the members of the Gong family initially chuckled before their expressions turned quite nuanced. Jiang Yan, unsure of their thoughts, announced her intention to return to work the following day. She hoped her grandfather would agree, as she genuinely felt well and believed she no longer required further rest. If this continued, she would inevitably be overfed by her mother and transform into a plump girl, something she absolutely did not desire, as weight loss was a painful endeavor. Very well, you may return to work tomorrow. You are now an official employee of the hospital. Once you pass your medical qualification exam, you can take your place and attend to patients just like the other doctors. The elderly Mr. Gong said with a warm smile directed at his granddaughter. Really, grandfather? That's wonderful, truly wonderful, Jiang Yan exclaimed, her joy reminiscent of a child's delight. Of course it's true. If you study diligently with your grandfather, I shall entrust this hospital to you in the future. After all, he had been worried for quite some time about the lack of a suitable heir for the hospital he had labored over for most of his life. With their daughter returning and studying medicine, it seemed like a miraculous turn of events, and he was immensely pleased. Grandfather, I only wish to learn genuine skills in managing a hospital. I never imagined I would have one of my own. Jiang Yan was astonished at the prospect of becoming a hospital director one day. It felt surreal even now. In a rush. Take your time, Yan Yan. Consider relocating your household registration and changing your name to Gong Manyu, while keeping your nickname as Yan Yan. Upon hearing her grandfather's suggestion to change her name, Jiang Yan was momentarily taken aback and glanced at her brother Jiang Shan. Indeed, it's high time Yan Yan had her name changed. The household registration book is in my bedroom drawer. You can retrieve it whenever you need it, Yan Yan, Jiang Shan reassured her, alleviating her concerns about his willingness to comply. Suddenly, Jiang Yan's phone chimed with a WeChat notification. Opening her phone, she found a message from her friend Mu Xiaorong. Yan Yan, I'm at the entrance of your villa. Could you step out for a moment? Mom, I'm stepping out. My friend Xiaorong has come to see me. Mu Xiaorong's visit to the Gong household was prompted by someone else's request. Yan Yan, since she is your good friend, invite her inside so that we may get acquainted. Xiao Hailan was warmly welcoming toward Jiang Yan's friend, believing that anyone who could be a true companion to her daughter must have been a source of support during her difficult times, and thus the family welcomed Mu Xiaorong's arrival. Little did they know, Mu Xiaorong's purpose for visiting was to play matchmaker for Jiang Yan. Chapter 67. Past events in the office of the president of the Xiao Group, Xiao Zhan was examining the painting that Jiang Yan had gifted him, growing increasingly fond of it with each glance. That morning, after leaving the Gong family's ancestral home, he had sought out a professional framing shop and spent a considerable sum to have the artwork beautifully framed. Now, he hesitated to hang it on the wall, for he felt that viewing it up close allowed him to fully appreciate its beauty. The image of Jiang Yan, engrossed in her painting, with her lively and focused eyes, her translucent skin, and her occasional radiant smile, made her seem like an angel descended upon the earthly realm. Truly, she was a celestial being. As Xiao Zhan reminisced about the entire process of Jiang Yan painting, he found every motion she made to be exquisite and intoxicating, leading him to murmur softly to himself. A sudden knock at the door jolted him back to reality. Come in, he called out. Xiao Jibei and Zhou Yang entered one after the other. Brother, Zhou Yang and I have uncovered some information regarding the car accident involving my uncle from years ago. Recently, I've been at a loss. So I idly flipped through an old magazine from over 20 years ago, and I noticed a woman in it who bears a striking resemblance to Zhou Lingyun, albeit this was before her plastic surgery. We discovered that the woman in the magazine is named Lu Mingdai, the daughter of Lu Changhai. After the incident involving my uncle and aunt, the housekeeper and Lu Mingdai vanished around the same time. And the Lu family has never mentioned this daughter again. A year after this event, news surfaced that Lu Mingdai had passed away. What does this have to do with my parents' car accident? Xiao Zhan pondered, struggling to connect the dots. You might not understand. This morning, we visited Grandma Xiao, and according to her recollections, Lu Mingdai, the only daughter of the Lu family, was infatuated with your father and repeatedly sought to propose marriage. Your father and grandmother disapproved. Lu Mingdai had been spoiled by her parents and brother since childhood, rendering her willful, domineering, and difficult. Your grandmother would never have consented to such a match. Eventually, this woman began to confront your father daily at the entrance of the Xiao group, clinging to him and showering him with affection, which terrified your father. Fearing complications, he hired several bodyguards to keep her at bay. Your father reached out to Lu Changhai on numerous occasions, but to no avail. After 2 years of this torment, he married your mother, yet she remained relentless, continuing to cause disturbances until you were born. After that, she ceased her antics. However, shortly thereafter, your uncle and aunt met with a tragic accident. Gong Manyu, who is now Jiang Yan, also suffered a loss. Whether this was a deliberate act of revenge or mere coincidence remains to be determined. Xiao Jibei recounted everything Grandma Xiao had told him without omitting a single detail. That explains it. Lu Mingdai was humiliated by Qiao Hailan. Being a proud and arrogant individual who could not tolerate any slight, she would undoubtedly seek retribution, perhaps even conspiring with others to abduct Gong Manyu. Zhou Yang speculated. Xiao Zhan and Xiao Jibei dismissed Zhou Yang's imaginative musings as mere storytelling, yet they couldn't entirely disregard the plausibility of his scenario. It is simply unreasonable to rely on subjective inferences without evidence. What does this have to do with the Sun family, Xiaobei? The more Xiao Zhan listened, the more intrigued he became. He knew too little about the affairs of his parents' generation and constantly lamented in his heart why his grandmother did not share these stories with him sooner. The sister of Sun Fengyuan from the Sun family is none other than the aunt of Sun Xiang. Sun Yanli and Lu Mingdai were particularly close friends, and a famous saying circulated in Jiangqing back then, 2 wild chickens in perfect harmony. This phrase referred to the two of them. Both were the youngest and the only daughters in their families, spoiled since childhood, and their temperaments were remarkably similar, headstrong and willful, as they grew up. They indulged in nightlife, smoking, drinking, fighting, racing, and often staying out all night, mingling with petty delinquents from society. The Sun and Lu families could only helplessly watch over their daughters, if we are to follow Zhou Yang's line of reasoning. Asserting that everything is orchestrated by Lu Mingdai, then Sun Yanli naturally cannot be absolved of responsibility. According to Grandma's recollections, although Lu Mingdai and Sun Yanli were good friends, their intelligence and emotional quotients differed significantly. Sun Yanli possessed a higher IQ and EQ, often devising plans for Lu Mengdia's actions. Hence, if we adhere to Zhou Yang's deductions, Sun Yanli must also be an accomplice or at least aware of the situation. Well, I understand now. Do you have any other discoveries? Xiao Zhan felt that anything was possible, and Zhou Yang's deductions were not without merit. Brother, the next piece of news pertains to my sister-in-law. If I share it with you, you must treat me to a meal. You rascal. When did you learn to negotiate with me? Xiao Zhan gazed at Xiao Jibei, his eyes glimmering with a hint of amusement, urging him to continue. A male colleague of my sister-in-law at the hospital plans to confess his feelings to her tonight, and the proposal scene is quite romantically arranged. Xiao Jibei deliberately paused mid-sentence. What time? Where? Xiao Zhan's brows furrowed as he lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply and exhaling slowly, as if this act could bring him some inner calm. However, the sour feeling in his heart lodged like a fishbone in his throat. Jiang Yan is his woman. No one is allowed to harbor intentions toward her. Chapter 68. Mom, at 7:30 tonight, at Lianhua Wu Park. Though Xiao Jibei is the boss of the intelligence department, he is unaware of the trivial matters of who is pursuing whom and where confessions are made. How vast is this world, where coincidences abound? Recently, Xiao Jibei met a girl he feels a strong connection with and managed to obtain her WeChat contact. He is currently pursuing her and initially intended to invite her to watch a movie tonight, but she declined due to prior commitments. His curiosity piqued, he inquired about the important matter she had this evening. The girl, believing she did not know him, felt no harm in revealing the details about Xiao Bai's plan to confess to Jiang Yan. Upon learning that the girl works at the city hospital and is named Jiang Yan, Xiao Jibei was taken aback but did not disclose that Jiang Yan is his sister-in-law, as his brother and sister-in-law are in a covert marriage. He thought to inform his elder brother immediately, so he could confront his rival directly. Xiao Zhan acknowledged with a hum, falling into silence as he contemplated his next steps. What do you think, brother? Have you devised a plan? Should I and Zhou Yang brainstorm strategies for you? Xiao Jibei looked at his older cousin with a playful grin, eager to engage in matters of romance and hopeful that his elder brother would involve him. Come, let me share the plan with you too. Xiao Zhan gestured for Jibei and Zhou Yang to lean in closer, then quietly shared his plan for the evening. Ha, brother. Your idea is simply brilliant. You truly are exceptional, always taking actions that are unexpected, embodying the essence of a great CEO. Hee. Boss, you are incredible. Xiao Jibei and Zhou Yang chuckled, gazing at Xiao Zhan with admiration. I in the Gong family mansion. Mu Xiaorong was invited into the villa by Jiang Yan, while Qiao Hailan approached with a plate of cut fruit, smiling warmly as she entered the living room. "Xiaorong, please enjoy some fruit," Qiao Hailan warmly urged Mu Xiaorong. "Thank you, Aunt." Mu Xiaorong surveyed the Gong family's ancestral home, noting its classical decor and exquisite furnishings, each piece appearing quite valuable. Although her family owns several chain pharmacies in the city and possesses 3 properties, it pales in comparison to her best friend's affluent background. Her family could only be considered well-off by local standards. Her best friend, it turns out, is a child lost from a noble family. She had previously watched the live stream of the Gong family's reunion banquet and was astounded. Now, visiting her best friend's lavish home left her equally astonished. Mu Xiaorong felt quite out of place, unsure where to put her hands, as Jiang Yan's home was far too grand and luxurious for her experience. Additionally, she was there to help Xiaobai with his plan to deceive her best friend into going to the park, where Xiaobai intended to confess his feelings. However, she felt conflicted, wondering if her friend would resent her once the truth came out. Nevertheless, she resolved to assist Xiaobai, having promised him. Sensing Mu Xiaorong's discomfort, Qiao Hailan quickly remarked, "Xiaorong, you and Yin Yan chat. I need to check on Hui Hui." Qiao Hailan found an excuse to leave and went to the room where Gong Manchu was playing happily with Hui Hui. "Mom, Hui Hui is so adorable and knows how to bring joy. She's beautiful too. If only I could have a daughter like her." Gong Manchu, who had been feeling down, felt her spirits lift as Hui Hui shared amusing stories about kindergarten. The more she watched the little girl, the more she liked her. "Hui Hui, do you know what you should call her?" Qiao Hailan pointed at Gong Manchu, playfully asking Hui Hui. Hui Hui stared at Gong Manchu with her big, beautiful eyes for quite some time before slowly saying, "Mom, Mom." Upon hearing Hui Hui call Gong Manchu Mom, both Gong Manchu and Qiao Hailan froze, exchanging glances before simultaneously exclaiming, "Hui Hui, you should call her Aunt. Did you hear that?" "Mom." Hui Hui persisted in calling Gong Manchu Mom, which left her feeling quite frustrated, while Qiao Hailan chuckled, teasing her daughter. "Didn't you want a daughter like Hui Hui? Well, here she is. Hee. Mom. What are you saying? You can't just call anyone Mom." Gong Manchu forced a smile, picking up Hui Hui and saying, "Hui Hui should call me Aunt. Aunt, do you understand?" "Mom." Hui Hui continued to insist on calling her Mom. Gong Manchu sighed, feeling as though a flock of crows had flown overhead, cawing away. Qiao Hailan was laughing uncontrollably nearby in the living room of the ancestral home. Mu Xiaorong congratulated her best friend once more for finding her biological parents, expressing her joy for her friend. The two exchanged stories about recent events in their lives, filled with laughter. "Yin Yan, how are things going with Mr. Xiao?" Mu Xiaorong knew that her friend had rushed into a marriage with a stranger for the sake of car repairs. And now that she had found such wealthy biological parents, she would surely repay that man and seek a divorce. "I no longer live with him. We're more like ordinary friends now." Jiang Yan felt that her situation with Xiao Zhan could not be explained in just a few words. And even she herself was unclear about it, so she chose not to elaborate. "Yin Yan, tonight, Xiaobai is inviting us for dinner, and then we can stroll around Lianhuawu Park. That park is beautifully illuminated at night." "I've never been there," Mu Xiaorong spoke casually, and Jiang Yan thought nothing of it. "Great. Let's go check it out. I haven't been out in ages, and it's the perfect opportunity. Just tell Xiaobai not to treat us. I want to have dinner at home tonight and spend some time with my sister, who hasn't been feeling well lately." Thinking of her sister's plight, Jiang Yan felt a pang of sympathy. Although she had not grown up with her sister, she could sense the love her sister had for her as a sibling. After all, blood is thicker than water, and even late reunions do not diminish their familial bond. "All right, I'll let him know. We'll just take a stroll in the park for a while." Mu Xiaorong was thrilled that Jiang Yan agreed. Her best friend had previously avoided going out at night, so this was a rare exception, and whether they had dinner or not was no longer significant. "Yin Yan, I'm off now. I'll come to find you another day." Mu Xiaorong had promised to help Xiao Bai set up the venue, and several male colleagues who had a good relationship with Xiao Bai would be assisting that afternoon. Now that she had made arrangements with Jiang Yan, she felt her task was complete, and it was up to fate to determine the connection between Jiang Yan and Xiao Bai, considering herself a matchmaker. Little did Jiang Yan know that a confession battle between two men would unfold for her that night, the specifics of which she could never have imagined. After saying goodbye to Mu Xiaorong, Jiang Yan rushed to her sister's bedroom, unaware of her sister's current state. Chapter 69, A Change Before the Confession. At 6:30 in the evening, the Gong family sat at the dining table, preparing for dinner. "Where is Manchu? Why hasn't she come down for dinner?" The patriarch of the Gong family, concerned that his granddaughter was still in her room at mealtime, inquired. "Dad, I don't know what's going on with Manchu. She was playing happily with Hui Hui this afternoon and had a great chat with Yin Yin, yet she refuses to come out for dinner. I can't fathom what this child is thinking. The daughter refrained from joining for dinner, leaving Xiao Hailan perplexed. She inquired of Gong Manchu multiple times, to which the latter merely expressed a desire for solitude. Could it be that Hui's calling her mother made her apprehensive about facing Jiang Chun? That seemed rather implausible. Xiao Hailan pondered every conceivable possibility yet remained bewildered. Jiang Yan too found himself at a loss regarding his sister's thoughts. He called for her to come eat, but she persistently refused to emerge. If she preferred dining in her bedroom, she could have Yirong bring her food. Eventually, when her mood improved, she would naturally be inclined to join the family at the table. Old Master Gong believed that his granddaughter was still grappling with an emotional hurdle, attributing her distress to the scoundrel Sun Xiang, mentally chastising him profusely. Only Jiang Qian comprehended Gong Manchu's sentiments. She was intentionally avoiding him. His speculation proved accurate, and it appeared imperative for him to find a place of his own and move out. He did not wish for Gong Manchu to lead a life of evasion due to his presence. As that would cause him distress as well, he resolved not to disclose his plans to anyone until he secured a suitable residence, opting instead for a decisive action once the arrangements were made. He had no other choice. Hailan, encourage Manchu to venture out more, rather than toiling incessantly over work. Once she dissolves this marriage, our family can embark on a journey together, while I am still spry enough to explore the magnificent landscapes of our homeland. Old Master Gong felt a pang of sympathy for his diligent eldest granddaughter, as well as for his long-lost second granddaughter. In his earlier years, he was a dedicated doctor. Now, he simply wished to be a good grandfather. Very well. I shall speak to her and suggest she take a stroll. By the way, Yin Yin, the park you plan to visit tonight is a newly established one in Jiang City, sprawling over several thousand acres. I've heard the evening scenery is particularly enchanting. Why not bring your sister and Hui along? Rest assured, you and Xiao Rong can enjoy yourselves without us intruding. Xiao Hailan, ever considerate of her children, was aware that her daughter had made plans with others. She feared her presence might make Jiang Yan's friend feel uneasy. All right, Mom, let us go together, Jiang Yan replied, as she deftly maneuvered food to her mouth. Dad, let us go, Hui exclaimed, putting down her spoon and tugging at Jiang Qin's clothing, eager to head outside. Ha! Hui, let us finish our meal first, and then we can go, allowing your father to join us. Hailan chuckled as she spoke. Hui, there's no rush. Finish your food first, and your grandfather will accompany you. Old Master Gong said kindly, holding Hui in his arms. I'll join too. Bring Hui here to Grandpa. Once she finishes her meal and feels satisfied, we can all go together. Gong Tingyu took Hui from Old Master Gong's embrace, beginning to supervise her meal. Mom and Dad, I want to be joining you. I still have work matters to attend to, but I promise to join you next time. Jiang Chun felt deeply moved by the affection and concern his family showed for his daughter. Realizing how fortunate he was to have encountered such a kind-hearted family, he became even more resolute in his decision to move out, not wanting Manchu to feel unhappy because of him. To the point of avoiding meals, work can wait for another day. It's a rare opportunity for our family to enjoy an outing together. Let us go. Old Master Gong urged. No, Grandpa, perhaps another time. Jiang Chen replied, and as his daughter momentarily turned away, he slipped into his bedroom. At 7:40 p.m., the Gong family arrived at Lianhua Wu Park, which was already bustling with visitors, most of whom had finished dinner and came to stroll and digest. Reveling in the park's captivating nightscape, the park unfolded like a picturesque landscape painting before the eyes of the crowd. Although night had fallen, every tree was adorned with LED lights, and solar lamps were placed every 3 meters, with embedded lights illuminating the ground and lawn lights dotting the grass. All the lights intertwined, casting a radiant glow throughout the park, making it feel as if one were wandering through a beautiful fairy tale. Xiaobai had chosen Lianhua Wu Park for its stunning night scenery, intending it to be the romantic backdrop for his confession. Yin, come over here, Mu Xiaorong exclaimed, rushing towards Jiang Yan, eager to guide her to the confession site Xiaobai had arranged. However, upon noticing the entire Gong family, she was taken aback, silently wishing Xiaobai good luck. Today, not only was he confessing to Jiang Yan, but he was also meeting her family. The confession site was lavishly decorated, with numerous lit candles forming a large heart shape and many balloons floating overhead. The largest balloon contained a gold necklace, which Xiaobai intended to gift Jiang Yan upon a successful confession. A band of over 10 members had mysteriously appeared around the heart-shaped candles, already beginning to perform. This sudden appearance of a band caught Mu Xiaorong off guard. She hadn't heard Xiaobai mention hiring one. Is someone else confessing? Jiang Yan was pulled closer to the front of the confession scene by her friend, amused by the unfolding spectacle. Yes, someone is about to confess. They'll be out shortly. Mu Xiaorong whispered, sharing a conspiratorial smile with her friend, her eyes filled with anticipation for Xiao Bai's entrance. A crowd had gathered, including the Gong family, who stood about 300 meters away, intending to observe until Hui's insistence for cotton candy prompted them to buy some first. After a brief burst of energetic DJ music, it transitioned to softer, romantic melodies. At that moment, a person dressed in a costume approached, clumsily carrying a bouquet of beautiful flowers toward Jiang Yan. Upon reaching her, the figure removed a bear-shaped headpiece, revealing his true identity. Yin, I love you. I know you're still young and reluctant to marry or have children, so we want to have a wedding or kids right now. I just want you to be my girlfriend. Will you agree? Xiao Zhan declared, elegantly kneeling on one leg with the flowers held high, his deep-set eyes gazing affectionately at Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan was taken aback by Xiao Zhan's unexpected confession, leaving her momentarily speechless, her mind a blank slate. Say yes. Say yes. The onlookers and band members urged. Mu Xiaorong was utterly stunned, rubbing her eyes in disbelief before dashing to find Xiao Bai. How could the male lead of this meticulously orchestrated confession have changed? It was all too bizarre. What had transpired? Where had Xiao Bai gone? Chapter 70. The target of the confession is the CEO's wife. Let me go. Let me go. I have no enmity with you. What right do you have to obstruct my confession? Release me. 500 or 600 meters from the confession site, Xiao Bai was being forcibly dragged forward by two tall, burly bodyguards. Despite his struggles, they hoisted him off the ground, carrying him until they reached the roadside across from the park, where they finally set him down. You're really noisy. Weren't you seeking a reason? Here, take a look at this. One bodyguard said, retrieving a marriage certificate from his pocket and handing it to Xiao Bai. The person you wish to confess to is our CEO's wife. Dio, you think it's appropriate for us to let you pursue her? We're only giving you this courtesy because you're her colleague. Otherwise, I'd surely teach you a lesson for being such a bothersome man. The bodyguard, Arno, regarded Xiao Bai with disdain. Xiao Bai took the marriage certificate, his gaze fixated on the wedding photo. The woman was Jiang Yan, but the man was someone he didn't recognize. He was utterly shocked, even doubting the authenticity of the certificate. However, the bright red stamp from the Civil Affairs Bureau left no room for doubt. He had never heard of Jiang Yan's marriage. In fact, she hadn't even had a boyfriend. How could she possibly be married? If she was, why keep it a secret? Did she know how much he adored her? The thought of not seeing her for a day left him feeling hollow, as if he dreamed of her every night. He had practiced for this confession for 3 days, expecting the one-sided infatuation to come to an end, only to face this disheartening outcome. All of Xiao Bai's enthusiasm was extinguished, dousing him in cold water. He handed the marriage certificate back to Arno, his legs weak and his eyes devoid of life as he trudged forward. Hey, you owe me. The arrangement for that site cost a pretty penny, and this is from our CEO, who asked me to give it to you. Arno called after him, handing over some money, and oh thanks. Xiao Bai replied, dodging Arno and breaking into a run. He needed to release the pent-up frustration within him. Even if Jiang Yan was married, he couldn't simply forget her. Xiao Bai, where are you going? Mu Xiaorong gasped, hands on her hips, panting as she confronted him. What is wrong? Why isn't at you confessing anymore? Her curiosity was piqued by the sudden turn of events. Xiaorong, Jiang Yan is already married. Didn't you know? I'm nothing but a joke, Xiao Bai exclaimed. Before sprinting away once more, Yu Xiaorong stood frozen, contemplating his words. Was it some Mr. Xiao? Had Yin Yan not finalized her divorce with him? Was he the one who had come to confess? She muttered to herself as she walked, reflecting on her failure as a matchmaker. How could the male lead of a confession switch mid-event? This bizarre turn of events had caught her off guard. Seeing her mother's call urging her to return home, she decided against looking for Jiang Yan at the park and instead hailed a taxi to go home. She needed to consider how to relay this news to Jiang Yan. Meanwhile, at Lianhuawu Park, Xiao Zhan's confession continued unabated. Jiang Yan felt that refusing Xiao Zhan in front of so many people was a significant loss of face for a man. Thus, she reluctantly accepted the bouquet from Xiao Zhan, managing to force a faint smile, which she deemed as her acceptance. Clutching the flowers, she stepped away from the crowd, while Xiao Zhan removed his plush costume and followed her closely. Taking a seat on a bench in the park, he could discern the displeasure in Jiang Yan's heart. Yin Yan, he began earnestly, what I said earlier is entirely true. My grandmother urges me to marry and have children. That is her wish. However, I like you, I love you, and I will respect your thoughts on the matter. Rest assured on that front, I will wait for you. I will wait until you are ready to have a wedding and to start a family. None of this will affect our current relationship. Xiao Zhan believed he had articulated his feelings thoroughly under Zhou Yang's guidance and was certain that Jiang Yan would become his girlfriend. Mr. Xiao, I believe that what you say is genuine. You have your own opinions and will respect mine, but there is more that separates us than just this. We are truly incompatible, Jiang Yan responded. Rising abruptly to walk away, Xiao Zhan seized her wrist with a commanding grip, his voice laced with dominance as he inquired, "Tell me, aside from these matters, what else is lacking? Why are we not suitable?" "Let me go," Jiang Yan protested, feeling as though her delicate wrist might be crushed in his grasp. Yet, Xiao Zhan not only refused to release her but also leaned in closer, their breaths mingling in the warm air. "Though I am the daughter of the Gong family, I emerged from that impoverished mountain village. My experiences, thoughts, habits, heart, and social circle remain unchanged. I am still that child from the poor mountain village. These past 20 years have etched themselves into my very bones. We are not from the same world, and we never were." Upon finishing her declaration, Jiang Yan attempted to break free from Xiao Zhan's hold and leave. "However, from the very first glance, I perceived the essence of literature within you. After you moved into Jingxiasheng, I saw gratitude, kindness, and resilience within you. You plan for your future without deceitful machinations. I love these qualities about you. Does that not suffice? What kind of woman do I, Xiao Zhan, lack? If I cared about someone's background and family, would I have waited until now? No matter where she was raised or whose daughter she is, if she captures my heart, I shall never relinquish her." After speaking, Xiao Zhan released Jiang Yan's wrist, attempting to pull her into his embrace, but she turned and walked away, leaving him with nothing but emptiness. "Mr. Xiao, I have stated before that I do not wish to consider romance. Surely there are others in this world more suited to you. Let us arrange the divorce paperwork when we find the time," Jiang Yan called out as she hurried away, believing that a man of Xiao Zhan's stature could easily find numerous women. To her, he was merely a fleeting novelty. She had always perceived them as belonging to different worlds, and even if she consented to be with him, numerous conflicts would arise due to their disparate circles. With her grandfather's support, her medical career would flourish, and that was her true aspiration after years of hardship. Xiao Zhan watched Jiang Yan fade into the distance, a resigned smile gracing his lips. Realizing he must prepare for an enduring pursuit of love, "Zhou Yang, tomorrow, go to the mall and buy me some reasonably priced casual menswear and a lunchbox. Henceforth, I shall have my lunches at the city center and dinners at the Gong family's old residence." Xiao Zhan resolved to relentlessly pursue Jiang Yan, believing that only when she agreed to be his girlfriend would his life improve, bringing him closer to success. "Hey, boss, you really are going all out." "All right, I will prepare it for you tomorrow," Xiao Zhan replied. To pursue a beloved, one must be willing to go all out. Chapter 71. "Sister, did you just kiss me?" Jiang Yan glanced back, relieved to see that Xiao Zhan had not pursued her, and slowed her pace to seek out her grandfather, parents, and sister. "Yin Yin, we are over here," Gong Manchu called out, spotting her sister searching for them from a distance of over 200 meters. Hearing her sister's voice, Jiang Yan turned and hurried toward her family. "Yin Yin, why are you alone? Where is Xiaorong?" Xiao Hailan inquired. It was only then that Jiang Yan remembered her friend Mu Xiaorong and quickly picked up her phone to send a message. "Yin Yin, Xiaorong, where are you?" "Mu Xiaorong, I have gone home." "Xiaorong has gone home. Mom, let us return as well. Tomorrow, my sister and I both have to work." The entire Gong family had witnessed Xiao Zhan's confession to their daughter. But as parents, they chose to refrain from interfering, believing that as long as the man was decent, it was ultimately up to the two of them to determine their fate. "Let's go. Hui Hui is sleepy too. Let us head home," Gong Tingyu announced, carrying the already asleep Hui Hui and beckoning everyone to depart. The extended vehicle was necessary to accommodate their large family. Gong Manchu, Jiang Yan, and Xiao Hailan sat together, while Gong Tingyu held Hui Hui in the back seat with the elderly Gong. Seeing that everyone was settled, the family driver, Liu Bei, started the car. "Yin Yin, did Xiao Zhan confess to you? What is your current situation?" Gong Manchu inquired playfully, wrapping her arm around her sister's, her curiosity evident as she leaned in closer. "Sis, did you and Mom and Dad see everything?" Jiang Yan gasped, her eyes widening in surprise before a flush crept across her cheeks. The thought of her family witnessing the entire confession made her feel embarrassingly shy. "Indeed, we all saw and heard it. Who would have thought that Xiao Zhan, usually so aloof, could display such a romantic side? I never would have guessed. Now, tell me, what is happening between you two?" Gong Manchu pressed with a look of eager curiosity. "What can happen? Right now, I just want to learn from Grandpa and focus on my career. I have no desire for romance, Jiang Yan declared, leaning her head back against the seat and closing her eyes, wishing to avoid further discussion on the topic. Yin, are you certain you are not just toying with Xiao Zhan's affections? Do you know how many socialites in Jiang City are drooling over him? He hardly pays them any mind. He is typically quite indifferent and maintains a serious demeanor. There are rumors he is not interested in women, and his attempts at matchmaking are solely due to his grandmother's pressure. His persistence with you indicates he is genuinely in love, and based on my knowledge of him, he will undoubtedly marry you. Yin, you must have saved the galaxy in your past life to have such good fortune. You ought to know, the men of the Xiao family are famously devoted. Gong Manchu shared her insights into Xiao Zhan's character and his family's reputation. I have parents, wealth, and a career. Why would I need to play games with him? For fame or fortune? I can achieve both through my own efforts without needing to manipulate him. I simply do not wish to engage in a romantic relationship. It is far too complicated. If it goes poorly, I will only end up hurt. Wasting time. I still need to study for my qualifications and learn from Grandpa to realize my personal value. Isn't that preferable? Why waste my youth on love? Marriage and children? Even if marriage and children are in my future, I am not considering them now. I truly lack the energy, Jiang Yan stated earnestly, closing her eyes again, appearing as if the person who had just received a confession was not her at all. Ha 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 ha, Gong Manchu was taken aback by her sister's perspective on life, finding her adorable in her earnestness. If only she had possessed such thoughts during her own youth, prioritizing her career before considering marriage, she would surely not have chosen Sun Xiang. She admired her sister's decisiveness, unable to resist planting a kiss on her cheek. Jiang Yan's eyes flew open in shock as she pointed to the spot where her sister had kissed her. Staring wide-eyed at Gong Manchu, "Sister, did you just kiss me?" Laughter erupted within the vehicle as the Gong family shared in the amusement. "Do not idolize me. I simply find romance exhausting." Exactly. The children of the Gong family do not lack for fame or wealth. We do not need to cling to anyone. Yin and Manchu, pursue what you wish and follow your hearts. The elderly Gong chuckled, appreciating his granddaughter Manchu's character, which mirrored that of her sister Manchu. Both were ambitious, principled, and independent. Xiao Hailan and Gong Tingyu exchanged glances, feeling immense pride in their daughter's words. Though Manchu had not grown up beside them, her character and demeanor had undoubtedly inherited the essence of the Gong family. They wholeheartedly supported the elder Gong's sentiments. Upon arriving at the Gong family estate, Jiang Chun, having completed his morning run, quickly consumed a few bites of breakfast before heading out the door, eager to leave before Manchu emerged for breakfast. As expected, Gong Manchu, spotting Jiang Chen depart through the window, took Hui out of the bedroom to wash up and prepare for their meal. The Gong family was delighted to see Gong Manchu joining for breakfast, and no one thought much of it. Meanwhile, Jiang Yan had been engaged in a lengthy chat with her friend Mu Xiaorong over WeChat, discovering that Xiao Bai's confession had been overshadowed by Xiao Zhan's intervention, who had effectively compelled Xiao Bai to withdraw, though the specifics of Xiao Zhan's actions remained unknown to her friend. Upon hearing her friend's recounting, she was utterly astonished. She was completely unaware of the situation. Faced with two men who both held affection for her, she found herself at a loss for words, resolute in her decision not to be anyone's girlfriend. At the municipal hospital, the clock struck noon. Xiao Zhan, driving his BMW while donning sunglasses and dressed in a casual athletic ensemble with sneakers, arrived at the hospital cafeteria, carrying a lunchbox. He ordered 2 dishes and a portion of rice. Taking a seat across from Jiang Yan, "Xiao Zhan, what brings you here?" Jiang Yan exclaimed, her heart momentarily skipping a beat upon noticing him just as she took a bite of her meal. The doctors and nurses seated nearby, hearing her call out his name, turned their attention to Xiao Zhan. How fortunate Jiang Yan is. Did she save all of humanity in her past life, transforming into the granddaughter of the esteemed Dean Gong? And now a high-powered CEO like Xiao Zhan comes here to dine just to find her. Is he pursuing her? The whispers about Jiang Yan intensified, and in no time, Xiao Zhan and Jiang Yan found themselves surrounded by a throng of hospital staff. Chapter 72. She actually shed tears for him halfway through their meal. Jiang Yan and Xiao Zhan exchanged glances at their growing audience, and their appetites vanished. Run! In a rare moment of unspoken understanding, they pushed through the crowd and dashed away. Grasping Jiang Yan's hand, Xiao Zhan led her to his BMW, and once inside, he started the engine and drove away from the hospital. "We're still hungry. Let's find a restaurant to grab a bite. That little eatery called Yilin looks good." Jiang Yan pointed to a modest restaurant by the roadside. Xiao Zhan had never dined in such a place before. Wary of the hygiene standards, however, since Jiang Yan suggested it, he felt compelled to comply. After all, One meal wouldn't be fatal. Boss, I'd like sweet and sour ribs, this kung pao chicken, and steamed scallops with vermicelli. After placing the order, Jiang Yan handed the menu to Xiao Zhan. That should suffice. It's enough for the two of us. While Xiao Zhan was not particularly fond of the steamed scallops with vermicelli, he found the rest palatable. Within 10 minutes, the dishes were brought to their table. Noting that Jiang Yan had ordered the scallops, which she must enjoy, Xiao Zhan slid the dish closer to her. They picked up their chopsticks and began to eat. As Jiang Yan chewed, she inquired, "Did you come to see me for something?" "No. I simply wanted you to join me for a meal." Jiang Yan, evading the ambiguous tone in Xiao Zhan's words, cleared her throat and continued, "Xiao Bai resigned from our hospital this morning." She was aware that Xiao Zhan had forced Xiao Bai out the night before, opting to confess his feelings to her instead. She was not surprised by Xiao Zhan's actions, considering that her sister's plan to deal with the scoundrel Sun Xiang was also concocted by him. A strategy that left no room for survival. Her mentioning Xiao Bai's departure stemmed from a desire to prevent Xiao Zhan from taking further action against him. While she was currently uninterested in romance, she also did not wish to witness two men vying for her affections. After speaking, Jiang Yan picked up some steamed scallops with vermicelli and placed them in her mouth, only to be overwhelmed by the pungent taste of wasabi oil, which caused tears to stream down her cheeks. She repeatedly dabbed at her eyes with a tissue. To Xiao Zhan, this scene was telling. She was shedding tears for him. She cared for Xiao Bai, felt reluctant to let him go, harbored feelings for him, and was concerned about him. She clearly did not have feelings for Xiao Zhan. "Do you care for him so much? Are you unwilling to see him go? In what way am I inferior to him?" In an instant, Xiao Zhan's heart plummeted, his voice heavy with suppressed anger and disappointment. The most painful aspect of love is when the one you cherish finds affection in another. Was he truly enduring such an agonizing predicament? His face reflected nothing but disappointment and sorrow. "Xiao Zhan, what are you talking about? Why would I care for anyone?" Jiang Yan found the scallops to be incredibly delectable. Their tangy, spicy, and aromatic flavors creating an addictive sensation that compelled her to take several more bites, all while tears continued to flow. She was infuriated by Xiao Zhan's inexplicable assertions. "You're crying like this yet claim you don't care for him? If I'm delusional, then it's absurd for you to be interested in such a low-quality man." With that, she donned a serious expression and stood to leave. That was, just as Jiang Yan attempted to clarify, Xiao Zhan had already stepped out of the restaurant. Who would have thought a simple meal of scallops could result in such a significant misunderstanding? "Forget it. I'm not eating," she declared to the boss. "Please settle the bill." She wiped her mouth and sighed. "Miss, that gentleman has already settled the bill." Jiang Yan was perplexed. When had Xiao Zhan paid? She had merely gone to the restroom, so it must have been during that time. She resolved to transfer the money to him later. She didn't want to owe him too much. Her mother, Xiao Hailan, had already returned the money for the car repairs forcefully, so she wouldn't feel overly guilty. As for the debt of gratitude, she would repay him gradually. Yet, she felt that women become highly sensitive and prone to suspicion when it comes to matters of the heart. How could the CEO of the Xiao Corporation be so affected? She was too weary to clarify anything. Let him misunderstand if that brought him peace, for then he would not constantly seek her out, allowing her to enjoy some tranquility. "Xiao Corporation, President's Office. Zhou Yang. Accompany me for drinks tonight. We won't stop until we're inebriated." Xiao Zhan lit one cigarette after another, seeking solace in the smoke, wishing to drown his sorrows. Zhou Yang, recognizing the look on his boss's face, understood that their leader had suffered a setback in romance. "Forget the bar. Come to my place. If you get drunk, you can sleep it off at my place without me needing to drive you home." Their boss was far too heavy when intoxicated, making it impossible for Zhou Yang to manage him alone. Previously, when Jiang Yan resided at Jingxia Xingjing, a bodyguard would help him home, ensuring someone was there to care for him. Now that Jiang Yan no longer lived there, an Antwan had been dismissed by the boss, who would look after him. Zhou Yang observed Xiao Zhan's sorrowful expression and reflected on his own troubled relationship with Gao Jieqi, feeling just as despondent and yearning for a drink. Inside the Gong family estate, Gong Manchu was preoccupied with her divorce proceedings, not returning home until 6:40 p.m. Upon entering the dining room, she noticed her family gathered for dinner, including Jiang Chun. The moment she saw him, Gong Manchu quickly retreated to her bedroom. Everyone was puzzled by Manchu's sudden departure. "She was just having breakfast with us this morning. Why did she leave so abruptly?" the elder Gong inquired, perplexed. "I'll go check on my sister." Jiang Yan set down her utensils and rushed to her sister's bedroom. Hearing her sister's voice, Gong Manchu opened the door. "Sister, what's wrong? Come eat. If you don't, it'll all get cold." Jiang Yan looked at her sister with concern. I'm feeling a bit unwell. I'd prefer to eat later. You all go ahead. Gong Manchu averted her gaze from her sister, rummaging through her bag to pull out a stack of documents, casually flipping through them. At that moment, the mere sight of Jiang Qian filled her with discomfort, as memories of her vulnerability flooded back, leaving her unable to face him. She truly wished to avoid him, even though she knew he had saved her, and while she was grateful and wanted to repay him, she couldn't shake off the emotional barrier that stood between them. Qiao Hailan and Gong Tingyu noticed their daughter avoiding Jiang Chen but remained unaware of the reasons behind her behavior. They could only remain silent, instructing Aunt Yi to bring food to Manchu in her room. Observing her sister's low spirits, Jiang Yan refrained from saying more and returned to the dining table. Mom, Dad, I've finished eating. Jiang Chen had barely touched his meal, yet he claimed to be done and left the table. The elder Gong also sensed something was amiss but had no idea what was happening. After dinner, Qiao Hailan entered Gong Manchu's bedroom. Manchu, what's going on between you and Jiang Chen? I can't shake the feeling that you're avoiding him. It seems he's avoiding you too. What's the matter between you two? Gong Manchu realized that her parents and grandfather would eventually notice her avoidance of Jiang Chen, but she felt powerless and didn't know how to respond. It's just a coincidence. You're overthinking it, Mom. When questioned by her mother, she found it difficult to express her true feelings and could only offer vague reassurances. Chapter 73. A long, difficult night as night fell and the city lights shimmered. The Gong family estate was ablaze with light. Qiao Hailan, having failed to extract any answers from her daughter, grew increasingly anxious. Leaving her daughter's room, she turned to enter Gong Tingyu's study, where she found the elder Gong sitting on the sofa with a serious expression, seemingly engaged in a discussion with Gong Tingyu. Upon her arrival, their conversation abruptly ceased. Father, you're here? Qiao Hailan expressed mild surprise at seeing her father-in-law, as he rarely visited Gong Tingyu's study. Typically, the elder Gong would retire to his small pharmacy after dinner to conduct various research projects. Gong Tingyu managed the Gong Corporation while the elder Gong oversaw the traditional Chinese medicine hospital. Their fields were worlds apart, and they seldom had matters worth discussing together, unless it concerned their granddaughters. You two carry on. I'll head to bed. The elder Gong, seeing his daughter-in-law enter, felt it inappropriate to continue the discussion and left in a hurry. Tingyu, what were you and Dad discussing? Why did he leave the moment I walked in? Qiao Hailan asked with curiosity. We were discussing Manchu and Jiang Chen, Gong Tingyu replied with a soft sigh. Manchu and Jiang Chen? I've noticed something odd. It seems they're both avoiding each other. I just asked Manchu, but she wouldn't tell me anything and claimed we were overthinking it. Qiao Hailan's face was etched with concern. Do not inquire any further about Manchu. She will not divulge anything to you. Since childhood, our daughter has rarely concealed anything from us. If she refrains from speaking now, it must be due to an issue too difficult to articulate. Alas, Gong Tingyu seems to be aware of the circumstances, sighing heavily, his eyes betraying a sense of helplessness. What, do you know the reason? Qiao Hailan fixed her gaze upon her husband, anticipating his response. She was reluctant to witness her daughter and Jiang Chen remain estranged for long, as that would inevitably lead to Jiang Chen feeling unwelcome in their home. With no parents of his own, accompanied by a child, where could he possibly go? Who would care for Hui Hui? Her second daughter, Jiang Yan, would certainly feel heartbroken as well. Over the years, Jiang Chen has sacrificed so much for a sister with no blood ties. Qiao Hailan merely wished to dedicate the latter part of her life to treating Jiang Chen as her own son. When Jiang Chen rescued Manchu from her solitary confinement, none of us knew the state she was in. Only Jiang Chen and Manchu were privy to that, and Manchu must have felt embarrassed in Jiang Chen's presence. How could a child possibly voice such a painful secret to us? As Gong Tingyu spoke, he clenched his fists, closed his eyes, and reclined in the swivel chair, his face a mask of sorrow and despair. Our Manchu, she, sob. Qiao Hailan understood her husband's implication. When Jiang Chen saved their daughter, he must have witnessed her in a state of utter vulnerability, perhaps even in more disgraceful circumstances, which is why she now avoids him. She knew Manchu's character well. She had always been strong-willed, proud, and fiercely protective of her dignity. Even if she felt grateful to Jiang Chen for saving her, one must maintain face, especially given that Jiang Chen is male. How could their daughter bear such a predicament? Do not weep. As parents, there is little we can do. It is only when Manchu genuinely overcomes this psychological barrier that things will improve. Gong Tingyu approached his wife, Qiao Hailan, seated on the sofa, gently wiping away her tears and softly embracing her shoulders, offering his solemn comfort. I in the bedroom. Jiang Yan had already taken a 2-day leave from his superior and decided to search for a place to live. Planning to move out of the Gong residence, Gong Manchu lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to find sleep, her mind racing with thoughts of whether Jiang Yan would leave because she was avoiding him. How heartbroken must her mother and sister feel, and what of herself? Jiang Yan, lying in bed, inadvertently recalled the misunderstanding with Xiao Zhan, a bemused expression crossing her face as she found herself thinking of him and the myriad moments they had shared. She contemplated Xiao Zhan's various expressions. Most of the time, he appeared aloof, occasionally allowing a slight smile to grace his lips, while at other times, he was as cold as ice, and his eyes, sharp as daggers, seemed capable of inflicting harm. He puzzled Jiang Yan why she was thinking of Xiao Zhan. She ultimately concluded it was perhaps because he was the male friend she interacted with most frequently. Suddenly, she remembered how she had unwittingly eaten Xiao Zhan's meal at noon and had transferred him the payment, yet he neither accepted the money nor replied to her messages. After waiting a considerable time with no response, she switched off her phone and tossed it onto the bedside, succumbing to a deep slumber. The night in Jiangxing was ablaze with neon lights. At that moment, Xiao Zhan was at Zhou Yang's home, thoroughly intoxicated, sprawled on the sofa, emanating a strong smell of alcohol as he incessantly lamented to Zhou Yang. Why am I so inferior to that pretty boy? Why does she not like me? I long to embrace her, to kiss her, yet she is fled. Does she understand how much I suffer? She is so heartless. So heartless. I cannot help but think of her. Loving someone is so difficult, so difficult. The inebriated Xiao Zhan spoke in fragmented sentences, believing that his drunkenness would allow him to temporarily forget Jiang Yan. Yet even inebriated, she occupied his thoughts, even more so in his sober state, he would suppress his emotions. Only when intoxicated did he allow himself to feel, letting his feelings run wild like untamed weeds. Do not think your sorrow is so profound. At least your sister still speaks to you. And you can argue and bicker. Look at me. Juchi completely ignores me, treating me like a stranger. My plight is far worse than yours. Years ago, I followed my mother's advice to study abroad. Yet who knew Juchi was already pregnant with my child? My mother gave her a sum of money, coercing her to terminate the pregnancy. Our child vanished just like that. When I returned to the country, the first thing I did was seek her out. It took me a long time to find her, but she had long since lost all feelings for me. To her, I was no more than a stranger. Sob. Zhou Yang had also consumed a fair amount of alcohol. Yet the more he drank, the more lucid he became, the more sorrowful he felt. Just the thought of his child with Gao Juchi pierced his heart, prompting him to down the alcohol in desperation. What on earth is this drink? Why does it still hurt so much after consuming so much? Is it not said that alcohol can numb the brain? Why, then, does it seem to sharpen my senses? In a fit of rage, Zhou Yang smashed the remaining half-bottle against the ground. Zhou Yang, you are so inconsiderate, allowing me to drink fake alcohol. After all that I've consumed, why am I still haunted by thoughts of her? Zhou Yang, you are too inconsiderate. Xiao Zhan's consciousness began to blur, his speech becoming slurred, and after uttering his final words, he collapsed into a deep sleep. Chapter 74. Brother, you have abandoned me. The following morning, at the Gong family residence, Jiang Chen left hastily without having breakfast. He was determined to search for a new home today, unwilling to stay another day in the Gong household, where Gong Manchu was constantly avoiding him, and he was reciprocating that avoidance. When would this cycle end? He planned to find a place today, return in the afternoon to collect his belongings, and from Monday to Friday, take Hui Hui to kindergarten. While Yan Yan was still not officially a doctor, so during the weekends, he would leave Hui Hui in his sister's care. As Jiang Chun walked down the street, he paused at a vendor selling crepes, purchasing a cup of soy milk and a crepe, then stopping at the bus stop to eat while waiting for the bus. Meijing Garden, Building B, Apartment 406. Zhou Yang and Xiao Zhan lay in a drunken stupor on the living room sofa. Sunlight streaming through the balcony glass into the room. As they opened their bleary eyes, they surveyed the chaotic mess they had created, quickly rising to tidy up. Xiao Zhan glanced at the time. It was only 6 o'clock. Since he had a crucial meeting with an important client, he needed to arrive at the office 2 hours early to prepare, prompting Zhou Yang to drive him to work. As they set out early, traffic was not too congested, but they encountered a red light ahead, forcing Zhou Yang to come to a stop. After halting the car, both men surveyed their surroundings, attentively monitoring the traffic situation. At that moment, as Xiao Zhan rolled down the window to look outside, he spotted Jiang Chun waiting at the bus stop. Zhou Yang pulled the car to the side. I see my brother-in-law. Upon hearing that it was his boss's brother-in-law, Zhou Yang quickly parked the car. Brother, where are you headed? Xiao Zhan exited the vehicle and approached Jiang Chun. I am going to Nanyuan Old Town. Jiang Chun simply provided an address, unwilling to disclose to Xiao Zhan that he was looking for a rental, fearing it would create the impression that the Gong family had mistreated him, as if he had been cast out. Come, get in the car. I'll take you. Xiao Zhan, disregarding everything, clasped Jiang Chun's back and ushered him into the vehicle. Zhou Yang, to Nanyuan Old Town. Xiao Zhan was perplexed as to why Jiang Chun would go to the old town but was determined to take him there. Jiang Chun protested, it's too much trouble. You both need to work, I can't just take the bus. Ever since learning the truth about Xiao Zhan's marriage to his sister, Jiang Chun had been unwilling to accept any of Xiao Zhan's assistance, believing his sister to be too naive and fortunate that Xiao Zhan was not a bad person. It's not a bother at all, brother. Tomorrow I'll have someone bring you a car. It will make your commute much easier. No, Xiao Zhan, you have already helped me and Yan Yan so much. I don't know how to repay you. I cannot sleep knowing that I have relied on others. Xiao Zhan genuinely wished to assist Jiang Chun, yet Jiang Chun would not accept it. Although he grew up in a rural area, his parents instilled in him the value of maintaining dignity and integrity, even in poverty. During his student days, he admired Tao Yuanming, who remained unbending in the face of adversity. Even after becoming a son-in-law to another family, he never sought to curry favor with Zhao Liping's parents, adhering to his principles and boundaries. Your assistance to Lawyer Gong was a tremendous help to me as well, saving the company a significant amount of losses. A mere car is of little consequence. It was the first time Xiao Zhan had eagerly offered something to someone, and Jiang Chun was the first recipient. Xiao Zhan, I know you sincerely wish to help, but I want to change my life through my own efforts, not by relying on others. Jiang Chun spoke earnestly, and Xiao Zhan solemnly replied, all right, brother, if you ever need my help, do not hesitate to let me know. Xiao Zhan's sincerity was evident. Nanyuan Old Town was filled with old houses, and many people rented there. As the housing was inexpensive, allowing for considerable savings each month, Xiao Zhan speculated that Jiang Chun might be looking to rent a place, especially since he had no blood ties to the Gong family and would not reside there long-term. Brother, why are you heading to the old town? Xiao Zhan inquired tentatively. I have a friend living there. I'm going to visit him today. Jiang Chun offered a vague excuse to deflect Xiao Zhan's curiosity. We arrived. I'll get out now. You both should hurry to work. As the vehicle arrived at the old district of Nanyuan, Jiang Chun bid farewell to Xiao Zhan and Zhou Yang before hastily departing. Zhou Yang stealthily followed him. Excellent. Zhou Yang trailed Jiang Chun from a distance until he entered a real estate agency. He and Xiao Zhan halted their car, disembarked, and made their way directly to the agency. Brother, are you looking for a place? I have a unit available for rent. Let's discuss it outside. Xiao Zhan's sudden appearance startled Jiang Chun, who gazed at him in surprise before stepping outside. Brother, if you were looking for a place, you should have mentioned it earlier. The apartment at Jingxia is just sitting empty. I can rent it to you. Jiang Chun felt a twinge of awkwardness, having previously lied to Xiao Zhan, but upon reflection, he reasoned that renting a place was his private matter, and there was no obligation to disclose it. With a smile, he replied, I can't afford your place. Half price, for 1,000 a month, it's settled then. I'll give you the keys. The houses here are not only dilapidated but also situated in an area with poor safety. If you bring Hui here, her safety cannot be guaranteed. You must consider the well-being of your child. If you feel you are taking advantage of me, then you can take care of the flowers on the balcony and prepare 2 meals a day for me. If I were to hire someone for those tasks, it would also cost a substantial amount. Xiao Zhan's insistence compelled Jiang Chun to accept, for he regarded him as a benefactor, someone he deeply respected, and the brother of Yan Yan. Only by allowing his brother-in-law to reside in his home could he frequently see the person he cherished. Brother, let us get in the car. I'll take you to the Gong family to collect your things and help you move. Jiang Chun expressed his gratitude once more but declined to join Xiao Zhan in the vehicle, opting instead to take a taxi with the keys to Jinxiu as Zhou Yang and Xiao Zhan entered their car and drove away. Zhou Yang gave Xiao Zhan a thumbs up, raising an eyebrow as he exclaimed, Boss, you found a breakthrough in pursuing your wife. Well done. Xiao Zhan replied, I cannot afford to remain idle. At the Gong family residence, the family had just begun their breakfast. Gong Manchu sat at the dining table, and upon catching sight of Jiang Chun, he greeted everyone before hastily retreating to his bedroom. Xiao Hailan set down her chopsticks and followed him. Jiang Chun, what are you doing? Observing the packed suitcase in the bedroom, Xiao Hailan understood that Jiang Chun intended to move out. Mom, thank you and Dad, as well as Grandpa, for taking care of me and Hui these past few days, but I've decided to live on my own. Please take care of yourself. As he spoke, Jiang Chun's eyes reddened. He wished to linger not a moment longer, fearing that if he did, tears would inevitably fall. Ignoring Xiao Heilan's attempts to stop him, he seized his suitcase and strode out. He paused in the dining area to bid farewell to everyone before hastily departing. Jiang Yan, taken aback, took a moment to process her brother's departure before putting down her bowl and rushing outside. "Brother! Wait for me! Wait for me, brother! Please wait!" Jiang Yan chased after him, but Jiang Chun only quickened his pace, knowing she would inevitably inquire about his reasons for leaving. What could he possibly say? Exhausted from the pursuit, Jiang Yan called out, "Brother, you've left something behind." Upon hearing her claim, Jiang Chun halted and shouted back, "I haven't left anything. I have it all, brother. You've left me behind. You've abandoned me." In that instant, tears flowed freely from both siblings. Chapter 75. A moment of vulnerability. Gong Manchu watched as Jiang Qin departed with his suitcase, feeling a sudden pang of sorrow. Without a moment to wipe the remnants of her meal from the corner of her mouth, she hurriedly followed her family outside. Upon reaching Jiang Yan, who was in tears, and spotting Jiang Qian in the distance preparing to hail a cab, she could no longer contain her own tears, allowing them to cascade down her cheeks. "Jiang Qian, I'm so sorry," Gong Manchu shouted towards him. Jiang Qian, having just opened the taxi door, felt a slight tremor in his hand upon hearing her voice. Turning towards her, he called out, "Manchu, you have nothing to apologize for. I understand you." After uttering those words, he entered the taxi, which swiftly drove away. His declaration of understanding shattered the emotional barriers within Gong Manchu, allowing her to finally overcome her inner turmoil. Jiang Yan gazed at her brother's retreating vehicle. A wave of sorrow washed over her, and her heart-wrenching cries echoed all around. She had always trailed behind her brother like a devoted shadow. They had never been apart as they grew up. He was her sole pillar of support, her only family, her home. Wherever he went was home to her. Now, without having had the opportunity to inquire about his reasons, he left without a word, an inconceivable reality for her to accept. Her brother was irreplaceable. Amidst her tears, Jiang Yan attempted to hail a taxi to chase after him. "Yin Yin, come home. Mom will change her clothes. We'll go together." Xiao Hailan comforted the sobbing Jiang Yan. "Sister, what is going on between you and brother?" Jiang Yan wiped her tears and interrogated her distressed sister. "Yin Yin, please stop asking your sister." Xiao Hailan frowned, shaking her head insistently at Jiang Yan, signaling her to cease questioning. Jiang Yan, feeling bewildered and uncertain about the reasons behind her brother's insistence on leaving, sensed that this was a matter beyond their control. Her sister had apologized to her brother, and he had expressed understanding. Thus, it was evident that her sister had her own struggles. She refrained from pressing further, following her mother back home. As she turned, she noticed her father holding Hui Hui and her grandfather standing behind her, their expressions filled with helplessness. "Hailan, please call Jiangchen later and inquire where he rented his apartment. See if it's suitable. If not, urge him to stay at your and Tingyu's villa. Check if he needs anything. You can help him with Hui Hui while he is at work." The elder Gong wiped away tears from the corners of his eyes, profoundly grateful and admiring of Jiang Chun, who had single-handedly supported his granddaughter's education and now rescued his elder granddaughter. Such a virtuous child was someone he couldn't bear to let suffer alone in the world. "Rest assured, Dad, Yin Yin and I are on it." Xiao Hailan and Gong Tingyu shared the elder Gong's sentiments, considering Jiang Chun as their own son. "Hui Hui, today, Grandpa will play with you. Let your father go to work." Hui Hui had grown familiar with everyone in the Gong family, understanding that her father would be at work during the day and thus not clinging to Jiang Qian. Instead, she was now attached to Xiao Hailan and Jiang Yan. A few moments later, Xiao Hailan and Jiang Yan had changed their clothes and shoes, ready to set off. Jiang Yan, having donned slippers that hindered her speed earlier, now looked disdainfully at the very footwear. "Slippers, even lying down can get you shot. Let us go, Yin Yin. I've asked your brother. He said it's Jingxia Shengjing, the place you and Xiao Zhan used to live." Jiang Yan's eyes widened in surprise as she frowned, exclaiming, "Why did my brother move back to Xiao Zhan's place?" "I'm not sure. Let us just go and ask." Xiao Hailan took her daughter Jiang Yan's hand and headed outside when Gong Tingyu approached, stating, "Hailan, I'll be back by 2 this afternoon. Manchu's divorce hearing is tomorrow, and we need to discuss it. I hope she can end this marriage soon." Gong Tingyu spoke earnestly. "All right, I understand. I'll be back by noon. Let Yin Yin spend some time with Jiang Chun in the meantime." With that, Xiao Hailan and Jiang Yan got into the car, and the driver drove them straight to Jingxia Shengjing. "Mom, last time, my sister made Sun Xiang look so foolish. Do you think he will retaliate against us?" Jiang Yan, feeling elated about her sister's impending divorce, worried about potential repercussions from the Sun family. "Don't worry, they won't dare. Your dad mentioned that the Sun family is aware that Xiao Zhan is also helping us. So they merely spent money to take down the videos online and delete posts disparaging Sun Xiang across major platforms. They want to easily act against us. Once again, Xiao Zhan was involved. Her brother had moved into his home, and he had also provided strategic support for her sister's situation. The debt of gratitude she owed him was growing heavier. Oh heavens! Please grant me an opportunity to repay Xiao Zhan's kindness. He is so wealthy that he doesn't need money, and he is such a formidable figure in Jiangxing, commanding both respect and fear. Jiang Yan pondered desperately, unable to conceive how she could possibly assist him. He wanted her to be his girlfriend, but she truly wasn't inclined towards romance at the moment. Moreover, she felt they were worlds apart. The realm of emotions was one she could not afford to navigate. Once she fell in love, it was challenging for her to extricate herself. She curled inward, unwilling to open her heart, uncertain if this was a manifestation of a fear of commitment. The car halted at the entrance of a high-end shopping center, where Qiao Hailan loaded an abundance of daily necessities into the vehicle, with even the driver stepping out to assist. "Mom, this is far too much. My brother wouldn't use all of this in 3 years. Your shopping spree is quite excessive." Jiang Yan incessantly critiqued her mother's shopping prowess, realizing that no matter how much she protested inside the store, she could not match her mother's speed in grabbing items. Jiang Yan felt utterly defeated. "This is far too little. Next time, let us take the extended version of the car." Jiang Yan face-bombed, exasperated yet amused. Driver old Lu grinned widely, scratching his head to indicate his acquiescence. Inside the employee meeting room of the Xiao Group building, Xiao Zhan had finally sealed the deal with Gu Yanjun, the young heir of the Gu family from City S, and after sending him off, ordered someone to fetch 2 breakfast packages from his own Longan hotel. That morning, having accompanied Jiang Chun to the old district of Nanyuan, neither of them had managed to eat breakfast before diving into their work. Once they finished their meal, Xiao Zhan wiped his mouth, a barely concealed smile blossoming on his face as he calculated that Jiang Yan was likely already en route to Jinqiu Shengjing. With Jiang Chun having moved to Jinqiu Shengjing, it was inevitable that Jiang Yan would follow suit. After briefly delegating tasks to Zhou Yang, Xiao Zhan drove away from the company, heading straight for Jinqiu Shengjing. Chapter 76. The first kiss lost as old Lu parked the car at Jinqiu Shengjing. Xiao Zhan, driving a BMW, closely followed suit. Qiao Hailan, Jiang Yan, and driver old Lu alighted from the vehicle, beginning to unload their belongings. Entirely oblivious to Xiao Zhan and the BMW behind them. "Mom, you didn't have to bring so much. We have everything at home," Jiang Yan exclaimed, startled by Xiao Zhan's sudden appearance, who approached them confidently in a black trench coat. "These aren't tea for you. They're for my son, Jiang Qian," Qiao Hailan blurted out, immediately feeling a bit awkward. However, unable to retract her words, she hastily added, "I got you some too, just a little something for me." With a shy smile, Qiao Hailan attempted to rectify her statement. "Son, the Gong family considers Jiang Qian their son. They must have struck gold, receiving such a fine son without the burden of raising one." A smirk crept onto Xiao Zhan's lips. The Gong family's luck seemed unparalleled, yet he found himself puzzled. If Jiang Chun was indeed a son, why was he renting a place? The group, laden with bags, entered the elevator, occupying its entirety, leaving other would-be passengers to wait for the next one. As the doors opened, Jiang Chen was taken aback to see Qiao Hailan and his sister loaded with numerous items. "Mom, we don't need all this. We have everything here," he said, taking several large bags from Qiao Hailan's hands. "Xiao Zhan, may I place these in this room?" Jiang Yan asked, noticing a vacant bedroom. To her surprise, Xiao Zhan ignored her, adopting an irritated demeanor. Hey. Jiang Yan chuckled softly at Xiao Zhan's indifference, realizing he was still miffed over the misunderstanding from their meal together. "Speak. What's so funny?" Xiao Zhan pressed, cornering Jiang Yan against the wall, his hand propped up beside her, their bodies nearly touching. His face leaned in close, their breaths mingling in the space between them, startled by Xiao Zhan's sudden advance. Jiang Yan felt a rush of panic. She wanted to evade him, but his flawless features left her breathless, and the aura of dominance he exuded rendered her weak and immobile. You? Jiang Yan stammered, unable to articulate her thoughts. "What about it? That pretty boy can't possibly compare to me. You wept for him in front of me. What? Do you expect me to pity you? To facilitate your reunion?" Jiang Yan's smile faded. Despite the absurdity of the misunderstanding, she could not endure the humiliation of Xiao Zhan's accusatory questions. "You jerk! Get away from me!" Jiang Yan fumed, attempting to push him aside. But Xiao Zhan's physique was as solid as a fortress. No matter how hard she tried, She could not break free and instead stumbled into his embrace. Looking up at him in disbelief, she was caught off guard when Xiao Zhan suddenly leaned down and fiercely kissed her, grasping her hands to prevent any resistance. After what felt like an eternity, he released her only when he heard Xiao Hailan and Jiang Qian approaching from the balcony. Yin Yin, Mom made lunch for you. I'm heading back. We need to resolve your sister's divorce swiftly, Xiao Hailan remarked, having learned that Xiao Zhan only required Jiang Qian to pay half of the rent, covering 2 meals and the balcony plants. She smiled knowingly, realizing Xiao Zhan's ulterior motives were not solely about the rent. He intended to secretly assist Jiang Qian. Whether Xiao Zhan would win her daughter's affection remained to be seen, as she was resolutely determined to support Jiang Qian. All right, Mom, you don't need to cook. I'll handle it. You should return to check on Hui Hui, Jiang Yan replied, still incensed by Xiao Zhan's forceful kiss. Her initial kiss stolen away, leaving her both embarrassed and furious. Yet, she felt unable to confront Xiao Zhan in front of her mother. Once her mother and brother were gone, she would certainly settle the score with him. Mom, I'll trouble you to look after Hui Hui. I found a place, and my boss wants me to start this afternoon, so I want to be able to care for Hui Hui. I'll pick her up tonight and take her to kindergarten tomorrow. As Jiang Qian retrieved his belongings from the Gong family villa, his boss called, assigning him an important client meeting in the afternoon, which is why he hadn't brought Hui Hui along to Jinqiu Shangjing. Jiang Qian, if you keep treating Mom as a stranger, I'll be genuinely upset. Xiao Hailan feigned anger, emphasizing her willingness to do everything for him. Fine. You should head back early. Tell Man Shu she hasn't wronged me. I just hope she finds happiness. Initially, Jiang Qian felt awkward around Gong Man Shu, but after seeing her in a vulnerable state, he grew even more anxious upon their next encounter, his heart racing. This was a secret he kept to himself. He harbored unique feelings for Man Shu, but logic reminded him that as a divorced man with a child, he was unworthy of her. He refused to entertain unrealistic fantasies. All he desired was to earn enough to buy a stable home for his daughter, instead of the current instability they faced together. Had it not been for Zhao Liping's illegal actions, he would have never secured custody of his daughter given his financial situation. Now, Zhao Liping's parents were eager to see Hui Hui, and he feared they might try to take her away. Living with Xiao Zhan provided him solace. The safety of the school district reassured him, as strangers could not easily enter. After seeing off Xiao Hailan, Jiang Yan shot a piercing glare at Xiao Zhan when her brother wasn't looking. Xiao Zhan, feigning ignorance, casually chatted on the phone with Zhou Yang. Initially, Jiang Yan thought that since she had no intention of pursuing a romantic relationship with him, there was no need to clarify the misunderstanding, allowing him to relinquish his feelings for her. However, it seemed the opposite was true. He was becoming more entangled and had even persuaded her brother to move in with him, clearly intent on pursuing her relentlessly. Now, he had even resorted to force. The thought of her lost first kiss ignited a wave of frustration within her. Meanwhile, Xiao Zhan lounged comfortably on the sofa in the living room, as if his kiss had been entirely justified. Jiang Yan suddenly felt an overwhelming desire for Xiao Zhan to understand the reason behind her tears that day. Such a ludicrous misunderstanding. She longed for him to realize that he, Xiao Zhan, was the biggest fool in the world. With that thought in mind, Jiang Yan entered the kitchen, determined to prepare a dish for Xiao Zhan. Steamed scallops with vermicelli, laden with wasabi oil. She was eager to witness his tearful reaction. Who was the beauty that had made him weep so? Chapter 77. Grandma Gong is gravely ill. Jiang Qian also entered the kitchen, unpacking bag after bag filled with chicken, duck, fish, meat, seafood, a variety of vegetables, fruits, and even cooking condiments that Xiao Hailan had brought. Wow, Mama's shopping prowess is something else. With all this food, we could feast for months, he remarked, rummaging through the bags. Ha ha ha, is it too much? Mom thought she hadn't bought enough. I had to persuade her to stop at the supermarket. Otherwise, with her speed of gathering items, it would have felt like she was trying to empty the entire store. As Jiang Yan recalled her mother's shopping frenzy, she couldn't help but chuckle, basking in the warmth of maternal love and revealing her uncontainable joy. Jiang Qian was so moved he nearly shed tears, mumbling, "From now on, I'll treat them like my own parents. Indeed. How enviable. Mom said all this is for my son, Jiang Qian. Looks like today I'll be reaping the benefits thanks to my brother." While he wasn't sure why Jiang Qian had moved out of the Gong family, seeing Xiao Hailan's attentiveness to him made him realize that the Gong family truly regarded Jiang Qian as their son. This stirred a pang of envy in Xiao Zhan, who had grown up without parents. Xiao Zhan joined them in the kitchen, assisting Jiang Qian in organizing the food in the refrigerator, which was thankfully spacious enough to accommodate so much. They sorted and stored the items before beginning to wash the vegetables. Xiao Zhan, You and Yin Yan take a break. I'll handle the cooking. Had Jiang Chun been aware of the truth behind Xiao Zhan and Jiang Yan's marriage, he surely would have claimed that Xiao Hailan was a mother to all three of them. However, he refrained from saying such things now, uncertain of his sister's feelings toward Xiao Zhan. He sensed that his sister seemed quite dissatisfied with him, though he couldn't pinpoint the reason why. He believed Xiao Zhan was a decent person, yet as an older brother, he felt it inappropriate to interfere. Matters of the heart were for his sister to decide. 3 individuals swiftly prepared a sumptuous lunch. Jiang Yan was the last to emerge from the kitchen, carrying a platter of scallops steamed with vermicelli drenched in a generous amount of mustard oil, which she placed before Xiao Zhan, urging him to sample the dish. Although Xiao Zhan was not particularly fond of this delicacy, he felt a surge of joy at Jiang Yan's thoughtfulness in preparing it exclusively for him. Perhaps due to his overwhelming desire to win her affection, he thought little of it and eagerly picked up his chopsticks, shoveling a substantial portion of the vermicelli into his mouth without hesitation. Before he had the chance to chew, the pungent spiciness of the mustard oil exploded in his mouth, causing his nose to tingle and tears to stream uncontrollably from his eyes. He frantically dabbed at his tears with tissues. "How is it, President Xiao? Have you fallen for some beautiful lady, so much so that you weep at the thought of her?" Jiang Yan teased, reveling in the sight of Xiao Zhan's tear-streaked face. At that moment, Xiao Zhan realized how foolish he had been to misinterpret Jiang Yan's intentions that day. Yet, he felt no remorse, for he knew Jiang Yan was quite merciless. She had certainly poured an entire bottle of mustard oil into the dish, and that was undeniably cruel. Unable to endure the heat any longer, Xiao Chen advised him to wash his eyes and rinse his mouth. "Yin Yan, I can't see. Lead me to the washroom," Xiao Zhan exclaimed. Jiang Yan glanced at her brother, signaling him to go ahead, but Xiao Chen insisted he needed to eat quickly as he had an important client to meet that afternoon, and he had to arrive at the designated location half an hour early. "You won't let me off the hook for this, will you? You're quite relentless," she thought, reluctantly standing up and tugging at Xiao Zhan's sleeve to guide him to the washroom, her eyes gleaming with schadenfreude. Upon reaching the washroom, Jiang Yan turned to leave, but Xiao Zhan caught her by both arms and whispered, "How much mustard oil did you put in that vermicelli?" With a sheepish smile, Jiang Yan replied, "I have no idea. I poured it with my eyes closed." After saying this, she attempted to wriggle free from his grasp. "Very well, since you poured it with your eyes closed, you should taste it with your eyes closed as well." He swiftly pulled Jiang Yan into his embrace, securing her head with one hand while the other held her body in place. At that moment, Jiang Yan found herself entirely under Xiao Zhan's control. He leaned down and pressed his lips against her playful, alluring red lips, initiating a passionate duel of tongues, only relenting when he sensed her breath becoming labored. "You such a rogue. I'll report you," Jiang Yan declared, her anger flaring. However, with her brother present, she felt it unwise to act out, as this was a matter solely between her and Xiao Zhan. "We are legally married. How can you label me a rogue? Where do you intend to report me?" Xiao Zhan smirked, having astonishingly kissed her twice today, feeling immensely satisfied. Indeed, in the eyes of the law, they were married, and what proof existed to declare their union a sham? Jiang Yan, both exasperated and anxious, seized the opportunity while Xiao Zhan was busy washing his eyes to pinch him hard. "Ouch, that hurts," he yelped. "Have you lost your gentle demeanor?" "Not at all. You've mistaken me for someone else. This is my true self. I'm quite fierce. You'd best keep your distance, for next time. I may resort to acupuncture on you," she warned, her hair slightly disheveled from her irritation. "Xiao Zhan, you've stolen my first kiss today." "You owe me," Jiang Yan exclaimed, her words devoid of thought due to her anger. Xiao Zhan, with his mouth full of water, was about to rinse when he burst into laughter at her demand for her first kiss back. "Come now, just kiss me. I'm graciously returning your first kiss." He gestured towards his mouth, inviting her to kiss him. "You shameless rogue," Jiang Yan retorted, throwing down her words before darting away like the wind, nearly driven to madness by his antics. Ding ding ding. Xiao Zhan's phone rang. It was his uncle Xiao Chengyun calling. "Second uncle." Xiao Zhan answered the call. "Xiao Zhan, your grandmother has been relying on imported medication, but today it seems she has developed a resistance to it, and its efficacy has diminished. Her condition has worsened. The doctor has informed me to urgently find a suitable match for her bone marrow transplant, or else." Xiao Qingyun's voice trailed off, leaving Xiao Zhan to grasp the gravity of the situation. "I understand, second uncle. I will head to the hospital immediately," Xiao Zhan replied, ready to hang up, but his uncle quickly added, "Xiao Zhan, bring Jiang Yan with you when you come. Your grandmother wishes to see her and has something to say to both of you." Xiao Zhan acknowledged and ended the call. He hurried into the living room but found no trace of Xiao Chun. Spotting Jiang Yan preparing to leave, Xiao Zhan approached her with a serious demeanor. Yin, grandmother's condition has worsened. She wishes for you to accompany me to see her. All right, let us go. Jiang Yan responded without hesitation upon hearing about the severity of Zhao's grandmother's illness. She was determined to keep her promise to Xiao Zhan. However, due to his earlier actions, she felt somewhat disoriented. After all, this was her first experience of such ambiguous intimacy with a man, causing her heart to race and her cheeks to flush. Now, she found herself uncertain about the nature of her relationship with Xiao Zhan and what direction it should take. Did she truly like him? Were they truly compatible? Jiang Yan's mind was in turmoil. The usually decisive person she was now felt bewildered. Chapter 78. The wish of grandmother Xiao at Jiang City People's Hospital. Xiao Zhan parked the car in the hospital lot and, with gentlemanly courtesy, opened the door for Jiang Yan, taking her hand as they hurried towards his grandmother's ward. Xiao Zhan, release my hand. I can walk on my own, Jiang Yan protested, irked by his overbearing behavior today, kissing her at a moment's notice and now holding her hand as if they were a blissfully loving couple. Silence, Xiao Zhan insisted, still holding her hand, his deep voice reminiscent of a commanding general issuing orders to a subordinate. Jiang Yan felt a surge of helplessness. In this public hospital setting, she could not express her frustration and had to acquiesce to his grasp. Grandmother, Xiao Zhan called as he swiftly approached her bedside, hand in hand with Jiang Yan. The ward was filled with the somber presence of his grandmother's sons, grandchildren, and daughters-in-law, each face etched with sorrow. Creating a stifling atmosphere as he called out to her, Grandmother Xiao, with great effort, opened her eyes slightly, a flicker of joy passing through her murky gaze. However, this flicker was fleeting, as her frail body lacked the strength to sustain any joy. Her brief happiness exhausting her entirely. Her hand trembled slightly, as if pointing towards something. Following her gesture, Xiao Zhan realized she was indicating Jiang Yan, who stood beside him. Yin, grandmother wishes to see you, he exclaimed, pulling Jiang Yan closer to his grandmother's side. Jiang Yan bent down to look at the ailing woman on the bed. Grandmother? It's me, Yin. Grandmother Xiao struggled to open her eyes further. Stammering, Yin, and Zhaner, hold a wedding. Jiang Yan felt a profound sense of familiarity wash over her. This echoed the moment after she had collided with Xiao Zhan's BMW, when he brought her to visit his grandmother. At that time, the elderly lady had inquired about Xiao Zhan's girlfriend and expressed her hopes for her grandson to marry. The rapid developments had left her reeling. She had hastily married Xiao Zhan, and now he was reluctant to divorce. Reflecting on this, Jiang Yan felt a pang of regret. Yet, grandmother Xiao was a kind soul. She did not judge based on appearances. As a doctor, she listened to any patient who had something to say, even if they were a stranger on the brink of death. Moreover, she was Xiao Zhan's grandmother, and their current relationship could hardly be considered that of a married couple. They were more akin to ordinary friends. However, upon hearing grandmother Zhao's words, Jiang Yan froze momentarily, realizing the old woman's intentions were far from simple. This was a calculated move to cement her position as Xiao Zhan's granddaughter-in-law. Suddenly, it dawned on her that grandmother Xiao might be aware of the truth behind her and Xiao Zhan's marriage. She even suspected that the old lady had intentionally orchestrated this scenario, hoping to bring her and Xiao Zhan together. As the realization settled in, Jiang Yan felt as though she had been laid bare before grandmother Xiao, performing in a charade without revealing the truth, while she was merely a jester in this act. Her heart momentarily shattered under the weight of this revelation. Yet, in the face of such a terminally ill elder, what could she possibly hold against her grandmother? I promise you, rest assured, Jiang Yan declared, placing 4 fingers on grandmother Zhao's wrist to check her pulse. She then retrieved silver needles from her bag and began to insert them at several critical acupoints. Xiao Zhan, her pulse is unstable. She can hold on for perhaps another 10 days. I have administered acupuncture. She should feel the urge to eat soon, so we must hasten to find a suitable donor for her bone marrow transplant. Jiang Yan explained, fabricating reassurances to placate the elderly woman. There was no way she could actually hold a wedding with Xiao Zhan. She was still angry with him, and simply sticking needles into him would suffice for now. I'll go buy some food to prepare for grandmother, Xiao Jidong exclaimed as he dashed out upon hearing Jiang Yan say that grandmother would soon want to eat. Xiao Zhan, alongside his 2 uncles and several younger brothers, had thoroughly searched among all their acquaintances for a suitable match, but none were compatible. With a furrowed brow, he lamented, I've issued a notice stating that anyone willing to find a match for my grandmother will receive 50,000 yuan. And for a compatible match, I'll offer 500,000. However, up until now, Nearly everyone in Jiangqing has tried, yet a suitable candidate has still not been found. I have not yet undergone the matching test. Let me give it a try." Upon hearing Jiang Yan's words, Xiao Zhan was filled with both surprise and joy as he exclaimed, "Great, thank you." The corners of Xiao Zhan's eyes glistened with moisture. He was genuinely grateful to Jiang Yan and had completely come to the realization that she was his one and only wife in this lifetime, to be cherished in the palm of his hand. "No need for thanks. Let us go find a doctor right away." Jiang Yan felt elated at the prospect of finally repaying Xiao Zhan's kindness. Yet with Xiao Zhan's uncle, aunt, and cousin present, she could not express herself so freely, lest their true relationship be revealed. The two of them approached the attending physician of old Madame Xiao, and soon the doctor provided Jiang Yan with a multitude of examination forms. Xiao Zhan accompanied Jiang Yan, dedicating the entire afternoon to completing all the tests. The doctor instructed them to return the following day for the results. They returned to old Madame Zhao's ward, where Jiang Yan approached the elderly lady, who was now sitting up and eating with a bright smile on her face. Xiao Zhan's relatives praised Jiang Yan for her medical expertise, and everyone's fondness for her soared to a perfect score. Jiang Yan remained modest, simply smiling in response. Old Madame Xiao opened her mouth to speak, but Jiang Yan promptly interrupted, saying, "Grandma, I understand what you wish to say, but let us refrain from discussing it now. After you finish your meal, please rest. I assure you, Grandma, you will recover." After a few brief words, Jiang Yan turned to leave. Old Madame Xiao pointed at her and then made a few sounds towards Xiao Zhan, signaling him to accompany Jiang Yan out. Xiao Zhan quickly followed Jiang Yan out of the ward, attempting to take her hand once more, but Jiang Yan swiftly tucked her hand into her coat pocket, successfully avoiding his grasp this time. Xiao Zhan, unable to hold on to Jiang Yan's hand, awkwardly withdrew his own. "Yin, thank you." Xiao Zhan expressed his gratitude once again. "There is no need for thanks. You have also helped my family quite a bit. It is only right for me to do something for you." Her underlying message was simply to repay Xiao Zhan's kindness, indicating that he need not feel excessively grateful. Xiao Zhan understood Jiang Yan's implication but feigned ignorance, insisting on escorting her home. Just as Jiang Yan was about to decline, her phone rang. The caller ID displayed a call from Gao Jieqi, which took her by surprise. During her hospitalization, Gao Jieqi had been the first to volunteer to donate blood for her. They had hit it off during the doctor's rounds, sharing lively conversations. Perhaps due to their similar ages and careers, they had grown increasingly familiar, eventually adding each other as friends on WeChat, casually chatting whenever time allowed, thus becoming good friends. However, they had only ever spoken on WeChat and had never exchanged phone calls. Surprised for a moment, Jiang Yan answered the call. Chapter 79. The Poor Child. "Jieqi," Jiang Yan greeted upon connecting the call. "Jiang Yan, do you have a moment?" Gao Jieqi's voice came through, tinged with urgency. "My son is currently running a high fever. I've taken 2 days off already, and the director absolutely refuses to grant me any more leave today, saying that if I request time off again, my salary will be deducted. Yin, I don't have any other friends. After much hesitation, I thought of you. You must have a nanny at home, right? I can pay her. Could you help me take care of my child for a couple of days?" Knowing that Jiang Yan had found her biological parents, and given that they were from a prestigious family like the Gong family, Gao Jieqi assumed she must have access to household help. In her moment of desperation, she reached out to Jiang Yan for assistance. "Of course. Where are you now?" Jiang Yan replied, taken aback by Gao Jieqi's predicament. It was surprising that she had become a mother in her 20s, and she wondered why she hadn't called her husband or relatives for help, but instead chose to reach out to her, a mere acquaintance. However, since the call had been made, Jiang Yan felt compelled to assist. "My friend's child is unwell and is seeking my help. I'll take a taxi over, so you need not worry about driving me. You should spend more time with your grandmother," Jiang Yan said as she began to walk away. Xiao Zhan clearly heard Jiang Yan address the caller as Jieqi, realizing that she was the Gao Jieqi whom Zhou Yang had been thinking about. He promptly decided to call Zhou Yang and ask him to join them, seeing it as the perfect opportunity for Zhou Yang to mend his relationship with Gao Jieqi. "You're a young lady. What if something happens? I'll call Zhou Yang to accompany you." Jiang Yan hesitated for a moment, recognizing the validity of Xiao Zhan's point. After all, she and Gao Jieqi were not very close, and it was peculiar that Gao Jieqi sought help from an outsider rather than her own family. Thus, she agreed to Xiao Zhan's suggestion. Zhou Yang, upon hearing that Xiao Zhan wanted him to accompany Jiang Yan to assist Gao Jieqi, jumped up from his seat in the office, his eyes wide with surprise and joy, as if he wished he could teleport to Jiang Yan's side and then to Gao Jieqi's. Within minutes, Zhou Yang's car arrived swiftly and precisely in front of Jiang Yan, and after greeting Xiao Zhan, he whisked Jiang Yan away, following the location Gao Jieqi had sent. Jiang Yan remained unaware of the past between Zhou Yang and Gao Jiechi. She only knew that Zhou Yang was there to help her. After a half-hour drive, they arrived in the old district of Nanyuan in Jiangcheng. Following the specific address provided by Gao Jiechi, they located Building 8, 5th floor, Apartment 501. Upon hearing a knock at the door, Gao Jiechi set down the towel she had been using to wipe her son's body and went to open the door. The moment the door swung open, Gao Jiechi was both startled and flustered. She hadn't expected Zhou Yang to show up. Yin, why did you bring him here? I don't want to see him. Tell him to leave, Gao Jiechi exclaimed, visibly agitated by Zhou Yang's presence, which left Jiang Yan astonished, as she was unaware of their circumstances. Zhou Yang, undeterred, stepped inside, surveying the modest dwelling, the worn furniture, and the child lying in bed. His heart sank as he realized the difficult situation Gao Jiechi was enduring. Pain surged within him as he turned to Gao Jiechi and demanded, "Whose child is this?" "This child is mine with someone else. It has nothing to do with you," Gao Jiechi replied, her head bowed. Tears brimming in her eyes, she regretted allowing Jiang Yan to come, especially since it meant Zhou Yang was also present. She had initially hired someone to help care for her child, but that person had quit due to low pay. And now she was struggling to find a suitable nanny. "I've called my mother. She's more than willing to help you. Come, let the child come to my house." Jiang Yan stepped into Gao Jiechi's rented room. Recalling the days when she and her brother had rented similar places. Back then, they often moved because of rent increases. She would always remember those tumultuous times in her life, and she felt immense gratitude for Gao Jiechi's selfless offer of help when she needed life-saving blood. Now that she had the means to assist Gao Jiechi, there was no way she could refuse. Zhou Yang took the initiative to pick up the child from the bed and headed out. "Put him down. Give him to me." Gao Jiechi reached out, attempting to reclaim her son from Zhou Yang, but ultimately, her smaller stature rendered her unable to succeed, forcing her to follow him in frustration as he placed the child into her arms only once they were in the car. Jiang Yan couldn't comprehend the dynamics between the two and felt it wise to remain silent. She was certain they shared a history. Suddenly, she recalled Xiao Zhan's intention in sending Zhou Yang along, surmising that he must have known about their relationship and sought to assist Zhou Yang. However, since Zhou Yang was the one she had brought, Gao Jiechi was understandably upset, and Jiang Yan felt as though she had inadvertently dragged Xiao Zhan into the situation, mentally scolding him repeatedly. The atmosphere within the car was thick with tension, and Jiang Yan had a multitude of questions for Gao Jiechi. Had it not been for Zhou Yang's presence, she would have inquired further. But now, silence was her only option. After 20 minutes, the car arrived at the Gong family's old residence. Zhou Yang exited the vehicle, forcefully taking the child from Gao Jiechi's arms as he entered the Gong family home. At that moment, Xiao Hailan was already waiting at the door, leading Zhou Yang into an unoccupied bedroom. "Thank you, Auntie." Gao Jiechi expressed her gratitude to Xiao Hailan as she entered. "No need for thanks. We owe Jiang Yan our gratitude as well for the kindness you showed her during her time in the hospital," Xiao Hailan replied. "You can stay here comfortably. I will have the housekeeper help you care for the child, so you can focus on your work." Xiao Hailan observed Gao Jiechi's struggles. Her frail body and pale complexion reflected malnutrition and exhaustion from sleepless nights. Having given birth to 2 children herself, she understood the hardships of childcare. Yet, despite her weary appearance, her exquisite features shone through, a testament to her beauty, though it appeared dulled by circumstance. It was clear to Xiao Hailan that Jiang Yan's arrival was a sign that the child had no other relatives to rely on. She speculated that Jiang Yan's own loss had nurtured in her a habit of assisting those in need. Whenever she encountered vulnerable elders and children, she was reminded of the lost Manu, and her compassionate heart compelled her to help, leading her to assist numerous left-behind children and elders in impoverished areas over the years. "Yin, Shua has been burning with fever for 2 days. We consulted a doctor and gave him medicine, but nothing seems to work," Gao Jiechi lamented, her face etched with worry as she gazed at her feverish son, tears glistening in her eyes. "Yin, why don't you ask your grandfather to take a look at this child?" Xiao Hailan suggested, looking to both Gao Jiechi and Jiang Yan for their agreement. "That sounds good, Annie. Then we must trouble Grandpa Gong." Gao Jiechi expressed her gratitude once more. "You're being too polite. Just wait for me. I'll go fetch your grandfather from the small pharmacy," Xiao Hailan said, heading towards the small medicine room belonging to Grandpa Gong. 5 minutes later, the venerable Master Gong entered the room, promptly took the child's temperature, inquired about various matters, and rendered a diagnosis. "This child has been startled, leading to the fever. I shall administer a few injections, and with some amber baolong pills, the fever will subside by tonight." Gao Jiechi expressed her heartfelt gratitude once more to Master Gong, who scrutinized her from head to toe and sighed, saying, "Poor child, you have been without parents since a young age. Now, you are left to care for this little one alone, with no one to assist you, while also working. This child is still so young. You cannot entrust them to strangers, for if anything goes awry, it will be too late for regrets. Since you are Yin Yan's friend, you may stay here with me comfortably. Should you require anything, just inform Aunt Xiao. Thank you, Master Gong. Thank you. Gao Juchi could only stammer her thanks, momentarily at a loss for words. As she listened to Master Gong's words, tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. She had not anticipated that Jiang Yan's grandfather would grasp her situation so clearly with just a few glances. In her heart, Gao Juchi mused that today, she had encountered a benefactor, someone truly remarkable. Chapter 80. Is he really my child? In the bedroom, Xiao Hailan and Jiang Yan, upon hearing Master Gong speak to Gao Juchi, were first taken aback, then cast sympathetic glances at her. Yin Yan, come with me to the small pharmacy to fetch the medicine. After administering the injections to Shuwa, Master Gong prepared to leave. Having observed the concern in Zhou Yang's eyes for Gao Juchi, along with the unmistakable fervor of his feelings, he intended to give them some space. All right, Grandpa, I'll go with you to get the medicine. I'll check if Hui Hui has returned from kindergarten. Juchi, once dinner is ready, I'll have Aunt Yi come to call you. After speaking, Xiao Hailan followed Jiang Yan and Master Gong out. Juchi, how old is this child? Zhou Yang inquired, gazing at the little boy lying on the bed, who bore a striking resemblance to Juchi, appearing to be around 3 or 4 years old, though he was unsure of the exact age. I've told you before, this child has nothing to do with you. So please don't ask, kindly leave. Gao Juchi shot Zhou Yang a frigid glare, her tone icy. Juchi, do you know how much I missed you after going abroad? Before I left, I searched for you at the place you used to rent, but you had already moved. Your phone was disconnected. I inquired with all our mutual friends, yet found no trace of you. Until the very moment I boarded the plane, I still hoped to see you, but ultimately, I did not. Upon returning home, my first task was to seek you out. Later, I overheard my parents discussing matters and learned that when I left, you were already expecting my child. My mother had given you a sum of money to terminate the pregnancy. I had a fierce argument with her over this and moved out of my family home. Now, I have managed to buy a place for myself. I followed you a few times, but I lost track of you and could not find your residence. Juchi, you cannot ignore me. My feelings for you have never changed. Tell me, is this child mine? Zhou Yang poured out his heart, his eyes filled with compassion for Gao Juchi. If this child were indeed his, how difficult it must be for Juchi to raise him alone while working. He could not bear to think further, his heart aching to the point of suffocation. This child is yours, before you went abroad. Your mother found me and threatened me to sever all ties with you, claiming she would never consent to our relationship. She looked down upon me in every way at that time. I knew our love could not have a future, so I moved away. However, I later discovered I was pregnant. I did not wish to terminate the pregnancy, for in this world, I have no other kin. This child became my sole source of emotional solace, and I wanted to bring him into the world. But I lacked the funds that I sought your mother, thinking she might help for the sake of the child. Yet she said she needed to consult with you, and right in front of me. She made a call, stating that if you wanted the child terminated, she would agree and lent me 100,000 yuan, personally overseeing my visit to the hospital to have the child aborted. I could not bear it. I knelt and begged the doctor, but he told me to leave, assuring me that your mother had been informed the child was no longer with us. Did you really not know any of this? Gao Juchi looked at Zhou Yang bewildered. What do you mean, you know nothing? My mother called me in front of you. Consulted me? Ridiculous. She has never brought this up with me, and her calls were always about whether I had found a wealthy and powerful woman. When she called you, who was she really speaking to? Who knows? At that moment, Zhou Yang wished he could confront her mother and demand answers. If it were not for the fact that she was his biological mother, he would have certainly confronted her physically. What a stroke of misfortune to have such a mother. As they unraveled their misunderstandings, Zhou Yang embraced Gao Juchi tightly, tears streaming down his face. It is said that men do not easily shed tears, but the frail woman in his arms was nothing but skin and bones, devoid of any flesh. She had endured so much alone for the sake of their child. How could he not feel heartache? Juchi, let us register our marriage tomorrow. Let the child have a home. Zhou Yang held onto Gao Juchi, unwilling to release her, whispering tenderly in her ear. But your mother. Gao Juchi broke free from Zhou Yang's embrace. Turning to look at her son, she knew Zhou Yang still harbored thoughts of her. She too wished to provide her child with a complete family, but she was acutely aware that Zhou Yang's mother would never approve. Zhou Yang's mother, Fanjuli, was a force to be reckoned with, far more formidable than a fierce tigress. The mere thought of facing such a mother-in-law made Gao Juqi anxious. She was inherently straightforward and knew she was no match for Fanjuli. She was unwilling to wade into the murky waters of the Zhou family. Juqi, you need not worry about my mother. We have our own home now. If she dares to make things difficult for you, I shall sever all ties with her. As long as I am here, no one shall harm you. Zhou Yang earnestly assured Gao Juqi, his deep, dark eyes gazing affectionately at her. He embraced her once more, kissing her deeply, reigniting the suppressed emotions within them. Knock, knock. A series of knocks interrupted them, prompting Zhou Yang to reluctantly release Gao Juqi, still holding her hand. Come in. Jiang Yan entered, and upon seeing the two holding hands, she instantly understood that they had reconciled. With a smile on her face, she said, Juqi, here are the pills my grandfather prescribed for Shua. Since he is still young, he should only take half a pill at a time. As Jiang Yan spoke, she handed a box of amber baolong pills to Gao Juqi. Sister-in-law, thank you, Master Gong, and thank you, Aunt Xiao. I will personally come to express my gratitude another day. Zhou Yang expressed his heartfelt thanks to the Gong family for assisting Gao Juqi. Jiang Yan felt somewhat uneasy at being called sister-in-law, yet she could not say anything, considering her legal marriage to Xiao Zhan's sister-in-law. I have a house in Meijing Garden, and I plan to take Juqi and the child there to live now. Tomorrow, Juqi and I will register our marriage, and I hope you and my brother Xiao Zhan will attend the celebration. Jiang Yan stared in astonishment at Zhou Yang, who wore a blissful expression. She had never anticipated their reconciliation would happen so swiftly, let alone that they would be getting married. Congratulations to you and Juqi. I will definitely be there with Xiao Zhan. Jiang Yan quickly extended her heartfelt blessings. At this moment, Gao Juqi released Zhou Yang's hand and enveloped Jiang Yan in a warm hug. Thank you, Yin Yin. Thank you to your family. Tears of gratitude flowed once again from Gao Juqi's eyes. All right, no need for such formality. Seeing you find your happiness truly brings me joy. Jiang Yan saw the deep love reflected in their eyes for one another. A twinge of envy stirred within her heart. Chapter 81. Successful match. Zhou Yang approached the bedside, carefully observing the drowsy child on the verge of waking. His heart swelling with excitement, and Joy was astounding that Juqi had persevered to bring their child into the world. He was utterly taken aback and elated. Remembering how his mother had nearly caused their son's demise, his resentment towards her intensified. After studying his son for a while, he gently picked him up and walked outside, Gao Juqi trailing behind with a luggage bag in hand. Aunt Xiao, I'm taking Juqi and the child now. Thank you for your hospitality. Xiao Hailan was taken aback. It had only been a short while, and Zhou Yang was already taking Gao Juqi away. What was the nature of their relationship? Zhou Yang noticed Xiao Hailan's confusion and quickly explained, this child is mine. Tomorrow, Juqi and I will register our marriage. And then I'll treat you to wedding candies. Though surprised, Xiao Hailan had sensed something was amiss when Master Gong treated the child in the bedroom. She had noticed the way Zhou Yang looked at Gao Juqi and believed there was a story behind their connection, though she had not anticipated the plot would unfold so rapidly. All right, congratulations to you both. You must treat Juqi well. She has endured much. If you mistreat her, Aunt Xiao will hold you accountable. Xiao Hailan felt a pang of sympathy for Gao Juqi, sincerely hoping she could find someone who would cherish her. Rest assured, Aunt Xiao, I will ensure Juqi suffers no grievances. Please inform Master Gong that we are leaving. I will visit personally another day. Zhou Yang, as Xiao Zhan's special assistant, was adept at handling interpersonal relations. Aside from Xiao Zhan, no one could rival his proficiency in the company. While his boss struggled to pursue Jiang Yan, he adeptly built rapport with the Gong family, assisting the president as an invaluable ally. He was equally grateful for the Gong family's support of Gao Juqi. In this world, there exists a myriad of parental figures, and the Gong family, as outsiders, extends a helping hand to Juqi. Ironically, his own mother is less supportive than a stranger. He wouldn't even inform her of his marriage to Juqi. After bidding farewell to Zhou Yang and Gao Jiak, Jiang Yan revealed to everyone the matter of matching for Grandma Xiao today. Dinner had already been served at the table, with Jiang Yan engaging in conversation with her mother, Xiao Hailan, while Hui played with her toys nearby. At this moment, Gong Manchu and Gong Tingyu returned to the ancestral home, and upon learning that Jiang Yan had undergone the matching test for Grandma Xiao, the family expressed unanimous approval. They showered praises upon Xiao Zhan, extolling his virtues and his assistance to Jiang Yan and Manchu, pondering what they ought to do in return. Jiang Yan remained silent, yet she understood that, in the eyes of her family, Xiao Zhan was the epitome of an ideal man. Their words conveyed the hope that he genuinely cared for her and that she might find happiness with him. It was evident, however, that her family would not impose their wishes upon her. They merely reflected the objective reality regarding Xiaozhan, wishing for both her and her sister to find their own suitable partners. Jiang Yan confessed to herself that she harbored feelings for Xiaozhan. When he had compelled her to share intimate moments, she had truly felt a flutter in her heart. Yet, confronted with a man of such unparalleled beauty, charm, and wealth, which girl wouldn't be captivated? Did she truly deserve him? Were they truly compatible? Xiaozhan was so remarkable. Could she really be worthy of him? The moment these thoughts escaped her lips, the Gong family was taken aback by her self-doubt. Though their family may not rival the Xiao family in stature, they were nonetheless one of the 5 prominent families in Jiang City, second only to the Xiaos. How could their exceptional daughter possibly be unworthy of any man? Gong Tingyu was clearly unprepared for his daughter's evident insecurity, and he sighed inwardly. Yin Yin, how could you harbor such thoughts? How could you believe you are unworthy of Xiaozhan? Initially, Xiao Hailan had thought her daughter prioritized her career over romance, unaware that the root of her reluctance stemmed from feelings of inferiority. This revelation surprised her greatly. Yin Yin, regardless of the hardships you have faced in life, whether in poverty or as an outsider, these experiences enrich your life's narrative and provide you with a fundamental understanding of the world's beauty and ugliness, good and evil. They should not be the source of your self-doubt. The trials of life should instill in you a sense of calm and poise in the presence of others, neither servile nor haughty. This is the granddaughter of Gong Weiguo. As long as the person you like possesses good character, your grandfather supports your bold pursuit of that relationship. Remember, our Gong family is no less than anyone else. Every word spoken by the elder Gong resonated with wisdom. Upon hearing his granddaughter's question, he discerned the crux of her troubles. Having spent over 20 years away from the Gong family, her upbringing in poverty had indeed narrowed her horizons, leading to her insecurities. With an astute perception of others' thoughts, he could see through the psychological struggles of his second granddaughter, Manyu. He lamented his past decision to admit Hu Yiba into their hospital, a choice that nearly endangered his own granddaughter. However, Hu Yiba was the son of a comrade who had once saved his life, and despite recognizing Hu Yiba's questionable character, he could not refuse his plea for help. Reflecting on this, the elder Gong couldn't help but sigh. Grandpa, I understand. Jiang Yan internalized her grandfather's words. Her feelings for Xiaozhan finally ceased to be a source of confusion. She wished to embrace the situation naturally, following her heart. Even if Xiaozhan were to betray her in the future, she would still have her medical skills and her family by her side. Yin Yin, if you also have feelings for Xiaozhan, then give it a try. I see that he is sincere towards you. He is a devoted person who has resisted many temptations over the years. Jiang Yan lowered her head to eat, remaining silent, though she still harbored doubts about Xiaozhan's fidelity. With such wealth, how could he withstand countless temptations? Perhaps it was possible he was not entirely straight. However, she dared not voice this concern. As night fell, Jiang Yan spent a long time in her sister Gong Manchu's room. The two seemed to have endless conversations, primarily revolving around matters of love. Sister Gong Manchu encouraged her to give Xiaozhan a chance and even offered to assist her with her wardrobe, promising to take her to any future social gatherings, as their mother had not ventured out in years. That night, Jiang Yan tossed and turned, the image of Xiaozhan kissing her lingering in her mind. No longer plagued by self-doubt and ready to embrace her feelings, she slept soundly, feeling secure. Yet, Xiaozhan found himself unable to sleep. The next morning, after breakfast, as Jiang Yan prepared to accompany her sister to court for her divorce proceedings, she received a call from Xiaozhan. Yin Yin, the matching was successful. You and Grandma's bone marrow transplant match has been confirmed. Xiaozhan's voice brimmed with excitement on the other end. His grandmother was saved. He never anticipated that the match would be Jiang Yan, and he felt that bringing her before his grandmother was the best decision he had ever made, perhaps a fate long foretold. Chapter 82. The underlying currents before surgery. Dr. Yin Yan says we can proceed with the transplant surgery now. Xiaozhan's spirit soared with exhilaration. Before the matching results for his grandmother and Jiang Yan were revealed, he had specifically consulted with Grandma's attending physician regarding any potential risks to Jiang Yan during the surgery and the implications for her post-operation. Should there be any risks, he would have directly informed Jiang Yan of the matching failure. And he would have done the same for his relatives. The continuation of a life must never come at the expense of another's, even if it was his own grandmother. The natural order of life and death must be respected. He was aware of many wealthy individuals who, desperate to cling to life, resorted to purchasing organs, often with murky origins. He had heard news reports highlighting the disparity between organ supply and demand. With claims of efforts to remedy this shortage, he found it utterly ludicrous. Who among the living would willingly sacrifice their own life for organ donation? Such actions could only stem from a disregard for human life. Did they think it akin to weaving cloth? Without fabric, one could simply plant more cotton and produce more. This was not agriculture. They could not treat human lives like crops to be cultivated on a massive scale. While the common folk may not possess high levels of education, they are certainly not fools. This was a blatant exploitation of the destitute. Although Xiao Zhan was the head of a prestigious family, he harbored deep dissatisfaction with certain societal phenomena, and no matter how much he wished to keep his grandmother alive, he would never resort to harming others in the process. He confirmed with the doctor that the matching surgery would not adversely affect Jiang Yan before dialing her number. Today, Jiang Yan hesitated for a moment, as today was the day her sister's divorce case would be heard in court, and their entire family would be there to support her. Isn't today the court hearing for my sister's divorce? Xiao Zhan recalled that yesterday, Jibei had mentioned that his sister-in-law's sister, Lawyer Gong, was seeking a divorce and representing herself in court, a situation that had stirred quite a commotion in Jiang City. Grandma's life is more important. I'm heading to the hospital now. Initially, Xiao Zhan had hoped to delay the surgery for a day, but Jiang Yan's decisive choice left him profoundly grateful. Yan. Hello? Are you still there? Xiao Zhan inquired once more, but Jiang Yan had already hung up, leaving him listening to the dead tones of his phone. Mom, Dad, Grandpa. My bone marrow transplant match with Grandma Xiao was a success. Grandma is in critical condition, and I can't make it to court today. Sister, I'm so sorry. Jiang Yan had not expected to successfully match with Grandma Xiao, especially on the same day as her sister's divorce case. With Grandma Xiao's life on the line, she had no choice but to prioritize saving her. Yan, you should go. Divorce is just a matter of paperwork. It won't cost your sister her life. Saving Grandma Xiao is far more crucial. Let Grandpa and Dad accompany you to the hospital. Your sister can handle the Su family's onslaught alone. Gong Manchu said passionately, her face radiant with newfound hope, masking her impending divorce with the confidence of a student preparing for a crucial exam. Ha ha ha. The Gong family erupted in laughter, witnessing their two daughters, despite growing up apart, share a bond akin to that of a lifelong companionship. Moreover, Manchu had emerged from her unfortunate marriage, filling them with joy. Yan, your brother and I will accompany you to the hospital. Let Dad and Grandpa stay with your sister at court. Xiao Hailan ultimately decided to accompany Jiang Yan to the hospital, and the family was satisfied with this arrangement. They split into two cars, followed by a convoy of bodyguards heading toward the courthouse and the hospital. Brother, Su Ziong and Zhou Ling have joined forces again. Last night, we received insider information indicating they intend to target sister-in-law, but it seems they have yet to receive orders from above and are hesitant to act impulsively in the hospital room. Upon hearing this news, Xiao Zhan's expression darkened ominously. The woman he cherished was being threatened by those emboldened by their audacity. Jibei, immediately investigate the doctors and assistants involved in the surgery for Yan and Grandma. I must ensure their safety is beyond doubt. Xiao Zhan's eyes narrowed, intrigued by the mention of those above, and he was determined to unearth this individual and exact his vengeance. He could even vaguely sense that this person was intricately connected to his parents' car accident, as well as to the abduction of Yan all those years ago. Rest assured, elder brother, I will investigate this immediately. Xiao Jibei dared not delay. With the enemy lurking in the shadows while they stood exposed in the light, it was aptly said that while a visible arrow could be dodged, a hidden dagger was far more treacherous. He had to ascertain the situation before the enemy made their move, leaving no room for error. Arno, deploy 30 bodyguards to secure every exit at the Municipal People's Hospital. Once Xiao Zhan had arranged everything, he awaited the commencement of the surgery in silence. Brother, I have found something. The doctor performing the surgery on sister-in-law and grandmother is reliable. But there is a female assistant who happens to be Sun Xiang's cousin. She was supposed to have the day off today, but the doctor informed me she insisted on working and even approached the chief surgeon to request to assist in this operation. A shock coursed through Xiao Zhan's heart, and he hastily remarked, it seems the Sun family and that Zhou Lingyun have been keeping tabs on our movements. We must uncover who leaked this information. His voice was low and powerful, a cold fierceness glinting in his eyes. My informant will monitor them closely, but it appears challenging to identify the person behind them, as they are exceptionally well concealed. However, at the right moment, I will devise a way to draw them out. Although Xiao Jibei typically presented a carefree demeanor, that was merely a fade. He could manipulate a person amidst laughter, gain insights over a meal, and even provoke someone to reveal their true self. No matter how deeply they hid, he was known in the city as a master detective, sought after for cases that the police could not resolve, successfully cracking numerous significant cases. This had inevitably earned him many enemies, which is why he kept his relationship with Mu Xiaorong under wraps. until they were married and he could properly protect her. Revealing Xiaorong was out of the question. He had to ensure her safety, shielding her from any repercussions of his own actions. Thus, they maintained a sweet online relationship, resorting to video chats whenever they missed each other. Xiaozhan, what time does the surgery begin? Jiang Yan approached Xiaozhan and inquired. Xiao Hailan and Jiang Chen followed closely behind. Mom, brother. Xiaozhan politely greeted them before responding, the surgery will commence at 9:30. Chapter 83. Your mother is truly beautiful, Hui Hui. Preparing to enter the operating room, Jiang Yan changed into a patient gown. The doctor entered the ward to check on the blood pressure and heart rate of the elderly Mrs. Xiao, offering a few words of caution to Jiang Yan before proceeding directly into the operating room. Jiang Yan donned the patient gown and was wheeled in right after Mrs. Xiao. As the operating room door closed. The Xiao family, along with Xiao Hailan and Jiang Chun, anxiously waited outside. Many members of the Xiao family did not know Xiao Hailan, as she had not appeared in public social settings since the disappearance of her youngest daughter. The current generation of the Xiao family was unfamiliar with her. Uncle, aunt, Jibei, Jidong, Jiguang, Jiyuan, come, let me introduce you. This is Yin Yan's mother, and this is my brother, whom you have met. In-laws, thank you. Our entire family is immensely grateful to you. Should you require any assistance in the future, please do not hesitate to ask. Xiao Qingyun, Xiao Qingshan, and two aunts of Xiaozhan lined up to shake hands with Xiao Hailan and Jiang Chun. Xiaozhan's cousins affectionately referred to Xiao Hailan as Aunt Xiao and Jiang Chun as brother. The Xiao family held the Gong family and Jiang Chun in high esteem, as Jiang Yan had saved the elderly Mrs. Xiao, and they would undoubtedly treat this child well in the future. 6 hours later, at 3:30 in the afternoon, Jiang Yan and Mrs. Xiao were wheeled out of the operating room. The surgery was a complete success. They can be transferred to a general ward. The doctor wore a fatigued yet contented smile. Thank you, doctor. We appreciate your hard work. The entire Xiao family, along with Xiao Hailan and Jiang Chun, bowed in gratitude to the doctor. The scene was remarkably grand, and the doctor's smile brightened further, thoroughly impressed by the Xiao and Gong family's etiquette. Jiang Yan and Mrs. Xiao were placed in separate single-occupancy wards. Xiaozhan glanced at his grandmother before stepping directly into Jiang Yan's room. At that moment, Gong Tingyu and Gong Manchu arrived at the People's Hospital from the courthouse. Jiang Yan lay in bed, bravely suppressing the pain from the surgery, eyes closed and reluctant to speak. Xiaozhan had the family chef prepare a special meal for Jiang Yan, which was brought to the hospital. Seeing Jiang Yan's pale complexion filled Xiaozhan with anguish. He held her hand, wishing he could transfer her suffering onto himself. Xiao Hailan, watching her daughter, was equally heartbroken. She softly asked if her daughter wanted something to eat, to which Jiang Yan responded with a few muffled sounds, indicating her hunger. Mom, let me feed her. Xiaozhan wrapped a towel around Jiang Yan's neck, opened the first thermal food container, and began to patiently feed her bite by bite. Observing that Jiang Yan was not in critical condition, Xiaozhan took his time tending to her, allowing Gong Laoi and Gong Tingyu to leave with peace of mind. Jiang Chun stayed with his sister for a while before excusing himself to pick up Hui Hui. Gong Manchu initially intended to share the joy of her successful divorce with her sister, but upon seeing Jiang Yan in distress, she refrained from doing so. Both Gong Manchu and Xiao Hailan wished to stay and care for Jiang Yan. But Xiaozhan politely declined. Mom, sister, I am legally married to Yin Yan. It is my duty to care for her. Hui Hui is still young, and my brother has to work. You both assist Jiang Chun in looking after Hui Hui. Though Xiao Hailan and Gong Manchu understood Xiaozhan's intentions, Xiao Hailan was adamant about staying to care for Jiang Yan, feeling she had owed her daughter too much. Manchu, you go to Jingxia Shengjing to take care of Hui Hui. I'll look after Yin Yan for a few days. All right, Yin Yan, sister is leaving. I will come to see you tomorrow. Now, Gong Manchu felt no embarrassment in front of Jiang Chun. She had finally overcome that hurdle in her heart and was more than willing to help Jiang Chun care for Hui Hui. After saying farewell to her sister, she departed. Brother Jiang Chun, wait for me. I'll go with you to pick up Hui Hui. Mom is at the hospital with Yin Yan today. Gong Manchu nearly sprinted to catch up with Jiang Chun. He hadn't expected to see her so natural now, and his spirits lifted considerably. His heart began to race, but he maintained a calm facade, inquiring about her divorce. I divorced him, and he gave me half of his salary post-marriage. We have no children, so I'm free as a bird. Gong Manchu was like a bird released from its cage, her face aglow with uncontainable joy. Brother Jiang Chun, I plan to take a month off to relax. I'll help you look after Hui Hui. Mom and Yin Yan are unable to assist you now. Fearing Jiang Chun would refuse, Gong Manchu immediately added, all right then, I will take care of Hui Hui for this month, and I will pay you a salary. Jiang Chun had no immediate retort and could only agree, feeling awkward about not compensating Manchu for taking care of the child. Brother Jiang, how much do you intend to pay me? If I am not mistaken, your monthly salary is 10,000 yuan. After you pay Xiaozhan 4,000 for rent, you will have 5,000 left. Are you planning to give it all to me? This month, you will have not a penny left. How will you and Hui manage? Gong Manchu laid out Jiang Qin's finances clearly and calculated that after paying her salary, he would be left with nothing. Jiang Qin suddenly felt utterly embarrassed. It was indeed a dreadful thing for a grown man to have no money. He slowly replied, "Then I'll owe you for now. I'll repay you later." Seeing Jiang Qin's embarrassment, Gong Manchu regretted having been so clear about his income and expenses. Such a revelation was a significant blow to a man's pride. Brother Jiang Qin, my parents are your parents. My grandfather is your grandfather. My sister is your sister. We are already a family, and families help each other. Why should we speak of wages? As she spoke, she unconsciously looped her arm through Jiang Qin's. Feeling that she had said something inappropriate and wanting to comfort him, Jiang Qin felt a jolt of electricity course through him as he sensed her arm around his body tensing, heart racing, and face flushing. However, he felt too shy to withdraw his arm, allowing her to remain close until Hui's teacher brought the little girl to Jiang Qin. As Jiang Qin reached out to embrace his daughter, Gong Manchu finally released her hold on his arm. This must be Hui's mother, right? Hui, your mother is truly beautiful. As the teacher's words fell, Jiang Qin and Gong Manchu were about to explain when they heard Hui's bright voice exclaim, "Mom, she is my mom, goodbye." Hui. The teacher waved cheerfully at Hui, preparing to escort the next child. Only Gong Manchu and Jiang Qin exchanged astonished glances, almost in unison saying, "Call her aunt, not mom, mom. It's mom." Hui pouted her small lips, her little face flushed with defiance. Hui, she is not your mother. Hui, let grandma hold you." At that moment, a sharp voice pierced the air, belonging to Zhao Liping's mother, Du Xiujing. Chapter 84. A change of face. Du Xiujing opened her arms, ready to embrace Hui, but the little girl clung tightly to Jiang Qin's neck, afraid of being taken away by this unfamiliar figure. The child found this so-called grandmother to be exceedingly strange. Since Hui's birth, Zhao Liping's parents had rarely visited, having expressed disdain for having a granddaughter. The Zhao family had but one daughter, Zhao Liping. Initially, they envisioned handing down their family business to her in the future. However, as Zhao Liping matured, it became evident that the daughter they had pampered from an early age lacked the capability to manage the family enterprise. Instead, her proclivity for extravagance grew exponentially, reflecting upon their daughter's upbringing. Zhao Yunpeng recognized his own failings. He had indulged her excessively throughout her life. His wife, Du Xiujing, with only a primary school education, was equally ill-equipped to guide their daughter, often defending and doting on her without boundaries. Having transitioned from poverty to affluence, they were eager to bestow upon their child the finest luxuries the world had to offer. Zhao Liping demanded to purchase whatever her heart desired, without consideration for necessity or cost. When she erred, they never sought to correct her. If she bullied other children at school, they simply resolved matters with money. Gradually, Zhao Liping developed a haughty demeanor, a reckless spending habit, and a strong sense of envy, believing that any transgression could be smoothed over with financial compensation. After marrying Jiang Qin, she exhibited no understanding of domestic responsibilities or familial obligations. She found the cries of children irksome and the care of them burdensome. Thus she readily abandoned her own daughter to socialize with others. The failure in her upbringing affected not only herself but also her family and future generations. Zhao Yunpeng and his wife had hoped their daughter would bear a son to inherit the family business. Yet, Zhao Liping instead gave birth to a daughter, which left them both dissatisfied. They contemplated urging her to have another child. However, Zhao Liping firmly declared that childbirth was too painful and vowed never to endure it again. When their daughter found herself incarcerated, they recalled their only niece, Hui. "Jiang Qin, you're busy with work. Hiring someone to care for Hui would be costly, wouldn't it? Why not let us take care of her? After all, we are her biological grandparents and will undoubtedly care for her better than outsiders. This way, you can focus on your job," Du Xiujing insisted as she attempted to forcibly take Hui. The child cried and struggled, protesting, "I don't want to. No. I want daddy, daddy." As Hui writhed and sobbed, Jiang Qin, filled with concern, held her tightly and stated, "You see, Hui does not wish to be held by you. This frightens her." Jiang Qin's tone was resolute. Unlike the previous encounter when Zhao Yunpeng and his wife had spoken harshly to him, "Since Liping has gone to prison, we have no family left. Hui is our only niece. Jiang Qin, please allow us to care for her die in time." Hui Hui will adjust. Du Xiuqing's demeanor had shifted dramatically from before, leaving Jiang Qian and Gong Manchu astonished, quickly understanding the situation. Noting Jiang Qian's silence and seeing Gong Manchu walk ahead without regard, Du Xiuqing panicked. Jiang Qian, I am still your mother-in-law. How can you ignore me? Your father often praises you in my presence. I acknowledge my past mistakes. Please forgive me. The couple had come to Jiang Qian with a specific aim: to expedite their daughter's release from prison. The lawyer had informed them that unless the victim, Jiang Yan, decided to drop the charges against Zhao Liping, there was no other way. After deliberation, they sought Jiang Qian's assistance, hence their overly conciliatory demeanor. I have divorced Zhao Liping, so do not presume to position yourselves as my parents. If you wish to see Hui Hui, please call me a day in advance. Dio not appear unannounced. Jiang Qian's expression was grim, his tone unwavering. Very well, I understand, Du Xiuqing responded. I visited Liping in prison yesterday. She has lost a considerable amount of weight. She acknowledges her mistakes and has even apologized to your sister, Jiang Yan. Look, I recorded a video. See for yourself. As she spoke, she wiped her tears and handed her phone to Jiang Qian. Playing the video, I will not watch it. Leave me be, Jiang Qian, having been deeply hurt by Zhao Liping, refused to look at her, blocking the phone with his hand. Only your sister, Jiang Yan, can save Liping. For the sake of your past relationship, persuade her to drop the charges against Liping. Every adult must bear the consequences of their actions. If the law is broken, one must accept legal repercussions. Your pleas for your daughter do not account for the harm inflicted upon my sister. Let me be clear. There is no possibility of leniency. Stop dreaming. Gong Manchu, observing the cunning and relentless woman before her, was on the verge of erupting. Now that Jiang Yan had been mentioned, she could no longer remain passive. Let us go. Enough of this. Zhao Yunpeng, seeing his wife confronted by lawyer Gong, could not utter a word. His face darkened as he grasped Du Xiuqing and retreated. He understood the gravity of their daughter's transgressions. Mere apologies would not suffice, and he was aware that his wife's entreaties to Jiang Qian would yield this outcome. Jiang Qian and Gong Manchu, along with Hui Hui, boarded a taxi heading to Jinqiu Shengjing. While the couple left in frustration, as night fell, at Jiang City People's Hospital, Yin Yan, let your mother stay with you tonight. Xiao Hailan suggested, intending for Xiao Zhan to attend to his grandmother. Mom, your sleep has never been good. Go home and rest. Let Xiao Zhan stay with me, Jiang Yan pleaded, unwilling for her mother to suffer insomnia. Previously, she had administered acupuncture to her mother, and occasionally, her grandfather would do the same to ensure she could sleep well. Xiao Zhan, hearing Jiang Yan's words, was taken aback. She had called him Xiao Zhan and requested his company. This delighted him, causing his lips to curve upward involuntarily. Xiao Hailan noticed her daughter's change in attitude toward Xiao Zhan and, since her daughter was willing, she accepted. Ahem. Xiao Hailan cleared her throat. Xiao Zhan understood that Xiao Hailan wished to speak privately with Jiang Yan. ILL check on grandma. Mom, you chat with Yin Yin. Xiao Hailan regarded her astute and emotionally intelligent son-in-law with a satisfied smile. Yin Yin, are you considering giving Xiao Zhan a chance? Xiao Hailan inquired, her face lighting up as she gently held her daughter's hand. Yes, I want to give it a try, Jiang Yan replied candidly, recalling her grandfather's advice to follow her heart and remain true to herself. Chapter 85. This is called stealing someone away. Xiao Hailan offered her daughter several more words of encouragement before visiting Mrs. Xiao, then departed the hospital. In an instant, Xiao Zhan was by Jiang Yan's side, standing at her bedside, gazing intently at her as she rested. Leaning down, he placed a tender kiss on her forehead. Jiang Yan felt the warmth of his lips against her skin, and as she opened her eyes, she met his intense gaze. She felt as though she might be set ablaze, her cheeks flushed with warmth as she shyly pulled the covers over her head. Seeing his innocent wife, Xiao Zhan couldn't help but smile. His eyes sparkling as he looked at the shy Jiang Yan hidden beneath the blankets. He gently lifted one side of the covers, their eyes meeting, revealing the blushing Jiang Yan, which made him chuckle softly. Xiao Zhan, you've interrupted my rest, Jiang Yan exclaimed, both flustered and annoyed as she sat up, her face a picture of youthful innocence. In an instant, Xiao Zhan swept her into his arms, gently rocking her, and she instinctively clung to his neck to avoid falling. He settled on the bed and leaned down to kiss her softly on her rosy lips, the quiet room filled only with their deep breaths. 2 minutes later, Jiang Yan pushed Xiao Zhan away, feeling fatigued after her transplant surgery. He noticed her weariness and, despite his reluctance, he knew he must consider her health. Yin Yin, let us return to the Houting Villa. The hospital is chaotic and noisy. I'm concerned you won't sleep well. Xiao Zhan gazed at Jiang Yan, his eyes filled with affection. But we haven't been discharged. What if the doctor comes in and doesn't he find us? Jiang Yan protested, her large, beautiful eyes wide with concern. What of it? I spoke with the doctor. When did you say that? Didn't you just go to see Grandma? Indeed. After visiting Grandma, I went to the doctor's office. I want to go. My family is coming to see me tomorrow. What if they can't find me? You will go. You've already told Mom to take care of you. Xiaozhan never anticipated that Jiang Yan would accept him. She had previously rejected his advances and even pinched him. This headstrong girl left him perplexed about when he would truly enter her heart. Her attitude tonight felt surreal, as if he had stepped into a dream. I do feel bad for my mom, however. Sneaking out of the hospital at night feels wrong. Jiang Yan had her reservations. She feared Xiaozhan might act impulsively, disregarding her fragile state, whereas at the hospital, he would be more cautious. Silly girl, don't worry. No matter how eager I may be, I will always consider your well-being. Once you are healthy, I will cherish you completely. Xiaozhan leaned in and whispered softly into Jiang Yan's ear. Blushing with embarrassment, Jiang Yan playfully struck Xiaozhan's chest, muttering, Xiaozhan, you are such a lecher. I am a wolf, a hungry wolf, solely desiring to consume you, my little lamb. Xiaozhan responded with sweet nothings, prompting Jiang Yan to bury her flushed face in his embrace, speechless. In the stillness of the hospital night, footsteps occasionally echoed in the corridor, and a nurse was stationed at the desk. Xiaozhan cradled Jiang Yan as he made his way to the elevator, only to encounter a young nurse who, not recognizing him, inquired, Sir, where are you taking this patient at such a late hour? Xiaozhan remained silent, patiently waiting for the elevator, disregarding the nurse's words entirely. Sir, I'm talking to you, didn't you hear? You can't take a patient without completing the discharge procedures at this hour. This is called. Hearing the nurse's voice and observing her youthful demeanor, it was evident she was a recent graduate. What is this called? Xiaozhan turned to glance at the nurse, his tone deepening. This is called kidnapping. Jiang Yan, hiding her face against Xiaozhan's chest, couldn't help but laugh. Xiaozhan was momentarily rendered speechless by the nurse's words. He took a few steps to the left and settled onto a nearby bench, one arm around Jiang Yan, while the other retrieved their marriage certificate from his pocket, gesturing for the nurse to take a look. The nurse approached, glancing at the little red booklet in surprise, exclaiming, You two are married. This is the first time I've seen a man carry his marriage certificate on him at all times. Only characters from novels do that. She regarded Xiaozhan with disbelief. Just then, the elevator doors opened, and without a moment to spare, he handed the certificate to Jiang Yan, lifting her into the elevator. The nurse, filled with envy, quickly covered her face and hurried away. Xiaozhan dismissed all the bodyguards and gently placed Jiang Yan into the luxurious Rolls-Royce. The spacious seats allowed her to lie back comfortably as he took the wheel. As they drove towards the grand villa, Jiang Yan opened the marriage certificate in her hands, reminiscing about the moment she met Xiaozhan. The time of their marriage registration, she hadn't fully grasped that this little red booklet was legally binding. There was no such thing as a true or false marriage. Now, she truly had become his wife, grateful that it was someone of Xiaozhan's caliber. If it had been a scoundrel, what fate would this little red booklet have brought her? She dared not contemplate it further. Her friends had scolded her rightly, and her mother had been justified in her concerns. Xiaozhan, do you really carry this little red booklet with you every day? Just like that nurse said? Jiang Yan felt confused and could hardly believe that a powerful CEO would have his marriage certificate with him at all times. Why not? Is there a problem? Xiaozhan replied while driving. Why do you carry it every day? She asked. Because after falling in love with you, I wanted to feel that I truly possess you. Whenever you want to confront me, I can clarify my innocence at any moment. Whether holding you or kissing you, I can do so with a clear conscience, Xiaozhan explained earnestly. Listening to his unique declarations of affection, Jiang Yan thought to herself that Xiaozhan's ability to woo a girl surpassed that of many young suitors by leagues. His words of love were indeed extraordinary. Yan, you'll have to call me husband from now on. Let me hear you say it. Jiang Yan playfully covered her face with the marriage certificate and her hands. Feeling that Xiaozhan's advances were far too forward, she had only just begun to consider dating him. Yan, are you asleep? We'll arrive shortly. Xiaozhan, sensing her silence, knew that his innocent little wife must be overwhelmed by his earnest words of affection. Chapter 86. Be a ninja. As Xiaozhan's Rolls-Royce pulled up to the villa's entrance, the bodyguards recognized the car and promptly granted entry. Jiang Yan, still reclining in the car, had not yet seen the villa's exterior. Xiaozhan exited the vehicle, cradling his delicate wife in his arms as he made his way inside. The young master has returned, Aunt Zhang, the housekeeper, observed Xiao Zhan carrying a woman in a hospital gown and immediately understood that this was none other than the young mistress. Jiang Yan. She was aware that Madame Xiao had undergone a transplant surgery that day, and that Jiang Yan had been the one to donate bone marrow. Earlier that afternoon, the young master had even asked Uncle Li, the chef, to prepare nutritious meals for both Madame Xiao and Jiang Yan. It was evident that the young master was concerned about the hospital's noisy environment, potentially disturbing his wife's rest. Aunt Zhang noted that the young master truly cared for the young mistress. Previously, she had watched a live stream revealing that Jiang Yan was the second young lady lost by the Gong family. However, she was also aware that Zhao Ting, the young master's childhood friend, had recently returned from abroad and might cause complications. Having served as the housekeeper for over 20 years, Aunt Zhang had watched Xiao Zhan grow up. She was familiar with Zhao Ting, who had been inseparable from him during their childhood. Zhao Ting was a tomboy, excelling at activities like horse riding and archery, and had never regarded anyone but Xiao Zhan with interest. As they matured, she continued to hold all other men in disdain, openly confessing her feelings to Xiao Zhan before going abroad, but he had always viewed her as a sister. Zhao Ting had boldly declared her intent to win him over upon her return. Aunt Zhang felt that the peaceful days of the young mistress might soon be disrupted. Nonetheless, she would unwaveringly support Jiang Yan, confident that if Zhao Ting dared to oppose the young master, Xiao Zhan would ensure she faced dire consequences. Aunt Zhang, shortly I will send you Jiang Yan's clothing size. The mall is still open. Please buy her a few outfits and remember to include sleepwear. Understood, young master. Aunt Zhang, momentarily lost in thought, quickly responded to Xiao Zhan's instructions. Jiang Yan's head remained nestled against Xiao Zhan's chest as he carried her through various twists and turns until they reached the door of a bedroom, where he finally paused. Supporting Jiang Yan with one hand, he opened the bedroom door and gently placed her on a large double bed. Yan Yan, you should lie down for a while. I'll take a shower. Aunt Zhang will bring the clothes shortly. You just had surgery, so you can't bathe yet. I'll use a towel to help you freshen up and change into your sleepwear. Xiao Zhan spoke with an air of naturalness, akin to a parent caring for their child. However, to Jiang Yan, each word felt like thunderclaps. What? Help her clean up and change clothes? How could he speak so casually about such things? It felt as if they were an old married couple, which he simply could not accept. I can manage on my own. I can change my clothes myself. Jiang Yan's face had turned crimson as she protested. Xiao Zhan, observing her flustered state, lightly brushed his finger against her nose and chuckled. All right, look at how startled you are. With a playful smile, Xiao Zhan seized the moment to unexpectedly kiss her soft lips. Before she could react, he turned and entered the bathroom. After Xiao Zhan left, Jiang Yan messaged her mother, Xiao Hailan, informing her that they had left the hospital and were now at Xiao Zhan's villa. Upon learning that her daughter had been taken from the hospital by Xiao Zhan, Xiao Hailan felt a pang of anxiety. Her daughter had just undergone a transplant and was still weak. There could be no room for exertion, especially when two young people might be unable to resist their impulses. Just as Jiang Yan sent the message, her mother called. After a series of admonitions, Xiao Hailan felt somewhat reassured when Jiang Yan assured her that Xiao Zhan would not do anything inappropriate. If her daughter were to suffer any harm, she certainly would not let Xiao Zhan off the hook. Xiao Hailan then shared the details with her husband, Gong Tingyu, who was lying beside her. Before long, Xiao Zhan emerged from the bathroom clad in sleepwear, and as soon as he stepped out, he received a call from Gong Tingyu. Xiao Zhan, Yan Yan just had surgery and needs to rest well. You must take good care of her. If anything happens to her, I will hold you accountable. Xiao Zhan understood the subtlety of Gong Tingyu's words and replied directly, Rest assured, Dad. I will ensure she rests properly. His response, though discreet, was nonetheless reassuring. Satisfied, Gong Tingyu ended the call and offered a few comforting words to his wife before settling down to sleep. Knock, knock. Aunt Zhang knocked on the bedroom door, and Xiao Zhan opened it, stepping out to receive several bags from her. After transferring the funds for the clothes, he was about to return to the bedroom when he received a call from Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang excitedly informed Xiao Zhan that he had found Gao Jieqi, had a son, and was planning to get married. In his surprise, Xiao Zhan could only grant Zhou Yang 3 days off. He realized he would be unable to personally care for his delicate wife the following day and would have to ask her mother, Xiao Hailan, to accompany Jiang Yan. Yan Yan, it's time to change into your new clothes. Xiao Zhan entered the bedroom, sifting through the large and small bags until he found a set of sleepwear. He approached the bed and gently called out to Jiang Yan several times. But the lovely figure lying there showed no response, only the sound of her steady breathing. However, the hospital gown she wore still carried an unpleasant scent from the hospital. He wished to embrace his beloved while sleeping, but he could hardly tolerate the odor emanating from her attire. Swiftly, He prepared a basin of warm water and placed it beside the bed, carefully removing her clothing piece by piece. Jiang Yan, who had always been a sound sleeper, remained oblivious to his actions. The delicate form, with its supple and pristine skin, was presented before Xiao Zhan. His body tensed, and a certain part of him began to swell slowly. A wave of heat surged within him, akin to the relentless tides of the ocean. He hurriedly wiped her down, fumbling as he dressed her in her nightwear. Just as he completed these tasks, he noticed a few drops of blood staining his white shirt. He dashed into the bathroom to take a shower, determined to be like a ninja. By the time he returned to the bedroom, it was already deep into the night. He turned off the bedside lamp and embraced his beloved, who soon fell into a peaceful slumber. The following morning, Jiang Yan was the first to awaken from her dreams. As she opened her eyes, she surveyed the unfamiliar bedroom. Looking down, she noticed the beautiful new nightwear adorning her body, and with a start, she leaped out of bed. "Xiao Zhan, did you help me change my clothes?" she exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, pointing at the still slumbering Xiao Zhan. Chapter 87. Two people on different wavelengths. Hearing Jiang Yan's melodious voice, Xiao Zhan stirred from his slumber. Despite the hint of annoyance in her tone, it remained charmingly sweet. "What is it, Yin Yin? What did you just say?" Still not fully awake, he gazed at his somewhat irritated yet bashful little wife, momentarily bewildered by the situation. Did you change my clothes last night? Did you also wash my body?" Jiang Yan stammered, her face crimson. Observing his adorable and shy wife, Xiao Zhan couldn't help but chuckle. It was evident that this was her first intimate encounter with a man. Hence her profound reaction. He found her innocence utterly endearing and felt an urge to tease her. "Yes, when I brought in the clothes last night, I intended for you to change yourself and also prepared water for you to wash. However, when I approached you, you were already fast asleep. You were sleeping so soundly that I called your name a few times, but you didn't wake. The scent from your hospital gown was overwhelming, making it impossible for me to sleep, so I helped you out of your clothes, washed you, and dressed you in new nightwear." Xiao Zhan exaggerated the odor of the hospital gown, rationalizing his actions as entirely justifiable. "Xiao Zhan, you?" Jiang Yan's heart sank as she listened to him speak so nonchalantly about these intimate matters. She felt utterly exposed before him and wished to find a place to hide. Though she harbored affections for him, she felt unprepared for such closeness. "Could you step outside for a moment? I need to change." Xiao Zhan understood her feelings. He had been too hasty, treating her as his wife while she was merely beginning to accept their relationship. In her eyes, he was perhaps just her boyfriend, and he could not press her too hard. "All right, I'll step outside. These are all your clothes. Wear whichever set you prefer." Xiao Zhan placed the large bags of clothes piled on the bedroom sofa onto the bed before turning to his wardrobe to change. Upon entering the closet, he suddenly recalled that Jiang Yan typically wore rather plain clothing. During his last visit to the Gong family, he had purchased her many high-end outfits, yet he had never seen her wear them, which he found rather puzzling. Jiang Yan selected a long-sleeve dress and a trench coat from the bags. After dressing, she sat on the bed and called her mother, hoping to be picked up. As she was uncomfortable staying there, "Yin Yin, wait for your mother and sister. We'll come to get you right away." Xiao Hailan hung up the phone with her daughter and instructed the driver to prepare the car. Heading towards Zhao's luxurious villa, "Yin Yin, shall we go downstairs for breakfast?" Xiao Zhan approached Jiang Yan after she had changed, and as she stood, he wrapped an arm around her shoulders and led her down the stairs. Jiang Yan did not resist his affectionate gesture. "Just so you know, my mom and sister are coming to pick me up. I'm not used to staying here," she remarked casually while scanning the opulent layout of the villa. It was far too extravagant and spacious, a stark contrast to the traditional decor of the Gong family's old residence. "Yin Yin, why not stay a little longer? I'll try to return early tonight." At that moment, he wished to proclaim to the world that his wife was Jiang Yan, the esteemed lady of the Xiao family. "This place is lovely, and I adore it, but being here alone is rather dull. I long to return home, where at least my mother and sister can keep me company." Jiang Yan spoke the truth. Despite the luxury surrounding her, the solitude was unbearable. Even with servants at her beck and call, she still preferred to be with her family. "Then tell your mother that starting tonight, I'll be staying at your house. Once you recover, we can return here, all right?" The two paused in the corridor on the second floor, and Xiao Zhan could not help but pull Jiang Yan into his embrace again. He truly wished for no separation, and if it weren't for Zhou Yang finding his own happiness, he would have insisted on more time together. "Yin Yin, are you upset with me?" he whispered in her ear. "Let us eat. I'm starving. How about we stay at Jinxiu Xingjing? I miss it there." A smile crept onto Jiang Yan's lips, dispelling her earlier annoyance. She knew he cared for her deeply, and though their feelings were not perfectly synchronized, the reality of their relationship was undeniable. He had not truly taken advantage of her, and she understood he genuinely wished for her well-being. All right, from now on, I'll head to Jinqiu Shangjing right after work. Seeing Jiang Yan no longer dwell on last night's events, and her willingness to stay at Jinqiu Shangjing with him, Xiao Zhan's mood brightened considerably as they descended the stairs. Jiang Yan suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, nearly causing her to tumble down. Xiao Zhan swiftly caught her, his heart aching for his frail wife, and effortlessly lifted her into his arms, striding towards the dining room. Aunt Zhang observed the young master carrying the young mistress down from upstairs and quickly stated, "The meals are all prepared. Young master, I'll step outside to tend to the plants." With that, she hurried out, not wanting to intrude upon their intimate moment. "Here, let me feed you." Xiao Zhan took a spoon, ready to serve Jiang Yan. "No need. I can do it myself," she protested, picking up her chopsticks to begin her meal. "Call me husband." Xiao Zhan gazed at Jiang Yan, a tender smile gracing his lips. "It's all the same." Jiang Yan replied, busy with her food. "Call me husband." Xiao Zhan leaned closer, his lips almost brushing against hers. Jiang Yan did not shy away, meeting his fiery gaze. "Husband," she relented, realizing that to extinguish the flames of desire burning within him, she had to concede. "Not melodious enough. Say it again," he insisted playfully. "Husband," Jiang Yan sweetly repeated, finally appeasing him. Yet, Xiao Zhan, unable to contain his desires, kissed her again, a passionate kiss that ignited the primal instincts within him. Blood rushed forth once more. The crimson droplets fell onto his white shirt, prompting Jiang Yan to swiftly hand him a tissue while hastily retrieving acupuncture needles to administer a couple of treatments. "Do you often have nosebleeds? How frequently does it occur? Under what circumstances does it happen?" she asked, adopting the tone she used with patience. If memory served her correctly, the last time he had a nosebleed was after consuming Aunt Wu's nourishing black-bone chicken soup. Yet he hadn't eaten any tonics this time. "Last night, when I was washing you and changing your clothes, it happened. Whenever I come into contact with you, this ailment flares up." Jiang Yan. Can I take back what I just said? Don't worry. Once you've recovered, it won't happen again." Xiao Zhan smiled warmly, eager to see her blush again. Jiang Yan wondered if this was still the Xiao Zhan she once knew. Chapter 88. Being followed at the Gong family residence, the driver carried Xiao Hailan and Gong Manchu away from the entrance of the villa. Unbeknownst to them, someone was watching the Gong family's movements from outside the villa gate. The watchers were none other than Zhao Yunpeng and his wife, along with a young man. The young man climbed a tree, positioning himself perfectly to observe those exiting the villa. Upon recognizing that it was Xiao Hailan and Gong Manchu, he quickly sent a message to Zhao Yunpeng. "Mom, I have a feeling that the bins behind us has been following us." Gong Manchu glanced back at the bins, her eyes filled with confusion and concern. Although she had divorced Sun Xiang, she was well aware of the kind of people in the Sun family. Given how embarrassed Sun Xiang had been during the last incident, she surmised he would not let this go easily. "You're overthinking it. Perhaps that car is heading to the same place as us. It might just be coincidence." Xiao Hailan dismissed her concerns, believing the Sun family would be cautious for the time being. 20 minutes later, Xiao Hailan and Gong Manchu arrived at the luxurious villa without any hindrance, entering the courtyard under the guidance of Aunt Zhang. Mom, sister." Xiao Zhan, holding Jiang Yan's hand, rose from the sofa in the living room to respectfully greet his mother-in-law and sister-in-law. Upon seeing Jiang Yan and Xiao Zhan hand in hand, clearly close, Xiao Hailan and Gong Manchu understood that the two were genuinely in a relationship. Xiao Hailan's face brightened. She was genuinely pleased with her son-in-law. Xiao Zhan. The Xiao family's values are exemplary. The younger generation shows profound respect towards their elders, and the men in the Xiao family are renowned for their adoration of their wives, with the elders displaying remarkable leniency and protection towards their daughters-in-law. In Xiao Hailan's memories, since the time of grandfather Xiao Zhan, there have been no daughters, only sons, leading outsiders to refer to the Xiao family as a congregation of monks. The Xiao family's enterprises span the nation, encompassing a multitude of industries far surpassing those of the Gong family, truly earning the title of a billion-dollar dynasty. Nevertheless, the younger cousins of the Xiao family remain as united as their ancestors. Xiao Zhan and his cousins support each other like brothers, each diligently leading in their respective fields. Xiao Hailan feels immense joy knowing her daughter will marry into such a family. "Xiao Zhan, you are quite busy with work. I will take Yin Yin back for a period of recuperation," she says, smiling at her outstanding son-in-law, her eyes sparkling with pride. "Mom, I wish to stay at Jinqiu Shangjing for a while." And over the weekends, I want to help my brother take care of Hui Hui, Jiang Yan expresses, always thinking of alleviating her brother's burdens and worrying about her niece's care. Yin Yin, your sister is now single once again. I am currently residing in Jinxiu Shengjing to assist brother Jiang Chen with Hui Hui. I plan to take a month off before returning to work, so you can comfortably stay with mom at the old residence and recuperate. Gong Manchu responds. For reasons unknown to her, Gong Manchu now enjoys living with Jiang Chen, with Hui Hui calling her mom, a fact she has grown too lazy to correct. Yet, she senses that Jiang Chen is deliberately maintaining his distance, even avoiding eye contact. When she speaks to him, she perceives a certain tension emanating from him, as he repeatedly instructs Hui Hui not to call her mom. However, the stubborn little girl insists on calling Manchu mom. Gong Manchu dismisses these thoughts, feeling assured and at ease in Jiang Chen's company. Let Yin Yin stay at Jinxiu Shengjing. She misses Jiang Chen and Hui Hui. Xiao Zhan states casually, secretly wishing for Yin Yin to move to Jinxiu Shengjing so he could accompany her. If Yin Yin were to reside at the Gong family's old residence, he would be unable to follow, missing her and suffering from insomnia. Upon hearing Xiao Zhan attribute Yin Yan's desire to stay with Jiang Chen and Hui Hui, Xiao Hailan refrains from urging her daughter to return to the old residence. Xiao Zhan, you moved my brother and niece out for your own sake, didn't you? Jiang Yan accuses, I merely wish to sleep beside you. That way, I won't suffer from insomnia. With all of you at Jinxiu Shengjing, I would be dreadfully lonely, Xiao Zhan admits. Xiao Hailan feels a twinge of sadness knowing both her daughters are leaving her for the Xiao family. Mom, we will frequently visit the old residence for meals. We will be there all day on weekends. Okay, Mom? Gong Manchu comforts her mother, while Jiang Yan hugs one of her mother's arms. Xiao Hailan and her daughters head to Jinxiu Shengjing, while Xiao Zhan goes to the office. Due to Zhou Yang's leave, Xiao Zhan is forced to work late on Ping and Street in Jiang City. Two cars follow closely behind the vehicle carrying Xiao Hailan and her daughters. Brother Bin, look at that Benz. It's tailing the Lamborghini. Wow. I never expected we would have company, a young man in his 20s exclaims in astonishment. His name is Li Hui. He typically works at Walonggang, where his peers call him Ah Hui, and he serves under the small leader, Li Wenbin. Like a mantis stalking a cicada, while a yellow bird waits behind, let us keep a close watch on that Benz. Once we intercept them, we can acquire the information we seek, Li Wenbin instructs his subordinate Ah Hui. Brother Bin, you are indeed wise. The driver, Old Lu, parks the car at Jinxiu Shengjing. Under her mother's persuasion, Gong Manchu no longer pays attention to the Bins trailing behind them. The three of them enter the house one after another, oblivious to Du Xiuqing following closely behind. Knock, knock. Just as the three women settle onto the sofa in the living room, a loud and aggressive knocking resounds at the door. Gong Manchu rises and approaches the door, peering through the peephole to see a woman wearing a mask. The woman is unrecognizable, yet Gong Manchu feels a sense of familiarity in her gaze, as if they have met before. The knocking persists, prompting Xiao Hailan to approach Manchu, who is knocking at the door. Why aren't you opening it? She inquires, puzzled. Mom, it's a middle-aged woman. I don't know her. Could she be a relative or friend of Xiao Zhan? Why not open the door to find out? Xiao Hailan responds as she opens the door. Suddenly, an elderly woman wearing a headscarf and sunglasses barges in, startling Xiao Hailan and Gong Manchu. Who are you? Why are you barging in? They exclaim. At that moment, Du Xiuqing removes her headscarf and sunglasses, sheepishly saying, It's me. I'm here to find Jiang Chen and Jiang Yan. Seeing Jiang Chen's former mother-in-law, Gong Manchu's temper flares. Did I invite you in? How dare you barge in? Get out. Lawyer Gong, please don't be angry. I truly have something important to discuss with Jiang Chen and Jiang Yan, and I want to see my granddaughter Hui Hui. How did you find this place? Gong Manchu finally realizes that their vehicle has been followed by this old woman. I must confess, I followed your car here. I truly had no other choice. Gong Manchu retorts, the one chasing us is you, old woman. Before Xiao Hailan and Gong Manchu can react, Du Xiuqing hurriedly approaches Jiang Yan and kneels down with a thud. Jiang Yan, I'm sorry. It was Li Ping's fault. She hurt you. She truly regrets it and has already apologized to you. As Du Xiuqing speaks, she pulls out her phone, ready to show Jiang Yan a video. I don't want to see it. Even more so, I don't want to see you. So leave. Jiang Yan glares at the old woman before her, seething with resentment, recalling how her brother was often berated by this woman in the Zhao family. Besides Zhao Liping, this old woman frequently bullied her and her brother, often scolding and blaming them, treating her brother contemptibly. Jiang Yan, please forgive Liping. Consider that she was once your sister-in-law and Hui Hui's mother. Do you want Hui Hui to have a mother in prison? She will be looked down upon as she grows up. Look, this is the 5 million I just withdrew from the bank, all for you and your brother. If you forgive Liping and withdraw the lawsuit, this money is yours. I assure you Liping will not disturb your and your brother's lives in the future. Look at how well you are now. You have found your biological parents, and I am so happy for you and your brother. Please, Jiang Yan. As Du Xiuqing pleads, she continues to bang her head against the floor, making a loud thudding sound. Get up. Who are you kneeling for? Do you plan to shorten my daughter's life? Get out, get out. Gong Manchu and Xiao Hailan each grab one of Du Xiuqing's arms, attempting to drag her out. However, they find it impossible to move her. She is somewhat heavy and surprisingly strong. My daughter is in prison. I have lost my only daughter. Only Jiang Yan can save her. If you don't agree today, I want to leave. Du Xiuqing resolutely lies on the ground, wailing and crying. Fine. If you want to leave, then I'll call the police. I'll report you for trespassing. Gong Manchu grabs her phone, ready to dial 120. Don't call. I'll leave. Fearing being sent to prison herself, Du Xiuqing realizes she does not understand the laws regarding trespassing and the consequences of her actions. Her daughter has lost weight in prison, and she must have suffered greatly. If she too is imprisoned, who will rescue her daughter? Her husband, Zhao Yunpeng, always insists that Liping is an adult and must take responsibility for her actions. Now, when she seeks Jiang Chun and Jiang Yan's mercy, it is only because Du Xiuqing has pulled him along. If she were also to be caught, she is certain her husband wouldn't lift a finger to help their daughter. Du Xiuqing quickly scrambles to her feet, clutching her box of money, and leaves in a huff. Jiang Yan shares with her mother and sister the stories of how her brother suffered in the Zhao household and all that he sacrificed for her. Xiao Hailan, listening to her daughter's recounting, cannot help but shed tears once more. Gong Manchu comforts her mother and sister, promising to treat Jiang Chun as her own brother, just like Jiang Yan does. Sister, have you reconciled with brother? Jiang Yan suddenly recalls her sister's words at the Houting Villa, realizing that her sister is living at Jinxiu Shengjing to help brother take care of Hui Hui. Their relationship must have improved. Yes, it's all in the past. Brother Jiang Chun saved me. He is my benefactor. Some things my sister has come to understand. Gong Manchu lowers her head, smiling thoughtfully. Hui Hui is also peculiar. She always calls you mom. I really can't understand what that little girl is thinking. Xiao Hailan chuckles at Gong Manchu's mysterious smile. What? Hui Hui calls you mom? Is that true, sister? Jiang Yan finds it utterly astonishing. Yet, she does not delve deeper, merely considering that her little niece is being childish. Meanwhile, Du Xiuqing, with the assistance of a young man, scales the wall of Jinxiu Shengjing, preparing to find her car when she is intercepted by two young men. Tell us, did you go to see the owner of that Lamborghini? What building do they live in, and how many people are inside? Who are they? Du Xiuqing found herself utterly bewildered by the inquiries posed by the two young men before her. She could not fathom why they were questioning her in such a manner. Yet, upon observing their fierce and intimidating demeanor, a wave of fear washed over her. Hesitantly, she stammered, Do you have a grudge against them? Less talk. Speak quickly. Ah Hui barked sharply. Yes, I have a vendetta against them. You share animosity with them as well, don't you? Li Wenbin gestured for Ah Hui to remain silent, indicating that he wished to converse directly with the woman in front of him. Indeed, they sent my daughter to prison. They are my enemies, Du Xiuqing declared. Since you harbor enmity towards them as well, I shall divulge everything I know. She recounted the entire story from beginning to end, informing Li Wenbin that the matriarch of the Gong family, Xiao Hailan, along with her two daughters, were currently residing on the third floor, room 301 of the Jinxia Shengjing A building. She also informed him that she had the right to visit her granddaughter and could provide intelligence to Li Wenbin and his associates. Li Wenbin and Du Xiuqing exchanged WeChat contacts and phone numbers. Meanwhile, Xiao Hailan and her daughters chatted casually, blissfully unaware of the turmoil unfolding outside. Yan, once your health improves, discuss your wedding with Xiao Zhan. It is a significant milestone in life, and as your mother, I wish to see you married off in grand style. Xiao Hailan thought joyfully of Xiao Zhan, feeling increasingly fond of her future son-in-law, hoping for her daughter to wed him soon. Mom, I've only just begun dating him. I'm not considering marriage at this time. Jiang Yan merely wished to enjoy a period of courtship with Xiao Zhan. Contemplating the notion of marriage, truthfully, she felt a considerable distance from him, not in terms of wealth or family background, but rather due to their differing upbringing, which had shaped fundamentally divergent ideologies, especially within his social circle. She found it challenging to integrate. As a medical student, she was not particularly eloquent and struggled with complex interpersonal relationships, preferring a simpler existence. Having grown up in the countryside, she was entirely unfamiliar with the lifestyle of the affluent. Although she now lived in the Gong family household and was considered one of them, she still felt that the world of the wealthy was quite distant from her. She genuinely liked Xiao Zhan, and he reciprocated her feelings, which compelled her to muster great courage to understand him and give it a try. You have already obtained the marriage certificate. Is it merely the wedding that remains? My daughter Xiao Hailan will not permit her to be a mere shadow. She must be the legitimate mistress of the Xiao family. Xiao Hailan passionately advocated for her daughter's South's rightful place. Yin Yin, life unfolds gradually. Once you have made a choice, do not be afraid. Rest assured, I will do my utmost to assist you. Gong Manchu recognized her sister's predicament, understanding that her sibling had not lived in this elite environment for over 2 decades and needed time to adjust. As dusk descended, painting the sky in hues of red, the ancient city of Jiangqing appeared even more resplendent. On the top floor of the Xiao Corporation building, Xiao Zhan distributed tasks to the department heads, swiftly completed important documents, and left the company in haste. His thoughts were consumed by his little wife, whose health was still recovering. He longed to return home and cook for her personally. The department heads stared at the mountain of paperwork, feeling overwhelmed. Their president seemed to be either leaving early or skipping work altogether, resulting in an endless cycle of overtime for the month. Even Xiao Jidong and Xiao Jiguang found themselves roped into the fray, but they willingly assisted their older brother, knowing he was devoted to pampering his wife. As night fell, the streets of Jiangqing sparkled with lights. A luxurious Rolls-Royce sped towards Jingxiashengjing. Xiao Zhan, I will be living here from now on. You don't mind, do you? Gong Manchu playfully inquired, teasing Hua Hui as she addressed Xiao Zhan. Xiao Zhan replied, Am I to complain about gaining another light bulb? It is my honor that my elder sister can reside here. How could I possibly mind? Hee, brother-in-law, your charm with words is growing. Gong Manchu chuckled. Where is Yin Yan? I've searched several rooms and haven't seen her. Xiao Zhan realized he had not spotted Jiang Yan since his arrival and felt a twinge of anxiety. Haha, are you worried? I won't tell you. You'll have to find her yourself. Gong Manchu relished witnessing her brother-in-law's anxious search for her sister, a side of Xiao Zhan she had never seen before. In her memory, he had always held an air of superiority, akin to a lofty king, instilling a sense of awe. Now, he was indeed experiencing a moment of being conquered, and the conqueror was none other than her beloved younger sister, which brought her immense joy. Auntie? Hua Hui set aside her toys, rising to her feet, and pointed towards the balcony with her tiny, pudgy finger before scampering over. Xiao Zhan raised an eyebrow, adopting a look of disdain as he followed the little one to the balcony. Manchu, you must not allow Hua Hui to call me mommy. Such a little bundle is too prone to drafts. Annie. Uncle. Hua Hui dashed to the balcony, pointing at the approaching Xiao Zhan and announcing Jiang Yan's uncle had arrived. Before skipping away gleefully, Xiao Zhan, amused by Hua Hui's understanding of not being a third wheel, smiled, internally chiding himself for not having checked the balcony sooner. You're back. Why are you so early? Jiang Yan smiled up at Xiao Zhan. With you captivating my soul, I find renewed motivation in my work. Tasks are completed with greater efficiency. The department heads of Xiao Corporation, including Jidong and Jiyuan, chimed in. President, do you not feel guilty saying such things? UVE disrupted our reading, and now my focus is lost. If I fail to obtain my medical license, I shall hold you accountable. Jiang Yan beamed at Xiao Zhan, thinking him irresistibly charming, realizing that romance often interfered with serious matters. All right, I shall prepare dinner. I won't disturb you any longer. Focus on your studies and pass the exam, and I will take you to Sanya for wedding photos, Xiao Zhan stated earnestly, stealing a kiss from her before departing. Wedding photos? Has she agreed to this? Jiang Yan mused to herself, feeling as though ever since meeting Xiao Zhan, she had been unwittingly swept along in his wake, with even her family now aligning with his rhythm. Shaking her head, she returned to her studies. Suddenly, her phone rang. Picking it up, she saw it was her friend Mu Xiaorong calling and answered. Yin Yin, why have you suddenly stopped working? Without you at the hospital. I have no one to chat with, it's so dull. I just performed a bone marrow transplant for a friend. I want to be able to work this month. A transplant. Where are you? I want to see you. Mu Xiaorong was taken aback that her friend had undertaken such a significant task in her absence and wished to visit her personally at Jingxiashengjing A building. On the 3rd floor, room 301, Jiang Yan missed her friend dearly. Xiaorong was truly her confidant, holding great significance in her heart. Yin Yin, why are you living in Xiao Zhan's home again? Are you two together? I heard from people at the hospital that the one pursuing you is none other than the wealthiest heir of Jiangqing. Xiao Zhan, is this true? Mu Xiaorong marveled at her friend's remarkable life, first marrying a stranger, then connecting with her biological parents, who belonged to the illustrious Gong family and now embroiled in a genuine romance with a top-tier wealthy heir. The recent transplant only deepened her curiosity. Xiaorong, it's too complicated to explain over the phone. Come visit me, and we can chat in person. Jiang Yan concluded the call with her friend and stepped out onto the balcony, where she sensed her brother's voice and quickly made her way to the living room. Ji Bei had arrived. Jiang Yan noticed her brother and Ji Bei exchanging their shoes, both seeming to have entered simultaneously. Sister-in-law. Xiao Ji Bei regarded his elder sister-in-law with utmost respect, for she was not only a skilled healer, but also the one who had saved their grandmother's life. She was both his sister-in-law and a benefactor to the Xiao family. Yes, Ji Bei, you haven't eaten yet, have you? Come join us. Jiang Yan smiled warmly at Ji Bei, inviting him to dine with them. She felt no need for formality with her brother, but she was eager to make Ji Bei feel welcome, as he was still somewhat unfamiliar to her. Ji Bei. Xiao Zhan emerged from the kitchen and immediately recognized that Ji Bei had come to report something significant. Otherwise, he would not have visited in person. His cousin was not one to waste time. If he had come, it must be something that could not be conveyed over the phone. Brother, Xiao Ji Bei signaled to Xiao Zhan. And they retreated to the balcony. Brother, the Wanlong gang has made a move. It appears that the Sun and Lu families have offered a substantial sum for their involvement. The trap they've set is quite elaborate, and they have yet to make their strike. However, I find it perplexing that their targets include you, your sister-in-law, and Gong Manchu. I can understand why the Sun family would pursue Gong Manchu, but why would they target you and your sister-in-law? Xiao Jibei took a drag from his cigarette, looking curiously at Xiao Zhan. Xiao Zhan lit a cigarette of his own, equally baffled. While it was true that his family's industry competed with that of the Sun and Lu families, he could hardly believe this alone warranted an assassination attempt. Moreover, Jiang Yan, having grown up in the countryside, led a simple life. What enmity could she possibly harbor against them? Relay to the Wanlong gang that if they dare to act against me and my sister-in-law on behalf of the Sun and Lu families, they needn't expect any leniency from me, regardless of past affiliations. Xiao Zhan's deep voice resonated, akin to the king of hell emerging from the abyss. Chapter 91. So you are here too. They have ceased their actions. The leader, Lu Meng, remains oblivious to this matter, as it was his reckless subordinate, Li Wenbin, who accepted bribes from the Sun and Lu families. The money has now been returned to them, and Lu Meng has reprimanded his underling. The Sun and Lu families are aware that we have been alerted, so it is likely they will refrain from any rash actions in the near future. We must remain vigilant. It is imperative to ascertain the cause of this incident, for only through understanding ourselves and our adversaries can we emerge victorious in every battle. Rest assured, elder brother, I shall uncover the truth. Yin Mu Xiaorong visited her friend bearing an abundance of supplements. Upon entering, the two embraced each other with palpable excitement. Come, dinner is ready. At that moment, Aunt Wen emerged from the kitchen, beckoning everyone to partake in the meal. She had received a call from her eldest master that very morning and hurried over as soon as she finished her chores. Xiaorong, come join us for dinner. Jiang Yan and her sister, along with Jiang Chen, urged Mu Xiaorong to sit and eat. Having arrived in haste and skipped dinner, Mu Xiaorong did not hesitate to take a seat. Just then, Xiao Zhan and Ji Bei approached from the balcony, ready to dine. When Xiao Ji Bei caught sight of Mu Xiaorong seated at the table, he paused, momentarily frozen in place. Ji Bei, come eat, Jiang Yan called out, snapping him back to reality. He had never anticipated encountering Xiaorong at his elder brother's home. Unprepared to reveal his identity to her, he had hoped to avoid exposure, yet it seemed inevitable now. Face it, Xiao Ji Bei, he encouraged himself inwardly. Jiang Yan's call of Ji Bei made Mu Xiaorong, who had been playfully teasing Hui, suddenly look up and see Xiao Ji Bei. For a fleeting moment, she thought it was an illusion. She had only recently agreed to be his girlfriend, and their relationship had largely unfolded over WeChat, devoid of any tangible contact, and no hand-holding, no embraces. So, you are here too. What a coincidence. Xiao Ji Bei feigned surprised. Oh, how is it that you are here? Mu Xiaorong inquired. Her brow furrowed in confusion as she glanced at Xiao Zhan, then back to her friend. Do you two know each other? Jiang Yan and Xiao Zhan asked in unison. Yes, Xiaorong is my girlfriend. I haven't had the chance to inform everyone yet, Jiang Yan exclaimed. That's quite a revelation, Xiao Zhan added. You've kept it well hidden. Had we not met today, who knows how long you would have concealed it. Ji Bei remarked, I'm not nearly as good as my elder brother at hiding things. Xiaorong, this is my elder brother and sister-in-law, Manchu, and Jiang Chun. You are already acquainted with them. At this point, Ji Bei could no longer conceal his identity. Fate had orchestrated this fortuitous encounter with Mu Xiaorong, and he could only confront it directly. He is your elder brother. So, you are, Mu Xiaorong stammered in astonishment. He is my cousin, the president of the Xiao group. Mu Xiaorong sat in stunned silence, her thoughts a whirlwind. She quietly continued to eat, while Ji Bei, equally anxious, cast furtive glances at her. He could sense that she was unsettled by the revelation of his identity. The atmosphere at the dining table shifted, becoming palpably tense, with Mu Xiaorong remaining silent and focused on her meal. Ji Bei occasionally stole glances at her, noting her unnaturally calm demeanor, devoid of any visible emotion. As if she were entirely indifferent to his presence. Panic surged within Ji Bei. He was acutely aware that she must be upset over his concealment, yet he maintained a facade of composure. After the meal, Jiang Yan led her friend to the balcony, while Ji Bei lingered in the living room, exchanging playful banter with his elder brother. How did you meet that young lady? Xiao Zhan, typically uninterested in others' romantic affairs, was intrigued, especially given that his sister-in-law's friend was an intern at a traditional Chinese medicine hospital, while his cousin ostensibly managed the family's dining business, yet was truly a master of intelligence gathering. How had the two of them come together? Surely, a girl who captured his cousin's interest possessed some form of charm. It's a long story. That day, I drove to a pharmacy to buy some cold medicine, and as I exited, I bumped into Xiao Rong, who was about to enter. The thick curtain obscured my view, and she had just purchased 2 cups of milk tea, which spilled all over me when we collided. The milk tea splattered onto the ground, causing me to lose my balance and fall. She was mortified, repeatedly apologizing, offering me her brother's clothes to change into, and even took my shirt for dry cleaning. Her innocent charm moved me, and I asked her to treat me to a meal. After my shirt was cleaned, I reciprocated with dinner, and thus our acquaintance began. We often communicated on WeChat. Just last week, I successfully confessed my feelings, never expecting. Ji Bei's narrative abruptly halted. He engaged in this conversation with his elder brother merely to pass the time. As he awaited Mu Xiaorong's return from her chat with Jiang Yan, he had something to convey to her, and while conversing with Xiao Zhan, his gaze frequently darted toward the balcony, anticipating her appearance. I never imagined your secret would be revealed so swiftly, did you? Xiao Zhan observed his younger cousin with a gleeful smirk. Ji Bei, are you still my elder brother? This is unfair. I shared my secrets with you, and now you must divulge how you met my sister-in-law. Xiao Zhan chuckled. I picked your sister-in-law off the street. Ji Bei was left in a state of confusion. Elder brother, are you serious? Which street should I send Ji Dong and Ji Guang to scout? He added, Ji Yuan is still young. He can wait another 2 years. Do you think you all share my good fortune? Xiao Zhan delightedly recounted the story of how he had met Jiang Yan. However, both he and Ji Bei shared a preference for pure, kind-hearted girls who valued relationships. They did not require a prospective partner from an affluent family, simply a girl with integrity and virtue. Brother, your meeting with sister-in-law is truly remarkable. To have found such an outstanding and kind-hearted partner, you must tell the younger brothers to also find quality girlfriends on the street. Let's have some fun with grandma. Haha, Ji Bei teased his elder brother relentlessly. Not everyone is as fortunate as me, but if the younger brothers are seeking girlfriends, you could perhaps enlist your sister-in-law's help in finding suitable matches. Jiang Yan interjected. When did I become a matchmaker? Ji Bei replied, Yin Yin, please refrain from coming out to see me off. Just rest well. Mu Xiaorong and Jiang Yan shared stories of their recent experiences for a considerable time. Eventually, Mu Xiaorong's mother called, urging her daughter to come home. Jiang Yan and her friend exited to the balcony, preparing to escort her downstairs. Sister-in-law, allow me to see Xiao Rong off, Ji Bei said, trailing behind Mu Xiaorong. Jiang Yan understood his intentions and wisely refrained from acting as a third wheel. As Mu Xiaorong approached her car, ready to depart, she suddenly heard Ji Bei's voice behind her. Chapter 92. We are not compatible. Xiao Rong, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have concealed my identity. Ji Bei hurriedly caught up and grasped her hand, their eyes locking. Ji Bei, you have nothing to apologize for. I believe we are not suited for each other. Let us break up. At that moment, Mu Xiaorong was acutely aware of the disparity between them. Her family owned 3 or 4 pharmacies in Jiang City, with assets amounting to several million. In the bustling metropolis of Jiang City, they could only be considered a middle-class family, while the Xiao family was a prestigious clan. Rumors suggested that their enterprises spanned the nation and even reached overseas, representing a legitimate billion-dollar empire. Her mother had always advised her to seek a partner from a family of similar standing, hoping to avoid the psychological disparity that might arise from marrying into a wealthy family. Mu Xiaorong fully endorsed her parents' views. She had no desire to marry into a wealthy family. It was common knowledge that once entangled in such a world, one would find themselves ensnared in endless strife. Although she had never experienced it firsthand, she had gleaned enough from soap operas to understand the treachery of familial conflicts over wealth and power. A straightforward girl like her would likely meet an untimely end within 3 episodes of such dramas. Likewise, she had no intention of marrying into a destitute family, unwilling to be the one to uplift someone else. Generally, those who engaged in such endeavors faced hardship, often sacrificing everything only to be met with ingratitude. With clarity of thought, Mu Xiaorong shared her feelings with Ji Bei before swiftly entering her car. She reminded herself to sever ties before becoming too enmeshed in this relationship. Xiaorong, I will not break up with you. Ji Bei, caught off guard, watched as she started her car and prepared to leave. He hurried to his Ferrari, starting the engine and closely following her car. Given the narrow roads within the community, overtaking was not an option. Moments later, on the expansive road, a luxurious Ferrari pursued a common vehicle relentlessly. In a spacious area with few vehicles, Xiao Jibei pressed the accelerator. Swiftly overtaking Mu Xiaorong's car, he executed a sharp 90-degree turn, positioning his vehicle directly in front of hers. Mu Xiaorong watched in astonishment as Xiao Jibei's car cut across her path, the screech of tires marking his abrupt stop. The heart-stopping scene frightened her, causing her to slam on the brakes, her eyes fixated ahead, cold sweat beading on her forehead. The sound of the tires' friction provided a momentary respite for her racing heart. Yet the relentless thumping echoed like the sound of galloping hooves, making her feel as though her heart were lodged in her throat. Once the car came to a halt and the engine silenced, she slumped over the steering wheel, lingering in the aftermath of terror. After a while, recovering her composure, Mu Xiaorong furiously exited the vehicle. Xiao Jibei, are you tired of living? If you wish to throw your life away, do not drag me into it. I still have much to experience, she exclaimed. Tell me, what makes us incompatible? Xiao Jibei approached, his gaze locked onto Mu Xiaorong's. He was acutely aware that his previous actions had been reckless. Yet the distance his car had occupied was sufficient for her to halt without incident. He never undertook ventures without certainty. Today, he could not allow her to leave him so easily. He would not consent to their separation. We are mismatched. I have no desire to marry into a wealthy family. My background is ordinary. I cannot aspire to such heights. I simply wish to live a straightforward life as an ordinary citizen. Please, do not entangle me further. Mu Xiaorong's words resonated with conviction, her stance unmistakable. She detested muddling through relationships, creating her own troubles. She was also infuriated by Xiao Jibei's concealment of his identity. Given their established relationship, she felt deeply perturbed by his secrecy. Xiao Jibei retorted, Is it a fault to be born into a wealthy family? Is it my mistake to have fallen for you? He was incredulous that his affluent background should serve as an obstacle to his romance. He found it absurd, as other girls who valued wealth would rejoice upon learning of his family status, eagerly seeking to marry into his clan. I have stated it clearly. We are not suited. Do not waste your time on me. Though Mu Xiaorong could not deny her feelings for Xiao Jibei, her rational mind insisted they were incompatible, with no future to speak of. She did not wish to become ensnared in a relationship devoid of hope, tangled in an emotional quagmire that would ultimately lead to her own suffering. Unbeknownst to her, the more resolute she became, the more Xiao Jibei found himself drawn to her. He admired her refusal to toy with emotions, her unwillingness to barter her soul and body. His lifelong love would be pure and virtuous, with emotions held paramount. The Xiao family had no shortage of wealth. He was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. Yet he yearned for a genuine connection. He was a man with a romantic idealism, unable to tolerate any form of insincerity. However, the current society had devolved into one dominated by monetary concerns. Even young men from humble backgrounds found it increasingly difficult to establish families, suffocated by exorbitant dowries. The lifetime savings of parents often fell short, leading to burdensome debts. The essence of marriage among the youth had been tainted. Reduced to mere financial transactions in such a societal climate, seeking a sincere relationship was undeniably a luxury. Many marriages among the affluent were mere business alliances, the union of two individuals often becoming a merger of wealth and interests. Just as the song I Came to This World articulates, I came to this world, hoping to shine brightly. Yet, I discovered that the world's value is measured in mere silver coins. Although Xiao Jibei hailed from a wealthy lineage, he understood the struggles of the lower class. Who does not desire to amass riches to chase after brilliance? Few possess the steadfastness of Mu Xiaorong, who remains grounded in reality, aware of her own worth and capable of making decisive judgments. He was confident that she was the true love he sought in this world, and he was determined to seize this rare luxury. Tomorrow, No, even now. I can become an ordinary citizen for you. Everything can be the same as yours. Even after marriage, you shall remain true to yourself. Furthermore, our elders are quite open-minded. You may inquire with my sister-in-law, who generously donated her bone marrow to my grandmother. Before my sister-in-law and brother had feelings for each other, my grandmother treated her like a beloved granddaughter. Xiao Jibei, with his sharp tongue, believed he could dispel Mu Xiaorong's concerns. There is a vast chasm between us. This is unavoidable. Please allow me time to consider, and I will provide you with a response, Mu Xiaorong declared, before getting into her car and driving away. She recognized that Xiao Jibei was not one to relent easily. If she did not leave room for their relationship tonight, he would not let her go. As Xiao Jibei watched Mu Xiaorong's retreating figure, he fell into silence. Chapter 93. Zhou Yang's demanding mother, please allow me to settle the dust, burying the past in silence. Having braved storms, I have come from the sea, only to find refuge in this desert. What ought to be concealed remains clear. 1,000 words can only render me speechless. Love is but a superstition of timing and circumstance. Oh, it turns out you are here too. Xiao Jibei climbed into his sports car, replaying Lu Ruiying's "Oh, it turns out you are here" repeatedly as he listened. A wave of melancholy washed over him. In the past, before he encountered a girl he liked, he would mock those young souls who fell into despair for the sake of love, finding their antics laughably dramatic. Yet now, as the second son of the Xiao family, he too found himself yearning for something deeper. Driving his sports car down the road, a bittersweet smile crept onto his face, a smile mocking himself as well as the sorrow of unrequited love. The vibrant nightlife of the city remained enchanting. In a private room at the Wuyo bar, Zhao Ting, with her flowing golden waves and striking makeup, looked striking under the lights. Miss Zhao is so generous. We will do our utmost to ensure your scandal with Mr. Xiao trends on social media. The men across from her, glancing at their six-figure bank balances, eagerly agreed to assist Zhao Ting. Then I shall rely on you. I will drink to that. The boisterous Zhao Ting downed her drink in one go. Rest assured, Miss Xiao, we are here to serve you. Remember to check the trending list tomorrow afternoon. We guarantee your satisfaction. The men spoke with unwavering confidence. They were all high-ranking officials at the most popular platforms, capable of taking down prohibited videos and boosting the visibility of certain content or influencers, of course. The underlying rules of their trade were known only to them. The following morning, Xiao Zhan awoke in the embrace of Jiang Yan, both exchanging joyful smiles. Their tender kiss was interrupted by a call from Qiao Hailan. Yan, tonight, bring Xiao Zhan to the old residence for dinner. Your brother and sister have already been notified. Remember to come early. The couple informed old Master Gong about their plans for Jiang Yan and Xiao Zhan, who was pleased with his granddaughter's choice in son-in-law, yet wished to impart a few words of wisdom to Xiao Zhan personally. With the support of her family, no matter what happened in the future, the child would have a safe harbor. All right, mother. We will definitely come. Jiang Yan understood her parents' and grandfather's intentions. They likely wanted to give Xiao Zhan a few words of advice, so she naturally planned to bring him along. I will try to get off work early this afternoon to take you to see Grandpa and my parents. Xiao Zhan had overheard his beloved wife's conversation with her mother and was enthusiastic in his response. Ding ding ding, big brother, come to my house for lunch today. Juchi and I got our marriage certificate yesterday, and I have invited a few friends over. Zhou Yang's tone was filled with happiness. You rascal, you beat me to it. Marriage is a union of two. You've secured a wife and child, all in one go. Xiao Zhan replied, brimming with delight. Big brother, does that mean you and your sister-in-law are taking a step forward? Zhou Yang, ever the gossip, was keenly interested in Xiao Zhan's developments, as the elder's moods directly impacted the fortunes of the entire company. In front of his wife, Xiao Zhan displayed no bravado, often wearing a smile. However, when facing employees, he transformed into a decisive figure. As his personal assistant, Zhou Yang had a strong survival instinct, always mindful of the president's emotions and thoughts, ensuring he was on the ball at all times. True, but you still beat me to it. A chuckle echoed from the other end of the line. AT-11 that morning, Xiao Zhan and Jiang Yan arrived at the beautiful scenery of Zhou Yang's campus. Yan, I am so happy you could come. How is your recovery? Gao Jiechi, having learned from Zhou Yang about Jiang Yan's bone marrow donation to Elder Xiao, was once again struck by the Gong family's kindness and goodness. Much better now. I experienced some pain that day. Jiang Yan observed that Gao Jiechi appeared significantly improved. Although still slender, she radiated vitality, her face slightly flushed. Originally, Zhou Yang and I planned to visit you. But his holiday is ending soon, and Mr. Xiao is eager for him to return to work, so we decided to invite you over for a gathering instead. Gao Jiechi warmly welcomed Jiang Yan as they chatted about everyday matters. Just then, Zhou Yang emerged from the kitchen, wearing an apron and setting dishes on the table. Today, I did not invite anyone else, just Aunt Xiao, you, and your sister-in-law. When Aunt Xiao leaves, let her take some wedding candies for Uncle Gong and Grandpa Gong. Thanks to Grandpa Gong, Shua Shua is now full of life and energy. As Zhou Yang's words faded, Xiao Hailan knocked on the door. Gao Jiechi hurried to open it. Upon seeing her daughter and son-in-law present, Xiao Hailan greeted them with joy. I personally prepared all these dishes, and I extend my heartfelt gratitude to you all. Allow me to toast to you. Zhou Yang raised his glass to Xiao Hailan, Jiang Yan, and Xiao Zhan. Just then, a series of vigorous knocks reverberated through the room, drawing everyone's gaze toward the entrance. Zhou Yang inwardly lamented the situation, fearing it might be his mother. After all, no one else would knock so rudely. His mother tended to knock like that when angered. Gao Jiechi stood up, intending to open the door, but Zhou Yang gestured for her to remain seated as he approached the door himself. Upon opening it, he was confronted by a woman dressed as if she were from a wealthy family, striding in with indignation. You, Zhou Yang, how dare you keep this from me and become involved with this woman? She exclaimed. You shameless hussy, you accepted my money all those years ago, promising to leave my son, and now you go back on your word. With a resounding slap, Fanjali struck Gao Jiechi across the face. How dare you lay a hand on someone? Xiao Hailan, witnessing Gao Jiechi's suffering, felt an uncontrollable urge to defend her, overwhelmed by sympathy for the girl. Who do you think you are, to accuse me in my son's home? Zhou Yang, what is the meaning of bringing others here to celebrate? Fanjali glared at the wedding candies on the table, casting a suspicious glance at her son. Get out of here. That slap was for my son. She shouted. You heartless wretch, Jiechi is carrying my grandchild, and you force her to terminate the pregnancy, and now you dare to strike her in my presence. I warn you, try to lay a finger on her again. And see what happens. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Yang delivered a heavy slap to his mother, Fanjali. You dare to hit me? I am your mother. How could you strike me? She shrieked, her fury igniting as she lunged at Zhou Yang. Her intentions dark and chaotic. Xiao Zhan and Xiao Hailan rushed forward to restrain the frenzied Fanjali. Xiao Zhan remarked, as a distinguished president, I never thought I would have to contend with a shrew. Truly a disgrace to my stature.